Chapter 181 Love is a Ray of Light. Ouyang Qianjin used the same personal attack method to criticize Ouyang Wanzhong. The two stood and sat, staring at each other in the battlefield. But compared to Ouyang Qianjin's smile, Ouyang Wanzhong's face looked a little more ferocious. Obviously, Ouyang Qianjin won this battle. Applause! After seeing the expression on Ouyang Wanzhong's face, Ouyang Qianjin smiled and clapped in front of the other party. Not only her, even the skeletons behind her did the same. Just like at the entrance of the hospital cafeteria. It's just that there are a lot more spectators this time. My family is broken. As the only black history in life. This culprit, who caused everything, actually said such hurtful words with her 37-degree mouth. This made Ouyang Wanzhong, the little brat, a little bit nervous for a moment. Especially when he saw Ouyang Qianjin clapping like nothing happened. Ouyang Wanzhong, who was originally just a little angry, had veins on his forehead bulging, gritted his teeth and waved his fist that seemed to be gathering light, and jumped towards Ouyang Qianjin. Ouyang Qianjin, you can't have forgotten who blinded my eye. Idiot! I just want to blind one of your eyes to help you balance. After seeing Ouyang Wanzhong rushing towards her, Ouyang Qianjin finally showed her fangs. Originally, according to Ouyang Qianjin's personality, it was impossible for her to appear in such a situation where the opponent was surrounded. But facing Ouyang Wanzhong, or the people of the Ouyang family, it was different. If I push him too far, Ouyang Wanzhong will just do something desperate. It's hard to say what he will do. But he will definitely be able to run away. At this time, I have to use myself as bait to keep the other party here. Only in this way can I make him advance instead of retreat. Besides, I really want to kill him. At least I can buff him when I come to the front line. However, just when Ouyang Qianjin wanted to give Ouyang Wanzhong a weak curse, Ouyang Wanzhong suddenly disappeared in the air. No! It's not disappearance, but a very new space movement skill. At this moment, a series of bright lights flashed in front of Ouyang Qianjin and came towards Ouyang Qianjin. And Ouyang Wanzhong laughed. Ah ha ha. Big sister didn't expect it. My skill has no CD. It's really amazing. Even Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but be surprised by the CD-free flashing technique. But Ouyang Qianjin didn't have any extra time to think about anything else. Originally, the distance between the two was only 100 or 200 meters. Ouyang Wanzhong would soon be next to her if he moved like this. So Ouyang Qianjin raised both hands. The two hands each launched a weakness curse within a few tenths of a second. In just a moment, Ouyang Wanzhong noticed something was wrong with him. Impossible. My movement speed is so fast. How could she catch it? Ouyang Wanzhong was horrified, since he got this hidden profession that excels in speed, recovery and explosive power. He has never been caught by anyone. Is the Necromancer such a sensitive profession? The answer is of course not. Ah ha ha. Little brother. You didn't expect it. My skill is a range attack. Ouyang Qianjin used the same tone and paragraph as Ouyang Wanzhong to taunt the other party. Since I have captured you, you can wait to be controlled to death by me. You can't break free from this bondage at level 38. As he said that, Ouyang Qianjin threw one curse after another at Ouyang Wanzhong. Weakness curses cannot overlap of course, but the effect after erosion can. So now, in addition to the reduction of basic attributes, such as speed and strength, Ouyang Wanzhong also has slow, confusion, and blinding debuffs. It can be said that Ouyang Wanzhong can hardly move now. Is this the skill of the eldest sister? I didn't expect that the skills of the Necromancer are so powerful. Black Cloud, and Sky Eye. And now there is such a debuff skill. I will definitely suffer if I continue to fight like this. And even be eaten up by her. No! I must run. Just now. The elder sister said that you can't get rid of these debuffs at level 38. Does that mean you can get rid of them at a higher level? No matter. Anyway, I keep it for times like this. Under the blinding effect, Ouyang Wanzhong's eyes were dark, and he could only use flash to teleport randomly in a certain space. Although I don't know which direction I am going. The other party certainly doesn't know either. I don't have much time left. Thinking of this, Ouyang Wanzhong reached out and pulled out a necklace that looked like a leaf from his neck. Experience return. Ouyang Wanzhong shouted and crushed the necklace. Then Ouyang Qianjin saw a burst of green light burst out from the other party's body and surrounded him. Oh! Love is a light. Let me see what tricks you are playing. Seeing Ouyang Wanzhong glowing, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but admire. But the movement of his hands did not slow down at all. Even because the other party used an unknown skill. Ouyang Qianjin had already thought of a quick battle. Miss. At this time, Tai Lu, who had been behind, came up. Uncle Tai Lu. What's the matter? I'm busy now. Let's talk later. Miss. Ouyang Wanzhong's level is rising rapidly. And now he has broken through level 48. What? Ouyang Qianjin was shocked. I immediately checked the panel and found that the opponent had leveled up to level 49. I didn't expect that the green light was actually this kind of skill. This is too buggy. Sebastian. Go! Cut him! Without waiting to think about it, Ouyang Qianjin directed Sebastian to go up and cut him, while using her life drain. Although I don't know what method Ouyang Wanzhong used to allow him to increase his level, and skip those 10 tasks at the same time. But now is not the time for Ouyang Qianjin to relax. That's why she used life drain. Of course, it's not to absorb the opponent's life energy. It's to absorb the opponent's soul. Isn't it because I have no soul that my feet are disabled now? If that's the case, then just extract Ouyang Wanzhong's soul. Even if I can't deal with this kid later. As long as I extract his soul, I might encounter the same good thing as myself. As for whether his legs or arms are disabled, or his brain is not very good to begin with, it depends on his luck. Of course, it would be best if we could kill him directly. But Ouyang Qianjin didn't have much hope for this. Ding! You've leveled up. And you can summon +1. Just when Ouyang Qianjin was going all out to deal with her cousin, she suddenly leveled up. Ding! You've leveled up. And you can summon +1. Before Ouyang Qianjin could be surprised, she leveled up again. At this time, the green light on Ouyang Wanzhong's body began to fade away. At the same time, the opponent also reached level 50. Chapter 182. Can you leave? Ah, you, what trick is this? Originally, when he was wrapped in the green light, Ouyang Wanzhong didn't feel anything. He just felt warm all over. And his mind was constantly reminding him of the upgrade information. So he had no time to care about anything else. But when the green light disappeared, and he couldn't upgrade anymore, a piercing pain came over him. At this time, he found that one of his arms was connected by Ouyang Qianjin with a dark green light belt. So he asked Ouyang Qianjin, who was smiling on the opposite side, in an extremely trembling voice. Ouyang Wanzhong was sure. This kind of pain was definitely more painful than when Ouyang Qianjin poked one of his eyes out. The discomfort that seemed to be a force that didn't seem to be acting on his body made him unable to scratch even if he wanted to reach out and scratch. Which was terrible. But he still held on, gritting his teeth, staring and holding on. No matter how painful it is, I can't embarrass myself in front of Ouyang Qianjin. Otherwise, my black history will only increase, to the point where I will be ridiculed to death if we meet in the future. No! For now, let's not think about the future. But how to escape from my sister's hands now? Ouyang Wanzhong began to think, and finally stopped his eyes on his panel. Some people say that once emotions are opened, they are like a rushing flood. No matter whether it is love, hate, or any abnormal emotions, you can't stop it even if you want to. This is exactly the case with Ouyang Qianjin and Ouyang Ming's family. This is a war that has quietly started since Ouyang Qianjin's uncle brought his cousins back. Although it seems to outsiders that there is a struggle for power and profit. But in fact, the relationship between the two families is much simpler than what these outsiders see and think. Winning. There is nothing else. It's just that one side wants to win the other side. No matter what way. As long as they win. This can be seen from the names of the two siblings, Ouyang Qianjin and Ouyang Wanzhong. Although Ouyang Qianjin doesn't know if it was like this when her parents were around. But it doesn't matter. The important thing is that she knows that she and Ouyang Wanzhong's family are like this now. And Ouyang Wanzhong knows this even better. He knows that anything is fine. But he can't lose. Or to be more precise, he can't lose to Ouyang Qianjin. Are you going to answer? Seeing that Ouyang Qianjin still smiled, and said nothing after he asked the question, Ouyang Wanzhong knew that the other party didn't intend to reveal the information to him. Forget it. It's impossible to get any information from his evil elder sister so easily. Look at the side. His bodyguard Liam O was fighting with Zhang Yimou. And it looked like they were in a stalemate. Let's go first. After all, he wanted to kill Ouyang Qianjin. And Ouyang Qianjin also wanted to kill him. But this time, he was just here to investigate and have some fun. But he was not ready yet. Let's talk about it after he is ready. No, that's not right. This is just an excuse for him not to admit that he might lose this time. He was fully prepared this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Ouyang Wanju for this item that can seal his level. He wouldn't have brought all the things that might be useful. But even so, he still underestimated his elder sister. Is the Necromancer really that tough? Why does it feel more buggy than Ouyang Wanju's profession? Speaking of level, why does it feel like my level is a few levels lower? Ouyang Wanjong glanced at his panel. Barely level 50. This is not right. After storing the level 49 dungeon task, he also went to 2 dungeons. The experience should be around level 53 or 54. Did you find anything unusual? Little brother. I really want to thank you for that skill that I don't know what it is. I didn't expect that it was just a link to prevent you from escaping. But it actually allowed me to level up by 2 levels. I didn't expect this. Thank you. Seeing Ouyang Wanzhong's hands waving in the air, Ouyang Qianjin guessed that this kid must have hesitated after seeing his level. So he thanked him very cordially. Wait. What do you mean? Ouyang Wanzhong's eyes widened when he heard what Ouyang Qianjin said. And they were bloodshot. So I was taken advantage of by my sister without knowing it. Damn it. There is such a skill that can steal other people's experience. Ouyang Wanzhong, who had just been complaining in his heart, suddenly remembered that Ouyang Wanju also had the skill to seal experience. It seems not difficult to understand that there is a skill that can absorb experience now. Hee. Ouyang Wanzhong smiled awkwardly at Ouyang Qianjin. Really? That's great. But I have to go back and rest now. Let's talk about other things later. Can you get away? Ouyang Qianjin was a little surprised to hear Ouyang Wanzhong say so confidently. I couldn't get away before. But I should be able to get away now. Ouyang Wanzhong smiled. But the slight sweat on his forehead betrayed his mood at the moment. So it's because of the skill you chose when you upgraded just now. Hee. It's considered. Swish. Before Ouyang Wanzhong finished answering, a long sword slashed across. TSK. Ouyang Wanzhong's arm instantly radiated light and resisted the attack of the long sword. This housekeeper. My sister is your master. And I am considered a young master anyway. It's not appropriate for you to want to cut me in half so mercilessly. After stopping Sebastian holding the long sword, Ouyang Wanzhong said, like a complaint, the old servant is just following the orders of the young lady. As for who you are and what your identity is, it doesn't matter. Sebastian was not disturbed by Ouyang Wanzhong at all. After the long sword was blocked, he turned his wrist and changed the horizontal cut into a chop. Ouyang Wanzhong barely avoided the attack. Then the two fought together. Is there no skill? Is it because of the skeleton that there is no skill? Ouyang Wanzhong, who has not fought with skeletons much, has no idea about the reason. But even so, the opponent's skills are still very good. Is this all the skeletons so powerful? Or is it just this skeleton that is powerful? Ouyang Wanzhong thought during the battle with Sebastian. Although he has not dealt with skeletons much, he prefers the latter. After all, although this skeleton has no vocal cords, it can speak. It is a special existence, no matter how you think about it. And like that upstart skeleton, he wears a unique butler uniform. Forget it. My skills are good enough. It's time to leave. If you still have random thoughts during the battle, you will suffer a great loss. Seabass saw that his opponent was a little absent-minded. So he reminded him. He also scratched Ouyang Wanzhong's lower abdomen with a knife as a warning. Chapter 183 Shining Star. Ouyang Wanzhong, who was stabbed by a sword, was naturally in pain. But compared to this, the dark green light that was still connected to him by Ouyang Qianjin caused him a greater burden. Okay. I wanted to see if I could find an opportunity. Now it seems that I can only use that trick. Sister, I'm going to leave. I will come to play with you next time after I am fully prepared. By the way, there is a hot spring you like in the resort. You can go in and soak. I won't disturb you from bathing. Ouyang Wanzhong, who was cut on his stomach, did not forget to say hello to Ouyang Qianjin while fighting with Sebastian. Sure, your sister is sometimes bored in Black Cat Paradise alone. Since you have to prepare, remember to prepare gifts next time you come. Don't prepare no gifts like this time and make yourself so embarrassed. Although I don't know what this little brother is planning to do behind the scenes. Ouyang Qianjin still greeted him like a gentle big sister. And it was based on the premise that the other party could run away. I don't know what the sinister intention is. Ouyang Wanzhong was speechless. You really don't know who caused my embarrassment. Right. No. It should be said that you are worthy of being the eldest sister. You are so shameless. You caused the injury yourself. But you didn't admit it in a blink of an eye. And you did it in public in front of so many people. He complained in his heart. But Ouyang Wanzhong didn't say it out loud. Because he had just been preparing the skills he had just obtained at level 50. Forget it. I won't say it anymore. I'm leaving first. Shining Star. Go. 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 I've said it several times. The story of the boy who cried wolf has finally come to an end. As soon as he finished speaking, before Ouyang Qianjin could reply, Ouyang Wanzhong activated his skills and disappeared in an instant. That's right. Literally disappeared. In Ouyang Qianjin's eyes, it was just a whoosh, like a shining meteor in the dark night. A flash of light, and Ouyang Wanzhong was gone. He didn't even care about the bodyguard Liamo he brought with him. But it's normal to think about it. He can't save his own life. Who cares about other things? It seems that Liamo was sold here to be the rear guard. Of course. According to Ouyang Qianjin's understanding of Ouyang Wanzhong and Ouyang Wanshu, this person was most likely prepared to be abandoned from the beginning. Or it can be said that he was left as a toy for Ouyang Qianjin. However, compared with his appearance, Ouyang Wanzhong's way of leaving the stage felt a bit anticlimactic. But whether it was really anticlimactic or not, only Ouyang Wanzhong and Ouyang Qianjin knew. Hee. It must be very painful. Ouyang Qianjin sat in a wheelchair, shaking the folding fan in her hand, and smiling at the direction where the light disappeared. On the top of the folding fan was a circle of dark green halo that swayed with the shaking of the folding fan. It was like a pool of clear spring that was stirred in the air. It looked beautiful. Ah! On the other side, after Ouyang Wanzhong escaped from Ouyang Qianjin's actual control range, that is, the dark sky, he immediately fell to the ground holding his left arm and screaming in pain. In the moment when he activated the skill just now, the pain, which was 10 times more painful than before, had already made him want to cancel the skill and howl. But because he had not left the black cloud at that time, he had been gritting his teeth and enduring it. As soon as he left the range of the black cloud, Ouyang Wanzhong immediately cancelled his skill. I've lost a lot this time. Looking at his left arm that was naturally drooping and unconscious, Ouyang Wanzhong was speechless. Although it hurt when he was connected by the dark green light band before, he didn't feel anything wrong. Who knew that when he activated the skill to escape, it was as if something important was lost in his arm. That fight was not painful to the bone. It was more like a tearing of the soul. TSK. The soul is really a good match for the Necromancer profession. It seems that the Necromancer profession can no longer be underestimated. This time he felt like he was stealing a chicken, but lost a rice. Originally, he should have left after finding fun. As a result, I had to go up to them to reminisce about the past. Now it seems that I must find other fun things to fill my empty heart before returning to J City. Ouyang Wanzhong smiled bitterly and stood up tremblingly. As for the lost arm, it's just one arm. It's not like I've lost one before. Ouyang Wanzhong is not worried about this. After all, aren't those guys in Ouyang Qianjin's army who wear all kinds of prosthetic limbs the same? When there's a chance, I'll find someone to make one for me. If it doesn't work, I'll trade with my elder sister. Of course, this is a good strategy. After all, if I really go to trade, I will definitely ask for a high price. Maybe she will do something to the mechanical arm I get. It's not like she can't do such a thing. No, it's more like she didn't do anything. So now compared to the little defect on his body, Ouyang Wanzhong's mental trauma is much more serious. Although I don't want to admit it, I really lost this time. Let's not talk about anything else. Just to get rid of Ouyang Qianjin's control, I spent 3 skill selection opportunities, and chose the escape control and enhancement skills very specifically. Plus the escape skill Shining Star selected at level 50. TSK. For opportunities were wasted in vain. Thinking of this, Ouyang Wanzhong leaned against a tree nearby, holding his arm with one hand and breathing heavily. I feel unlucky. Sure enough, I shouldn't get involved. Forget it. Let's go around and find something fun. As expected, the only thing that can heal the trauma of a fun-loving person is to have fun. But as long as no one knows that he lost, then he won't lose. Right. After AQ-like self-consolation, Ouyang Wanzhong stumbled towards the light in the distance. And behind him was the dark night with dark clouds. It should be more suitable to pretend to be weak now. At the resort, after Ouyang Wanzhong flashed away in an instant, Liam O was also ready to withdraw immediately. But the two daggers in Zhang Mo's hand were like the fangs of a poisonous tongue, haunting him. It was impossible for him to leave at all. Want to leave? No problem. Kill Zhang Yimou. Then kill Zhang Yuan, who has been holding the line behind, and a large number of prosthetic limbs. And finally kill Ouyang Qianjin. For someone who has just changed jobs, this is basically not a simple matter of hell level difficulty. It is something that cannot be done at all. So, Liam O retreated after a fight with Zhang Yimou and raised his hands in surrender. There was no other way. A mute could not speak, so he could only express himself through body language. Chapter 184. It turns out to be a battle royale mode. What's going on? Is it surrender? He's quite discerning. While the people around were discussing, Ouyang Qianjin curled her lips. Sebastian. Yes. Mississippi. After receiving the order from Ouyang Qianjin, Sebastian walked up to the surrendered Liam O with a rope. Rope? Can this thing tie up a professional? Uh-huh. It's just a token of my kindness. Are you afraid that he will turn the tables in the army of the Miss? Seeing Sebastian planning to tie up Liam O with a rope, Zhang Yuan and several brave people from the prosthetic limbs army came up and laughed as if they were watching a joke. But compared to them, Zhang Yimou was not so relaxed. After a series of confrontations just now, he actually had no way to deal with the opponent. Although everyone was above level 50. But as an assassin with a good speed, I will still be at a disadvantage against this kind of defense system. The career setting of this real game is really not balanced at all. Miss, why don't you try this? At this time, Tail came up and handed a pair of handcuffs to Ouyang Qianjin. What is this? Ouyang Qianjin took the handcuffs curiously, which seemed to be broken after being opened violently. Blocking bracelet. Slightly damaged blocking bracelet. A must-have item for detaining warriors or magicians with supernatural powers. No matter who wears this thing, they can't use skills. Hidden information. The function of the blocking bracelet is not on the body, but directly seals the opponent's soul. Wow! It's really a good thing. It's a pity that it's broken, and I don't know if it can be repaired. Can you repair this thing? Ouyang Qianjin looked at the broken forbidden bracelets in the wooden box behind him and asked Canon. Most of the things in this wooden box are seriously damaged. Only the one handed over by Tail is slightly better. After all, the only people who can repair things under her command, besides Tail, the mechanic, are Canon, the logistics officer. Although I don't know the principal, it should be fine. And there is also Tail, the mechanic, so it shouldn't be difficult to copy it even if I want to. And compared to making it with inferior materials, the eldest lady has minerals in her hands, and it should be stronger and more durable than this. After flipping through the handcuffs in the wooden box, Canon said confidently, Wow, this sounds pretty good, but this is not needed yet. Hearing Canon say that it can be copied, Ouyang Qianjin raised his eyebrows. Although I don't know how the base commander got this thing, I will definitely be able to use it in the future. But just as she said, this thing is not useful now. Plop. Just when everyone was confused, Liam O suddenly fell to the ground and lost his life. At this time, everyone realized that Sebastian was not going to kidnap people, but to kill people. Although it was sudden, but after thinking about it, everyone was relieved. After all, Ouyang Qianjin did not seem to have the habit of keeping enemies around, unless it is still useful. But a warrior like Liam O who can do nothing but fighting may be attractive to people in other bases. But it is not an important combat force for Ouyang Qianjin. Think about it. A level 50 professional sounds very powerful. But if you turn this statement into a person who can use skills, can you understand it? Apart from other things, the level of Ouyang Qianjin's skeletons increases with her level. In addition to this and that blessing, now each of her skeletons has 3 skills. Although it is not as good as the number of skills held by professionals of the same level, it is better in number and high loyalty. In this case, how could she keep an outsider by her side? Even if it is just imprisonment. However, such a sudden attack to kill people still makes everyone feel a little surprised. But now, at this time, if you want to say the most surprised person, it must be Ouyang Qianjin himself. Ding! You are upgraded, and you can use +1 summons. Ding! You are upgraded, and you can use +1 summons. You have reached level 60, and get a skill selection. You have reached level 60. And the spread of the dark sky has doubled. Under the influence of the skill Skull Transformation, the number of summons you can control has doubled. Optional skills, Dark Sword, Dark Wall, Enhanced Summoning 3. Note, the skill selection will directly affect your final career. Please judge carefully. Just as Liamo suddenly fell to the ground and everyone was surprised. A prompt sound rang in Ouyang Qianjin's mind. How did he suddenly upgrade? And he upgraded 2 levels at once? Before, he upgraded because he learned from Ouyang Wanzhong's experience, which Ouyang Qianjin could understand. But the upgrade at this point is somewhat intriguing. What did I do just now? Killed a person. Killed someone who wanted to kill me. To put it more bluntly, I killed a professional with an IQ of level 50. Is the context clear now? What a fucking idiot. Even Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but curse inwardly. If it was just a vague feeling before. Now Ouyang Qianjin can fully suspect that this so-called upgrade is to make professionals kill each other. Although killing monsters and going to dungeons can also upgrade. But how can it be faster than killing people? 1 level 2. 5 can upgrade to level 10. With such an efficient upgrade path. Who would still work hard to kill monsters? TSK. Wonderful. This is so wonderful. A simple rule can make those who want to upgrade and those ambitious people fight each other. I just don't know how many brothers will quarrel. Sisters will turn against each other. And the same family will fight each other after a rule spreads. Originally I thought it was a survival in the end of the world. But who knew it would become a battle royale end of the world? In the future, there will be more and more professional hunters above level 50. Well, from this point of view, it seems that the appearance of the lords is tailor-made. Those who can't stand it will definitely seek the protection of various lords. I don't know if the law can be enacted. I will go back and study it. Sure enough, it's still best to be alone. Ouyang Qianjin closed her eyes and proudly gave herself a thumbs up. Take a look at the skills by the way. Dark Sword. Use dark elements to form a dark sword to attack. The sword has high intensity corrosiveness, and it is difficult to heal the wound after being hit. Wall of Darkness. Use dark elements to form a wall that will not be broken within 10 seconds to defend against attacks. Enhanced Summoning 3. Passive. The number of summons that can be controlled increases by 300%. Well, there is no choice. From Ouyang Qianjin's point of view, you don't have to choose any of these 3 skills to know which one you want. Skill Enhanced Summoning 3 changes due to the influence of the talent Erosion. Erosion effect. 8% probability of retaining the elemental attributes of the corpse. 2% probability of transforming into a skeleton with wisdom. Ah. So cool. It has increased again and again. Both the number and the probability have been improved again. Chapter 185. Do you want to occupy the area? The 8,000 skeletons before have become more than 20,000 with the help of levels. Skills. Magic books and lord skills. And the wise skeleton has been increased from 1% to 2%. Although it is useless to Ouyang Qianjin. But it is an enhancement after all. Right? Passive skills are not much. Really. I just came out to watch Zhang Mo's excitement. But I didn't expect to be upgraded by 4 levels. Reached level 60. Should I thank Ouyang Wanzhong? Or should I thank Zhang Mo? Or Liamo who infused himself with his life? Forget it. I feel sick just thinking about thanking these people. However, I didn't receive any skills when I upgraded from 58 to 59 this time. I easily crossed the threshold. Is this good? What about the agreed limit? Or is it because I killed someone and upgraded twice in a row? So there is no task restriction? If that is the case, then what will happen in the future may be even more bloody than what Ouyang Qianjin had imagined before. Such as brothers killing each other and sisters turning against each other. Pack up everything. Then go in. Take anything useful you see. I don't need to teach you this. After dealing with these things, Ouyang Qianjin shouted to those who were still surprised. You mean to move supplies? Robbery? No. This is spoils of war. Something obtained openly. How can it be called robbery? Everyone understood what Ouyang Qianjin meant as soon as they heard it. So everyone took action. After Zhang Mo opened the gate of the city, Ouyang Qianjin was pushed into the resort base by the skeleton. After entering the resort, the first thing Ouyang Qianjin did was to transform the corpses on the ground into skeletons. After all, there are more than 20,000 corpses now. And these corpses are not enough. TSK. If the corpse explosion technique had not been used, at least there would be a lot of intact corpses left. Looking at the fragments painted on the wall, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Oh no! If it were in the Centaur dungeon now, it would be great. More than 20,000 Centaur skeletons as a transport team would be too spectacular. Sitting in a wheelchair, Ouyang Qianjin yawned and looked at his men and skeletons busy carrying things, which was quite boring. Speaking of which, Ouyang Wanhong seemed to say that there was a hot spring in the resort before. Ouyang Qianjin raised his head and looked around. Not to mention, although it has been a big battle, but it seems that everything it should have is there. And the quiet environment is also very good. If it is sunny, lying on a lounge chair in such a place and basking in the sun must be a very pleasant thing. Well, let's go in and soak in a hot spring. Anyway, we have to wait to clean up the battlefield and move the spoils. So just kill time. So, soon, the skeletons found a clean, uncontaminated hot spring. Unlike those hot springs that boil water, this is a natural hot spring with bubbling water. Ouyang Qianjin was not polite. She took off her clothes and entered the hot spring with the help of the skeletons. Comfortable, sitting in the hot spring, looking at the dark sky without stars in the sky, Ouyang Qianjin breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, taking a bath is the fastest way to solve the problem when you are unable to move. It can also remove fatigue and increase the metabolism of the body that cannot move. Should I try to build a hot spring after I go back? Ouyang Qianjin was thinking about this question seriously. Although there is no natural hot spring in Black Cat Paradise. But if you want to build a bathhouse for bathing, it should be no problem. Anyway, Black Cat Paradise has abundant water resources. As an alchemist, I just need to find a swimming pool and put purification stones and fire stones in it. Well, forget it. I am not an exhibitionist. And the dark sky in the sky is not as beautiful as the real night sky. Let's build a bathhouse in the Sapphire Castle. Hint, you have occupied the resort base. Do you want to include this area in your territory? Yes/no. Hey! Is there such a function? Just what Ouyang Qianjin was thinking about where to build this bathhouse. The panel suddenly popped up automatically. Ouyang Qianjin was stunned when she saw the pop-up panel. I didn't expect that there is such a thing as occupying a territory. Is it to expand the territory? But think about it. Although the area of Black Cat Paradise is large, it is indeed a little small as a territory. But there is no point in occupying this place by yourself. Although the environment is good, the only condition left is good environment. It is far worse than the castle of Black Cat Paradise. Even if I agree, Sebastian, the butler, will probably strongly oppose it. Of course, the main reason is that it is too far from the Black Cat Paradise, the base of his own. If it is really included in the territory, it is just an enclave that has no time to manage. It is even worse than the chicken ribs that are tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw away. Whoever wants this broken land can take it. Anyway, he has no intention of taking it. So Ouyang Qianjin chose no without hesitation. Occupy it, and take all the supplies inside. Things will be simple after that. Ouyang Qianjin soaked in the hot springs, while the others carried supplies with the skeletons and gargoyles. They stayed here for less than 2 days, and looted the entire resort. Then Ouyang Qianjin got on the pumpkin car, and happily returned to the Black Cat Paradise. After Ouyang Qianjin and others left, those who had been observing from the outside of the base dared to step into the empty resort base. Wow! Just after entering, some people couldn't stand the atmosphere here and ran out with their mouths covered, vomiting rainbows. And those who could hold back and didn't run out all had blue faces, looking like they were trying hard to hold back. Is this a place where people can stay? That Ouyang Qianjin actually stayed here for 2 whole days, looking at the mincemeat on the ground, the blood on the wall, and those boneless things. These people couldn't find anything to say. If you want to find a suitable way to describe the scene here now, it's probably the kind of non-standard, no operating assembly line, dirty and messy slaughterhouse. It's the kind of place that will be reported and found. But no one cares about these now. They care more about Ouyang Qianjin herself, who caused all this. Since she caused this tragedy, it's only natural that she can stay here. I don't know who said this. It was like awakening the people around. Quick! Go and inform the base commander. I'll go in and search. Everyone started to act. After all, they belonged to different bases. In addition to the order that everyone had to monitor the battle between Ouyang Qianjin and the resort base, each of them had their own tasks assigned by their base commander. Chapter 186, This is a reward in our industry. What? You mean the resort base was wiped out? When most of the base leaders heard the news, they were all surprised. You know, the resort base is only the bottom of the 9 bases around City C. But at least there is a hidden profession as the base leader. Don't think that there are many hidden professions just because the rankings are all hidden professions. In fact, in reality, only a small number of survivors can be transferred to hidden professions. It's just that the base of professionals is large, and those who can be on the rankings are all hidden professions. So it gives people the impression that there are many hidden professions. There is no way. Hidden professions have an innate advantage in upgrading. It can't be considered a complete annihilation. Many people in the resort base escaped. No. It should be said that they were released by Ouyang Qianjin. About 1/3 of them died. The professional who came back to report the news said very honestly. According to the battle report he gave just now, the battle between Ouyang Qianjin and the resort base was actually only a short period of time at the beginning. It may be about 30 minutes. And the resort base lost 1/3. You have to know that there are only about 30,000 people in the resort base. 10,000 people were killed in 30 minutes. Anyone who heard this news would be a little bit overwhelmed. No. It may actually take less time. After all, in the opening of these 30 minutes, Ouyang Qianjin and the 8-Finger Gangster used each other's puppets and skeletons to attack each other for a while. This big brother on the list really can't be messed with. Come to think of it, if she doesn't have some skills, how can a little girl be the first on the list? And she is the first one to reach level 50 and become the lord of the panel. Although the so-called lord or territory is just displayed on the panel. But everyone has no opinion on it. To put it simply, it is tacitly accepted. After all, people who don't have some strength will not be bothered to write these things on the panel. By the way, didn't Zhang Yimou say that he would trade before? Let someone prepare the things immediately. There are also a few people we didn't let go before. So take them with us this time. The first thing that the heads of the major bases thought of, after coming out of their different thoughts, was unexpectedly consistent. But it is clear that this is not a problem of materials and personnel. It is just to meet with Ouyang Qianjin, to keep in touch with her, to get close to her, and to get familiar with her. At this moment, they ended Xuemanqi at the airport base. Just because Ouyang Qianjin was on the way, they established initial trust between them. Moreover, many people in Xuemanqi base also followed Ouyang Qianjin to get some experience and upgraded a lot. This is what they envy the most. Damn, this Xuemanzi is really cunning. While everyone was preparing things, Ouyang Qianjin also returned to Black Cat Paradise slowly. After all, this time we got a lot of things from a base of 30,000 people. Food, medicine, stones, wood, and a lot of secondary occupation materials. It is said that a cannon shot is worth a lot of gold. This primitive accumulation still depends on begging. If it were Ouyang Qianjin, I don't know how long it would take to accumulate so many supplies. Zhang Yimou, Zhang Yuan, I'll leave these people to you. The parking lot outside has been converted into a medicinal field. But this is not enough. We need to continue to cultivate some farmland to grow food crops. After Cannon sorted the things, the building materials were transported to the Future Science and Technology Museum. The materials were sent to the Sapphire Castle, and the ore and other things were sent to the camping area. On the way back, Ouyang Qianjin learned about the dozens of people brought back by Zhang Yimou. Most of these people have special skills. For example, construction, design, agriculture, medical care, and water conservancy. Even if only a small number of them don't know anything, they can still help. And this part is because they came with their families. So Ouyang Qianjin emphasized the precautions of Black Cat Paradise, especially the fact that you can't enter the Sapphire Castle. In a word, my Black Cat Paradise doesn't support idlers. If you want to live here and get my protection, then work hard. Of course, I'm not saying that I will deprive you of your upgrade time. The work is divided into 2 shifts, and there are skeletons to assist you. During your break, you can choose to upgrade or play in the playground. I reiterate that you are absolutely not allowed to enter the Sapphire Castle, and you can use the rest of the entertainment facilities freely. Of course, for those who have made outstanding contributions to the Black Cat Paradise, I will also let them go to the dungeon with me to gain experience and speed up the upgrade speed. At this point, Ouyang Qianjin paused. After all, this decision was made on the spur of the moment when she was on the road. The main reason is that the level is linked to the skills. If they can improve their level, they will naturally get more benefits. For example, Uncle Tail's profession is like this. After the level is high, let alone the romantic robot, even if it is just some skill-driven machinery for reclamation, it would be a good direction if it can be made. After all, fossil energy is basically impossible to obtain easily now. I have to try other energy sources. And this can also mobilize their enthusiasm and increase their sense of belonging to the Black Cat Paradise. After all, whether it is enthusiasm or sense of belonging, it does not appear out of thin air. Not everyone can catch fish with a straight hook. Most fishermen still need bait to get the fish hooked. Ouyang Qianjin is no exception. Oh! Is this true? Can I go to the dungeon with the top guy on the list? I thought it was pretty good to have free food and accommodation. But I didn't expect there would be such a good thing. Hey, you need to contribute. Right? Although I don't know what kind of contribution is required. It's a kind of enjoyment to go to the dungeon with a beautiful girl. Indeed, this is a reward in our industry. When they heard Ouyang Qianjin say that they could go to the dungeon with her, the people who came with Zhang Yimou immediately became agitated. Originally, Zhang Mo's conditions were free food and accommodation, and they could get the protection of Ouyang Qianjin, the top guy on the list. In the troubled times, they were already very satisfied with such good conditions. As a result, Ouyang Qianjin actually said that she could take them to the dungeon to level up. This is simply a great thing. After all, who doesn't want to have a higher level and more skills? And looking at the current situation of Black Cat Paradise, there are only more than 100 humans in total. The competitive pressure is less than before. As long as you are willing to work hard, you should not be abandoned by Ouyang Qianjin. Of course, this time, Ouyang Qianjin's rescue behavior also made them have a preliminary trust in Ouyang Qianjin and a sense of belonging. Although it was very faint, it was also a good start. Chapter 187. You two have good vision. There. What did you two just say? Just when everyone was discussing fiercely, Ouyang Qianjin suddenly pointed at the two people who had just teased each other with her folding fan. I said that the eldest lady is a beautiful girl. The two people were a little nervous when they were suddenly named by Ouyang Qianjin, but they finally said it out loud. After saying that, the man closed his eyes, waiting for Ouyang Qianjin's judgment. After all, he is the #1 brother on the list. Who knows if he will have a moody personality? Although I was teasing just now, it may become harassment when heard by others. Is he going to be kicked out? There are so many jackals and tigers outside. If I am kicked out, I am afraid that I will not be able to walk to the nearest base alive, and will be killed. Really? Why can't I control my mouth? And the people around these two people are also blaming them in their hearts. You dare to joke with the big boss just after you come here. It's okay if you are kicked out. But what if you are implicated? Ha ha ha. Great. Very energetic. Ouyang Qianjin clapped her folding fan in her hand and laughed. You two have good vision. Congratulations on getting the qualification to go to the next dungeon. Well, the two were surprised. Everyone was shocked. They never thought that the final result would be like this. What the hell? You get the qualification to go to the next dungeon like this? This is too much of a joke. Everyone stared and looked at Ouyang Qianjin, who was laughing there in surprise. After waiting for a while, Ouyang Qianjin suddenly stopped laughing, and smiled at everyone and said, there is only one criterion for contribution to Black Cat Paradise. That is, whether it can make me happy. That's right. Ouyang Qianjin is a very self-centered person. Perhaps for an ordinary lord, fair rewards and punishments can effectively improve his status in the hearts of the people. But that is a traditional lord. Or it is something that a normal, incompetent lord can do. But Ouyang Qianjin is different. She dare not say anything else. But if she says that among these people, she is in existence with absolute power. And this kind of power will become stronger and stronger with the passage of time. It can be said that under the dark sky, he has nothing new. So she will not learn to buy people's hearts like those traditional lords. It's been 3,202 years. Who still plays the thankless thing of traditional lords? Everything should be done according to your own rules, your own habits, and your own interests. To put it simply, it is money can't buy the master's happiness. As long as the master is happy, you can all benefit. In this way, these people will gradually become self-centered in order to gain benefits and please themselves. Didn't get any benefits? If you didn't get any benefits, It means your contribution is not enough. Work hard and let the boss buy a new car at the end of the year. In fact, isn't this another form of PUA? Thinking of this, the evil necromancer Ouyang Qianjin raised his mouth. Admittedly, this order was due to Ouyang Qianjin's interest. But who knows how much calculation is in it? Okay. The rest is up to you. If there are any big or small things or major discoveries, you can contact Cannon or Sebastian, Uncle Taylor, and you two can come with me. After arranging the dozens of people who were brought back, Ouyang Qianjin took Taylor and the two people from the catwalk to the Black Cat Paradise without looking back. Zhang Yimou and others were left to rebuild the half-renovated Black Cat town. Uncle Taylor, I have a question for you. After arriving at the canoe restaurant, Ouyang Qianjin looked at Taylor and asked seriously, Miss, please tell me. Although Ouyang Qianjin gestured for Taylor to sit down, Taylor did not do so, but stood aside like Sebastian. Do you think it is possible to replace my legs with prosthetic limbs? Ouyang Qianjin pointed at her legs with her index finger. It's hard to say, because prosthetic limbs are installed only when one has no choice but to do so after losing limbs. So I personally do not recommend removing the original and replacing them with prosthetic limbs. Listening to this, Tyler was stunned at first, then thought about the pros and cons and said, although he didn't know what was wrong with Ouyang Qianjin's legs, it was a bit wrong to remove the originals and replace them with prosthetic limbs when the originals were available. That's right. Ouyang Qianjin nodded. In fact, she didn't really want to do this. After all, Ouyang Qianjin is very traditional. The body and hair are inherited from parents. Although the legs have become decorations, it is still a bit reluctant to cut them off. But I can study that kind of exoskeleton, or make a machine that can replace the legs so that the young lady can walk alone. Exoskeleton? After listening to Tai Li's words, Ouyang Qianjin thought about it, and thought that this was not bad. At least she didn't have to saw off her legs. Do you need to upgrade? In this case, your skills may deviate from your personal interests. After all, the choice of skills is related to the subsequent job transfer. Although Ouyang Qianjin is a self-centered person, she is still very good to her own people, especially talents like Tai Lu. Don't worry about this, Mississippi. Although I was interested in machinery before, after becoming a professional, especially after rescuing those people in the hotel, I became interested in prosthetics. What's more, exoskeletons or replacement machinery are what I am interested in, so it can't be considered a deviation. Tail didn't feel that he had been wronged. On the contrary, he was happy to help Ouyang Qianjin. Is that so? In that case, let's upgrade first. In addition, I have another thing that I need you to find a solution for. What is it? It's like this. Ouyang Qianjin told Tai Lu about her ideas about some defense systems outside the Sapphire Castle. I see. Miss, do you want to do this? Although it's very interesting, it still involves upgrading and skills. Of course, energy also needs to be studied carefully. After listening, Tai Lu expressed his own opinion, especially on energy. To be honest, he actually has many skills that require energy to drive. Before, the Transformers composed of hundreds of people actually needed magic power to achieve fusion, movement, attack, etc. without energy drive. You don't have to worry about energy. I will study this during this period. After all, I am an alchemist. I plan to use the energy I have studied for the entertainment facilities in the amusement park in the future. How to convert energy and how to drive it will require Uncle Tai Lu to take care of it. Chapter 188. Wow. One name is bigger than another. Originally, Ouyang Qianjin had planned this a long time ago. Now that she has a mechanic named Tail, she finds that she can move forward with this plan. It's a matter of time anyway. If it's solved earlier, the whole Black Cat Paradise won't look dead. Although I am a necromancer and a skeleton lord, in theory and stereotype, it is indeed a gloomy profession. But I have never played these entertainment facilities. If I don't use them, and just use them as decorations and age over time, it would be a pity. How about this? Ouyang Qianjin seemed to have made a decision. Sebastian, take some armed skeletons, gargoyles and crystal golem puppets, and take Uncle Tail, and the two standing at the entrance of the restaurant to clean up the back mountain and the little demons in the wishing lake. I guess a lot of monsters have descended since I haven't been back for so many days. The three of them are originally low level, and if they are all cleared, they should be able to level up by more than 10 levels. Yang Qianjin looked up at the wooden structure on the roof of the canoe restaurant and said, originally, Yang Qianjin had thought about raising their levels before, but because she had to discuss things with Tail in advance. So the two young men who looked about the same age as Zhang Yuan were arranged outside the canoe and did not come in. Now Yang Qianjin has more than 20,000 skeletons in his hands, and the dark sky curtain has doubled it. It should not be a problem for Sebastian to take people to clean up those monsters. Just bring the bodies back. The loss of Yang Qianjin can be replenished on the spot. Miss, when things were almost discussed and Yang Qianjin had made arrangements, one of the two people waiting outside the door called inside. What's wrong? Yang Qianjin turned his head and looked at the person outside the car door and asked. Just now, we were waiting outside and turned around, and found more than a dozen human corpses with miserable deaths at the gate of the castle. Hey! How could there be corpses there? Yang Qianjin was stunned. Then he led people to the Sapphire Castle, and found that there were indeed more than a dozen human corpses lying at the gate. Some of these corpses were flattened, or had sunken chests. Some became weathered mummies, and some were swollen like balloons. Miss, are these people from our Black Cat Paradise? One of the two asked. No. They are very unfamiliar. It seems that they want to sneak into the castle. Yang Qianjin looked at the corpses, and then looked up at the inside of the castle gate. From the outside, you can see the dark, dried blood on the red carpet inside. Obviously, the first death scene of these people was not outside. Speaking of which, the base commander of the resort base seemed to have sent people to Black Cat Paradise to tip off. I think it should be these people. Yang Qianjin analyzed it calmly. Probably, they took advantage of the fact that no one in Black Cat Paradise wanted to enter the castle to steal things, and ended up triggering the guards in the castle. TSK. After my alchemy workshop was initially completed, I originally wanted to find a few unlucky people to try out the defensive effect, but I didn't expect that there would be a free unlucky guy who would bump into me. Now look at these corpses. Well, it seems that the effect is not very ideal. Originally, in Yang Qianjin's design concept, people who broke into the castle should be chased and intercepted by the automatic defense using all means, and finally reached the test site and became their own materials. But now it seems that except for the corpses that were supposed to be crushed by the golem puppets, the rest were hit, but the corpses appeared outside. This is obviously abnormal. It needs to be improved. It's really troublesome. Scratching his head, Yang Qianjin complained, and then raised his hand to transform the corpse into a skeleton. And then, the one-click bleaching of the burning bone phosphorus fire. Okay. You guys go upgrade. I'm going to rest. After that, Yang Qianjin entered the castle. The rest of the people began the cleanup work under the leadership of Sebastian. After finally returning to his small room on the top of the castle tower, Yang Qianjin first took a bath in the bathtub. While taking a bath, Yang Qianjin began to sort out all the things she had thought about herself and Black Cat Park in the past few days. The first thing is to build a bathhouse. Yang Qianjin is fed up with boiling water for bathing every day. As a big boss with 20,000 to 30,000 subordinates, what's the point of boiling water every day? Look at this white porcelain bathtub that has been erected. The bottom and even the sides have been smoked to the point of being black. It's downgraded. The second thing is the research on energy. This is the top priority. Now many things, especially the facilities, lights, and elevators inside the amusement park, need energy to drive. Although now the park, especially the catwalk from the gate to the castle, has been equipped with bone-burning street lamps. But it is far inferior to the colorful night parades I saw on the internet before. I was still young at that time. About 11 or 12 years old. At that time, I thought that even if it was just once, living here like a princess should be a happy thing. As a result, I came after the Doomsday. But because there was no energy, the whole park was still dark. Of course, this darkness was largely caused by my skills to a certain extent. But in the absence of stars in the sky, Yang Qianjin naturally hoped that there would be more light on the ground. Finally, it was the defense facilities of the alchemy workshop. After all, if the energy problem was solved, the defense of my alchemy workshop could also use these energies, and the defense level would be raised by 1 or 2 levels. At that time, I should be able to achieve the effect I want. Speaking of which, Yang Wanzhong should be on the list after the upgrade. Yang Qianjin, with his head resting on his arm, brought up the panel and looked at the list. It turns out that Ouyang Wanong and Ouyang Wanzhou are both on the list. And they are both level 50. What's going on? Before, there were no names for them. Could it be that the item Love is a Ray of Light was made by Ouyang Wanzhou? Ouyang Wanzhong's upgrade means that she also upgrades? Body training? Or is it related to talent? Or is it because of that item? Or the skill is just like this? Forget it. Never mind. Anyway, it's not like I didn't get any benefit. I've leveled up 2 levels. What else do I need? But then again, it's only been a few days since I reached level 50. And there are already more than 10 lords on the lord rankings. Apart from anything else. Just looking at the professions and territories of these guys makes people feel that they are not easy to deal with. For example, the Scarlet Earl entrenched in Tudor Cathedral. The Hell Summoner who occupied the Cirque du Soleil. The Raven Priestess stationed at the 8-headed shrine. The Dragon Blood Warrior without a territory. There are even Void Plunderers who regard the beach as their territory. Good guy. The titles are bigger than each other. Chapter 189. I don't know them. I haven't seen them. Who are they? The titles are bigger than each other. Suddenly, I feel that my profession of Skeleton Lord seems to be a little bit inferior. Although I am still the first in the ranking. Of course. Among them, Ouyang Qianjin is concerned about 2 people. Adams Lincoln of the United States is a ghoul leader entrenched in the Typewriter Casino. The other is Dorothy Bordeaux, the ghost princess who lives in the Sturley Ghost apartment. No matter how you look at it, these 2 are the same as my Skeleton Lord. They are the products of the advanced Necromancer. Right? After all, I have seen the 2 summons, ghouls and ghosts, before. It's just that I have no choice. Let's not talk about ghouls. Ouyang Qianjin can't imagine a ghoul with a foul smell all over his body carrying him around. As for ghosts, although they have the characteristics of soul attack, they are of no use to Ouyang Qianjin, who is inconvenient to move. After all the picking and choosing, she had to choose the skeleton. Now she was extremely glad that she chose the skeleton as a summon. I just don't know if these 2 people also got the benefits brought by these professions. But to be honest, compared with these 2 people, there is another person that Ouyang Qianjin couldn't figure out. That is Ninatai, who uses the famous Huhu Pyramid group as his territory. What she couldn't figure out was this guy's profession, Underworld Priest. After all, the Underworld involves the soul. What a coincidence. The Necromancer also has a close relationship with the soul. That's why Ouyang Qianjin was not sure whether this Ninatai was also a Necromancer. Forget it. These guys are far away from me anyway. Instead of caring about them, I might as well care more about Raven Priestess Kobayakawa Tomoyo and Void Plunderer Jun Qingyu, who are closest to me. There is no need to say more about the Void Plunderer. John Qingyu, the perennial runner-up who has always been suppressed by me, has actually become a lord. And he has occupied a beach as his territory. The other Raven Priestess is someone Ouyang Qianjin has never heard of before, or paid attention to. But just by looking at the name, you can tell that this guy is related to Kobayakawa Daisuke, who has been hovering around the top 5 of the rankings before. It's quite interesting to say. Kobayakawa Daisuke, who has a high level, did not become a lord. But Kobayakawa Dizzy, who I have never seen before, became a lord. It has to be said that in this regard, personal advancement is fair. After taking a bath while daydreaming, Ouyang Qianjin went to rest. In the following period of time, in addition to continuing to build her own alchemy workshop, Ouyang Qianjin studied the use of thunder energy in the workshop. Of course, in addition to improving the workshop, Ouyang Qianjin also used the 2 circular swimming pools behind the Black Cat town to expand 2 open-air public bathhouses for others to bathe. In her own castle, she also used purification stones and fire stones to build a private bathhouse for her use only. This move was unanimously praised by Zhang Yimou and others. After all, who doesn't want to enjoy the fun of taking a bath in this cold world where heavy snow has been falling all the time? It's interesting. It's been a while since the beginning of spring. And it's still snowing. And it's snowing so heavily. However, because of the skill dark sky in the sky, it seems to be warmer than the places outside the skill range. But it's just a little. The difference is not that big. It's only 1 or 2 degrees. This inevitably makes some people think that the climate of this world may have changed because of the arrival of monsters. Occasionally, when there is really no progress in research, Ouyang Qianjin will go to the medicinal fields outside. She found that some herbs she brought back from the dungeon grew unexpectedly well, after being transplanted to this land. In the past, only a few pieces of a herb could be picked. Now it can reach dozens of pieces. Just like tea trees. It makes people happy. And as these herbs grow, Ouyang Qianjin also found that this place, that was originally a parking lot, has become full of vitality. Even the heavy snow did not affect their growth. This made Ouyang Qianjin happy, but also a little regretful. Unfortunately, if I had known that the plants from the other world would grow so well in this world, I should have pulled out a few trees from the dark forest. Maybe they could grow into towering trees in this world? Although it is useless. But at least it satisfied Ouyang Qianjin's curiosity. Right? Now the entire Black Cat Paradise area has been cleaned up by Sebastian and his men. After Ouyang Qianjin's more than 20,000 skeletons were successfully transformed, many corpses of little demons were left behind. Ouyang Qianjin did not throw away these extra corpses. All of them were buried around the Sapphire Castle as fertilizer, and they could be directly transformed when Ouyang Qianjin needed them. Skeletons crawling out of the soil. Just thinking about this scene made Ouyang Qianjin feel very stylish. If a few old crooked trees could be planted around, and a few cawing crows, wouldn't the atmosphere be maxed out? Well, this place really needs machinery. Okay, Uncle Tail, do you have any good ideas? At this moment in the Future Science and Technology Museum, Ouyang Qianjin was discussing energy issues with Tail. After learning some of the techniques in her alchemy, Ouyang Qianjin came to the Future Science and Technology Museum without stopping to find Tail to discuss how to use this technology. The Future Science and Technology Museum was originally a place where Ouyang Qianjin used to pile up reusable waste materials. But because of Tail's professional needs, Ouyang Qianjin finally gave him the Science and Technology Museum as a research base. After all, whether it is drawing blueprints or developing machinery, a venue is needed. And Tail has now been upgraded to level 47 because of the elimination of the little devil. He has several more skills than before. They are all selected for the needs of Ouyang Qianjin and Black Cat Paradise. So after observing for many days, Ouyang Qianjin found that Tail was a trustworthy person. So she didn't care about trivial matters like the venue. If you can trust, you must give enough trust. Anyway, your dark eyes can observe everywhere. Don't think that every time Ouyang Qianjin uses this move, she always throws it into the air with a dark sky curtain. But in fact, the real power of this move is that it is omnipresent. As long as it is within the range of the dark sky curtain, she can peek at it without using the overlooking form. The reason why she does this in front of people is to give people a feeling that you can only see from the sky. And there are blind spots in vision, commonly known as digging a pit and waiting for people to jump. Miss, I think we can ask Ho Chafeng and Lei Yi to help in this regard. Ho Chafeng? Lei Yi? I don't know them. I haven't seen them. Who are they? Hearing Tai Li's suggestion, Ouyang Qianjin had a black question mark on his face. Chapter 190: The Birth of Mayor Zhang. Ho Chafeng? Lei Yi? I don't know them. I haven't seen them. Who are they? Hearing Tai Li's suggestion, Ouyang Qianjin had a black question mark on her face. Seeing Ouyang Qianjin's serious face, Tai Li knew that she must not remember other people's names. But thinking about the fact that the eldest lady is busy every day, it seems unnecessary to know the names of these people. It's the two guys who said you are a beautiful girl last time. After thinking for a while, Tai Li said a memory point that was easier for Ouyang Qianjin to remember. Beautiful girl. Who doesn't like to hear it? Oh, it's those two guys. How do you say it? After Tai Li's reminder, Ouyang Qianjin finally remembered who these two people were. The image of a man with glasses and a mustache instantly appeared in her mind. But she didn't expect that these two guys could be recommended by Tai Li. I guess they have some special features? Well, one of them is a wind mage, and the other is a thunder mage. And the skills they choose are all very pure elemental skills, which can help you develop the machinery you need. Tail briefly introduced the two people. Pure elemental skills? This is rare. You know, even pure elementalists will definitely choose some physical attacks or defenses to assist themselves. I asked them to choose this. Seeing Ouyang Qianjin's puzzled look, Tail explained. After all, the two guys don't seem to be the kind of people who like to fight and kill. On the contrary, because they have only graduated from college for a few years, they are full of bookishness and really want to lean towards research and become scholars. Wow! There are still people like this. Ouyang Qianjin was relieved. Before, everyone was forced to fight and kill because of life. But in fact, there are also people who don't like it or don't want to. Now they can live a stable life. It is understandable that some people don't want to fight and kill anymore. And they studied mechanical majors in college. And they came here as soon as they heard that you were recruiting. These days, they are also learning some goblin mechanical technology from Canon. With Tails' explanation, Ouyang Qianjin gradually understood Tails' recommendation. In this case, these two people are indeed very suitable for doing research with Tail. But, what is the character of the two? If not, I would rather not have it. Ouyang Qianjin said very bluntly. In fact, there is no need to be euphemistic at all. Who can make her be euphemistic here? The character is fine. Otherwise I would not recommend it to you. Mississippi. Tail nodded without hesitation. Okay. Uncle Tail. You can do whatever you want with these. By the way, the people from the base will soon arrive at Black Cat Paradise. If there is anything useful, Uncle Tail, you can just ask Sebastian for it. Ouyang Qianjin didn't dwell on this too much. For her, as long as the things can be made, it's fine. She will also investigate the character of others. Anyway, after this busy period, she can take a bath, upgrade and so on. There is plenty of time for human observation. If the character is not good, or if they betrayed her, she can just kill them and turn them into skeleton slaves for life. Miss, those people from the base are here, bringing a lot of building materials, alchemy materials and other things. And also brought a lot of people who were recruited before. While talking, Ouyang Qianjin received a report from Zhang Yimou. So Ouyang Qianjin handed the handling of these matters to Sebastian. The butler. Let Sebastian handle it. Don't bother me with such trivial matters. Uncle Tail. This is for you. Tell me after the test machine is successful. I'm going back first. After saying that, Ouyang Qianjin let the skeleton push her out of the Future Science and Technology Museum and walk towards the castle. Just kidding. Why do you need to personally show up for things like transactions? When I was at the airport base before, I was rootless and lacked strength. So I had no choice but to do such a showing up job. But now it's different. This Black Cat Paradise is my territory. And I have a lot of subordinates. Among them, there are more than 100 humans. It's ridiculous to show up in this situation. It's completely a way to lower my own status. What about the people brought by the base? Zhang Yimou asked curiously after Ouyang Qianjin left the gate of the Future Science and Technology Museum. Aren't you the mayor of Black Cat Town? You can arrange this matter yourself. Mayor. This title was not given by anyone. It was because Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan were the first to move in. And Zhang Yuan was in charge of the reconstruction. So after returning, Zhang Yimou, Zhang Yuan's big brother, naturally became the mayor. Of course, it was not given by anyone. But all the people living in Black Cat Paradise called him that. So Ouyang Qianjin, who found it very interesting, continued to use this name. Don't. You'd better not call me that. I'm afraid, the longer I get along with Ouyang Qianjin, the more I can understand that under the unchanging smile on Ouyang Qianjin's face, there are thoughts that no one can see through. So when Ouyang Qianjin looked at me with a smile and called me mayor, Zhang Yimou was completely numb. Not to mention goosebumps all over the floor. He was afraid that Ouyang Qianjin was plotting against him behind his back. Although he knew that the other party would not let him die. But in order to have fun, Ouyang Qianjin would definitely push himself into the fire pit without hesitation. Afraid? This lady doesn't eat people. You are afraid of shit. Get out of here. Manage Black Cat Town for me. If there is any mistake, you can wait to dredge the sewer under the park. Seeing Zhang Mo's useless look, Ouyang Qianjin immediately lost the intention to tease this mayor. And then left the confused Zhang Yimou and walked away. Young man, be happy. The eldest lady personally appointed you as the mayor. Tail came out and smiled at Zhang Yimou, who was still confused. Huh? Ah. Director Tail. You said you appointed the mayor? Just a light and joking sentence. After hearing Tail's words, Zhang Yimou, who was in a daze, finally woke up. Otherwise, you know that the eldest lady is not interested in these things. If you who followed the eldest lady before don't share the burden, who else can you expect to share the burden? Looking at Tail, who was guiding him like a wise man, Zhang Yimou nodded silently. Although he was a little confused by what Ouyang Qianjin said just now. But this does not mean that he will not think about things. Although it seems to be a light joke. In fact, Now Ouyang Qianjin has only the skeletons under his command. The only people he can use are himself and Zhang Yuan, the two elders. At most, he can add Tai Lu, the curator of the Future Science and Technology Museum. There is no fourth person besides him. Forget it. Although I have no management experience in this area, I can learn it. It can also be regarded as repaying Ouyang Qianjin's trust and the experience I have gained. At the moment of thinking it through, a ray of sunlight seemed to fall from the dark sky and landed on Zhang Yimou. Today, at this moment, Mayor Zhang was born. Chapter 191. Are you unable to see our Black Cat Paradise? Is this the current Black Cat Paradise? It seems to have changed a lot compared to the previous time, when the base leaders of each base came to Black Cat Paradise with supplies and people. They found that the original parking lot had been flattened and replaced with a medicinal field. The field not only planted herbs that they had never seen before and could be used for medicine and alchemy, and there were also many skeletons walking around patrolling. The surroundings looked full of vitality, as if it was warmer than the torches in their hands. How to say it? It feels like the climate there is spring, and where we are is winter. I don't know who in the team said this, although it was a metaphor. Everyone who saw the medicinal field believed it. When they arrived at Black Cat Town, they finally met people who were rebuilding Black Cat Town. Although the town is not populated now, there is no need for so many houses. But after Zhang Yimou was officially appointed as the mayor by Ouyang Qianjin as a joke, he felt that these houses were not enough. There will definitely be more people coming here in the future. Talents must be retained. There will be no problem with hundreds of people by then. Rather than waiting until then to build, it is better to plan now. For this reason, Mayor Zhang also went to the commercial area and removed a lot of good things from there. For example, furniture, wood, and glass windows. There were a lot of things there in stock, although Cannon brought back a lot of them before. He went to search again later, but there are still many damaged items that Cannon looks down on. Mayor Zhang completely treats the place as a $0 purchase center. There is no way. To be honest, Ouyang Qianjin has no worries about food and clothing here. Ouyang Qianjin packed medicines, clothes, and so on in bundles. But there are very few things other than food and clothing. Mayor Zhang has to collect everything himself. Now he finally understands what Tai Lu meant by the eldest lady is not interested in these things. In theory, when he came out of City C before, he clearly saw the eldest lady go to the hardware store to plunder. As a result, when he needed tools, Zhang Yimou found that Ouyang Qianjin went to the hardware store to take some things she needed at the time. She didn't take things like pliers, hammers, wrenches, and so on. That's right. Who would have thought of these at the beginning? Even if Ouyang Qianjin knew that she was going to Black Cat Paradise, she was alone. Now that there are more people like me, can't everything be done by myself? It seems that I was the one who insisted on staying with Zhang Yuan. Thinking of this, Zhang Yimou no longer had the energy to complain. After all, according to his understanding of Miss Ouyang, if it weren't for me and Zhang Yuan, she might not have accepted so many people. Is she worried that the two brothers would be lonely living in a small town? She really is. I'm crying. Zhang Yimou covered his mouth, tears streaming down his eyes. Who is in charge of you? Can you help us notify Miss Ouyang and tell her that we have brought all the items for the transaction? Just when Zhang Yimou was touching himself, the person he was waiting for arrived. I am Zhang Yimou, the mayor of Black Cat Town. And I'm Director Ji. We have met before. Zhang Yimou walked forward with a stern face and said to Director Ji, who was walking in front and speaking just now. Before, Zhang Yimou was just a liaison. So before, Zhang Yimou acted like a messenger. But now it's different. I'm already the mayor. And the mayor was appointed by the eldest lady herself. We can't lose the face of our Black Cat Paradise. We can't lose the face of the eldest lady. Of course, we have to show some momentum of the mayor. Otherwise, I don't know how I will be dealt with by the eldest lady. Well, I'm definitely not afraid of the punishment of Miss Ouyang. Oh, it's Zhang Yimou. Hello. Hello. I didn't expect you to be the mayor of Black Cat Town. After seeing Zhang Yimou, an acquaintance, Director Ji immediately walked up with a smile on his face. It was as if the two were old friends, who hadn't seen each other for many years. Don't mention you. I didn't expect it either. Zhang Yimou complained in his heart. But he couldn't show it, so he could only chat with the base commander for a while, as a warm-up before the official opening. Many base commanders from other bases also took this opportunity to come up and chat with each other. Base commanders? It seems you brought a lot of things this time. After chatting for a while, Zhang Yimou finally put aside the polite words and got to the point. He leaned slightly and looked at the long line of vehicles behind the base commanders. Some of these vehicles were pulled by unicorns and long-haired cattle taken from the airport base, but more of them use a variety of animals. Among them, alpacas, donkeys, and dogs that were bought from nowhere are the most. There are even elephants, tigers, lions, cheetahs, and other monsters that are obviously summoned. The ones next to them should be their summoners or tamers. Didn't you say that Miss Ouyang has a lot of good things to exchange? It took a lot of time to prepare these things. It just so happened that some of the things at home were not packed up when you came to recruit people last time. So this time you also escorted them here. How about it? It's good enough? I tell you, you don't know how many monsters there are on the road. The price paid for escorting us this time is really too high. Base Director Ian laughed, and several base directors next to him also talked about their merits. Can Zhang Yimou, who has been screwing screws since graduating from junior high school, not see this? Don't they all want to get more benefits? Damn it. If it weren't for the previous incident at the resort base, you would still be holding these people. Now you want to use this to get more benefits. Guards. Do we need your guards for the people in Black Cat Paradise? You are like dogs. As expected, workers need to be more open-minded. Otherwise, if you follow the wrong boss, you will die without knowing how. The idiots who died in the resort base are the best example. I heard from Sebastian that the base leader of that resort was fooled by the cousin of the eldest lady and caught him to provoke Miss Ouyang. As a result, he has turned into a skeleton and is digging in some unknown corner. Thank you for your hard work. In that case, please bring your things with me. I will take you to see Butler Sebastian. Zhang Yimou smiled and turned around to lead the way. Wait, isn't it Miss Ouyang? How did she become a butler? At this moment, Captain Ian came to his senses. He had just asked him to take him and others to see Miss Ouyang. This guy actually said he was going to take him and others to see a butler? There must be something wrong here. Right? Captain Ian. Zhang Yimou, who was walking in front and was stopped by Captain Ian, slowly turned his head, then released his magic power to form a pressure, and glared at the other party with a cold face. Are you looking down on our Black Cat Paradise? Chapter 192. The young lady has a firm grasp of temperament. Captain Ian, are you looking down on our Black Cat Paradise? Okay. Now the sudden 50-level pressure is on Captain Ian. He couldn't help but take a half step back. Is this still the polite liaison officer before? How come he is so imposing now? No. This guy just said that I looked down on Black Cat Paradise. No. That's not true at all. Captain Ian waved his hands and denied it in a panic. You are kidding. This is such a big pot. I can't bear it. Don't talk about Ouyang Qianjin's fighting power. If the group of people behind him knew that he was talking about Ouyang Qianjin, they might be the first to jump out and happily stab him in the back. After all, those unicorns, long-haired cattle, and sheep are only available here at Ouyang Qianjin. If you have more of something unique, others will have less. Those bastards may seem friendly and brothers on the surface. Who knows what kind of tricks they will use behind the scenes? Really? I thought that Base Captain Ian felt that we needed our eldest lady to come and promote you in person before you could make a deal. After hearing Base Captain Ian's denial, Zhang Yimou, who was originally aggressive, also retracted his words. Then, it was like a change of face. From indifference to a smile. That can't be. It's just a small deal. How can you trouble Miss Ouyang to come in person? Base Captain Ian was sweating coldly. His previous words were indeed based on this consideration. After all, the base leaders came here in person just to meet Miss Ouyang. But after Zhang Mo's explanation, who would dare to say that? Admit it? Admit that you mistook the big brother on the list for a sales girl? Are you going to die? Yeah, I think so too. So the butler Seabass will host all transactions for you this time and in the future. Zhang Yimou nodded slightly, then turned around and continued to lead the way. Wow! The young lady's smiling killer is really not covered. When you don't know what expression to put on, use this trick, and the other party will be scared. After Zhang Yimou turned his head, he began to be ecstatic. That's right. Just now, Zhang Yimou didn't know how to play the momentum of a mayor. So he came up with a plan. If he can't do it, then just imitate Miss Ouyang. Look at the young lady's momentum. Isn't it? Hasn't she always been very good at it? That kind of arrogant, and willful attitude. Although it's impossible for him to be really arrogant, but it should be effective when dealing with outsiders. Especially those who don't know etiquette like Chi Fingji. So he showed Ouyang Qianjin's iconic smile that looked a little sinister. Don't say it. Just try it. The effect is unexpectedly good. Very good. Very good. Mayor Zhang, will attack in this way in the future. Mayor Zhang, with a slick face, led everyone through the catwalk to the canoe restaurant that Ouyang Qianjin used to receive outsiders. The transaction went surprisingly smoothly. In addition to the traditional unicorns, long-haired cattle and some sheep, Ouyang Qianjin also specially prepared a lot of alchemical products such as purification stones and fire stones for them this time. As for the armbands that can use mental power like Zhang Yimou and others wore, they were not sold. After all, it is better to sell less things with skills. Otherwise, it may backfire on you one day. However, the fire stone is still very popular. Because of the shortage of inventory, everyone even placed an order directly. You know, it is freezing outside now. And things like fire stones are rare props. You only need one. And you can enjoy the warmth of hot springs in the ice and snow. Of course, the fire stone sold by Ouyang Qianjin is a castrated version. To put it simply, it is the product after being maliciously cut by Ouyang Qianjin. Originally, a genuine fire stone can continuously provide about 100 degrees of heating for about a month. But the castrated version is a little lower in temperature, and it can only last for about 3 days. However, this so-called 3-day duration is actually based on the usage of Ouyang Qianjin. If it is only used to boil water for bathing or drinking, it may be able to last for a month if it is used sparingly. After all, it is a way to make money, and it is not bad to use it conventionally. Besides, it is impossible to sell the original version of such necessary consumables. The things sold to others can only be monkey versions. No wonder I feel that this restaurant is a bit hot. Is it because of those radiators and fire stones? A base commander pointed to the radiator in the room that looked like it was newly installed and asked. Yes. Seabass nodded and said very politely. In addition to the fire stone, we also use the heating equipment newly developed by Mr. Tail, the director of our Future Science and Technology Museum. I wonder if this heating equipment can also be sold. After hearing Seabass explain that it was a newly developed equipment, everyone showed signs of excitement. It's so cold. If you can sleep in a heated room, it's a kind of enjoyment just thinking about it. Just kidding. Don't underestimate the winter in outer northeast. There is no heating. It's really cold to the point where people can't sleep. It's useless to cover yourself with any quilts. Although there are things like kangs. Fuel is a big problem. After all, the amount of wood and coal required every day is also huge. Everyone can only do it themselves. With a fire stone, many problems of the base can actually be solved. If you are interested, you can go to the hot spring behind the Black Cat town to soak. We have also built a row of sauna rooms there. After the transaction is over, you can relax. As the housekeeper of Miss Ouyang, Sebastian is very familiar with the way of treating people. He grasped the itch of these base leaders in minutes. Oh! As expected of Miss Ouyang. You are so thoughtful. Then I will obey your order. When the base leaders heard that they could take a hot bath, they were excited. Although as base leaders, they have much more resources than ordinary people. But they also have to take into account the operation and construction of the entire base. You see, wasn't it because the food supply ran out that Baji was persuaded by Ouyang Wanong to take action against the gods? Boiling water for a bath doesn't seem like a big deal. They can afford it. But how can it be compared to something as convenient as a fire stone? And it can be used at will in the wild. Which means that no matter you are outside the base or in the dungeon, you can take a hot bath and drink a cup of hot water between battles? This is so comfortable. That's right. People's definition of enjoyment and comfort has become extremely low because of the advent of the day. Sometimes a pot of hot water and a mouthful of hot food can become a kind of enjoyment. It has to be said that when it comes to enjoyment, we have to look at Ouyang Qianjin, the number one brother on the list. Chapter 193 Food Trade. By the way, Butler Sebastian. Just when Sebastian had completed the transaction and was about to take everyone to the hot springs. Base Captain Ian stopped him. "What do you want?" Sebastian asked, resting his hand on his chest. "When I was at the medicinal field before, I saw some skeletons growing food. I wonder if we can trade food in the future." Dong dong dong. When Base Captain Ian said the words food trade, the base captains who were originally interested in bathing and sauna stopped their steps. "You know, it's freezing outside now. Every grain you eat is one less. As long as Miss Ouyang can really grow food here, at least everyone doesn't have to worry about food anymore. After all, if there is food, they can still find ways to exchange it. But if there is no food, they can't even think of exchanging it even if they have something in their hands." So after hearing the word food, everyone stopped, put away their playful expressions, and turned to a serious and cautious face. "Sorry, I have to ask the young lady before I can decide." Sebastian naturally cannot and will not make a dictatorial decision in this regard. "I understand. Please help me ask," Base Captain Ian said with a smile, as if he was trying to please him. The others gradually gathered around. "Then I'll go ask," Sebastian said, and walked out of the restaurant. "Young lady," the base captain said, "that these people want to buy food." Sebastian walked out of the restaurant pretending to go to the castle. But he was actually communicating with Miss Ouyang in his mind. After all, Ouyang Qianjin didn't want outsiders to know about this avant-garde method. "We still have a lot of food. You can do whatever you want. No need to ask me specifically." At this moment, sitting in her alchemy workshop, Ouyang Qianjin was fiddling with some bottles and jars. This was what Sebastian asked the skeleton to deliver after the transaction just now. These utensils are too important for Ouyang Qianjin now. "Finally, I can make some potions to test the waters." "No. They hope to trade with the crops grown in the fields you have reclaimed. That is, not just this time, but also in the future." "So that's it. You want a stable food production area? In this case, it's not impossible to expand outward, thinking that there are so many mouths to feed in City C alone." Ouyang Qianjin was overjoyed. After all, with them around, her own goods can be circulated. Maybe there will be many merchants who can open up transportation channels to other cities or bases. "Okay, you can discuss the specific transaction ratio with Canon. However, since food is related to the growth cycle, we can't count on it now. Ask them if they have any plant-based people. I will hire them at a high price." Ouyang Qianjin put down a test tube in her hand, thought about it, and then returned to Sebastian. "Although I don't know if there are any plant-based guys nearby, but at least there is a guy named Ming Xianda on the list whose profession is Ancient Tree Guardian. As long as we can find a similar existence, although it may not necessarily shorten the growth cycle of plants, but at least it can increase the yield and protect Ouyang Qianjin's fertile fields. If it doesn't work, at least it can increase the combat power of our side." "Okay, Mississippi." After answering Miss Ouyang, Sebastian stayed in the castle hall for a while. Then he left. "Why hasn't Sebastian come back yet? Why don't we go and take a look?" "Forget it. Didn't you say that people are not allowed to enter the castle casually?" "It's not casual entry. It's that no one except Miss Ouyang can enter." "Okay. You are picky about this word. I give you full marks." People who were impatient to wait began to complain. Some people also wanted to go to the castle to see the situation. But then again, I haven't been inside the Sapphire Castle yet, so I don't know what it looks like. I've been there before, and the room price of 1,666 per night is a big no-brainer. "No way. So expensive." "Is it expensive? 16,000 per night is for the lower floor facing the amusement park, and 68,000 per night for the upper floor facing the sea. Well, that's how rich people talk." "Uh-huh. I've had the honor of staying there, and I tell you, the top room in the main tower and the secondary tower of the castle is a VIP room. And you can't stay there no matter how much money you pay. It's only open when the boss or investor of Black Cat Paradise comes to play." "So Miss Ouyang lives on the top of the tower?" "What do you mean? Isn't the Ouyang family also the investor of Black Cat Paradise? And it's the original stock." TSK. There's no elevator now. It must be difficult for her to go up? What's so difficult about having skeletons? You don't think skeletons are inconvenient creatures that get tired, do you?" After opening this topic, everyone couldn't stop talking, while imagining what kind of beautiful scenery is on the top of the tower. They envied Ouyang Qianjin's profession as a necromancer. If Ouyang Qianjin hadn't set a rule here, They might have really gone there. After all, the Sapphire Castle is the biggest selling point in Black Cat Paradise. Not only is the decoration inside magnificent, it also doubles as a hotel. The main feature is that you can see different beautiful scenery whether you look from the inside out or from the outside in. In their opinion, it is a waste for Ouyang Qianjin to live alone in such a good place as the castle. All base leaders, I have asked our eldest lady if anyone can contact a professional in the plant department. The eldest lady will hire him with a high salary. As for food trading, it can only be carried out after the first batch of food matures. Of course, the eldest lady means that we still have a lot of stocked food in Black Cat Paradise. If you are interested, you can also trade some. Some vegetables with a short growth cycle will also be on the market in about a month. But the quantity is not large. After returning, Sebastian did not go to Cannon first, but went directly back to the restaurant. When everyone was whispering about Ouyang Qianjin, he announced Ouyang Qianjin's decision loudly. Just kidding. 2 Centaur fortresses, a Centaur King city, and a resort base. There is a lot of food in these 3 places alone. Ouyang Qianjin and the people in Black Cat Town can't digest it. So it's better to keep some and sell the rest for materials. Although they are all staple foods such as wheat, at least they are good to eat. Anyway, the growth cycle of potatoes and millet is only 2 or 3 months. As for vegetables, there are even more. 18-day-old Chinese cabbage, a month's worth of leftovers, spinach, and water spinach. Of course, there are also delicious leeks that grow after cutting, and spring onions, which Ouyang Qianjin wants to plant. So for Ouyang Qianjin, who is now thinking about farming, she will sell them if she wants to. Rapid development is the hard truth. What's more, she has a lot of dried meat, some snacks, and condiments. Chapter 194. Are you bullying me for my face blindness? That's great. With food, at least people's hearts can be stabilized. Uh-huh. A talent in the plant department? This is worth paying attention to. Vegetables. These days, besides barbecue, there are some wild vegetables. It would be great if we can eat vegetables. I want to eat lotus root and pork rib soup. After hearing the reply from Ouyang Qianjin conveyed by Sebastian, everyone's hanging hearts fell. Just as someone said just now, as long as people have enough food, people's hearts can be stable. When people's hearts are stable, everyone can develop the base well. After all, not everyone is as strong as Ouyang Qianjin, who can suppress his subordinates with just one person's charm. Now Ouyang Qianjin not only promised to sell food, but also planned to grow vegetables. This is tantamount to hearing good news for the major base leaders who have barbecued meat one meal and boiled meat the next. It's not that they don't have condiments. Compared to ordinary people, they still have no shortage of oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, etc. But they can't stand eating meat every meal. So wild vegetables have become a must. But the wild vegetables that can be dug in winter are also extremely limited. Although some people have tried to grow them with instant noodle buckets, plastic boxes, etc. But that is just a small output of a family workshop. It may not be possible to stir-fry a dish after dozens of days of planting. There is no supply at all. And let alone greenhouses. Build it today, and you will raise monsters tomorrow. Even if you send people, they may not be able to defend it. After all, it is unnecessary for a small site. And there is space in a large site. After trying this several times, everyone gave up. For example, after entering the Black Cat Paradise, it is rare to encounter monsters on the main road. Even so far, they have not seen a single monster in and around the Black Cat Paradise. I heard that it has been cleared. They don't take care of anything except the base where people live. And the skeleton planting that doesn't cost anything. Who wouldn't he say sourly? Capitalists will cry when they see it? Envy. Envy. Then everyone went to take a bath in a cheerful atmosphere. After the bath, everyone went to the Robin Hotel that was specially prepared for them to eat and rest comfortably. Now it's getting late, so they will rest for a night and leave tomorrow. Although they are just some simple meals. But with tea to drink and food to eat, they are naturally not picky. After all, pickled mustard, canned food, rice, luncheon meat, and other things are not often available. Let us not talk about these. Even if they were given a box of instant noodles, they would not say that Miss Ouyang was not hospitable. Of course, these all had to be paid for. But they did not mind. Especially the guards brought by the base commander. This was food that they would not even look at before the Advent. But it was a rare delicacy after the Advent. It can be said that the half day in the Black Cat Paradise today was the most relaxing day for them after the Advent. No need to worry about monster attacks. Nor do you have to worry about suddenly receiving any fatal tasks. There was food and drink. And even the place to stay was the high-end hotel in the past. Although the bedding and other things were their own. But this sense of relaxation that they hadn't experienced for nearly half a year still made them feel satisfied. However, when they packed up the convoy and prepared to leave the next day, they encountered something they had never expected. Puff! Puff! Plop! Several people were executed by Zhang Yimou and the people in the town in front of him. Don't panic. Everyone. These people are spies from other forces. We just caught them. Just as everyone was stunned, Sebastian came out empty-handed. Spies sent by other forces? These people were clearly brought by himself and others yesterday. Are you bullying me for being face-blind? Although he thought so in his heart. But neither base commander Ian nor other base commanders made any statement. After all, these people were sent by them among the people recruited by Zhang Yimou. Executing them in front of them now is tantamount to slapping their faces. But it is also a warning. So they didn't dare to say anything. So they are spies. We must be careful. The shameless Captain Ian laughed in the awkward atmosphere. Indeed. We can't let these damn guys get away with it. Black Cat Paradise is our food base now. We can't let outsiders destroy it. With Captain Ian taking the lead, the other captains naturally followed suit. And the guards kept their mouths shut. After all, some people knew about these things. And even if they didn't know, they guessed it roughly because they came from their own base. So no one dared to speak at this time. Then, Butler Sebastian, Mayor Zhang Yimou. It's getting late, and we have to set off to return to the base. Of course. Base leaders, take care. We will clean and repair the roads to Black Cat Paradise as soon as possible, so that everyone can travel back and forth. Sebastian pointed to the dark sky in the sky and said. So he took the materials exchanged from Ouyang Qianjin and the Warcraft to Black Cat Paradise in a dejected manner. After seeing them leave, Sebastian asked Zhang Yimou and others to move the bodies to the back mountain and bury them. He took yesterday's delivery list to the castle to meet Ouyang Qianjin. In fact, these people were pulled out by the bored Ouyang Qianjin last night. He directly transmitted the appearance of everyone he saw to Sebastian and ordered him to do so today. In order to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Let these guys not have any bad thoughts on their own territory. Miss, this is the list of today's transactions. Sebastian handed the list in his hand to Ouyang Qianjin. Ouyang Qianjin didn't say much. Just took it and looked at it directly. There were a lot of things like wood, stone, cement, steel, and mechanical equipment. But the most important thing was the vegetable seeds exchanged for the fire stone. Of course, there were also alchemical materials that Ouyang Qianjin needed. Among them were quite a few sun shells. Well, not bad. Ouyang Qianjin nodded. This transaction was originally initiated by her. Now that she had a lot of harvest, she immediately asked Sebastian, Taylor, Cannon and Zhang Mo to enter the work link. And she also used the exchanged materials to start making props without stopping. This time, she needed to make a prop called Sunstone. As everyone knows, because of the dark sky curtain, there could be no sunlight where Ouyang Qianjin was. Although the herbs transplanted from the other world could grow just like this. But the plants in this world need sunlight and water to grow. So she could only make this prop to replace sunlight. Chapter 195 A Day in Sebastian's Life. A fist-sized sunstone is enough to illuminate a distance of 1 kilometer in radius. Just place one every 2 kilometers to illuminate the farmland. Although this wastes the atmosphere brought by the dark sky. But for the sake of future trading, Ouyang Qianjin can only sacrifice part of it. And fortunately, the outer northeast is known as 1,000 miles of fertile land. It is actually a very reasonable behavior for Ouyang Qianjin to want to cultivate fertile land for planting. Other base managers also want to do it. But they don't have the strength of Ouyang Qianjin. The main material used for sunstone is still sunshell. So it is relatively easier to make. And sunshell is the most numerous among Ouyang Qianjin's materials. So Ouyang Qianjin made dozens of them in one go. And planned to circle hundreds of kilometers of land outside the Black Cat Paradise first. After all, if you want to plant, you can't do without less land. Anyway, it is within the range of his own dark sky. And Ouyang Qianjin can circle any place that the skeleton can reach. Now all that is left is the development of harvesters and seed drills. Although it is called research and development, it is actually just replacing the diesel generator with a magic generator. As long as the magic generator is successfully developed, at that time, I can export it in industry and earn more materials that are only available in other places to make what I want to make. In addition, Ouyang Qianjin also made a lot of potions. She made some antifreeze potions, scorching potions, defense potions, giant potions, stealth potions, and crazy potions for emergency use. It was at this time that she discovered. It turned out that there was no potion that could restore mental strength and life in the knowledge of alchemists. It seems that only pharmacists with relevant knowledge can make this thing. In other words, many of the herbs she transplanted can't be used by herself at all. This is somewhat a blow to Ouyang Qianjin. After all, she was worried about these herbs. Forget it. There must be a way to get there. Although I am not a pharmacist, I can always meet a pharmacist. I can just exchange the raw materials for the finished products at that time. Although I may suffer a little loss in this way. After counting everything, Ouyang Qianjin continued to make the potion in her hand, followed by dinner, and then took a bath and went to bed. Everything looked so peaceful. Sebastian's day started late at night. Because he was a skeleton, he didn't need to sleep or rest. So when Ouyang Qianjin was sleeping, he would go to the library built by Ouyang Qianjin in the castle with cannon to learn the knowledge of this world. Some of these books were the potentially useful books that Ouyang Qianjin had taken with her when she first left the hospital. Some of them were collected before leaving City C. The rest were looted from the resort base. Of course, there were also some that people from other bases sent over during transactions. The reason for building this library is that Sebastian and Cannon both need to learn the knowledge of this world in order to improve their existing knowledge. Among them, Cannon is particularly important. In his opinion, the mechanical civilization of this world is much more advanced than theirs. So what they learned were mostly smelting, machinery, processing and the like. And Sebastian learned more about the customs, etiquette, and business knowledge of this world. After all, Ouyang Qianjin now has only 2 skeletons under his command. If Sebastian doesn't learn these things, he can only hand them over to Zhang Yimou or Tai Lu. This is a shame for a butler. When Ouyang Qianjin gets up every morning, Sebastian will wait outside the room with warm tea and delicious cakes or fried dough sticks, fried rice crust, 1,000-layer cakes and other foods. Morning tea. This is the starting point of the nobles every day, whether in his world or in this world. It seems that there is such a custom, and skipping breakfast is not good for the stomach. Although Ouyang Qianjin didn't have the habit of eating morning tea before, but after Sebastian's repeated efforts, Ouyang Qianjin gradually accepted this setting. After all, drinking tea is a beautiful thing. After serving Ouyang Qianjin with morning tea, Sebastian will supervise the progress of the transformation of Black Cat Paradise every day. Actually, it is a transformation, but it is more about upgrading the defense around the castle. It is just to do it under the premise of not destroying the beauty. Because of the knowledge reserve of some architectural aesthetics in this world, Sebastian used it very perfectly. Especially the garden maze next to the castle. Hedges, flowers and ordinary weeds are used. There is also a small fountain, and some gargoyles turned into stone sculptures in the middle. By the way, when there is no mission outside, the gargoyles rest like this. So it can be seen everywhere in Black Cat Paradise. People in Black Cat Town have become accustomed to it. Deep in the garden maze is a Western-style house. The interior of the house is still a maze. It's just that this maze is made of various funhouse mirrors. There are some crystal golem puppets and steel silver golem puppets hidden in it. It can be said that if someone wants to enter the castle from this direction, they need to pass these 2 levels first. However, supervising the construction of the garden maze is not the most important thing for Sebastian in a day. Sometimes he will inspect the medicinal fields or farmland on behalf of Ouyang Qianjin. Sometimes he will go to the Science and Technology Museum to see Tail and ask about the progress of the magic engine. Or go to Black Cat Town. See if anyone has invented anything more interesting. Although Ouyang Qianjin can know these things even if she is in the castle and on the tower without going out. But the boss knows. And the boss asks about it. Of course. This is not the most important thing for Sebastian in a day. Sebastian, I want to eat tofu pudding hot pot for lunch. Got it. Mississippi. I'll prepare it right away. When grinding tofu pudding, leave some beans and cook them until they are softer. I want to eat bean soup rice in the evening. Miss, eating too many beans is not good for your stomach. Yeah, that's right. If you eat too much, you will always fart. Let's change to mutton soup rice. I will obey your will. Yes. This is the most important thing for Sebastian in a day. After all, as a butler, what else can be more important than serving the head of the family? What's more, Ouyang Qianjin is the kind of head of the family who basically needs to find Sebastian for 3 meals a day, and rarely asks for anything else. So Sebastian can be said to have very little to do. He can only go to Ouyang Qianjin to serve afternoon tea or something when he is free to brush his presents. Otherwise, he will really become a butler who only knows how to serve meals. If it really becomes like this, that will be the biggest Waterloo of Sebastian's career. Chapter 196 Magic Engine. No one understands Sebastian's troubles, just like no one understands Ouyang Qianjin's happiness. Now she has reached the stage of slightly successful in studying alchemy. So she has become very good at making props. Since the base caravan left a month ago, Ouyang Qianjin has made all the things she can make now. As for what can't be made, that's completely limited by the lack of materials. After all, there must be a wave of supplies. Otherwise the materials will be there, and Ouyang Qianjin will feel sorry if they are not used. As for the construction of Black Cat Paradise, it has reached a bottleneck. Those that need to be repaired have been repaired by Zhang Yimou and the people of Black Cat Town. And the facilities that need to be maintained have been properly maintained by the people of the Prosthetic Legion. Even the commercial area around the toys where the Robin Hotel is located has been cleaned up. The broken glass has been replaced by the glass fired by cannon. The destroyed buildings have also been rebuilt. It can be said that this cleaning has completely restored the Black Cat Paradise and its surroundings that were destroyed on the Day of Advent to the level before the Day of Advent. It just burned some goods and a little popularity. There is a lot of skeleton gas. But Ouyang Qianjin didn't think about making any money from such a place. It's just that people clean it up because it looks uncomfortable. Otherwise they don't want to care. Miss, the magic engine at Tail has been manufactured and is now ready to be installed and debugged. Do you want to take a look? In the past month, Ouyang Qianjin basically spent her time in the castle. Apart from giving orders for 3 meals a day, she only occasionally remembered something that she didn't like and asked someone to fix it. It can be said that this month was the most idle time for Sebastian, compared to Cannon, who had to cook things every day. His bones were starting to mold. But it was also during this month's leisure that Sebastian, the butler, read a lot of books and supplemented a lot of knowledge. Especially in cooking. It's all tears to talk about it. Go. Of course. Isn't it that I've been waiting for this day? Upon hearing that the magic engine was ready to be debugged, Ouyang Qianjin immediately put down her work and let the skeleton, who had been waiting to serve her, push her out the door. This was her first time going out in a month. She was wearing the gothic long skirt that highlighted her waist. Because it was still snowing. Ouyang Qianjin also wore a black round hat decorated with a skull tied with a blue ribbon. The magic engine was not far away. Right inside the villa in the garden maze next to the Sapphire Castle. The reason for choosing this place is that the magic engine is very important to the Black Cat Paradise. And this is the safest place in the entire Black Cat Paradise. Not only is there a defense system built by Sebastian, and many gargoyle statues, and golem puppets guarding the periphery. And there is also the defense system of the alchemy workshop inside the castle for protection. As long as the experiment is successful, Ouyang Qianjin will graft the defense system of the workshop here. After all, it is close. Just a wall away. It is more difficult to operate if it is too far away. A huge space about 10 meters deep has been dug under this house. There are all kinds of large and small machines connected in series, with iron pipes of various sizes. The largest machine is about 8 meters high, hemispherical, with many silver-white cylinders inserted on it. This is the main body of the magic engine. In addition to cooperative operation and alarm, most of the other machines are byproducts of energy conversion, which can be simply understood as transformers. These machines seem to be ordinary except for some steampunk. But if you really use the eye of identification to take a look, you will find that even a pipe as thick as a little finger is made of tungsten iron mixed with lapis lazuli. It can be said that for this room of machines, Ouyang Qianjin smashed most of the ore she got from the Centaur copy. In addition, some of it was used to make alchemical props. Now Ouyang Qianjin doesn't have much ore from the other world. It makes her want to find a copy to see if she can make another fortune. After all, The minerals and plants in the other world are more fragrant than the minerals in this world when used with this sudden skill. The conversion rate is also much higher. After all, the technology tree is different when developing, which is easy to understand. Because there is no electricity, the underground of the mansion uses sunstone for lighting. After all, mechanical work is somewhat unclear with bone-burning phosphorus fire. And the reason why Ouyang Qianjin used bone-burning phosphorus fire for all street lamps is to avoid destroying the atmosphere of her own necromancer and the dark sky in the sky. It's like you go to an aquarium to see fish, but all you see are lions, tigers, and giraffes. This huge ups and downs in your psychological expectations can make you lose your temper. If you feel uncomfortable, it will really ruin your reputation as the world's #1 necromancer. Besides, as a necromancer, Ouyang Qianjin also likes this atmosphere. Uncle Tail. The debugging is done. After Ouyang Qianjin entered the mansion directly from the side door of the castle, she couldn't wait to greet Tail. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. In fact, several magic engines were made in this month. But because they were test machines, they all had some problems. It was not until now that a flawless one was finally made. But it was not only Tail's credit. In fact, Cannon also came to help while firing things. After all, the technology of the gray-skinned goblins is there, and it would be a waste if it was not used. It is precisely because of this that these machines look quite steampunk. It's not that the technology of the gray goblins is steampunk. It's a new idea that Cannon has developed after learning the technology of this world recently, and combining it with his own technology. However, although it is steampunk style, but these machines don't really emit steam like the steampunk style. The eldest lady has completed the debugging. When seeing Ouyang Qianjin being pushed by the skeleton and appearing in the room with Sebastian, Tail and Cannon put down their work. There are only the two of them in the room now. After all, this is the core of the entire Black Cat Paradise. And the fewer people who know about it, the better. Then let's get started. Ouyang Qianjin looked at the palm-sized red button between Tail and Cannon with excitement. Why don't you do it, miss? Tail smiled and pointed at Ouyang Qianjin. Ah, me? Ouyang Qianjin, who was just here to watch the show, was stunned for a moment. Of course, didn't the leaders come to cut the ribbon when something important was completed? You really make sense when you put it that way. Then I'll do it. After being reminded by Tail, Ouyang Qianjin rolled up her sleeves and came to the button without caring about her image. Then she slapped it. Chapter 197. The Black Cat Paradise is powered on. Buzz. The magic engine made a series of startup sounds after Ouyang Qianjin pressed the start button. Although the device is large, but the sound after startup is not loud. It can even be called soft. It's just that the sound with a slight buzzing sound made Ouyang Qianjin a little uncomfortable. But it's okay. This sound only lasted for about 10 seconds and then stopped. After that, she saw the silver-white cylinders inserted in the hemispherical device began to glow. Is this done? Ouyang Qianjin turned her head uncertainly and looked at Tai Lu, who was ecstatic. It's done. It's done. It's definitely done. Miss, please send someone to check the situation of the carousel outside. Tai Lu nodded, excited beyond words. After all, he was just a mechanic before. In his eyes, researching and developing machinery like this requires a lot of knowledge. How could he not be happy that such a thing was made after just over a month of research and development? The reason why Ouyang Qianjin asked someone to go check out the carousel was because the machine was only connected to the carousel. After all, that thing is lights, rotates, and has its own music, and requires little power. That's why this was chosen. No, the carousel outside is already spinning. Connect the other lines as well. I want to see the overall effect. Ouyang Qianjin closed her eyes. After Tai Lu confirmed that the magic engine was running normally, she started her Eye of Darkness. The carousel facing the catwalk has now lit up. And the carousel is also spinning happily. Except for the inability to hear any sound. Everything is there. Okay. I'll go now. He knew Ouyang Qianjin's skills. Since the young lady said it was okay, it must be okay. So he happily got busy with Cannon. It only took a minute or two. All the lines of the facilities in the Black Cat Paradise were opened and waiting for the transmission of magic power. If all are transmitted at once, will the engine be unable to bear it? Ouyang Qianjin, who didn't know much about machinery, asked a very simple question. Young lady, it won't happen. Although all are connected, The transmission is open one by one. And this situation will not occur. Tail smiled and walked to a long box in the corner. Open the box. And there are joysticks inside. The names of the facilities are also marked on the joysticks. For example, Black Cat Town, Roller Coaster, Skyscraper, Carousel, Sapphire Castle, etc. Except for the joystick of the carousel that was pulled down. The rest were leaning against the wall. Look, miss. This is the switch for transmission. Each switch is divided into 3 levels: large, medium and small. The lowest level, small, can only maintain the most basic lighting, and the medium level can be used for all purposes. As for the large level, it is the thing you mentioned before. Originally, I wanted to design it as, but Canon said that this level is the most suitable for the setting, and it is the insistence of the craftsman. Tail introduced these joysticks to Ouyang Qianjin while pulling them to the medium level. But at the end, he couldn't help shaking his head. In his opinion, this design is simply unnecessary. Adding a few more buttons. Why did they have to make it into such a nonsense? I don't know what the setting that Canon mentioned is. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Canon did it right. Setting is something that must be in line with people's comfort. Ouyang Qianjin squinted and smiled and nodded. Tail didn't understand what Canon meant by setting. But Ouyang Qianjin understood it as soon as he heard it. Like his own Necromancer character, Canon also has his own persistence. People who insist on their profession are always so cute. Even if outsiders can't understand their persistence. Let's go. Let's go out and play. This is my first time to ride these entertainment facilities. After solving the power problem, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't wait to go out. And Tail and Canon walked from the maze. After all, it was a rule set by Ouyang Qianjin that no one could enter the castle, even if it was just a few steps away. Tail did not break this rule. When Ouyang Qianjin went out, she saw the scene that she had seen in the video. Whether it was her own Sapphire Castle or the entire Black Cat Paradise. It was brightly lit at this moment. Especially the light show of the Sapphire Castle. Whether it was the spotlights on the ground or the light strips on the buildings. They were all lit up. It was quite beautiful. Speaking of these lights, they were of great origin. Although the effect seemed to be similar to before. But in fact, the bulbs of these lights had long been replaced by bulbs made of copy or by Canon when Tail, Zhang Yimou and others were inspecting facilities, houses and laying new pipelines. It's not the old LED light. It's a newly developed light bulb that can be driven by magic. Although it's a bit wasteful to do this. It's all for the dream of Ouyang Qianjin. Miss. Just as Ouyang Qianjin looked up at the castle, Zhang Yimou and other people from Black Cat Town also came. Originally, they should be farming or preparing to go out to fight monsters and level up. But because of this sudden call, they all stopped their work. Lights. This is the light of civilization. It's something that everyone hasn't seen in half a year since the day of the Advent. And it's a big movement of the whole park, including those entertainment facilities. How could they not be curious? So, whether it's in Black Cat Park, in the Future Science and Technology Museum, or helping to smelt iron and burn sand in the camping area, they all stopped working and rushed to the castle. After all, the only person who can make such a big noise is Ouyang Qianjin. Hey! You're here. Now every home has electricity. How's it going? Based on the principle of sharing, Ouyang Qianjin smiled brightly at Zhang Yimou, Zhang Yuan and others. Ha! Miss, I came to you just because the electricity was on. These things are now all alive. And it's a joy to look at them. Before Zhang Yimou spoke, Zhang Yuan, the brainless guy, got the first word. But this is also their daily operation. So neither Zhang Yimou nor Ouyang Qianjin paid too much attention. Yeah. I also felt happy and asked Uncle Tail to rush it out. Ouyang Qianjin said quite proudly. Everyone knows that Tail has been very busy during this period. It's just that it's not clear what he does specifically. But he only knows that he is completing a task assigned by Ouyang Qianjin. Now it seems that he is busy with this matter. But it's good. It seems like something a young lady can do. Think about it. Everyone is eating raw meat and drinking blood. But Black Cat Paradise has made a magic engine. Which is very cool. Chapter 198 Skeletons Wearing Aprons. Oh wow. Ha ha. I'm so happy. The lights are bright in Black Cat Paradise now. All kinds of entertainment facilities are open to the public for free. Whether it is the people of the Prosthetic Legion or the technicians of Black Cat Town, they are all playing their favorite projects. It's like venting. Sometimes screaming, sometimes laughing. The voices of hundreds of people are almost as loud as before the advent, covering the entire Black Cat paradise. Ouyang Qianjin called it a technical trial run. But in fact, she just wanted to play. If Black Cat Town was full of skeletons, it would be fine. One person can play whatever he wants. But now there are living people. Someone is watching. So naturally he has to show his style. So, before Ouyang Qianjin was carried by the skeletons to the carousel, she had to let these people play with her. No matter what it is. Put down your work today and have a good time. After all, playing alone is not as fun as playing with a group of people. Right? And everyone has been tense to deal with the living things for the past few months. The combination of work and rest is the best working state for humans. Besides, everyone is laughing and talking, which can add some popularity to the Black Cat Park. It's quite comfortable to play. After riding the carousel for a few rounds, Ouyang Qianjin got off. In fact, she only played this one of the many projects in the park. But she was sweating profusely. After all, it's a not very exercised body. And this horse riding job is still a bit tiring. Uncle Tail, why don't you go and play? After getting off the carousel, Ouyang Qianjin sat in a wheelchair, panting and smiling at Tail. Sebastian, who was standing by, handed over a towel to wipe her sweat in time. Miss, for me, seeing other people's laughter and joy is the best healing. Tail stood by while Ouyang Qianjin was playing and did not leave. This was a little different from the rest that Ouyang Qianjin had imagined. However, as a maintenance master in an amusement park, for Tail, the greatest enjoyment is that everyone can have fun on the entertainment equipment that he has repaired. I see. Ouyang Qianjin nodded in understanding, and then turned his head to look at the roller coaster that had just passed through the sky diagonally above, bringing a series of screams. Uncle, how long can the operation of that machine last? Looking at those people who raised their hands and screamed on the roller coaster with a smile, Ouyang Qianjin asked casually. Theoretically, it is permanent. But due to wear and tear and the consumption of mithril and energy gems, I personally recommend shutting down for maintenance once a month. And these entertainment facilities are maintained once a week according to the previous regulations. However, considering the need for people to play, each device can be staggered for maintenance, such as maintenance of the carousel and roller coaster today, and maintenance of the water slide and pirate ship tomorrow. Tail decided the time after thinking about it. Okay, you can make a table for this specific maintenance schedule and arrange it yourself. Ouyang Qianjin had no objection to Tail's arrangement. First of all, she didn't understand machinery. And secondly, she also valued safety. Of course, there were other unspeakable reasons. Miss, we don't have much mithril and energy gems in stock now. We have to find a way. Just like Tail manages the machinery of Black Cat Paradise, Seabass also manages Ouyang Qianjin's warehouse. When Tail mentioned the demand for mithril and energy gems, Seabass reminded Ouyang Qianjin, mines. Everything else is fine. But the mines in this other world are a bit difficult to collapse. After all, they are all obtained from the dungeon. Even if Ouyang Qianjin desperately searches for the dungeon, there is no 100% guarantee of obtaining it. After all, the Centaur dungeon is something that can only be encountered by chance. The two dungeons I went to were all in places like the Dark Forest. There are quite a lot of wood and medicinal materials, but they were all burned by me. To be honest, I can only say that Zhang Yuan has too high a lucky attribute. Otherwise, such a good place may not be drawn. But if there is no mine, my Black Cat Paradise renovation plan will be aborted. Thinking about it, I really feel a little annoyed. But what else can we do? Tomorrow. I'll sleep today. I'll get up tomorrow and try my luck. Although there are only a few hundred people in Black Cat Paradise, there are many bases around. There is only one base in the whole Sea City, so we can always encounter the kind of dungeon with ore. Otherwise they wouldn't bring, or when they trade. Of course, if you really can't find it, you can go to J City. Although there are annoying guys there, it's not impossible to kill them. At most, it's a disgusting thing for me. I can bear it. Miss, did you have fun? Just when Ouyang Qianjin was thinking about where to get ore, Tila asked with a smile. Well, very happy. It's my first time to ride a carousel. Ouyang Qianjin also smiled happily. It was not the habitual smile on her face before, but a smile from the heart. Although it was just a carousel, it had a pioneering meaning for Ouyang Qianjin. Of course, the most important thing was to have fun. For people who like to have fun, making yourself happy is the most important thing. As for the form, is it important? Whether it is tearing up the soul of her brother with her hands or riding a carousel, it is the same process in Ouyang Qianjin's eyes. It's enough to achieve the results you want. But if you want to say it, there are still some regrets. Ouyang Qianjin looked at the deserted catwalk with a little regret. Oh, what are you regretting, miss? Hearing that Ouyang Qianjin actually had regrets in her heart, both Taylor and Sebastian became nervous. They were nervous that Ouyang Qianjin didn't have enough fun. This was their dereliction of duty at work. When I watched the video before, it was very lively here, and there were all kinds of snacks on both sides of the street. Thinking of the various snacks from different regions in the videos she watched before, Ouyang Qianjin drooled a little. I see. I thought Miss was regretting something. Seeing that Ouyang Qianjin was actually regretting such a thing, Tail and Sebastian breathed a sigh of relief and laughed at the same time. Miss, please look. Sebastian took out a square cloth of 1 meter by 1 meter with a black crowned skull embroidered on it and blocked it in front of Ouyang Qianjin. It was like a bullfight. My emblem? Looking at her own logo, Ouyang Qianjin didn't react. Of course not. Clang clang. After blocking Ouyang Qianjin's eyes for about half a minute, Sebastian took the cloth away in a very high-profile manner. Then Ouyang Qianjin saw that the places that were originally blocked by the cloth actually appeared one after another. All kinds of delicious food were placed on the stalls. What kind of grilled gluten? Fried skewers? Iron plate tofu? The only difference from the videos I saw before was that the people standing behind the stalls were not people, but skeletons wearing aprons. Woohoo! Go! With the delicious food in front of her, Ouyang Qianjin didn't let the skeleton push her. She turned the wheel of her wheelchair and rushed up with a weird cry. At this moment, Ouyang Qianjin looked like an 18-year-old girl. Youthful, lively, and greedy. Chapter 199. Where is my sea? Where is my sea? After a day of entertainment, Ouyang Qianjin was really tired. It can be said that in her life, at least in recent years, she has never been so happy. Not only did she sweat a lot, but she also smelled of snacks. If she had smelled in the past, Ouyang Qianjin would have to take a bath every minute. But it is different now. This smell smells good. Even now when she is bathing in a private bathhouse, Ouyang Qianjin still has stir-fried mutton offal and happy water next to her. This was something she could not even think of eating in the past. It is not that she cannot afford it, but that she is not allowed to eat it. Ton ton ton. Wow. Taking a bath and drinking happy water is so refreshing. Holding the happy water in a glass bottle in one hand, Ouyang Qianjin picked up a piece of mutton liver and put it in her mouth to chew happily. The way she shook her head looked like a drunkard. Have as much fun as you want. The sheep were, of course, the World of Warcraft goats that were brought back from the Centaur dungeon and kept in the back mountain pasture. The happy water was imitated by Cannon, who was responsible for production and logistics. After all, it is not difficult to imitate carbonated drinks. The difference is just in taste. But Ouyang Qianjin doesn't mind. Let alone her. The others don't mind either. As long as you can drink a few sips of carbonated drinks or beer to refresh yourself. Who cares about the slight difference in taste? And to be honest, the happy water, beer and other drinks made by Cannon using goblin technology and the addition of magic power are not necessarily worse than others in taste. It can even replenish mental power in small amounts. Although it cannot be mass-produced due to the limitation of materials, the output is enough for the Black Cat Paradise, which is already sparsely populated. After taking a bath, Ouyang Qianjin went to bed. It was midnight, and I didn't know what time it was, except for the patrolling skeletons. The surroundings were quiet, and no sound could be heard. In the room at the top of the tower, the skeletons wearing neat armor guarded the sleeping Ouyang Qianjin. Suddenly, Ouyang Qianjin's body seemed to be pulled by something and slowly floated up from the bed. As her hands and feet drooped naturally, her body began to glow slowly, from the initial green to dark green, and then from dark green to blue, and then to faint blue. After about 10 minutes, the light gradually dissipated. Ouyang Qianjin was thrown heavily on the bed again. The skeletons guarding around turned a blind eye to all this. still standing there as if nothing had happened. Rumble. A few hours after this terrible scene happened, the ground shook violently, waking up Ouyang Qianjin. Sebastian. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Or a tsunami? Ouyang Qianjin, who was awakened by the shaking, got up from the bed and immediately asked Sebastian, who was reading in the library. At the same time, she asked the skeleton to pick her up and go to the window to check the situation. At this moment, after Sebastian felt the shaking, he and Cannon put down the book immediately. Cannon, go outside to see the situation. I will go to the top of the tower to protect the young lady. Yes. The two of them didn't waste any words. One went up, and the other went out. Miss, it's not clear yet. Cannon has gone outside to check the situation. I'll come up right away. Although the shaking just now was very violent. But it didn't last long. Only about 6 or 7 seconds. Until this time, the shaking had stopped. And Ouyang Qianjin also sent the latest news. No need. I probably know the reason. Just when Sebastian wanted to step into the elevator, Ouyang Qianjin replied. Now Ouyang Qianjin is sitting on the windowsill, holding a telescope in her hand and looking at the scenery outside the window, although she still has a smile on her face. But anyone can see that she is a little bit overwhelmed at this moment. The hand holding the telescope is exerting force, and the corners of her smiling mouth are trembling. Then, bang! Where is my sea? Where is my huge sea? The furious Ouyang Qianjin pushed open the window in front of her. The cold sea breeze that was supposed to be chilly and salty has now disappeared, in the air blowing over. Ouyang Qianjin even smelled a hint of the fragrance of soil, just like the smell of the woods in spring. At this moment, in the eyes of Ouyang Qianjin, the boundless sea outside has disappeared. Instead, there are forests, plains, river valleys, lakes and towering snow-capped mountains. As we all know, the reason why the rooms on the top floor of the tower are not open to the public is because there is a beautiful view of the Whale Sea. But now it's good. I just saw the sea for a month. And now the sea is gone. Doesn't that mean that the rich fishery resources and the beautiful ocean scenery are gone? How can Ouyang Qianjin not be angry? Cannon, take 2,000 skeletons to the direction of the sea. There is something abnormal there. Go and investigate. I need intelligence now. Sebastian leads the defense team under the castle. The gargoyles wake up and stand guard in the air. After putting down the telescope, Ouyang Qianjin passed the order after a temper tantrum. Now a continent suddenly appeared in front of her. Under the unclear situation, Ouyang Qianjin naturally wanted to let someone protect her first. Okay, Mississippi. After receiving the order, Sebastian and Cannon began their own deployment. Sebastian needs no further explanation. He was originally responsible for protecting Ouyang Qianjin, so Cannon was the only one who could lead the team out. Miss, the deployment below has been completed, and Zhang Yimou and others have also made preparations for defense. When Ouyang Qianjin closed her eyes, opened the dark pupil, and watched Cannon lead people to walk inland, Sebastian also went to the top of the tower. Ouyang Qianjin will naturally follow the exploration of Cannon and others. Although Ouyang Qianjin's own dark eyes can see everything within the range of the dark sky. But that is only a matter of skill. Many things still need someone to investigate on the spot. Just like live video and being on the scene are two different things. Sebastian, what do you think about this? After Sebastian came to Ouyang Qianjin, Ouyang Qianjin handed the telescope in his hand to Sebastian. No one expected that the sea would turn into land. It is not certain now. But since there are so many vegetation, it will definitely not appear out of thin air. Sebastian looked at the scenery outside the window with a telescope. For this phenomenon that he had never encountered before, Sebastian's speculation was still very conservative. After all, this suddenness was no less than the shock that Ouyang Qianjin brought to him when he resurrected it. You know, the Whale Sea next to it is very large. 978,000 square kilometers of sea area. Sebastian had compared it before, and it was about twice as large as the entire West Sea province in terms of area. Anyone would have doubts about the sudden appearance of such a large landmass. Chapter 212-4 Qualifying Matches. I just don't know how big this new land is, Seabass thought to himself. Then he looked at the reaction of Ouyang Qianjin, although he couldn't tell anything from the expression of his own lady. But one thing Seabass can be sure of is that this new land at least does not have an ocean within the range of the dark sky. If the entire Whale Sea is really filled with new land, then it will really be bordering with the opposite Sakura country and the neighboring Kimchi country. No! Even if it is only filled with 2/3. It is not good news for some people. Miss, can you tell me in detail what you see? There are some things in the distance that I can't see clearly. And it's different from Ouyang Qianjin. Because Seabass doesn't have the skill of dark eyes. He can only see some scenes nearby. In addition, the dark sky and the fact that it is now night. It can be said that even if Seabass holds a telescope, he still can't see clearly what is farther away. Of course. Ouyang Qianjin nodded. And then briefly described the mountains, rivers, forests and plains she saw. Are you saying that there is a snowy mountain next to a lake that looks like a scimitar? After listening to Ouyang Qianjin's narration, Sebastian looked at Ouyang Qianjin with a slightly surprised tone. Yes, it's right at the edge of the dark sky. And I don't know how far it is. Ouyang Qianjin shrugged and shook her head. Now the scope of the dark sky is quite large if it is based on a person or a city. But if it is based on the scope of a city or a province, that is indeed not enough. Miss, let Cannon go to the lake, and then climb up the snow mountain to the southeast of the tip of the lake to see if he can see anything. Seeing Sebastian speak so clearly, Ouyang Qianjin also noticed something was wrong. So she immediately contacted Cannon. Cannon, how is the situation on the road now? Miss, it's very strange here. There are signs of monsters. Monsters? Yes, the monsters from our world. And some wild fruits and trees are also from our world. At this point, Ouyang Qianjin basically has a general understanding. These lands are not something that appeared out of nowhere. They are clearly the lands of the world where Sebastian and Cannon are. It's just that I don't know what kind of magic power was used to move the land of that world directly to this world. Really? Last time, monsters from another world descended to this world. Now it's more direct. Directly descending to the land. And it's such a big area when it lands. Whose generals are they? So outrageous. Ouyang Qianjin scratched his head in annoyance. But then he still conveyed Sebastian's words to Cannon. Ding! The minimum requirement of 12 Lord-level professionals has been reached. And new maps, Hegemony mode, and Lord Wars are open. Various resources will appear on the new map. Perhaps minerals, perhaps herbs, or perhaps rare animals. Kill your opponent and occupy the new map to become a territory. Kill the first lord to increase your level by 5 levels. Kill the second lord to increase your level by 10 levels. Successfully occupy a new map within a month and become the only lord to get additional lord skill rewards. Just after the message was passed, Ouyang Qianjin heard the voice in her head. Damn it! Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but curse inwardly. Just by hearing this reward and that reward, she knew that this was to make the top players fight each other. Look! Look! What did I say? Sure enough, it's just raising poison. It hasn't been long. And they can't wait to make the 12 people standing at the forefront of all professionals in the world fight. I said why the Raven Witch and the Void Predator are so close to me. It feels like they are waiting for me here. Huh? After thinking of this layer, Ouyang Qianjin suddenly realized that it was not just her. It seems that the rest of the lords are like this. D Zhonghai up and down. B Sikai Bei up and down. B Ling straight left and right. In addition to the Whale Sea here, aren't the 12 lords in 4 regions gathered? Are they going to play a competition of at least 12 to 4? Ouyang Qianjin was speechless for a moment. Because she found that she and these so-called professional elites were being calculated by others. Or rather, by the panel. Kill the first lord to level up by 5. Kill the second lord to level up by 10. And occupy the new continent alone to get an additional lord skill reward. No matter who it is. Even if they know they are being calculated. They have to go. After all, the reward is too generous. As long as you survive to the end of the big area, you will be directly promoted to level 15 and get an extra skill. Who doesn't want it? Only a fool would want it. Anyone with a little ambition would rush to kill people. Even someone like Ouyang Qianjin who thinks he is very Buddhist can't resist the temptation of minerals, herbs, rare animals, etc. that may exist on the new land. No way. After tasting the sweetness of minerals from another world, as an alchemist, Ouyang Qianjin simply can't remain indifferent. What she lacks now is these things. Not to mention that the entertainment facilities will become more and more worn out due to operation and need to be replaced. Just to say that if she wants to realize the big fun in her heart, she also needs a lot of minerals. So, she must get the new land of Whale Sea. What raven witch? What void plunderer? Whoever wants to compete with her for territory will be killed. Kill them all. When Ouyang Qianjin brought Sebastian and others down, Zhang Mo, Zheng Yuan, Tai Le and others were already waiting on the platform in front of the gate below the castle with their weapons. Who has changed the most in this month? It must be the prosthetic limbs under Uncle Tail. After all, they used to make prosthetic limbs with things from here and there, so they don't look majestic at all, and even a little funny. But with the support of Ouyang Qianjin minerals, it is not an exaggeration to describe this group of people as armed to the teeth. In the past, they had broken hands and feet, so they just grafted some prosthetic limbs. But now it's different. The prosthetic limbs have been upgraded to spiders with 8 legs. That is right. They are robots in the form of spiders. Each of the 8 legs has a different function. All people are buried in the machine from the waist down. Whether it is repair or maintenance, or even fighting monsters and leveling up, all are done in it. It is said that this was inspired by Tai Le when he saw Zhang Yuan's Abyss Weaver while studying the engine. In his words, spider-shaped robots are indeed more practical than human-shaped ones. Or in other words, human-shaped robots are not very suitable for use except for humans. This sentence is simply a killer. He almost took away a group of human-shaped skeleton necromancers under his command. But think about it. It seems to be true. Forget it. Anyway, whether it is repair or combat effectiveness, it is guaranteed. What you say is what it is. Chapter 201 Big Sister Won't Say I See Twice. Ouyang Qianjin left. She left after preparing food and clothing for a month with Sebastian. Before leaving, Ouyang Qianjin handed over all the defense of Black Cat Paradise to. After all, this time he was going to fight against 2 epic-level professions. It's understandable to bring more people, but it's impossible to leave no one in his base camp. So Ouyang Qianjin took all his men with him and handed the burden of defense to Tail and other hundreds of people, although the number of people was small. But in a month, Black Cat Paradise had been thoroughly transformed by Ouyang Qianjin and several generals under his command. It's no longer the original Black Cat Paradise. It can't be that Ouyang Qianjin is willing to spend so much mines to transform it just to play with those entertainment facilities. Right? Although Ouyang Qianjin also had the selfish desire to play, the construction of defense measures was also carried out simultaneously. So Ouyang Qianjin was still very relieved about the safety of Black Cat Paradise. But there is one thing. During the 1 month that Ouyang Qianjin was away, they could not leave the Black Cat Paradise. They could not even go to places that were farther away from Black Cat Town, such as the Robin Hotel and Wish Lake. They could only stay around the main building of the park. There was no other way. The materials were limited. The defense measures could only work for such a short distance. But for 200 people, such a large area was enough to deal with. Hey! It's dawn! Just after Ouyang Qianjin had been gone for about 6 hours, the long-lost sunshine finally shone on the land of Black Cat Paradise. Although Ouyang Qianjin was not there for the next month, but they still had their own things to do in Black Cat Paradise. So they were not idle. Of course, compared with the previous work of looking after the medicinal fields, farmland, and fishing, there were still much less things to do. However, after the long-lost sunlight appeared, the group of people put down the little work they had in their hands, and gathered in groups of 3 or 2 to brag and chat. What's more, they went to the industrial zone to get happy water and beer. About 200 people were talking and laughing happily. Yongfu Village Base in J City. Just as Ouyang Qianjin was heading to the New World, Ouyang Wanzhong also returned to his base with one arm drooping. At this time, in a very magnificent villa, Ouyang Wanzhong was sitting on a sofa that looked a bit expensive with a stinky face. Opposite him, sitting with his long legs crossed, was Ouyang Wanzhu, who looked exactly like him and had a sister's hair. But compared to Ouyang Wanzhong's stinky face, Ouyang Wanzhu's face is much brighter. The smile on her face is exactly the same as Ouyang Qianjin's. Sister, can you put away that disgusting smile? After sitting for a while, Ouyang Wanzhong complained to Ouyang Wanzhu helplessly. Put it away? Why? Doesn't it look good? Ouyang Wanzhu's voice is different from the frivolous Ouyang Wanzhong and the somewhat arrogant Ouyang Qianjin. It is as gentle as the spring breeze. This kind of gentleness will sound like the sound of nature to others. But in the eyes of those who know her, they know that this is fatal. It's not good looking. A bit like a fool trying to imitate someone. Ouyang Wanzhong shook his head very honestly, not giving his twin sister any face at all. After hearing her brother's speech, Ouyang Wanju's smile froze instantly. She certainly knew what her brother meant by a fool trying to imitate someone. Her smile was originally imitating Ouyang Qianjin's smile, which was like a smile poisoning patient. And she thought she imitated it very well. There should be no difference. However, this freezing only lasted for less than a second before returning to normal. She was still smiling. It was still the disgusting smile in Ouyang Wanzhong's mouth. There was no intention to correct it. I originally wanted to see you laugh. But I didn't expect our Wanong to say this to my sister after just going out. My sister is so sad. Ouyang Wanju looked like a student who had not even graduated from the acting department of the school. She was acting her sadness with very poor acting skills. Yes. Yes. I'm sad. Please show me your arm first. My dear sister. Just like all the brothers in the world are perfunctory to their sisters. Ouyang Wanzhong was also extremely perfunctory to Ouyang Wanju's pretentious performance just now. What's wrong with your arm? Tell me more. Ouyang Wanju put down his legs and picked up his black tea from the coffee table. I should have said it again just now. Ouyang Wanzhong said with gritted teeth. Sorry. I was busy watching your joke just now and didn't hear it. Please say it again. I told her not to imitate Ouyang Qianjin. But she even imitated her willfulness and pretended not to hear it. Ouyang Wanzhong had no choice but to tell him all about his situation and how he got hurt. Yeah. So that's it. So that's it. So that's it. There's one more thing. Big sister won't say so twice in a row. After listening to Ouyang Wanzhong's story, Ouyang Wanju elegantly held the teacup, closed her eyes and nodded. However, Ouyang Wanzhong didn't give her a good look. Before she finished speaking, Ouyang Wanzhong complained. So, it should be your soul that was injured. Ouyang Wanju was not angry when his words were interrupted, but just kept silent for a while and said his own inference. Soul? That dark green light skill works on the soul? Maybe. Who knows? I'm not a necromancer. Ouyang Wanju rolled his eyes at his brother's stupid question, and then shrugged. After all, I am just a hidden profession. If I really want to compare, how can I compare with a guy who is now an epic profession? But, if your hand is disabled now, can I also understand that the disabled legs of the elder sister are also due to the soul? Ouyang Wanju put away the imitation smile, and there was no expression on his face. Even the tone of his speech became cold. No, it should not be said to be cold, but emotionless. No emotion. It's like a robot that can speak human language. If so, it means that the elder sister will not die in just a few years, as the doctor said before. And it is not impossible to gain eternal life because of the Advent and the Necromancer. After listening to his twin sister's words, Ouyang Wanzhong was stunned. Afterwards, Ouyang Wanzhong looked at his left hand, which was as immobile as Ouyang Qianjin's legs. Of course he knew what his sister meant. If this is true, then Ouyang Qianjin will not die. So, he said a question that Ouyang Wanju was also thinking about at the moment. If the eldest sister is immortal, then don't we have to follow the immortality? Chapter 202. That's really wonderful. Why do you say follow the eternal life? Because they feel that their mission after birth is to find fun for Ouyang Qianjin. Or to find fun for Ouyang Qianjin. If Ouyang Qianjin really has eternal life, but they die, then how can they have fun? Eternal life? It's really an eternal topic. Sitting on the sofa, Ouyang Wanzhong rested his head on the backrest and looked at the glass lamp hanging from the ceiling. It may not have been possible before, but who can say for sure in this situation now? Taking a sip of black tea, Ouyang Wanju smiled. People cannot escape birth, aging, illness and death. But that was in the past. No one can tell what it will be like now and in the future. It is indeed so. Ouyang Wanzhong naturally knew this. But he had no sense of immortality at all. He just liked the present and never thought about it. Not even this question. But now, it concerns the affairs of their Ouyang family. Then, he couldn't help but think about it. However, compared to the lucky necromancer like Ouyang Qianjin, it is still very difficult for them to obtain eternal life. But at least they can find a direction for fun. Right? Thinking about it, Ouyang Wanzhong's left shoulder began to hurt again. This is the pain that has appeared from time to time since it was torn off by Ouyang Qianjin's skill. Some people call it phantom limb pain. But Ouyang Wanzhong thinks that this should be caused by the torn wound has not healed. It is definitely not a mental illness such as hallucination. Why? It hurts again. Ouyang Wanju's face was covered with a smile imitating Ouyang Qianjin. If it didn't hurt, I wouldn't scream. But it was really painful to endure it in front of my elder sister, but at least I didn't embarrass myself. Ouyang Wanzhong's soul was burning now. It hurt. But when he mentioned his endurance in front of Ouyang Qianjin, he couldn't help but proudly show off in front of his own sister. Of course. Ouyang Wanju put down the teacup in his hand. Then he stood up, walked around the sofa, and walked to a row of glass cabinets behind him. In the glass cabinets were placed different musical instruments of different sizes. From sheng, xiao, bassoon, halusi, taban, drum, eru, violin. It can be said that there are all kinds of Chinese and Western musical instruments. Even cello, guzheng, piano, guitar, bass, etc. can be seen in this room. It's better to say that except for the coffee table and sofa where they just sat opposite each other, the rest of the place is filled with musical instruments. It's like a world musical instrument exhibition hall, which is eye-opening. What do you want to listen to? Ouyang Wanju asked without looking back at the musical instrument in the glass cabinet. Crossbell, the musical instrument used by the pharaoh priestess to communicate with the soul. You know what's good. Opening the glass cabinet, Ouyang Wanju took out a metal rattle with a sun shell tied to it, and a goddess surrender carved on it. Then he began to play the beautiful music. Ouyang Wanzhong leaned on the sofa, closed his eyes, and looked like he was enjoying it. The pain just now was reduced. It was as if the wound of the soul was slowly healing. But it was just healing. What was lost. And this was not something that could be repaired by any music. While the two siblings were having a concert, Ouyang Qianjin had already walked into the interior of the Whale Sea New World. Although they suddenly appeared on the Whale Sea. But except for the first short section of the road which was a bit muddy and difficult to walk, the rest was relatively easy. It was as if the entire land suddenly fell from the sky, raising a small tsunami and then returning to calm. TSK. Is the depth of the Whale Sea even calculated in it? Ouyang Qianjin was still sitting in her pumpkin car, eating melon seeds and complaining. Just now when entering the new world, Ouyang Qianjin specially asked Sebastian to check it. It was found that the plate of the new world was slightly higher than the original coastline of the Black Cat Paradise by a few meters. And the continent was not seamless. And there were many lakes and rivers formed by sea water in the middle. Although there might be some discrepancies between this and the land area calculated by Ouyang Qianjin, it didn't seem to be a big deal. The important thing is the reward, and the things on this land. Although there are many signs of monsters around. But around the pumpkin carriage, there are golem puppets guarding. And the rest are all skeletons. And there are also many gargoyles flying in the sky. In terms of the size of the team, it is enough to scare them away. To be honest, Ouyang Qianjin now has many more gargoyles than golem puppets. There are only 2,000 or 3,000 golem puppets. But there are as many as 8,000 or 9,000 gargoyles. Close to 10,000. After shoveling away the concrete of the parking lot and some collapsed buildings, Ouyang Qianjin felt it was a waste. So she refined them all into gargoyles. For these, she even spent thousands of cattle and sheep. If you say she is frugal, she used scrap building materials. If you say she is extravagant, she used thousands of cattle and sheep. It feels like I made dumplings just to eat that little bit of vinegar. Sebastian, do you know this place? The team walked on a weedy plain, and Ouyang Qianjin asked Sebastian in the car while sitting at a low table. I don't know. I need to wait for the specific information from Canon to be sure. Sebastian shook his head, with a lonely tone. That's right. Looking at Sebastian sitting cross-legged in the car, Ouyang Qianjin nodded indifferently. Then the two stopped talking. Ouyang Qianjin continued to eat melon seeds, and Sebastian accompanied her silently. From time to time, he went up to add some hot tea. Now that Ouyang Qianjin is moving, it means that Canon, who is leading the way in front, can get a larger range of activities. So there was no need to climb the mountain to observe the place Sebastian had asked him to observe. Instead, he went directly to the original place in Sebastian's mind. It was just that the other party had not sent back any news yet, so they could only wait. Boring, but somewhat expectant. Ouyang Qianjin was expecting the rich resources on this land, and Sebastian was expecting some building remains were found at the place designated by Sebastian. Judging from the scale, it should be a small city. Canon said back the news. Ouyang Qianjin and Sebastian heard it. Then the two fell into silence. Papa Papa. Ouyang Qianjin patted the melon seed shells on her hands. Then she picked up the teacup with green tea and took a sip like Ouyang Wanju. Windmill territory? Ouyang Qianjin put down the teacup and said lightly while looking at the tea in the teacup that was slightly rotating and shaking. Yes. Sebastian was a little sad. He had been in windmill territory since he was in his 30s. This is also my hometown. I didn't expect to be able to return here again hundreds of years after my death. Ha ha. That's really wonderful. Chapter 203 arranged clearly. Ha ha. That's really wonderful. Sebastian, who was still feeling sad, was awakened by Ouyang Qianjin's sudden laughter. Miss, what do you mean? What else could it be? Since this is where you lived before, doesn't it mean that you are very familiar with the resources in this area? Ouyang Qianjin grinned at Sebastian. In her opinion, there is no better news than this. Ouyang Qianjin has the confidence to defeat visible enemies, but she dare not guarantee the invisible and unknown. But it's different now. There is a local here, which is like a gift from God for Ouyang Qianjin. This is what you mean by knowing everything, right? Yes. That's it. Sebastian smiled. Originally, I thought Ouyang Qianjin would say something comforting. But think about it. Comforting others doesn't seem to be something that my own young lady can do. It is better to say that asking about her personal interests so directly now is more in line with her personality. So what's on it? Ouyang Qianjin looked at Sebastian with a smile on her face. And even her eyes, that usually narrowed, turned into the shape of gold coins. It's hard to say. After all, 300 years have passed. And I don't know if there have been any specific changes. Sebastian shook his head. It's okay. Just tell me what you knew when you were here. In Ouyang Qianjin's opinion, 300 years is indeed a long time. At least as long as the rise and fall of a dynasty. But if it is placed in that kind of magical worldview, Ouyang Qianjin feels that it doesn't seem too long. After all, there are many races that are thousands of years old. Let's not talk about anything else. Cannon, the gray-skinned goblin, is the best example. Cannon, who is in his 50s, can only be considered a young man. This shows that there must be other races that live longer. Dragon? Ouyang Qianjin, who was still waiting for Sebastian to give her good news, looked at Sebastian with a frozen smile. Confused. What did he say just now? It seems to be a word with one word, which sounds a little familiar, but I am a little afraid that I heard it wrong. Say it again. What is it? Dragon. In the words of this world, it is a dragon. Sebastian said very seriously. To be precise, it's a dragon's nest. The dragon's nest of the frost dragon. Behind the snow-capped mountains by the Ivory Lake is a larger snow-capped mountain called Asgard Snow Mountain, where the frost dragon's nest is. Dragon. It's really a dragon. I didn't hear it wrong just now. Ouyang Qianjin, whose smile had frozen, now showed the brightest smile of the day. No, this month. He. This is a bit surprising. Dragons are out. Giggle. In front of Sebastian, who was dumbfounded. Ouyang Qianjin giggled. This is a dragon. A legendary creature. And it's a nest. There must be more than one dragon. If you kill them all, won't you get a lot of bone dragons? You know, this is not a game. No matter how big a bone dragon is, it will only take up one of your quota. But its combat power has increased by who knows how many times. And there are many mines in the mountain of Dragon's Nest. Because of the dragon, no one dared to mine it. I think if there are still dragons, the mine should still be there. Sebastian added a critical hit. Eye of Darkness. Ouyang Qianjin immediately used his sky eye to check. I see it. I see it. Sure enough, there is a bigger snow mountain behind the snow mountain. There is a depression in the middle. And the whole looks like a U shape. Yes. That's it. As time went by, Ouyang Qianjin finally saw the snow mountain that Sebastian mentioned. How to say it? It feels higher and bigger than the mountains in outer northeast that I have seen before. And there are indeed lizards with flesh wings flying in the sky. Is this the frost dragon? No. It should be said that the snow mountain is like being surrounded by dragons. Dragons can be seen everywhere. And there are all kinds of dragons with different colors. There are at least tens of thousands. There must be more in the caves on the snowy mountains. It's not something I can covet at all. Drooling. Strange. Didn't you say the frost dragon? Why do I see all kinds of dragons? Big and small? Damn. It's too far away. Otherwise, I have to use the eye of identification to see what kind of monsters they are. Ouyang Qianjin was a little annoyed. But now there are so many things to do. And there are 2 little ghosts waiting for me to deal with. There is such a big territory waiting for me to occupy. But I didn't expect that the rare beast on my territory was actually a dragon. And the ore I need most. I feel very lucky. Those are probably some sub-dragons. Sebastian said calmly. Such large monsters will have their own followers around them. So it's not surprising to see sub-dragons around dragon nests. But I've heard from those mercenaries that the sub-dragons at the foot of the Frost Dragon Mountain are blue. Dark blue or white. Lizardmen are also a kind of low-level sub-dragon. Ouyang Qianjin closed her eyes and tilted her head slightly. Thinking. Now that you mention it, there seem to be quite a few tribes at the foot of the mountain. Maybe they all migrated from other places. Isn't it said that there is a war in that world? After thinking about it, Ouyang Qianjin came to his own analysis based on the information he got from Canon. It is indeed possible. Sebastian nodded, and did not deny it. But is there really something in this world that can scare those unscrupulous? Greedy and powerful dragons? I know what you are thinking. But since it is in existence that even dragons are afraid of, then it can only be said that the gray-skinned goblins lost unjustly. Ouyang Qianjin said lightly. In fact, she also knew very well that if these things were descended, then those guys who were more terrifying than dragons might also be descended. No. Maybe they have even descended now. Including this land. Of course, this is Ouyang Qianjin's own inference. After all, since those dragons are still there, it means that there are no dragons on this land. But Ouyang Qianjin does not think that this descent only happened in the Whale Sea. According to the rules of the previous promotion match, at least 4 lands have descended. And according to the location of everyone's country and territory on the Lord rankings. In the east, the Whale Sea and the Bering Strait must exist. After all, the typewriter casino where the ghoul leader of the United States was, and the Cirque du Soleil where the Hell Summoner of the Maple Leaf Country was, were all in that area, or very close to that area. Just like he, the Raven Witch, and the Void Summoner were arranged clearly. Chapter 204, Pick on the Weak. Is this the old site of Windmill Ridge? It looks like a good location. When Ouyang Qianjin's team arrived at the ruins of Canon's camp, Ouyang Qianjin sat on the pumpkin carriage and began to check the surrounding scenery. No matter what others look like in this dark environment, but Ouyang Qianjin can see clearly under the dark eyes. The entire Windmill Ridge is built on a hill. Probably the direction of the main gate faces the weedy plain that Ouyang Qianjin passed by when she came before. And there should be a road leading to the plain in front of the main gate. I think it should be the road for people in the city to go out to the plain to work. Next to it is a winding and wide river that wraps around 3 sides of the city. But it is better to say that it is a castle built at the corner of the river. Small ditches built with stones can be seen everywhere in the city. It seems that the water conservancy in the city should be very developed. Miss, I want to go out and take a look. Sebastian, who was standing by, asked in a low voice after seeing Ouyang Qianjin's silence. Go ahead. Go ahead. Although you have become a skeleton and the city has become a ruin, it is still a return to your hometown. Ouyang Qianjin waved her hand. Then she looked at Sebastian fiercely. Do you want to prepare some incense and candles to pay tribute to your former partner, wife and children? No. I didn't have a wife or children when I was alive. Ouyang Qianjin's words made Sebastian a little unsure of what to say next, so he could only move his mouth, hesitate, and say a difficult sentence. And this time, he didn't prepare any incense and candles for Ouyang Qianjin. After all, the Necromancer is not a Taoist priest. Who would go out without incense and candles? Sebastian got out of the car and walked to the ruins. Although what Ouyang Qianjin said just now was a bit harsh, but he did become a pile of dry bones. And when he returned to his hometown about 300 years after his death, he found that his hometown had become a wreck. This is not something that can make people feel happy. In fact, Sebastian's heart is also mixed with emotions. The once familiar woods are still there, and the once familiar rivers are still there, but the once familiar streets have disappeared, and the once familiar people are also dead. As a result, the things made by humans are still not as good as the magic of nature, but it seems normal that they are not as good as nature. Miss, do you want to rest next? Or continue to travel? After eating the dinner that Sebastian carefully prepared for Ouyang Qianjin at his former workplace, Canon asked Ouyang Qianjin. Of course we should continue on our way. I think the other two should think so too. It's better to say that everyone wants to kill one quickly and suppress the other in terms of level. Especially Quan Qingyu. Now Quan Qingyu has returned to the position of the eternal second. To be honest, if it weren't for Ouyang Wanzhong, the good brother, who gave him several levels, Ouyang Qianjin might have been pulled down. So Ouyang Qianjin came this time not just for the sake of upgrading. It's also to completely get rid of Quan Qingyu, the most enthusiastic follower. Although it's great to always suppress others. But it is annoying that the other party keeps chasing like this. So, no matter what others do, he must die. Then, where are we going? As the front scout, Canon wanted his young lady to point out a direction. Why ask? The persimmon will of course be the soft one. Go south. Keep going south until you are stopped. Ouyang Qianjin said with a smile. The so-called soft persimmon. That naturally refers to the raven priestess Kobayakawa Tomoyo in the Eight-Head Shrine. After all, the level is not high. Only level 50. That's right. From the first time Ouyang Qianjin noticed this person a month ago to now. This guy has not upgraded a level. This makes Ouyang Qianjin can't help but identify him as a soft persimmon. Of course, there is also something weird in it. After all, there has been no upgrade in a month. Which is an abnormal thing no matter how you look at it. Even if it is upgraded by 1 or 2 levels. Ouyang Qianjin will not think there is a problem. But it is a bit abnormal if this level is not upgraded much. Of course, to say that Kobayakawa Tomoyo is a soft persimmon is only relative to Void Plunderer Jun Qingyu. After all, there may be a fourth brother Kobayakawa Daisuke beside Kobayakawa Tomoyo. But compared to the second brother, it is easier to deal with. I think Quan Qingyu should think so too. It is better to say that anyone with a little IQ will think so. Ouyang Qianjin touched her belly. Recently, she has been eating and sleeping. Sleeping and eating. Or locked in the alchemy workshop. It seems, a little fat? Ha ha ha. No. 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 Ouyang Qianjin smiled awkwardly, shook her head, and denied this idea in her heart. Are you kidding? How could I be fat? I have never been fat in all these years. It is better to say that I have been suffering from illness for many years, and have a poor appetite. So I have only lost weight. For example, in the past 6 months. Also, Sebastian, have I gained weight? The moment Ouyang Qianjin said this, Sebastian turned his head suddenly, and looked at him with his mouth open. Impossible. Huh? Ouyang Qianjin was also shocked by Sebastian's excessive reaction. The food prepared by the old servant is carefully calculated every time. There is no possibility that the young lady will gain weight. Even if the young lady does not exercise, like a homegirl every day. Sebastian said excitedly. In the past month, Sebastian has read more than just cooking books on making food. He has read nutrition, medicinal diet, food calorie calculation, etc. So when Ouyang Qianjin said that he was fat, he was so excited. Is that so? Ouyang Qianjin stared. She didn't expect that her food was actually calculated every day. You know? Although her food was carefully prepared by Sebastian every day. But sometimes she would suddenly want to eat some food. For example, hot pot, tofu pudding, and rice soup. Unexpectedly, Sebastian actually calculated all of these. Sebastian, I have to say, you are really a competent housekeeper. Ouyang Qianjin sighed. You are too kind. Sebastian replied modestly. This is his usual modesty. But he was very happy in his heart. But it's a bit too much to describe your master as a homegirl. Although it's true. Sorry, Mississippi. Don't say that to me outside. I have to save face too. Yes, of course. Ouyang Qianjin and Sebastian smiled at each other. Sitting on the pumpkin carriage. Heading south. Continue to move forward. Chapter 205 Samurai of the Eight-Headed Shrine. Eight-Headed Shrine. Located in the Eight-Headed Mountain of the Sakura country. In terms of geographical location, it can be said that it is across the sea from the Black Cat Paradise. Black Cat Paradise is in the north. And Eight-Headed Shrine is in the south. There is a whale sea of about 850 kilometers in between. Just as Ouyang Qianjin led the army to the Eight-Headed Shrine, the territory where Kobayakawa Tomoyo was located, in the main hall of the Eight-Headed Shrine, a strong man was sitting on a small stool with a big horse and a golden sword. This strong man was wearing samurai armor and a helmet with 2 big sharp horns on his head. But the most eye-catching thing is the eyes of the strong man. On the closed right eye, there is a very obvious, terrifying knife wound from top to bottom, which almost occupies half of the face. It looks a bit old. It should be left for several years, or even more than 10 years ago. The other eye is open, but this only open eye looks scarlet, and even has a bright light. You can tell at a glance that they are not easy to mess with. Under the strong man's hands, two groups of people were kneeling on the left and right. One group was wearing the same samurai armor as the strong man. The other group was dressed like monks in black and white monk robes with rosary beads hanging around their necks. Your Highness, the people who went out to investigate just now came back to report that the cause of the earthquake was a huge piece of land that suddenly appeared on the sea of cherry blossoms. A samurai supported his hands on the tatame, lowered his head, and reported to the strong man. Huge? Humph! How huge? The strong man's voice was unpleasant. It was like the call of a frog, with a high-pitched feeling that did not match his body. After the strong man snorted coldly, the temperature in the entire shrine hall seemed to drop by several degrees. Bata Mountain is not very high, and because of its geographical location, it is still in a small basin. So from this position, you can't see what is happening outside. So after the violent earthquake, the strong man sent people to check the situation. It took about 7 hours to get the report just now. According to the spy's report, he ran north for 3 hours and didn't see the end. The subordinate reported like this: 3 hours north. The strongman called Your Highness frowned slightly. According to his understanding of his spies, running at full speed for 3 hours can run 300 kilometers. But even so, he couldn't reach the northernmost sea. It is really big. Is it so big? Who would have thought that it was land that descended this time? I don't know what the resources are on it. The spy ran at full speed for 3 hours. So it must be at least 300 kilometers? Yes. With such a large area, there will be a lot more land for grain production in the future. Then let the warriors take the serfs up there and try to cultivate it first. I don't think it's appropriate. Why don't we let the monks go over there to see how big it is and investigate it at the same time? It is indeed necessary. Now we only know how big the land is, but we don't know what is on it. Warcraft, land, mountains, rivers, maybe minerals and rare medicines? After listening to the report, everyone began to express their opinions. The whole hall was noisy like a vegetable market. Although earthquakes occur almost every day in Sakura country, earthquakes like the previous one are rarely experienced. So before getting the news, people didn't think anything. But when the news came back, everyone's thoughts changed. The 8-head shrine was originally a small basin, and the land was not rich. And there was a circle of monsters around. Even if you want to fight it out, it is not an easy thing. Although there are people who escaped from outside during this period. But with the increasing number of people, this piece of land has long been overwhelmed. Even so, it was because the leading strong warrior conquered a lot of monsters and monsters to win. But if you want to continue to expand outward, you can only do it slowly. Originally, they had found a very suitable method. Just need to nibble away at the territory of monsters little by little as time goes by. Unexpectedly, such a large piece of land suddenly appeared now. And it happened to be the northern port they had just opened some time ago. That's simply a pie in the sky. A good thing for a pillow when you are sleepy. At that time, not only can you get a lot of territory through there, but you can also go through there to the east-west passage that has never been opened. But to be honest, if it weren't for the powerful monsters and magic beasts around them, they wouldn't be as powerful as they are now. Boom! Just when everyone was speaking freely, the only strong man sitting on a small stool at the head stabbed his samurai sword into the ground. Just a moment. The originally noisy vegetable market became as quiet as the execution ground after the execution of ICBC. Everyone shut up. Your Highness, what do you think? The white-haired old man in armor at the front of the right asked carefully. The strong man closed his soul-stirring red eyes and continued to think. Directors, I haven't finished reporting yet. The man who was kneeling on the ground with his head down just now has not raised his head until now, and still maintains the previous action. The people who were discussing fiercely just now realized that there was a person kneeling in the middle. Say, the strong man, with a small stool, didn't waste words. After the spy advanced about 360 kilometers to the north, he found that there seemed to be a thick black cloud moving southward. Although the speed is slow, it is certain that it is moving southward, because the spy needs to come back to report. A group of people were left behind. But until now, no definite news has been sent back. I guess there may be some bad evil spirits in this land. And your highness needs instructions. The people who were happy about getting land just now can't laugh now. Evil spirits moving southward? This is not good news. Although the coast of the northern part of Sakura country near the Whale Sea is very long, the black cloud may not necessarily come to the place where the 8-head shrine is located. But it should be certain that there may be enemies inside. What the black cloud is actually not important. What is important is that they must take over this vast land. Send someone to confirm. Yes. When the meeting was over, everyone walked out of the chilly hall just now. However, the temperature outside, where it was snowing heavily, was not much higher than that inside the hall. His Highness Kobayakawa has agreed. Samurai, monks, and serfs, all move. Those who should go to scout should go to scout. And those who should go to reclaim should go to reclaim. This is the biggest and most critical moment for our 8-head shrine. If anyone fails at this critical moment, I will be the first to chop him. The one who spoke was the white-haired old man just now. At this moment, he held the hilt of the knife and gave orders to the people who went out. Director Yamashita. About the matter of the black cloud. Didn't His Majesty Kobayakawa say that we should continue to send people to confirm? Even if they don't come to us, the land of the new world must be ours. Hi. Chapter 206. Are these guys seriously ill? Puff. Ah. Ta-takai. Ta-takai. The warriors were waving their samurai swords. And the monks were chanting sutras in the back to add buffs. They looked like an army with both offense and defense. But no matter what means they used, they could not break through the front line defended by a group of skeletons. Not only that, they were even constantly hunted by gargoyles flying down from the sky. Their own front line was a bit stretched. What is that? Just when the front line was difficult to maintain, a sharp-eyed warrior suddenly discovered that among the skeletons attacking them, in addition to the skeletons wearing purple-black armor, there were also a very small number of skeletons wearing samurai armor. Skeletons wearing Damaru? Isn't that Yuenjong's armor? And that skeleton, holding Ranmaru's samurai sword in his hand. They easily found that these skeletons were all familiar items, from weapons to armor. There was even a skeleton with half a foot hanging on its foot. Good thing. In just a blink of an eye, everyone stopped being human. They all turned into skeletons. Run! It's a demon. They are demons. A simple move directly broke through the psychological defenses of these people. No! It's not even a move. After all, turning people into skeletons is just a routine operation of the Necromancer. It's just that they saw it for the first time, so they were a little panicked. The fastest runners were the monks who were buffing in the back. Tada! Tada! Don't run! Although some of them tried to stop those who escaped. It was useless. Morale is broken. It is broken, no matter how to save it. And the result is often very obvious. All destroyed. Happily. Holding hands. Those acquaintances who became skeletons became a member of Ouyang Qianjin's army. Hush. There is another professional above level 50. Sitting in the pumpkin car. Ouyang Qianjin held hot tea and whistled very frivolously. There was another professional above level 50 in the previous wave of people. This made Ouyang Qianjin's level rise from level 60 to level 63, like taking a plane. That's it. And it's just the harvest of these few hours. It can be said that it was the easiest time to rise since the job change. And it was easier than scraping the level from his brother before. After all, 2 of the 3 levels were raised when Ouyang Qianjin was sleeping. Although for a high-level professional like me, there is already an experience penalty at level 50. But at least I can level up. If the entire Bata Shrine and the beach are blown up, how many levels can I level up? Ouyang Qianjin thought in such an evil way. Uh-huh. Which wave is this? Ouyang Qianjin yawned and asked Sebastian. She was woken up. She was woken up by the ping-pong fighting outside. Originally, after dinner yesterday, Ouyang Qianjin went to bed. And she wanted to go to bed early and get up early. But before going to bed, she suddenly flipped through a novel that she thought was good. As a result, I didn't know when I fell asleep. When I woke up, it was like this. And I could only rely on hot strong tea to keep myself alive. From the few people we found 5 hours ago to now, a total of 5 groups of people have come, all of whom have been defeated. Our army killed 311 enemies, and lost 51 skeleton generals and 13 gargoyles. Replenish 288 skeleton generals. Since Sebastian was appointed as the housekeeper by Ouyang Qianjin, he also has the specific number of Ouyang Qianjin's troops. It's all in his mind. It can be said that after each battle, he will prepare a battle damage report for Ouyang Qianjin. But for Ouyang Qianjin, this is simply a matter of indifference. After all, there are many deaths, but more replenishments. 5 hours? That means I should have slept for at least 5 hours. It's okay. Not in the category of sudden death. After listening to Sebastian's report, Ouyang Qianjin really didn't take the battle damage to heart. On the contrary, he was worried about his sleep time. Although he is a necromancer, although he is very energetic, but sleeping does not necessarily have to replenish mental power. There are also a series of questions about beauty, skin, melanin, etc. No, the eldest lady was still studying during the first wave. Studying, he was really subtle. Sebastian's answer made Ouyang Qianjin almost burst into tears. In other words, she didn't even sleep for 5 hours? Damn it. Those animals like to disturb my sleep so much? If my skin gets worse and my pores get bigger, who will be responsible? Ouyang Qianjin gritted her teeth and put down the teacup in her hand, and then turned off the dark eye. Now there are corpses everywhere where we pass by. They are all guys wearing samurai armor or monks. You can tell at a glance that they are from the Sakura country. That is, TSK. Are these guys seriously ill? Why are they all choosing the same skills? Ouyang Qianjin propped up her chin with her palm. To be honest, this is the first time that Ouyang Qianjin has encountered such a military-style mode where all skills are chosen in a uniform manner. You should know that most of the people who can survive after the Advent Day have their own goals. Survival is of course necessary. But after getting through the initial stage, everyone will have the idea of I can do it. Some people will also develop some ambitions. In this environment, it is simply incredible to achieve such a unified mode. What is the reason? Ouyang Qianjin frowned. Miss? Sebastian tilted his head and looked at Ouyang Qianjin with an inquiring look. No. Nothing. I just wonder why these guys can do this. Ouyang Qianjin shook his head slightly. After all, this degree is simply too abnormal. It is so abnormal that it is a bit stifling self. Could it be because of the environment? After Ouyang Qianjin asked. Sebastian also thought about this question seriously. Environment? Yes. Sebastian nodded. When I was reading a book before, there was a book that said environment forces people to change. Although skills or other things are indeed very attractive. For these guys who can achieve this level, I think only the environment can force them to be like this. Environment. After listening to Sebastian's answer, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but tap his fingers rhythmically on the low table. Tap. Tap. The Sakura country is already full of disasters, such as volcanoes, earthquakes, tsunamis, pollution. The people already have a repressive mentality. Under this mentality, if a monster suddenly descends, there will definitely be many people who can't hold it. And the most important thing is either burst out in silence or become perverted in silence. The so-called environment in Sebastian's mouth should refer to the meaning of pressure. Either it is the high pressure brought by the outside, or it is the high pressure brought by the inside. Or both? Chapter 207 being monitored. Black. It was pitch black. This was not because of the thick black clouds in the sky. It was because of the surrounding objects. Whether it was trees or weeds, or even the water flowing in a stream next to it, they were all black. It was far worse than the colorful atmosphere of Black Cat Paradise transformed by Ouyang Qianjin. Hey. Hey. Hey! Even if it's black, you should at least make it colorful. What's this thing? Even a necromancer like me can't see things clearly. Sitting in the pumpkin carriage, Ouyang Qianjin complained. It has been half a month since the first departure from Black Cat Paradise. More than 800 kilometers in half a month. Only 50 to 60 kilometers a day, which is a turtle speed. But this can't be blamed on Ouyang Qianjin. If there is anything to blame, it can only be blamed on the warriors, who would come out from time to disturb Ouyang Qianjin, and some monsters, and subhuman tribes along the way. Although it is not impossible to kill people and monsters while traveling. But as the lord of the territory, Ouyang Qianjin feels that it is necessary to inspect the situation of her territory along the way. Not to mention, during the half-month investigation along the way, Cannon found mineral veins in several places. Not only that, along the way, Ouyang Qianjin also found a lot of herbs in this new land. It can be said that all the rewards that should be had have been collected. But think about it. Although there may not be mineral veins and rare animals on the land, there must be herbs. After all, let's not talk about the things in the other world. Even in this world of mine, herbs can grow in deserts, swamps, and even in caves under glaciers. It's just that it's not as full of magic as the herbs in the other world. Magic? It seems like there's some inspiration? Ouyang Qianjin suddenly realized something. But after thinking for a long time with her head tilted, she couldn't grasp the key. So she gave up. Miss, a new wave of warriors is coming again. Just when Ouyang Qianjin gave up thinking, Sebastian reported on the side. Really? Will these guys ever stop? Ouyang Qianjin is now a little tired of these warriors. Since about 10 days ago, these warriors have been adding more. At first, the armor or flags of the warriors that Ouyang Qianjin saw were embroidered with 8-headed snakes, which should represent the 8-headed shrine. But later it was different. There were round, square, animal-shaped ones, and even guys who used basketballs as their family crests. However, these constantly emerging family crests also made Ouyang Qianjin realize a problem. That is, these guys along the northern coast of Sakura country probably formed a coalition to resist this guy who looks like a big boss. But it's good this way. The high-level guys gathered together, so that I could level up a few more times. Right? And judging from the frequency of these warriors appearing and the sudden changes in the surrounding environment, I should be not far from the 8-head shrine. However, I didn't find the figure of Quan Qingyu, the waist, until now, which made Ouyang Qianjin a little puzzled. Logically speaking, someone who can be the second in the ranking list for thousands of years should not be a fool. Can you think of first? Is he planning to wait for the opportunity? Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This guy is interesting. If it is really what he thought, then the other party must plan to show up after he has dealt with Kobayakawa Tomoyo and Kobayakawa Daisuke. Yeah. Be careful in the front. After all, who doesn't have some cards in hand? Although Ouyang Qianjin felt that she would not fall, it would be unacceptable for her to be smeared with blood. Strange. Miss, we obviously decided to take a detour at the last minute. How come we can meet him no matter where we go? Sebastian was speechless. This is the 5th time he changed the route because of the patrol on the way. But he was still found. Although Sebastian also knew that there were as many reconnaissance skills as he wanted in their world. But under the skills of his own lady, other skills really work? This made him puzzled. Alas, Ouyang Qianjin sighed. Sebastian, since I have the reconnaissance method of dark eyes, isn't it normal for others to have reconnaissance methods as well? What's more, they are the same lords as me. As she said this, Ouyang Qianjin pouted at a black tree outside the window. Sebastian tilted his body slightly to look out the window. Only then did he realize that there were several birds perched on the tree outside the window. Black eyes and black feathers. This should be a bird called crow in this world. Judging from the person the young lady is going to deal with this time, it should be a raven. So, starting from 3 days ago, this kind of bird has been seen from time to time along the way. I didn't take it seriously at the time. Now it seems that I and others have been under the surveillance of others for the past 3 days? No wonder they come so accurately every time. Sorry, miss. It's the old servant's carelessness. After thinking it through, Sebastian realized that he had made such a big mistake. So he immediately apologized to Ouyang Qianjin. Ah, it's okay. Anyway, I found it a few days ago. But I didn't say it. Ouyang Qianjin didn't care. It's better to say that it was done for them to see. I think the 8-head shrine should be in chaos now. After all the people said before and after were wiped out and became the fighting force on our side. This is a very frightening thing no matter how you look at it. Morale. Before the battle, it is a very cost-effective thing to hit the morale of the enemy first. If the other party is watching the live broadcast, it will definitely be better. Moreover, as soon as she found out that someone was watching her, Ouyang Qianjin had the gargoyles hide in the clouds as a trump card. It was no problem to beat little Hayakawa Daisuke and the Raven Priestess. The problem still lies with Quan Qingyu. When and where will this guy make his move? This is what Ouyang Qianjin is thinking about now. After all, although she doesn't take the 8-head shrine seriously, but Quan Qingyu won't do that, or dare not do that. Otherwise, Quan Qingyu wouldn't want to wait for the opportunity. Think about it. With Quan Qingyu's character of having to fight for victory or defeat. If he had confidence, he would have gone up and generated income for himself. How could it be my turn to walk so slowly? Well, it seems that I need to come up with some trump cards to deal with Quan Qingyu. The Void Predator. Chapter 208 Kobayakawa Daisuke. It is said that the mantis stalks the cicada while the oriole waits behind. In Ouyang Qianjin's opinion, if she chooses to be the oriole, then she will definitely come out to pick up heads when the battle between Kobayakawa Daisuke and Kobayakawa Tomoyo is intense. Maximize her own interests. But Ouyang Qianjin does not think that such a simple idea is Quan Qingyu's idea. There is no way. It is too simple. Quan Qingyu will definitely guess what I can guess. Although there is no guarantee that he will not use this trick 100%. This part must be taken into consideration. On the other side, in the main hall of the eight-headed shrine, just as Ouyang Qianjin thought, a group of warriors, magicians, and knights sitting on small stools were looking at the image projected by the crow in the main hall of the shrine with a green face. Necromancer. It must be Necromancer. It has been confirmed for so many days. There is no need for you to be so surprised. Right? A leader who just came from the northern dock, wearing a family pattern clothing, looked at the other leaders in this strange way. Are we surprised by the Necromancer? We are surprised by Ouyang Qianjin. Oh, Ouyang Qianjin. After hearing this name, the leader immediately called up the panel. The weight of the first place in the double list has long been across the ocean and become a well-known name. But he couldn't figure it out. Why did Ouyang Qianjin come here? Even if the Cherry Blossom Sea was filled by this suddenly appeared continent, she had no reason to come to our Cherry Blossom country. Right? After all, after the Black Cat Paradise appeared on the list, everyone asked someone about its location. So everyone knows what the concept of Black Cat Paradise to Yazu Jinja Shrine is. You are right. We don't know about this either. But the problem is that she came. And she came in such a fairy tale pumpkin carriage, with a group of skeletons. Everyone was also helpless. Not to mention the leader who just arrived. Even some of them, who received a letter of help from the Kobayakawa family, and arrived at the Yazu Jinja Shrine 10 days ago, did not know what Ouyang Qianjin was thinking. Is there something we don't know about it? Everyone turned their heads to look at the new leader. You see? After all, we are all professionals. And the panels will remind us. But there is the biggest difference between us and Ouyang Qianjin. It is precisely this difference that makes us completely ignorant of Ouyang Qianjin's actions. For example, things that only the Lord knows. The new leader's words immediately shifted everyone's attention to Kobayakawa Daisuke at the top. Chief Kobayakawa, I hope you can explain this matter. Since the sudden appearance of Northland, there must be a prompt on the Lord's panel. Otherwise it is impossible to explain the current situation. Just like when the monster descended before, it's better to say it's a mission. A full 10 missions? That's possible. Kobayakawa Daisuke. We now need to meet the current head of Kobayakawa, Ms. Kobayakawa Tomoyo. Yes, only she can answer our questions now. Kobayakawa Daisuke still had a deadpan expression when facing the urgent questioning of a group of people. It was as if so many leaders had no influence on him at all. You should know that Yotoyama, where Yato Shrine is located, can be described as an old general on the stage, with flags all over his body. These flags are all embroidered with the family crests of those leaders. When the Kobayakawa family tried to solve the mystery of the Black Cloud, but all the people they said were killed, they issued a battle invitation. Although only 330 or 40 leaders responded to the invitation of this family of the first master of Sakura Country, and the only lord of Sakura Country among hundreds of invitations. But there were quite a few people coming. A full army of more than 150,000 people was stockpiled around Yotoyama. Of course, they didn't come to work for free. The saying that there is no gain without early rise is applicable everywhere. When the Kobayakawa family invited, it was clear that after this crisis, everyone can get a share of the newly appeared land in the Northland. Become the new daimyo gathered under the Kobayakawa family. You know, if the Northland is really filled, it will be much larger than their homeland of Sakura Country. At that time, no matter whether their family is allocated mountains or forests, they will allow their family to get the most favorable development conditions in this new world. That's why they are willing to send troops. Whether it's a team of 1 or 2,000 people, or a team of 5 or 6,000 people. As long as there are many people, there will always be a way. But they never thought that they would have to deal with Ouyang Qianjin. The big brother on the list. You know, you can be the first in everything. Even now. The person who occupies the first place in both lists must be capable. The head of the family is now maintaining the surrounding area of the shrine and the barrier of Bata Mountain. So it is not convenient for him to meet people. Kobayakawa Daisuke still sat steadily at the head without speaking. The one who spoke was the white-haired old man who was called Director Yamashita before. Director Yamashita. At this time, are you still unwilling to tell the truth? If so, I will not accompany you anymore. After saying that, the man stood up and prepared to leave. Everyone is connected by interests. Although it is not time to divide the spoils yet. This kind of leader, who does not tell the truth and is unwilling to share intelligence, makes some people uncomfortable. The most important thing is that since the other party will conceal something, that means they are not of the same mind. If you are not of the same mind with yourself, how can you expect yourself to be of the same mind with you? That is simply a fantasy. To put it bluntly, no one is a fool who is willing to be used as a gun, now that they can hide it from themselves and others. Even if they win in the future, it is hard to say whether they can get a share from the other party. In this case, then let's part ways in peace. Everyone, don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. After this person stood up, everyone looked at each other for a while. More than a dozen people who had some brains or wanted to get out of the quagmire of Ouyang Qianjin stood up and prepared to leave. And Director Yamashita quickly came to these leaders to persuade them. However, when Director Yamashita walked in front of everyone, he didn't know how to persuade them at all. After all, they really didn't know why Ouyang Qianjin came from the Black Cat Paradise in the north of the Whale Sea to the Eight-Head Shrine in the south this time. Because the matter that these people suspected, the head of the family, Tomoyo Kobayakawa, didn't say anything at all. However, just when these people threw Director Yamashita, who stopped them aside and continued to walk out, an accident happened. The group of people suddenly stopped where they were. A thin layer of frost condensed from their bodies and eventually turned into statues. You go and take over their army. Chapter 209 Dark Clouds over the city. This, when seeing these dozen people frozen by frost, the rest of the people could not help but be stunned. Then, they turned their heads to look at Kobayakawa, who was sitting steadily at the head. I don't know when. You know, they came to respond to the call of the Kobayakawa family. But they didn't expect that this person would kill people when they disagreed. Killing people is fine. But they also want them to accept other people's troops? Although they are willing to do so. But this is somewhat unreasonable. And the most important thing is that they are also afraid that they will become the next such existence. After all, you can't even see any expression on Kobayakawa Daisuke's face, let alone unpredictable. Such a difficult-to-guess expression made them suddenly feel that responding to Kobayakawa this time was not a wise move. But now they are on the boat. And it seems that it is not easy to get off the boat. Accepting the army of these people? It seems to be a good thing. It happened that when they went to investigate the bottom of Ouyang Qianjin before, they lost some troops in their hands more or less. Now we have some left over for replenishment. This is a good thing. So, after weighing the pros and cons, everyone nodded silently. They agreed with Kobayakawa. Speaking of which, because of the chaos just now, we all forgot to ask the reason. After leaving the main hall, a leader suddenly remembered what they had been asking before. You know, the death of more than a dozen leaders was caused by this incident. If you want to die, go back and ask. Anyway, Kobayakawa is not going to tell you. Humph. He was just a street thug before. But now, he is a decent person. This is the end of the world. An era where even dogs can turn over. Although they also want to know what caused this battle. But after seeing Kobayakawa Daisuke take action, no one is willing to ask. After all, they are here to make money, not to play with their lives. I have made up my mind. If the situation is not right in the battle with Ouyang Qianjin, I will immediately take people and run away. Or betrayal is also a good choice. There is no need to hang on a tree. Right? Director Yamashita. Look at the sky. Just when the leaders were scattered to various hilltops to receive personnel, someone suddenly called Director Yamashita. Although it is still snowing and cold in the sky, but the afternoon sun still has a little temperature. Let those who bask in the sun get temporary warmth. However, at this moment, the sky, which should have been clear, is slowly getting darker. Looking up, there was a dark cloud approaching in the northern sky. This cloud was very familiar to Director Yamashita. He saw it almost every day during this period. In the live broadcast sent back by Raven. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! In an instant, the white-haired director Yamashita shouted at the top of his lungs, and turned to rush into the main hall. The scene was as funny as it could be. However, no one of the warriors and monks around, whether they were standing guard or resting, could laugh. As soon as they heard the word enemy attack, they immediately picked up their weapons. Even some female warriors raised their naginatas to prepare for battle. After all, everyone has lived from the Advent day to the present day. They have experienced this kind of battle countless times, and know the importance of fighting hard. But this time seems to be a little different. There have actually been rumors among them for a long time. Since Hanzo's team disappeared half a month ago, the upper echelons have been sending soldiers to conduct reconnaissance. Even more than 10 days ago, they went out from that strange land through the newly opened port to invite for battle. But judging from the foreign troops that have been coming recently, and the people who have been sent out and never come back, rather than saying it is an invitation, they think it is more like requesting for help. But anyway, now all we have to do is prepare for war. Then kill the enemy or be killed. What a depressing place. This 8-headed shrine. Ouyang Qianjin sat in the pumpkin carriage, eating melon seeds, looking at the dark scenery outside the window. Since she encountered the last wave of samurai attacks half a day ago, her skeleton army has stepped into this black place. Although Ouyang Qianjin knew that this was basically the skill of the Raven Priestess of the 8-headed shrine, but she still couldn't like the scene in front of her. After all, she was an 18-year-old girl who had been in the hospital for so long. In the hospital, she faced a large area of white all day long. And now she had to face a whole area of black. It was impossible to say that she didn't feel irritated. So now she was using melon seeds to kill time. No. To be more precise, it should be a weak diversion of her attention. Not to say that something is better than nothing, but at least it is very little. But it doesn't matter now, because Ouyang Qianjin had already seen it. What is that? Eyes? Why are there so many eyes? The professionals who were waiting in full battle array around Bata Mountain looked up at the pale eyes on the black cloud in the sky, which looked like sketches, and asked with trembling voices. They knew that this was a skill. After all, half a year had passed, and people who had seen a lot of messy skills knew that when in doubt, treat it as a skill was definitely not wrong. But the problem is that this skill is too big and too weird. As soldiers below, they were not told that the target of this battle was a necromancer. They didn't even know that this necromancer was the well-known Ouyang Qianjin. So they still thought it was the boss that existed in the new world after it appeared. But they didn't guess about the black cloud. They just thought it was the change of heaven and earth in the new world. But the weird performance of Eye of Darkness still made these people feel chilling. Think about it. Suddenly, so many eyes appeared in the sky. Anyone who was not stupid knew that the battle between them would be under the surveillance of the boss. If they started fighting, their every move would be seen through. There was no room for strategy at all. And they could only fight hard. You should know that this was not an ideal thing for both fighting and morale. Although no one wanted to think so, the word defeat still slipped into everyone's mind at this moment. Once this idea arose in their hearts, some people couldn't even hold their weapons steadily. What should I do? A samurai holding a samurai sword trembled with his hands, and looked up at the large and small sketch eyes in the sky and muttered, "Baka! Don't ask me. A ninja squatting on the ground with a short sword in his hand, and covering his mouth couldn't help but complain. Wait! What is that?" But a strange thing appeared in the distance, where the ninja was responsible for observing, interrupting his previous complaints. That is, skeletons. Skeleton Army. Chapter 210, The Necromancer is Really Evil. Oh! So many people. There must be at least 100,000 people. Right? Sebastian. This is probably the most enemies I have ever seen. Right? Ouyang Qianjin closed her eyes, and looked very happy. Yes, miss. If you exclude the centaurs on the Pillion Plateau. Sebastian bowed slightly to Ouyang Qianjin respectfully. Really? Don't complain about this at this time. Okay? Wouldn't it make me look stupid? Ouyang Qianjin complained with a cute pout. It may also lower the taste. Sebastian was very honest. Even the complaints were honest and a little hurtful. Yes. 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 Sebastian is also a bad-hearted person even though he knew it. Shaking his head, Ouyang Qianjin handed over the almost empty teacup on the table. Although eating melon seeds can kill boring time, but if you eat too much, your mouth will be dry. so you can drink a few more cups of tea. Seabass also picked up the hot tea on the stove next to him and refilled Ouyang Qianjin's cup. Just when Ouyang Qianjin and Seabass were talking about some insignificant things, a fierce fight was going on Bata Mountain. This was a battle between humans and skeleton soldiers. More than 100,000 people against more than 20,000 skeletons, and thousands of golem puppets. Although Ouyang Qianjin herself also needed guards, she still pressed most of her troops to ensure that she killed more enemies in the first place, and created a source of troops for herself. In fact, this kind of melee of more than 100,000 units, it is basically very difficult to withdraw after sending out troops. Moreover, Ouyang Qianjin's troops are still at a disadvantage. But it doesn't matter. What's wrong with these guys? Why are their skills completely useless? Who knows? Physical immunity. Can't you open the Eye of Identification? Magicians. On Myoji. Move forward. Physical professions retreat. Thousands of people were lost as soon as they met the enemy. It can be said that Ouyang Qianjin's skeletons wearing black and purple armor directly stunned those professions such as warriors, knights, and assassins. Fortunately, there are rational and sober guys in the team. After a glance, they found something unusual. If it weren't for this glance, I believe that this contact should have created more troops for Ouyang Qianjin. What a troublesome group of guys. The retreating warriors couldn't help complaining. Standard armor. And 100% armor rate. Really rich. The ninja used his index finger to hook down the black face towel covering his face, and then took out a bamboo water bottle and drank a big gulp. When people are nervous, they will use drinking water, smoking, etc. to relieve their nervousness. Now this ninja is in this state. In fact, it's not just him. Others are the same. Since the black clouds pressed down on the city and the white pupils filled the sky, they have been in a state of tension. After such a short time, they finally knew who the enemy was, but found that their skills could not effectively attack the enemy. This would be a blow to anyone, right? Whether it's mental or physical. Give it to me. The warrior reached out and snatched the bamboo water bottle that the ninja had just put down, and raised his head to drink it in big gulps. That's why I said that you guys who choose to be warriors are too rude. The ninja smacked his lips and complained. Now is not the time to talk about this. Taking off his helmet and pouring the remaining water in the bamboo tube on his head, the warrior sighed. Asshole. Warrior profession. Come forward. Quick. 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 Just when the two of them took the opportunity to rest and prepare for possible battles later, the mages on the front line suddenly shouted. A bunch of melee fighters didn't understand what it meant. They just took the place, and they are going to take the lead again? Isn't this a bit unreasonable? However, they didn't have time to think about it. Boom! A fireball suddenly shot from the front line, directly taking away the melee profession, who was resting in the back, and was still a little confused. Then everyone saw magic flying on the front line. Some magic flew into the crowd like before, and some flew into the air and disappeared. In short, it is chaos in every sense. It is dazzling and overwhelming. What are you still standing there for? Come up! What a waste! I didn't expect the other side to have a special anti-magic puppet. Retreat! Mages! Go behind the warriors and shoot! Warriors should hold the line. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have been so arrogant as to stand in front of the warriors and play magic. Hearing the chaotic language of the frontline mages, the warriors behind were speechless. This is a back and forth mess. You know, changing defense is the easiest to cause trouble. Go! But although they may not have rested for a minute, the leader in front is already shouting. What else can we do? These guys are really confident. Ouyang Qianjin still closed her eyes, but shook her head when she saw it. She never thought that the people of Sakura country would be so rigid when fighting. And although she saw many magicians and knights among these tens of thousands of people, but there are more native warriors, ninjas, monks, onmyojas, priests and other professions with local flavor in Sakura country. This made Ouyang Qianjin a little confused about the brain circuit of the islanders. Is this more suitable for localization in their eyes? You know, there are many choices of professions. Since they have the same profession, it means that the skills they choose are also the same. Is the living condition of Sakura country so bad that it must be chosen like this? Ouyang Qianjin didn't understand, and didn't intend to understand. But it is certain that they intend to compete with themselves for territory. Destroy the other party. Not leaving the other party with a chance to imagine is what Ouyang Qianjin has to do now. Deal with the golem puppets first. No use. Focus on killing the skeletons in armor first. These skeletons are really endless. Wait. Why do I feel that the more I kill the skeletons, the more I kill them? Some skeletons are not wearing armor, but the color of their bones is different from that of ordinary white skeletons. On the Eight Heads Mountain, several leaders were using binoculars to look at the battle on the front line. To be honest, the battle line of more than 100,000 people could not even maintain the front line under the pressure of more than 20,000 enemy troops. This made them somewhat embarrassed. Of course, the most important thing was that they noticed that their number of people seemed to be decreasing, while the number of the enemy's skeletons was increasing. Just summoned from our corpses. TSK, the Necromancer is really evil. The people on the front line have already discovered it. And now the morale is basically zero. This is not a solution. What else can we do? How about running away now? If I can run away, I want to run away too. The few people whispered to each other, while secretly observing the retainer sent by the Kobayakawa family to monitor them. Chapter 211 Resurrection of the Dead. Run away. Demons. This is basically a fight with demons. Now, with Bata Mountain as the center. If you look from the sky with a god's perspective, you will find that the army of more than 100,000 people has been killed and defeated. There are also defeated soldiers running around everywhere. It can be said that it is a state of blooming in all directions with Bata Mountain as the center. And all this started from the battle with the skeleton, which took only more than 10 minutes. In the face of such a battlefield where one enemy is hit, and two enemies emerge, people will always unconsciously tend to not win. In addition, Ouyang Qianjin has been constantly hitting the morale of these people from the beginning. So the victory and defeat have actually been decided long before the enemy encounter. In fact, until now, these professionals in the Sakura country have not discovered that they are fighting with Ouyang Qianjin. If they found out, they might have run away long ago. Why do they have to wait until now, when tens of thousands of people have been killed before thinking about running away? After all, the real battle was just a process in Ouyang Qianjin's eyes. And in actual operation, it was just as Ouyang Qianjin thought. The enemy's army was now in disarray. And Ouyang Qianjin was advancing vigorously towards the eight-headed shrine that had been discovered long ago. Of course, the so-called advancing vigorously refers to the skeleton army under Ouyang Qianjin's command. The pumpkin carriage she was in had been in the same place from the beginning to the end of the battle. And she didn't even think about leaving. After all, the battle can be left to her own army. And the reconnaissance can be done with the dark eyes. As a commander, there is no need to run back and forth like other professions. This made Ouyang Qianjin confirm again that the profession of necromancer is very suitable for him. Can't stop it. Can't stop it at all. Run. Are you waiting to die with the Kobayakawa family? As early as when the frontline soldiers were defeated, the leaders of the front line had already run away. Now there are only a dozen leaders still on the eight-headed mountain. There is no way. Behind them are all the retainers of the Kobayakawa family. That is to say, the front line was completely broken, and these retainers, who guarded them, went back to support the shrine. Otherwise, they would not even have a chance to run. Of course, since it is an opportunity, it is naturally left to those who are prepared. As for them, they were killed before they ran far. To be precise, they were caught and killed in front of Ouyang Qianjin. This is also thanks to Kobayakawa Tomoyo's skill of dyeing the world black. Just like others don't know what the dark sky is. Although Ouyang Qianjin doesn't know, at least she can still use it to do it. In the sky, the gargoyles that have been hiding in the black clouds take advantage of the chaos and darkness to swoop down and directly grab the enemies running around like ants on the ground, and then send them to the rear as Ouyang Qianjin's food and source of soldiers. This is the time of harvest, just like the golden wheat fields all over the ground in autumn, waiting for Ouyang Qianjin's gargoyles to harvest. Ding! You have upgraded, and you can use +1 summons. Ding! You have upgraded, and you can use +1 summons. Ding! You have upgraded, and you can use +1 summons. Among the tens of thousands of people, the gargoyles specifically target those above level 50. The sound of level upgrades kept ringing, and Ouyang Qianjin was very busy. Before the battle, Ouyang Qianjin was already level 64. Now after upgrading, it is time to choose skills. 65. 70. Ouyang Qianjin did not hesitate for long between the two levels of skills. At level 65, Ouyang Qianjin finally chose the skill Wall of Darkness. After all, there is Quan Qingyu watching in secret. And this card is something Ouyang Qianjin cannot give up at all. Fortunately, there is nothing good in the 3 options. If you don't choose now, when will you choose? As for the level 70 skill, it is really awesome. Although this is not a core skill of the Necromancer, it can be regarded as one of the Necromancer's iconic skills. Resurrection of the dead, any dead creature, as long as the soul is intact, can be resurrected by the caster. But at the same time, the creature will be automatically transformed into an undead creature of the same level as the caster. You don't think that letting the Necromancer resurrect you doesn't cost anything. Erosion effect, the dead are upgraded, raising the undead creatures to a level that does not belong to them. Resurrection of the dead can be regarded as a signature skill of the Necromancer. Like the transformation of skeletons, ghouls, ghosts, and zombies, they are all means to increase the number of chess pieces in their hands. It's just different from the more specific single transformations before. Resurrection of the dead is for all creatures to be resurrected. And under the erosion of her own talent, she can also raise the resurrected dead to a level that she doesn't even know what it is. Of course, the most important effect this time is not the effect of the erosion of his own talent, but the statement of same level as the caster that comes with the skill itself. Ouyang Qianjin is now level 70, which means that whether it is the skeletons he transforms or the dead he revives, they will become level 70 like himself. Although I don't know whether the revived dead will have their own skills. There is no doubt that if it is used on humans, it will instantly increase the opponent's combat power. It seems to be a very good skill. However, in Ouyang Qianjin's opinion, this skill is not to be used casually. Unlike the skeletons with infinite loyalty that he transformed, the revived dead should have their own thoughts. Although it is still impossible to change the reality that the other party is called undead by himself. But this does not mean that he can control them like controlling skeletons. In fact, although Sebastian and Cannon have their own thoughts and wisdom, because they are transformed skeletons, Ouyang Qianjin has unreserved trust in them. And that is why. So although Ouyang Qianjin brought back most of the bodies of people above level 50, she has not yet started to revive them. This is the reason. She is afraid that she can't control these people. Although she thinks that even if all these people become the same as herself, 70 plus top existence, they still can't shake her. After all, when she reached level 70, the number of her skeletons directly reached more than 40,000. More corpses can be transformed from the surrounding corpses to surround them at any time. But adhering to the principle of less trouble is worse than more trouble. Ouyang Qianjin thought that she would just wait until Quan Qingyu was killed, and then slowly experiment with this skill that can make her alert, or simply use this skill only on acquaintances who have a bond with her. Chapter 212. I wanted to cut him in half. After all, resurrecting an enemy means that one less source of troops will be lost. It is better to use a sure conversion than an uncertain resurrection. As for an acquaintance, he can thank me after resurrection, and let him deepen his bond with me so that I can make better use of him. As for the front line, of course it is left to Cannon. At the moment when the local army collapsed, if the front line lost skeletons, Ouyang Qianjin could replenish them by taking local materials. If there is enough time, these skeletons will be sent to the front line to replace the equipment of the broken skeletons to arm themselves, enhance their combat effectiveness and anti-strike ability. With the dark eyes and brain waves, Ouyang Qianjin sitting in the pumpkin car can be said to be as comfortable as she wants. It's strange that I haven't learned the language of the Sakura country, but I can unexpectedly understand what the other party is saying. After taking a sip of tea, Ouyang Qianjin exhaled a breath of hot air without thinking much. After all, anything can happen in this world. If you think about every strange phenomenon that can overturn common sense and cognition, you will probably grow a brain on your head. That would be counterproductive. It is better to focus on the present. Just get by, and make money day by day. I am tired of eating melon seeds. By the way, do we have peanuts in our farm? Ouyang Qianjin changed the subject and asked Sebastian curiously. Ah, peanuts? Sebastian was stunned. Well, I suddenly want to eat peanut candy. The kind that is hard and chewy, but a little bit tooth-breaking. Ouyang Qianjin shook her body slightly, recalling the taste of the candy before. A lot of peanuts and sunflowers have been planted. As for sugar, I think we can plant some sunstones around the Ivory Lake and plant some sugarcane as raw materials. In addition, I have read a book about candy before. There are many methods of making candy about fruits and dairy products. It just so happens that there are many cows and sheep in the backyard of the eldest lady. Do you want to try it? Looking at the look of Ouyang Qianjin, you can tell that the eldest lady now does not want to eat peanuts. She wants to eat candy. Although she brought a lot of snacks from City C before. But half a year has passed. These snacks have been consumed by Ouyang Qianjin. Now I can only use melon seeds to grind my teeth. It's a bit worse. Sure enough, if you want to grind your teeth, it's better to eat the hard candy that can be bitten and has a bit of sticky teeth. Forget about fruit candy. Fruits are still fresh and taste good. But milk candy is okay. Make more. Milk lollipops are my favorite. Ouyang Qianjin smiled and waved her hand. If she likes nuts and milk candies, then fruit candies are what she hates. That sour taste. If it's lemon, it's understandable. But replacing fruit with sugar wine is totally unacceptable. Lollipop? I understand. Mississippi. Sebastian nodded, and then wrote down what Ouyang Qianjin had just asked. Have you finished writing? After seeing Sebastian put away the notebook, Ouyang Qianjin asked without thinking. Well, I've written it down. Then get off the car. The guests are here. As my butler, I have to entertain them well. Ouyang Qianjin raised her lips and smiled at the confused Sebastian. Yes, there are enemies coming. Only then did Sebastian know what Ouyang Qianjin meant by that. So Sebastian got out of the car immediately and immediately began to direct the surrounding golem puppets to prepare a welcoming posture. It was not the kind of tense posture. It was very formal. The kind of etiquette that nobles use to receive distinguished guests. After all, the eldest lady of the family said that there are guests coming. Since it is a guest, then as the eldest lady's housekeeper, Sebastian naturally cannot let down Ouyang Qianjin's appearance. At this moment, the golem puppets held the black crown skull flag representing Ouyang Qianjin. The black ground was also covered with a red carpet. There were even 4 skeletons holding trumpets with the same black crown skull flag hanging there and blowing them. Of course, skeletons definitely can't blow trumpets. These 4 trumpets are just speakers that have been modified and equipped with playback devices. Press the button to play music. The 2 red flame skeleton horses are also decorated with golden harnesses on key parts. Although it is useless for the skeleton horses. Who knows what Sebastian prepared this time? These are some of the gadgets that Ouyang Qianjin discussed with Sebastian when he was free. Very convenient. And also very suitable for showing off. After all, he is the lord of a large area. When going out, you have to pay attention to the issue of pomp and circumstance. This is not only about face, but also about deterrence. With all these factors in mind, Ouyang Qianjin is so active. And just after Sebastian hurriedly prepared the welcome ceremony, the real owner finally appeared. Dong! 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 As the heavy footsteps sounded, Sebastian, who was wearing a tuxedo and waiting at the end of the red carpet, finally saw who the guest was that his eldest lady mentioned. This person was 1.9 meters tall and had a strong body. He was wearing samurai red armor. One eye was blind and the other was red, looking like a demon crawling out of hell. The first impression was very bad. The timid ones shuddered at the sight, and the bold ones looked at him with disdain. In short, he looked like an uncle who didn't love him and an aunt who didn't love him. The person who came was Daisuke Kobayakawa, holding a samurai sword with a red blade in his hand. And behind him was a group of samurai who were dressed similarly to him. If there was any difference, it was that his body was not so tall, and the helmet on his head was not so exaggerated. But the weapons and armor were all red. Although the impression was bad, at least, in terms of momentum, Kobayakawa Daisuke and his gang had a firm grasp. Welcome everyone. After seeing the person, Sebastian went up to him calmly, regardless of the other party's aggressive appearance and the samurai's sword in his hand. Let Miss Ouyang come out. Kobayakawa Daisuke, who was walking in front, said coldly in front of Sebastian without any nonsense. The young lady has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me. Sebastian raised his hand, made a pleased gesture, and turned around to take Kobayakawa Daisuke to the pumpkin carriage at the end of the red carpet to meet Miss Ouyang. However, as soon as Sebastian turned around, he felt a strong murderous and deadly aura, and the sound of breaking wind. He didn't say much. Sebastian, who reacted quickly, immediately jumped forward, and then one of his legs was broken. It was cut off. Kobayakawa Daisuke looked at Sebastian, who had fallen on the red carpet, and a piece of his shin bone on the ground, with a sense of surprise and regret. I originally wanted to cut him off in half. Chapter 213. You should at least thank me. I'm really sorry. Although one of his legs was cut off. As a skeleton without pain nerves. Sebastian stood up quickly after falling. This was the second time he was seriously injured after being transformed into a skeleton by Ouyang Qianjin. It was impossible to say that Sebastian was not angry. But Ouyang Qianjin did not order an attack. So Sebastian did not jump up. Instead, he stood on one leg and bowed slightly. However, this performance of disability but strength angered Daisuke Kobayakawa. Let Ouyang Qianjin come out. Daisuke Kobayakawa tightened the handle of the samurai's sword in his hand and repeated what he had just said. And the cold tone before became a little impatient. Miss, it's not very convenient. Please move. Although it was a skeleton standing on one leg, the picture looked a little weird. But Sebastian still tried his best to maintain his balance and his elegance. He didn't even pick up the shin bone on the ground. I don't want to repeat the same thing for the third time. Haven't you already repeated it twice before? Why are you pretending to be so deep? Just as the two were deadlocked, the voice of Ouyang Qianjin, who seemed to be watching a joke, came from the end of the red carpet behind. Of course, the loudspeaker on the pumpkin carriage was still used. The highest level in the current game is only 70. And you are only 58. Why are you so eager to stop being a human? The voice of Ouyang Qianjin came from the loudspeaker again. Similarly, it was said in a tone of watching a joke. You know, you are more like a monster now than any monster I have met before. Or do you think that you are not capable enough and think that being human is your limit? So you choose not to be a human? Hee hee. After saying this, Ouyang Qianjin did not forget to smile foolishly, as if she had seen something interesting. It was still the poisonous tongue unique to the Ouyang family, and it was very accurate. Plus the silly laugh at the end that seemed to be mocking. One shot directly ignited the anger of Kobayakawa Daisuke, and even the people behind him. What did you say? Asshole. Baga. What do you? A foreigner? No. A young lady who has never suffered is brazenly teaching others here? You are still riding in a pumpkin carriage. So leisurely. Shut up. Just when the samurai became indignant because of Ouyang Qianjin's words, Kobayakawa Daisuke roared angrily. The samurai behind him immediately shut up. But it seemed that because of this roar, Kobayakawa Daisuke calmed down. Who are these people? Your subordinates are too rude. At least learn from my butler, and be more elegant. Sitting at the low table, Ouyang Qianjin touched the annihilation document on the table with one hand, and said it in a mocking and boastful manner. The mockery was naturally mocking the samurai of the Kobayakawa family. The boasting was about the elegant and pretentious posture of his own butler. The red clothes. This is the name of my personal guard. Being mocked to this extent. Even though Kobayakawa Daisuke had just roared to release all his anger. Now because of Ouyang Qianjin's words, his anger value was full again. I don't care what your name is. Hand over Kobayakawa Tomoyo. The rest is none of your business. Ouyang Qianjin said indifferently. Do you think I will do it? It's my most important sister. Perhaps because he was talking about his sister. Kobayakawa Daisuke's voice was still low and unpleasant. But it was no longer as cold and oppressive as before. Important sister? After hearing Kobayakawa Daisuke's introduction, Ouyang Qianjin's hand stroking the annihilation document paused. Even if it's like this, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it's just a dead person. It should be no problem to hand it over to me. In return, how about I help you deal with the surrounding drow? Hearing Ouyang Qianjin say this, Kobayakawa Daisuke's only remaining eye narrowed slightly, silently staring at the pumpkin carriage at the end of the red carpet, about 100 meters away. From here, he can clearly see the side face of Ouyang Qianjin, who is sitting at the window, holding a microphone and smiling. Very young. About 16 or 17 years old. His face was pale without a trace of blood. He was wearing a gothic style of clothes, and a black round hat on his head. But the most eye-catching thing was the confident smile on his face. It seemed that everything was under his control. You know, the Necromancer is very sensitive to death. Corpses, souls and other things. Even, just as Kobayakawa Daisuke was looking at Ouyang Qianjin, he saw the other party's mouth opening and closing, and heard every word the other party said. Kobayakawa Daisuke frowned slightly. Although he didn't know the principle, He could understand every Daxiao language Ouyang Qianjin said. That's why he was curious about Ouyang Qianjin's final pause. Curious whether this evil necromancer had noticed that. It's the same with the life force after materialization. After taking a glance at the pure black scenery outside, Ouyang Qianjin in the pumpkin carriage turned his head with the microphone and smiled at Kobayakawa Daisuke, who was 100 meters away. This smile made Kobayakawa Daisuke's frown on his expressionless face even deeper. To be honest, I think you should at least thank me. The army of more than 100,000 people gathered from the surrounding areas of Yado Mountain is just to deal with me. If I hadn't appeared, I believe you wouldn't have been able to gather so many people. In that case, shouldn't it be normal to give me some gifts? After all, I personally contributed at least 30,000 to 40,000 people's life force to your Yado shrine. I don't want much. Just some ores and herbs brought out from the dungeon. Ouyang Qianjin smiled. In fact, since she entered this dark area, which she called a pity, she had already felt what those black substances were. Life force. The life force of people, animals, monsters, and magical beasts. And all of this is just a phenomenon caused by a certain skill. That's why Ouyang Qianjin hid the gargoyle and pointed out the wall of darkness. Facing Ouyang Qianjin's endless words, Kobayakawa Daisuke maintained a cold silence. But Ouyang Qianjin would never let him go. So he continued to talk to himself. To be honest, I really want to know what this skill is, and what its function is. After all, you have been asking me to get off the car and meet you since just now, which makes me feel that there is some intention here. Or to be more precise, these black substances made of life force have some unrighteous function. Chapter 214. The loser is Ouyang Qianjin. Don't be silent. Say something, so that the so-called dialogue can be established. Seeing the other party was silent, Ouyang Qianjin added another sentence. Just like most people like to talk about this, and that when chatting with friends. This is the conversation between Ouyang Qianjin and Kobayakawa Daisuke at this moment. Although it is undeniable that Ouyang Qianjin has the idea of Kobayakawa Daisuke thanking her and giving her a gift. But she also knows that this is basically impossible. Instead of letting others take the initiative to send it, it is more convenient to take it yourself. After all, others are picky when sending it. And you can take whatever you want when you take it yourself. Very free. That's why Ouyang Qianjin talked about this, and that in order to anger the other party. Let the other party take action first, when she is not sure of his skills. In this way, she can also get some information about the other party. After all, some things are not good things if they are preemptive. In fact, this also makes Ouyang Qianjin feel strange. After all, the big and strong Kobayakawa Daisuke looks like a person who doesn't know how to be patient. However, in this first meeting, it was found that Kobayakawa Daisuke is not that kind of person. Or is it because of pressure? Is it related to skills? Or is it something else? Although she didn't know what it was. Out of caution, Ouyang Qianjin decided to wait for the other party to make the first move. However, it was only physically true that there was no preemptive strike. In fact, isn't words also an attack? Of course. The most important thing is that Ouyang Qianjin found it very strange. An army of more than 100,000 people only lasted for more than 10 minutes in the face of the attack of more than 20,000 skeletons. Too smooth. Too smooth. Smooth to the extent that the silk I wear is not so smooth. Even if the opponent wants to make these people the victims or materials of their skills. But that is too simple. According to Ouyang Qianjin's initial estimate, the opponent should at least last half an hour to an hour. Did you do something in secret even for such a thing? Are you too idle? Ouyang Qianjin said in disbelief. They are just bait for Chishi. Kobayakawa Daisuke said coldly. I can't figure it out. You are obviously using my hand to kill them. Why do you do it at this time? You can't be dissatisfied with my inefficiency? Ouyang Qianjin gritted his teeth and grabbed the microphone tightly, staring at Kobayakawa in the distance. Others can doubt your interest, and can doubt your character. But you can't doubt your efficiency. What if Kobayakawa admitted it because of what Ouyang Qianjin said? Then, there is no. Isn't it? Kobayakawa Daisuke is very honest. It will take some time to kill 20,000 people with 100,000 people. Unfortunately, the Kobayakawa family can't wait. They can't wait even for one more minute. In fact, the Kobayakawa family hopes that she can kill more people in a short time than Ouyang Qianjin so that they can gain more vitality. However, although Ouyang Qianjin's army was powerful, there were few casualties. But in terms of killing speed and efficiency, it was indeed a bit slow. The battle line collapsed in more than 10 minutes. No one could tell how many of the 30,000 or 40,000 deaths were actually killed by Ouyang Qianjin's skeleton army, and how many were killed by the Kobayakawa family. After all, there was no one holding a counter to count. So, a new contradiction has arisen. Very good. Ouyang Qianjin raised his eyebrows. Then the flag-carrying golem puppets raised the flags in their hands and attacked the red-clothed people. And the surrounding corpses also crawled out of purple skeleton generals. As for Sebastian, he returned to Ouyang Qianjin with his short legs, and was taken into the undead space by her for nourishment. Although this injury is more serious than the last broken rib. But because the calf is still there, I believe it will not take long to get out of the undead space. But at least not now. In other words, Ouyang Qianjin is now fighting with the Kobayakawa family after losing a member of Dajiang. After all, the other families that came to support were all dispersed. Or to put it more bluntly, they became the lambs to be slaughtered in the surrounding mountains. So what was left was the battle between the Kobayakawa family and the Ouyang daughter. And the eternal second place Quan Qingyu, who was secretly watching. The battle started in an instant, and caught the red-clothed people of the Kobayakawa family off guard. But soon the red-clothed people stabilized the front line. It seems that they are also a group of veterans, who have been on the battlefield for a long time. Wow! Awesome. It's neither magic nor mental power. These red-clothed people are actually using resentment to fight. Seeing the skills used by these red-robed people holding red blades against his golem puppets, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but praise them. Resentment. It's similar to death and vitality. It's something that only appears after the Day of Advent. Perhaps it's more appropriate to describe it as ghosts, spirits, and souls. But compared to these, resentment is heavier and more violent. It can be said to be a collection of human negative emotions. No wonder he killed so many people. It seems that he not only needs vitality, but also the fear, timidity, fear, anger and other emotions of the dead for his own use. In other words, he was used once. And the other party gained 2, or even more energies? Win-win. And the other party won twice? He got nothing? Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but be surprised and widened his eyes. It's okay to be free. But he actually let the other party make a lot of money. What a disgrace. Shame. It's a shame. I've never received such treatment since I was a child. It's decided. Ouyang Qianjin clapped his hands, as if he had made a major decision. No matter what others do, the naughty Kobayakawa brothers and sisters must be disciplined. After saying these words, Ouyang Qianjin turned his head to look at the battle situation outside. To be honest, this battle is not as smooth as before. Because the opponent's magic is neither generated by magic power nor skills used according to body functions. So every time the opponent swings his long sword, his golem puppet that can only defend against magic or physical attacks will be hurt. It's like a red-hot knife cutting butter. The red blades in the hands of the red-clothed people easily cut their golem puppets. Hundreds of people against thousands of their own golem puppets. There is no feeling of being at a disadvantage. In other words, this battle is a defeat for Ouyang Qianjin's side. Chapter 215 You Can't Escape. Outsider. Although the loss was huge, Ouyang Qianjin was not worried about this issue because she knew the whereabouts of the ore. And seeing the third attack besides magic and physics was not a loss for Ouyang Qianjin. But now that her subordinates were getting fewer and fewer, Ouyang Qianjin herself was in crisis. At least, that's what the samurai of the Kobayakawa family thought. Ouyang Qianjin. Come down quickly. Outsider. You can't escape. Why are you still pretending? After the thousands of golem puppets protecting Ouyang Qianjin in the back were wiped out, the slightly damaged red-clothed people surrounded Ouyang Qianjin's pumpkin cart in the middle and kept shouting. Although there were newly transformed skeletons around the pumpkin cart, there were actually only a few hundred of them. After all, they were all useful professionals above level 50 who were picked and chosen. In addition, they were all skeletons without weapons and equipment. Even the purple skeleton generals could hardly resist these thousands of red-robed warriors above level 50. If Ouyang Qianjin was not level 70 now, and the skeleton generals had not also reached level 70, the battle might have ended earlier. 130 to 8,003. This battle is a big victory no matter who looks at it. It was different from what the red-robed warriors thought. Sitting in the pumpkin carriage, Ouyang Qianjin looked at the red-robed warriors surrounding her outside and Kobayakawa Daisuke standing in front of her. So what? Kobayakawa Daisuke, holding the samurai sword tightly in his hand, took 2 steps forward. As if to demonstrate, he swung his sword to chop down the 2 skeletons blocking the way, and then looked directly at Ouyang Qianjin. Well, no. I'm just stating a fact. Faced with Kobayakawa Daisuke's direct gaze, Ouyang Qianjin just shrugged, smiled, and shook his head slightly. Do you think you still have a chance to turn the tables before your skeleton army comes back to rescue you? The speaker was the white-haired Yamashita curator standing next to Kobayakawa Daisuke. However, at this moment, Yamashita curator looked a little embarrassed because he had experienced a big battle. Recall? Why? Ouyang Qianjin was stunned. Those skeletons were originally soldiers, who were sent to eliminate the stronghold of the Yatagami Shrine. Even in this unfavorable situation, I have never thought of recalling them. Old man, it seems that you really know nothing about necromancers. Is there no one in your country of Sakura who has changed his job to become a necromancer? Or are you complacent? Or are you trapped by something and unable to leave Yatagami Mountain? So you can't get the information of the necromancer? Ouyang Qianjin moved his eyes from Kobayakawa Daisuke to Yamashita curator with some curiosity. Hearing what Ouyang Qianjin said, almost everyone except Kobayakawa Daisuke changed their faces. However, Ouyang Qianjin did not intend to give them any chance to refute. Life absorption. The skill name must be shouted out loud. When everyone heard the skill name shouted by Ouyang Qianjin, a dark green light shot out. Those who reacted quickly jumped away from the direction where the light was coming from. So Ouyang Qianjin's attack failed. However, before they could be happy, they found that things were not what they thought. The light shot to the ground. Life absorption, in simple terms, is to absorb the opponent's vitality and use it as the vitality of the necromancer to treat wounds or other uses. Then the question is, what are these black muds made of? Ouyang Qianjin smiled and tilted his head towards Kobayakawa Daisuke. Retreat quickly. Kobayakawa Daisuke only took about a second to understand what Ouyang Qianjin meant. So he shouted to his red-clothed men to retreat while jumping back, trying to keep a distance from the ground where the green light was. Although Kobayakawa Daisuke reacted quickly, the red-clothed men behind him did not have his agile posture. And no matter how fast they were, how could they be faster than Ouyang Qianjin's skills? Caw. Ouyang Qianjin's life absorption was like a vacuum cleaner. The surrounding black mud was instantly absorbed, revealing the weeds, wildflowers, and yellow soil that were still full of vitality. It was strange. Although the black mud covered everything, but even the most fragile weeds were not hurt at all. It was like a layer of black film covering some crops. Even the white snow falling from the sky could not hurt it at all. And those red-clothed people who did not have time to escape, or who stood in the area without black mud, were instantly turned into powder in front of Ouyang Qianjin. It was like the vampire in the old story that would dissipate when exposed to sunlight. And Ouyang Qianjin didn't know how to complain. Now thinking about it, it was a good thing that she didn't get off the car for safety reasons after seeing the black mud. And even the gargoyles didn't let them land. Now it seems to be a very wise choice. Although she did guess some of the effects of these black muds, but she didn't expect it to have such an immediate effect. The effect was so good that she didn't even need to deal with the corpses. In a sense, it was not good for Kobayakawa Daisuke and others, but it was also not good for Ouyang Qianjin. After all, if there were no corpses, the offensiveness of the necromancer would be greatly reduced. But this was not a big deal for Ouyang Qianjin. Pa! 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 As the first muffled sound rang out, more muffled sounds rang out among the thousands of red-clothed people. Everyone looked up in shock and found that it was corpses falling from the sky one by one. These corpses died miserably. But it is not difficult to tell from the emblems on the armor or clothes they wore that they were all supporters from other places. But why did Ouyang Qianjin throw these corpses here? Is it to add more skeletons to herself? No, it shouldn't be that simple. Kobayakawa Daisuke was thinking in his mind. Although he is a character with a paralyzed face, he is not a fool. He can think. Just as Ouyang Qianjin said before, the methods of the necromancer must not be so simple. There must be some killer moves that he doesn't know about. Thinking of this, Kobayakawa Daisuke immediately asked everyone to retreat again. As the whole encirclement continued to grow, it also began to become full of loopholes. However, Ouyang Qianjin did not think about getting out of the encirclement. It is better to say that the so-called encirclement is what she expected. After all, the more powerful characters there are here, That means there are fewer people on the side of the eight-headed shrine. In this way, Cannon and others can advance the front more smoothly, and then enter the interior of the eight-headed shrine to find what Ouyang Qianjin wants. Chapter 216 Shame. From the very beginning, Ouyang Qianjin didn't want to kill people. Or rather, she didn't want to kill these people. In her eyes, no matter how many of these minions she killed, it was just a matter of gathering sand into a tower for her. And anyone can do this kind of thing. Whether it's Kobayakawa Daisuke, Kobayakawa Tomoyo, or Quan Qingyu, or the guys in the top 1,000 of the ranking list. They can do it. But now only 12 people can do the Lord mission. In the new land of Whale Sea, there are only herself in the north, Kobayakawa Tomoyo in the Bata Shrine in the south, and Quan Qingyu in the beach in the west. This kind of special achievement is what Ouyang Qianjin wants. And as Ouyang Qianjin said before, as a necromancer, she can feel that Kobayakawa Tomoyo can be confirmed dead. But the other party's name still exists on the Lord ranking list, which means that at least from the panel, it has not been judged as dead. In other words, it is different from the physical death they habitually think of. In this world, anything can happen. It is not uncommon for people who should be dead to not be considered dead. But it is natural. After all, Ouyang Qianjin can now even resurrect others and turn corpses into skeletons. And there is a small probability that skeletons with wisdom will appear. It is understandable that someone can survive after physical death. The most important thing is what state Kobayakawa Tomoyo is in now. This is the answer to the puzzle game that Ouyang Qianjin wants to know most. That's why Ouyang Qianjin wanted Cannon to go to the eight-head shrine to see what's inside. That's why Ouyang Qianjin didn't hesitate to use herself as bait to attract Kobayakawa Daisuke and his most capable red clothes here. Although it doesn't seem to be dangerous in the current situation. Kobayakawa, aren't you here to kill me? Why are you attacking in the opposite direction? Ouyang Qianjin took out a telescope, smiled very kindly at Kobayakawa Daisuke, who was about 500 meters away from her, and said to the microphone, unlike the previous telescopes, this time, the telescope that Ouyang Qianjin took out was a very small, gold-plated telescope with a vertical handle. The telescope is not an alchemical product, nor is it enchanted. It's just a simple industrial product with little value. But what stands out is elegance. How do you know these black muds? Kobayakawa Daisuke was a little surprised. Those. Look. With your eyes. Ouyang Qianjin smiled and pointed to the ceiling of the South Melon cart. Kobayakawa Daisuke and the others looked up and found that the strange sketch eyes that they had seen before appeared again. Although I saw it once before. It also existed in the subsequent battles. But then it disappeared. Seeing it again now still shocked Kobayakawa Daisuke a little. Even more shocked than the first time. Because the first time I saw it was weird. But now facing the owner of this skill, it is not just weird. As expected, the result is still artificial. Artificial skills. The reason for the shock is that he knows that Ouyang Qianjin has this skill. Then at least under this sky, he will have nowhere to hide. Now this black mud land has spread outward by about 100 meters compared to when I came in. And the fastest expansion happened to be when my skeleton was fighting with those hundreds of thousands of people. To say that this is a coincidence is somewhat unnecessary. After all, no one is a fool. You can figure it out with a little thought in the middle. I just didn't expect that the vitality of tens of thousands of people would only expand by about 100 meters. Although the area is larger as the circle goes outward, it is still a bit extravagant and very inefficient. This lady doesn't like it very much. After listening to Ouyang Qianjin's own analysis of these black muds, Daisuke Kobayakawa couldn't help but fall silent. Although he was in this state most of the day. But this time was different. Because what Ouyang Qianjin said was true. It was a fact that no one could find out when hundreds of thousands of people came here. Even the retainers of the Kobayakawa family, who have been staying here, have never thought about this fact. Even if you guessed it right. What's the point of what you are doing now? Just to delay time? Watching the dark green light plowing the ground around the pumpkin carriage, absorbing a large area with a radius of 400 to 500 meters, making it impossible for them to get close. After all, no matter how skilled they are, the distance of 400 to 500 meters is still a bit out of reach for them. If they can fly, it's another matter. But now, there are very few people who can fly. Although there are thousands of people in the red clothes, there is not a single one who can fly. Even among the tens of thousands of people before, there was not even one. So in the eyes of Kobayakawa Daisuke, Ouyang Qianjin's move was just to buy time for his skeleton army to return to defense. But this answer was undoubtedly an insult to Ouyang Qianjin. At least Ouyang Qianjin thought so. Shame. As the big brother who is the first in the double sticks. Someone actually thought that I would use such a trick as delaying time. What on earth made you? Or you think that I was delaying time to recall the skeleton army? Ouyang Qianjin shook his head in disappointment. And then put down the telescope in his hand. And stretched his hand to the microphone. In this case, I think I need to let you, and you know the power of the Necromancer. After that, Kobayakawa Daisuke and the others heard the sound of acquaintances snapping their fingers from the pumpkin carriage. Click. Then, there was the sound of boom explosions. Run away. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kobayakawa Daisuke immediately ordered. But it was still the same as before. After the explosion, there was no chance of escape. Thousands of red clothes fell one by one under Ouyang Qianjin's attack. New corpses would become new explosion sources, causing damage to those who were not injured and secondary damage to those who were injured. Corpse explosion technique. This was a new trick that Kobayakawa Daisuke and his friends had seen. Willie was very strong. Although he could only suffer some minor injuries, he would be beaten no matter where he hit under such intensive attacks. As the number of people accumulated, he could only leave the red clothes behind and run away from the crowd to avoid further damage. But it could cause extremely high damage to those red clothes created by his own skills. After all, it was a level 70 explosion. Although the level difference between them and Kobayakawa Daisuke was not big at over 50. They were not the original body after all. Although the damage from one explosion was not fatal, it was also a serious injury. After 2 explosions, those who survived were considered to have a very high luck value like Zhang Yuan. How can we escape? It's a pity to have these level 50 corpses. Chapter 217 Kobayakawa Daisuke really wants to know. For Ouyang Qianjin, Kobayakawa Daisuke is not a problem. Compared to a guy ranked 4th on the list. As a necromancer, the living red clothes are definitely not as valuable as the dead red clothes. However, it is precisely because of their value that Ouyang Qianjin's offensive has become more sharp. Although this has caused her to lose a lot of transformation opportunities. But it can only be said that there are gains and losses. For example, now, Kobayakawa Daisuke's armor is tattered, and the red-bladed samurai sword in his hand is broken by 2/3, and he lies on the ground with wounds all over his body. Although he looks muddy and embarrassed, but Kobayakawa Daisuke still holds the handle of the samurai sword tightly. He pointed the broken samurai sword at Ouyang Qianjin, who was sitting in a wheelchair in front of him. One of them is lying on the black mud, and the other is sitting on the loess. It looks clear and distinct, without any mixture. Ouyang Qianjin got off the pumpkin carriage only after confirming that all the red-clothed people around her were dead, and Kobayakawa Daisuke was seriously injured. Of course, to be on the safe side, she did not step into the range of the black mud. She just moved the wheelchair to the edge of the ring she created by absorbing life, and smiled at Kobayakawa Daisuke as if mocking him. As for Kobayakawa Daisuke, he originally wanted to escape when he was seriously injured. But Ouyang Qianjin ordered the skeletons to forcibly drag him here, and the samurai sword in his hand was broken when he resisted at that time. Really? If you didn't resist, you wouldn't have so many wounds on your body, and I wouldn't have to waste so much time. The classic victim-blaming theory came out of Ouyang Qianjin's complaining mouth. Xiao is a guy like Kobayakawa Daisuke who has seen a lot of storms. After hearing these words, he couldn't help but feel angry for Ouyang Qianjin. A willful guy. Looking back, from the time they met until now, although Ouyang Qianjin has looked at him with his face, he didn't look at him straight, either mocking or contemptuous. Even when they looked at each other before, the other party deliberately raised his chin a little and looked down at him. There was a look of condescension in his eyes, and he didn't take himself seriously. It was even more arrogant than the arrogance I thought I had after I had a grudge skill different from everyone else. But I didn't expect that I would actually lose to such a person. Myself, I actually lost to such a person. Although there were occasional discussions about Ouyang Qianjin's number 1 on the list before, Kobayakawa Daisuke didn't think it was anything amazing. After all, everyone is on the list. Although there is a big difference in level, it is not so big that I can't catch up. It's nothing more than a few skills missing. But this gap can be made up with time. And as a hidden profession, he is naturally very clear. These so-called professions or skills. But the upper limit of hidden professions is about level 100. It is clearly written on the panel. This level 100. No matter what other ordinary professions are like. At least no one knows what it will be like after level 100 in hidden professions. Maybe level 120 or so skills are the end. Or it may be the beginning in another form. At least, that's what Kobayakawa Daisuke believed. But now it seems that this is completely his own imagination. Although it is undeniable that the difference between him and the opponent is only a dozen levels and 3 or 4 skills. But when facing the opponent's attack, he can only choose to escape. There is no other way. Eyes of Darkness, Life Absorption, Skull Transformation, Corpse Explosion. The opponent has only shown these 4 skills. And he has become like a prisoner being interrogated. Unable to escape. It's really sad. If there is time, even I can surpass you, Kobayakawa Daisuke said in a weak voice, looking at Ouyang Qianjin, who was only about 10 meters away. Although it sounds like he is making excuses for his failure. But in fact, Kobayakawa Daisuke really thinks so. After all, if he can be given more time, his skills will only become more and more powerful. Especially those specific resentment levels of himself. Combined with the later effects of the black mud, he can definitely bring himself, the Kobayakawa family, back to a new vent. However, he didn't expect that neither Ouyang Qianjin nor the world would give him this time. I don't think it's right. After thinking about it, Ouyang Qianjin shook her head gently. Then he leaned over, stared at Kobayakawa Daisuke and smiled. From the point you mentioned about time, plus the fact that Kobayakawa Tomoyo died, but the panel didn't determine death. You shouldn't know yet? No, what do you know? Kobayakawa Daisuke was a little confused. The other party suddenly said this, and he didn't know how to continue. What is a lord? What is that continent that suddenly appeared? And why am I here? You should have thought about these things. But you should have no clue. Right? He. If I'm not a lord, I believe I would be as clueless as you. It's like eating 10 Soul Hall elders. Ouyang Qianjin, who laughed a few times, said what Kobayakawa was confused about. Lord. Kobayakawa frowned. If it is something that only the Lord knows, then it is indeed very likely. Just like there will be tasks after upgrading, there will also be Lord tasks after becoming a Lord. But judging from Kobayakawa Tomoyo's current performance, I guess there is no way to tell you these questions. Ouyang Qianjin raised his eyebrows. The frivolous expression made Kobayakawa Daisuke's blood surge. He almost choked to death without a mouthful of blood. Now think about it carefully. It took a long time from the emergence of the Lord system to the emergence of the Whale Sea continent. Kobayakawa Daisuke didn't make too many associations. But what Ouyang Qianjin said made Kobayakawa start his own associations. Lord. That naturally requires a territory. Black Cat Paradise. 8-Head Shrine. Kagami Beach. Although everyone has always used the place they think of as their territory. But now a piece of land that didn't exist before suddenly appeared. So it should be a very normal thing to naturally associate it with the Lord. Why didn't I think of it before? But after all, the Lord of 8-Head Shrine is my sister, not myself. If there is really a mission, then as a general professional, it is definitely impossible for me to know. TSK, what kind of mission can make Ouyang Qianjin, who is at the top of all professionals today, willing to walk such a long way from Black Cat Paradise to 8-Head Shrine? Kobayakawa Daisuke really wants to know. Chapter 218, The Moment of the World. You really want to know. Right? Judging from your expression. You really want to know. Right? Ouyang Qianjin looked at Kobayakawa Daisuke, who was sitting on the ground with a broken blade in his hand, with a playful look. Anyone who saw her smiling face would want to punch her twice until she cried. It was just annoying. It was a smile. But it was so annoying. This had to be considered a funny point. But Kobayakawa Daisuke couldn't laugh. Rather than smiling and punching Ouyang Qianjin, he wanted to know what the Lord's mission was. Okay. I won't tease you anymore. It's really boring. Looking at Kobayakawa Daisuke, who clearly wanted to know, but kept a tense face and didn't want to show it. Ouyang Qianjin also lost interest in teasing him. Although teasing an enemy who was about to die was somewhat immoral. But Ouyang Qianjin was a necromancer. Necromancers don't need morality. All they need to do is be happy. Since you want to know so much, I will be merciful and tell you. Ouyang Qianjin leaned back and leaned her back on the wheelchair. She spoke slowly in a more comfortable posture. This time, the Lord's mission is very simple. Kill the 2 nearest lords and obtain the ownership of this new land. Everything on the land, whether it is minerals, herbs, agricultural and forestry resources, or rare beasts and magical beasts, will become the reward for the winner. Although she said she would tell others the reason, Ouyang Qianjin did not tell the whole picture at all, especially the matter of killing people to upgrade. After all, since the other party is not clear, it means that she has enough room for operation. Of course. In fact, it is necessary to guard against the opponent, especially in the current situation of Kobayakawa Daisuke. I am afraid that he will fight back. Although Ouyang Qianjin is not worried about the worst situation in this regard. But if it really comes to that, it will be a bit troublesome to deal with. So, that's why you are so obsessed with Tomoyo. Now Kobayakawa Daisuke finally knows why Ouyang Qianjin asked for Kobayakawa Tomoyo as soon as she saw him. At first, I thought that the other party knew about the black mud. But now it seems that it is not entirely true. Although the other party also knows about the black mud. But that is due to the professional characteristics of the Necromancer, who knows the characteristics of the black mud. But it is still unclear how the black mud is produced. If that is the case, maybe I have a chance to turn the tables? Ouyang Qianjin learned to answer quickly. Hearing this, Kobayakawa Daisuke was shocked. I'm sorry. Since I've already told you, it's considered as fulfilling your wish, isn't it? As for Kobayakawa Tomoyo, I'll slowly look for her. Ouyang Qianjin smiled. Kobayakawa Daisuke was puzzled. The surrounding skeletons were moving. Puff. Puff. A series of sharp sounds of piercing flesh were heard. The armor made of metal and bamboo pieces was pierced by the red blades picked up from the ground by the skeletons. In the meantime, it also opened a few eyes for Kobayakawa Daisuke, letting him feel the cold wind still floating in the air in April and May. Now that the front line has been penetrated by the skeleton army led by cannon. Even if Ouyang Qianjin wanted to know something, she only needed to dig 3 feet into the ground in the physical sense to slowly look for it. So bringing Kobayakawa Daisuke here was nothing more than to satisfy her bad taste as a person of fun. As a person of fun, Ouyang Qianjin naturally wanted to see the final death of such people on the list, especially killed by her own hands. This was her first time to kill a professional on the list. A rare opportunity to observe closely. Wow! Kobayakawa Daisuke, who was stabbed with more than a dozen fatal wounds, spit out blood from his mouth and fell to the ground. The look of being close to the end reminded Ouyang Qianjin of the fish that opened its mouth to breathe on the shore after leaving the water. It was very interesting. It's you, What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Ouyang Qianjin spread her hands and shook her head with unusual ease. What this dying person wants to say should be a summary of life, or a kind of impotent rage facing the person who killed him. But there was no such emotion in Kobayakawa Daisuke's tone. It was very calm. But it was very strange. Did I force you? After associating the context, Ouyang Qianjin finally knew what the other party wanted to say. Why? Are you unwilling to die? Are you going to say a few trash words to save your face? Or do you want to use some ultimate trick to entertain me? Ouyang Qianjin raised her eyebrows. At this time, it was obvious that he was going to do something. Sure enough, after seeing Ouyang Qianjin's provocative and arrogant expression that didn't take him seriously at all, Kobayakawa Daisuke bit his tongue hard to keep himself awake so that he wouldn't faint from excessive blood loss and face death. Arrogant! High and mighty! Then, just like that woman, pay the price for your arrogance. The moment of the world, Kobayakawa Daisuke thought to himself. Then he used up his last bit of strength and shouted at the dark sky with blood gushing out of his mouth. In an instant, Kobayakawa Daisuke's already bloody body suddenly spurted out a lot of blood. This amount of blood is definitely not the amount of blood an adult should have. A skill. This must be a skill. At the moment, when a lot of blood spurted out of Kobayakawa Daisuke's body, Ouyang Qianjin let the skeleton push her back. In fact, Ouyang Qianjin started to prepare when the opponent was shouting. The enemy's counterattack before death is very dangerous. And from the words you forced me to do it said by Kobayakawa Daisuke, it can be seen that it is a big move. And it is a big move that the opponent is not very willing to use. It is either a way to hurt the enemy by 1,000 and lose 2,000 yourself, or a skill with harsh conditions that can only be used after certain conditions are met. For example, the condition of must die. If there is a skill that really involves this condition, it must not be a good thing. So, After retreating about 200 meters, Ouyang Qianjin stopped the skeleton and began to observe. It would have been better if he hadn't looked at it. Once he saw it, Ouyang Qianjin, who thought his skills were already very strange, was almost shocked. Good guy. The moment of the world. Although I don't know what the specific skill is, I'm afraid that Kobayakawa Daisuke is really not a human being. Although he was shocked, Ouyang Qianjin quickly adjusted his mentality. Then he looked at Kobayakawa Daisuke, who had stood up on the opposite side with amazement. Or the creature that was once called Kobayakawa Daisuke. Chapter 219 Daisuke. Do you like playing games? At this moment, Kobayakawa Daisuke looks like a swollen, deformed child. He originally had a short and strong figure that was not in line with the characteristics of the Sakura people. But now after using that skill, the opponent's figure has become bigger. Both the height and width have increased. This monster is like being wrapped in blood clots. And even in the dark, you can see that the red body is glowing with a faint light. There is nothing on the face except a bloody mouth with saw-like teeth. The height is estimated to be about 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide. But the legs have not changed at all. With the swollen figure of the upper body, it looks very inconsistent. Just like the tyrant in a zombie game. But Kobayakawa Daisuke is indeed standing there. Standing there with a red body. Ah! Ah! Daisuke. You don't think you can beat me after you become this kind of monster? Do you? Ouyang Qianjin smiled. In fact, the current situation is more dangerous than what she saw. Or what the eyes can see is just getting bigger. But what can't be seen, and can only be felt is the most deadly. Ouyang Qianjin naturally knows this. Although up to now, Ouyang Qianjin has not discovered the real killer move of the other parties, meeting the world moment. So Ouyang Qianjin can only be very alert. Take this matter with an unprecedented serious attitude. Under Ouyang Qianjin's gaze, the body formed by blood clots on Kobayakawa Daisuke burst with a bang. No. It was Kobayakawa Daisuke who exploded completely. It exploded on the spot. But it was different from Ouyang Qianjin's corpse explosion technique, which would smear bones all over people's faces. After Kobayakawa Daisuke exploded, only blood clots that looked like his appearance were left scattered all over the area of about 50 meters. It has a bit of the flavor of the disintegration of the demon. But I don't know what the next step of the skill is. Just like watching an actor on the stage performing. Ouyang Qianjin watched carefully, but still made a very professional comment on his skills. Although this commentary experience came from her experience in the game. But it must be said that the description of disintegration of the demon is very appropriate. And not long after these pieces of meat fell to the ground, Ouyang Qianjin watched them slowly sink into the ground. Of course, this was within the range of the black mud. Those pieces of meat within the range of the lust also dissipated directly like the red-clothed people before. The skeletons within the 50-meter black mud range were also contaminated by the black mud that gushed out from the ground the moment the meat sank into the ground. Then, they turned into the same black mud and melted completely. Yes, they melted. Just like the sand tower on the seashore. It collapsed in an instant after being eroded by the seawater. Ouyang Qianjin squinted his eyes and looked at the text on the panel that indicated that his skeleton was killed. It was obvious. The opponent just killed his skeleton that had been upgraded to level 72 after killing thousands of warriors. This shows that the opponent's skills are no longer a matter of how much attack power there is. It's a matter of how weird the skills are. Before, Ouyang Qianjin thought that the skill was just weird. But after seeing the skill of Kobayakawa Daisuke, Ouyang Qianjin knew that from now on, it might be a competition of whose skills are weirder. Puff puff puff. Just as Ouyang Qianjin was sighing, the black mud around the lust where Ouyang Qianjin was like boiling hot water. Bubbling. It's just that there was no hot air coming out. The lust that was originally purified by Ouyang Qianjin, the Necromancer, also began to be slowly eroded by the black mud. TSK. Fortunately, I didn't run into the black mud stupidly. It seems that this skill should be used together with Kobayakawa Tomoyo's skill. After seeing the condition of the black mud, Ouyang Qianjin immediately turned around and got on the pumpkin car. After all, it has begun to erode. Although it is not as good as his own erosion talent, it can be seen that there is still a degree of danger. I just don't know if there will be any other backup after this. Just now, Ouyang Qianjin thought of the statement about the weird skills. But if it's just like this, Ouyang Qianjin feels that it's not enough. There must be other effects later. After all, although it's weird now, but for Ouyang Qianjin, It's just weird. Not fatal. However, for the series of reactions of Kobayakawa Daisuke's skill, Ouyang Qianjin still guessed roughly. Maybe Kobayakawa Daisuke's skill is not very strong. But if it is matched with the black mud on the ground, it should be able to exert unimaginable power. At least, according to what Kobayakawa Daisuke's skill has shown now. Ouyang Qianjin can come up with 3 or 4 different combinations. This is a combination skill. It's just like the superposition of dark sky and dark eyes. As 2 siblings, Kobayakawa Daisuke and Kobayakawa Tomoyo's skills can also be superimposed. It's just that one is a combination skill of 2 people. The other can be done by 1 person. Daisuke, do you like playing games? He shouted while looking at the dark empty area ahead that was constantly eroding the loss. After all, Kobayakawa Daisuke has exploded on the spot. Ouyang Qianjin can only do this. In the game, skills that require 2 people to operate are usually difficult to achieve. Do you know why? Because no matter how well 2 people work together, there will always be subtle differences. And this subtle difference will change the skill directly. The stronger the skill, the larger the range, the larger the gap that will appear. And Ouyang Qianjin hasn't finished speaking yet. The originally quiet black mud suddenly had a bubble like before. But it was only one. Very small, and then disappeared. But Ouyang Qianjin did not miss this small detail. The reason why I used the game to illustrate my guess just now was just to confirm one thing. That is, whether Kobayakawa Daisuke still exists, or whether Kobayakawa Daisuke can react to what I said. If there is a reaction, it means that Kobayakawa Daisuke's consciousness still exists. It's just that he used a skill to make his body disappear. In this way, he can't effectively attack the opponent. After all, no matter how powerful his life absorption is, he can't lock the opponent's individual against a large area of black mud. But as long as he is conscious and can still work on the black mud, it means that the opponent is not dead yet. And there is still something waiting for him. Chapter 220 Black Coffin. Of course, Ouyang Qianjin didn't plan to just stand there and watch. At the moment when the two were confronting, the gargoyles in the sky were still carrying corpses. And through these corpses around the black mud, formed an attack wall led by Ouyang Qianjin. As long as Kobayakawa Daisuke showed his head, the large-scale corpse explosion technique could directly cause the most fatal damage to his body. However, as the black mud continued to erode, the area of loss was also shrinking. Gradually, it was about to reach the pumpkin car where Ouyang Qianjin was. The speed is faster than expected. Watching the edge of the lust being slowly eroded, Ouyang Qianjin frowned. Although she could also use life absorption to absorb the black mud like before, and then expand the surrounding lust area. But doing so would only treat the symptoms, and not the root cause. Only by luring out Kobayakawa Daisuke's body, and then killing him can it be considered a staged goal. Those who have seen you know that you are a samurai. Those who have not seen you think that you are holding back. Why are you so patient that you haven't come out yet? Or are you waiting for a chance to kill me with one blow? Ouyang Qianjin, who had returned to the pumpkin carriage, said, as he looked at the black mud outside the window. After all, it can be said that Kobayakawa Daisuke is likely to exist in any corner of the black mud. So all Ouyang Qianjin can do now is to try to observe the other party's location. Even try every means to force the other party out. But it seems that the other party will not be so easily forced out by his provocation. Then wait. Since the other party will not come out easily, Ouyang Qianjin has no need to perform this seemingly stupid one-man show alone. Snacks. Snacks. Melon seeds. Tea. Now that Sebastian has returned to the undead space to recuperate, Ouyang Qianjin can only let the skeleton without wisdom do everything. Although it can't be said that he dislikes it. After all, he is in control. But compared with Sebastian and Canon, who can serve him wholeheartedly, it is still a long way from the spiritual experience. So, after waiting for about half an hour in boredom, Ouyang Qianjin finally waited for Kobayakawa Daisuke's backhand. Ka! Bang! In just a moment, Ouyang Qianjin didn't even react. And everything in front of her was dark. The whole process was extremely fast. Not even 0.5 seconds. And if you look at it from an external third-person perspective, at this moment, the pumpkin carriage where Ouyang Qianjin was completely swallowed up by the black mud pouring out from the ground. Ah! In the darkness, Ouyang Qianjin opened her mouth. However, she did not make the sound she wanted. She even seemed to be unable to feel the action of opening her mouth that was triggered by her consciousness just now. It's useless. I have sealed all your senses except hearing. You can't feel anything now. Just when Ouyang Qianjin was about to try other methods, the cold voice of Kobayakawa Daisuke came into her mind. This is my skill. Called Black Coffin. In the Black Coffin, as long as I want, I can deprive you of all your sensory organs at any time and anywhere, making you a walking corpse that can't hear, speak, see, smell, or touch. Although Kobayakawa Daisuke's voice was still cold, but Ouyang Qianjin could hear that the other party was in a good mood at the moment. As expected? Isn't this not dead? It's really a skill to survive in the face of death. It can also protect the main body and attack the enemy. Attack, defense, concealment. It must be said that although the conditions of this skill may be harsh, the effect is very comprehensive. If it were someone else, they would really be fooled by Kobayakawa Daisuke's skill. But Ouyang Qianjin didn't count it. 5 sense deprivation? Ouyang Qianjin is familiar with this feeling. Before, when he was in the 3rd test field, the Thunder Eye Spider had let him try it. But at that time, it was similar to the state of soul leaving the body. It was better than the feeling of being controlled by others now. But for Ouyang Qianjin, it was actually the same, with a consciousness that was not controlled. Ouyang Qianjin's mouth opened and closed in the dark, as if he wanted to say something. Why? Do you want to talk? I'm not stupid enough to let someone like you speak. After all, the activation conditions of most high-level skills of hidden professions are all kinds of strange. No one knows what the activation conditions of your skills are. Hearing what Kobayakawa Daisuke said, Ouyang Qianjin was depressed. Of course, she was not depressed about being trapped and controlled by others, although this matter also made her feel shy. But from the result, it was what she wanted. So she was not depressed. What really depressed her was that the other party actually thought that her skills would have some activation conditions. Indeed, things like judging others by oneself happen all the time, especially for people like Kobayakawa Daisuke and Ouyang Qianjin, who are now at the top of all human beings. Let us put aside the rankings. There are probably only tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people like them among the professionals in the world. Compared with the huge number of professionals, it is very rare. Under this circumstance, it is normal for Kobayakawa Daisuke to predict Ouyang Qianjin's skills. After all, Ouyang Qianjin closed her eyes when she activated Eyes in the Sky. She used her fingers to activate life absorption. In addition, she also used the method of snapping her fingers to activate corpse explosion. So Kobayakawa Daisuke speculated that the activation conditions of Ouyang Qianjin's skills are likely to be related to body movements. So Kobayakawa Daisuke wanted to use this skill of self-damage of 10,000 to seal any action of the opponent. You should know that the moment of the world has harsh conditions, and the backlash is too strong. So he has only used this skill twice since he got it. However, judging from the performance of Ouyang Qianjin now, I bet on the right thing. The other party has no room for resistance. Next, it's up to me to perform. You are much more enthusiastic than before. Is this your original character? Or is it just a simple sultry? I'm not sultry. Kobayakawa Daisuke stared at Ouyang Qianjin, who was sitting in the dark without a trace of hesitation. I had obviously sealed the other party's 5 senses, so that even the sound could not be made. I didn't expect that the other party could still speak, and even make a sound. This really scared Kobayakawa Daisuke, who suddenly complained. How can you? Kobayakawa Daisuke stuttered a little. Are you trying to say how can I speak? Ouyang Qianjin smiled, and then blinked mischievously in the dark. Chapter 221 Kobayakawa Daisuke found that things were not simple. As a person who had seen through life and death, and was now extremely rare, Ouyang Qianjin opened the wall of darkness she had just obtained as soon as she noticed something was wrong. Although it was only a difference of 0.5 seconds. But it was not difficult for Ouyang Qianjin, who only needed to think in his mind. What's more, the other party had not sealed his consciousness. This gave Ouyang Qianjin almost unlimited operating space. To be honest, although it looks very powerful, it is actually not a very powerful thing. It was completely because Kobayakawa Daisuke misjudged the conditions for Ouyang Qianjin's skill activation. After all, no one expected that Ouyang Qianjin's little actions were just for show, not for activation conditions. So, you can't really blame Kobayakawa. Why can you speak? Kobayakawa Daisuke repeated Ouyang Qianjin's words, and Ouyang Qianjin smiled faintly. Ha ha ha. Your moment of encounter is really powerful. If it were someone else, I believe it would take a long time to adapt. But I have to say that your resentment skills, and even this skill of the moment of encounter, are too incompatible with us necromancers. Whether it's me or other necromancers, such as the monster princess Dorothy or ghoul leader Adams on the list. If they face you, they will have many ways to benefit. It's just a matter of time. Ouyang Qianjin talked freely. What do you want to say? Kobayakawa Daisuke couldn't help himself. The other party was talking about a lot of problems that were all his disadvantages. But he just didn't give the key answer. That is, the answer to why the other party can speak. So he was a little anxious. This was completely beyond his expectations. It was something that shouldn't exist at all. Thinking of this, Kobayakawa Daisuke didn't care anymore, and directly rushed towards Ouyang Qianjin and prepared to kill her. The black coffin in the dark grew countless black spikes like an iron virgin and stabbed Ouyang Qianjin. Puff puff puff. Countless black thorns directly pierced through the gothic skirt that Sebastian had carefully prepared for Ouyang Qianjin, and also pierced through her body. TSK. It hurts. Ouyang Qianjin gritted her teeth and stared. Blood flowed from the corners of her mouth, and it was obvious that she was holding on. This was the first time she had been injured so seriously since she grew up. Even in the car accident many years ago. Because of the protection of Dad and Mom, Ouyang Qianjin was only slightly injured. How could such a penetrating wound exist? However, for Ouyang Qianjin, although this pain is painful, compared with the pain of her soul being slowly eroded before, this kind of pain on the flesh is nothing at all. Hey, just said a few very unpleasant words and you can't hold your temper. You sultry. Enduring the pain. Ouyang Qianjin continued to mock the other party. Humph. I'm not sultry. Ouyang Qianjin mentioned the name of sultry again. And Kobayakawa Daisuke couldn't help but want to clarify. But then he thought that he was in an advantageous position now. Anyway, he was about to become a dead man. A food for himself. There seemed to be no need to clarify anything about such a small matter. As expected of the number one on the list, you can still be so stubborn even when your liver, spleen, kidneys, and lungs were pierced. It seems that your heart should be pierced at the first time. Really? Then why not pierce it at the beginning? This way, you can prevent yourself from turning over. Isn't it a good thing? For what Kobayakawa Daisuke said, Ouyang Qianjin was not afraid at all, but directly provoked the other party. It was as if she wanted the other party to pierce her heart and stop her heartbeat. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't do it. Right? Ouyang Qianjin smiled and tilted her head. Just like Kobayakawa Tomoyo, who should have died, is still alive now? You? I'm anxious. It seems that I guessed right. Ouyang Qianjin raised her hands and clapped them. The mocking breath rushed to her face, almost making Kobayakawa Daisuke feel it. But fortunately, Kobayakawa Daisuke still managed to stabilize himself. After all, he is the top brother on the list, and he doesn't want to lose such a good fuel. Okay. It seems that from now on, you have to use new skills, even though her body was pierced by countless black thorns. Ouyang Qianjin still spoke easily. But it seems that I have no chance to see your next performance. Kobayakawa Daisuke was stunned when he heard Ouyang Qianjin's words. Is this the other party admitting defeat and intending to die peacefully? No. Ouyang Qianjin. This woman will never be so honest and give up. She must be preparing something. We must not give the other party this opportunity. Otherwise, the other party might really turn the tables. So Kobayakawa Daisuke decisively increased his investment and control over the black coffin. But it was too late. Too late. Just as Kobayakawa Daisuke was using his power, Ouyang Qianjin also started her action. I saw countless dark green rays of light shooting out of her body, illuminating the entire dark space, while connecting the walls of the entire space. Life absorption. Shouldn't this skill only be able to fire one? Kobayakawa Daisuke was shocked. The pain from the depths of his soul, when he was connected by life absorption, made him want to howl. But he couldn't, and wouldn't show weakness in front of Ouyang Qianjin, the enemy. After all, he was not a person who would do such a thing. But before, when Ouyang Qianjin used it, she kept sweeping around like this, clearing out a piece of black mud. Now seeing so much, he was a little panicked for a while. Were all the moves you made to trick me? This skill can actually fire countless times? Kobayakawa Daisuke muttered, unable to figure it out. That's not the case. Speaking of which, I have to thank these black thorns that have penetrated my body. It's worth all my efforts to get you to do it. If you hadn't taken the initiative, I wouldn't have found a chance to do it. Although your skill looks like locking someone up and depriving them of their 5 senses. Is it really like that? To be honest, I've been thinking about this question since I was sealed by you. Now, through contact, I've finally grasped the key. Ouyang Qianjin laughed, then raised his eyebrows. The key? What key? Kobayakawa Daisuke, who was connected by Ouyang Qianjin in reverse, frowned and found that things were not simple. But he still wanted to know the answer. After all, he was killed so easily by Ouyang Qianjin. And there was not even any ups and downs in the middle. He had already expected what would happen next. Chapter 222 Vibration Ripples. Life Absorption. Just by looking at the name, Ouyang Qianjin's introduction, and the way he absorbed the black mud, he knew he couldn't escape. Unless he was fast enough to escape the range of this skill in a short time. But this was simply impossible. After all, Ouyang Qianjin would definitely not let him go. When you used the moment of the world to disintegrate, I was wondering where your body was. So I kept taunting you. Only when you took the initiative to get close to me could I catch your body. It's just that I thought your moment of the world was used in conjunction with black mud at first. But now it seems that your skill should only be a prerequisite for the current black coffin skill. Right? And this so-called black coffin skill is actually composed of your body. Right? Those bubbles on the ground before were just a performance of yours. Right? It was so that you could seal me in your body in one breath at the end. Ouyang Qianjin's 3 fatal questions directly made Kobayakawa Daisuke dumbfounded. If you think along these lines, then it can explain why you are not panicking at all when my men are attacking the Yazu Shrine. You even brought all your elite men to me. After all, there is nothing inside the Yazu Shrine. And Kobayakawa Tomoyo is now sealed by you just like me. Sealed inside the body? Cannabis. Facing Ouyang Qianjin's aggressive words and the pressure of life-sucking, the helpless and furious Kobayakawa Daisuke can only use this roar to stop Ouyang Qianjin. But obviously, this method is useless for Ouyang Qianjin, who has a bit of a sharp tongue. As long as my sister follows me all the time, I don't have to worry about her getting lost. I have to say that although you look a little scary, you are a complete sister-con. It's really disgusting. Whoosh. Nisue. Kobayakawa Daisuke, who was furious at what Ouyang Qianjin said, didn't care about the fuel problem of the fuel department. With the last bit of strength, he stabbed a sharp thorn straight into Ouyang Qianjin's heart. Puff. This sound, like a goose being strangled by the neck, was squeezed out of its mouth. It was not made by Ouyang Qianjin, whose heart was pierced as imagined. It was Kobayakawa Daisuke himself. Although for humans, being pierced in the heart is indeed a big deal. But for Ouyang Qianjin, it is not the case. After all, her invincible Dark Wall skill has cooled down. Dark Wall. 10 seconds of invincibility. Real woman. But this is a matter of skill effects. And the manifestation visible to the naked eye is a faint sphere composed of countless tiny black particles. It looks a bit like a portal. It's just that the distance between this sphere and Ouyang Qianjin's south skin is very close. So it looks like the heart is pierced by the black thorn. But in fact, even the skin is not injured. Can you still hold on? I can't hold on. As Kobayakawa Daisuke gradually weakened, Ouyang Qianjin also regained some control of his body. Oh, by the way, your 5-sense deprivation skill is really amazing. Before, I couldn't feel anything except my mouth speaking. As for tilting my head and clapping my hands, I was just pretending. Ouyang Qianjin lowered her head, looked at her hands, and clenched her fists. But it's really great to see that my consciousness is controlling my body well. At least it's much better than not feeling anything just now. What? After hearing what Ouyang Qianjin said, Kobayakawa Daisuke's head was full of black question marks. That means you were. It's just acting. Acting. I just don't know if I can win an award. Ouyang Qianjin shook her hands carelessly. Ever since she knew that although she couldn't feel it, her consciousness could control it, Ouyang Qianjin has been pretending. Especially when she knew that the opponent's skills could only deprive her of the 5 senses, but not really control her body. She started pretending. So she used the smallest movements to attack. Then, how did you make the sound just now? Kobayakawa Daisuke couldn't understand. Didn't you see my butler just now? Ouyang Qianjin rolled her eyes. Butler? The skeleton whose leg was cut off by me? Wait. Kobayakawa Daisuke seemed to have thought of something. So how can a skeleton without vocal cords make sounds? Isn't it? It's amazing. I was also confused at the beginning. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If you hadn't sealed my 5 senses, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend this skill. The smile on Ouyang Qianjin's face disappeared, replaced by a grinning, arrogant smile, as if she had found some fun toys. Skills? Enlightenment? Kobayakawa Daisuke was dumbfounded. Isn't this thing selected on the panel after upgrading? Skills can also be obtained through one's own understanding? Vibration. The essence of sound is vibration. So you only need to use your mental power to slightly vibrate the surrounding air and simulate it. It's too simple. I call it vibration ripples. Not sealing my consciousness, or failing to seal my consciousness, seems to be your biggest mistake? At this moment, Ouyang Qianjin was extremely arrogant. Of course, this skill does not exist on the panel. Ouyang Qianjin shrugged. When she was improving life absorption before, she found that skills were somewhat unreasonable if they were only given passively by the panel. After all, the conditions for triggering skills include mental power and magic power. But these things did not originally exist in this world. At least before. It was impossible for mental power to interfere with the outside world. But since the Day of Advent, this world has also been polluted, or eroded by the other world that has descended. In this case, it should be a matter of course to use the thinking of this world to interpret the new world that will come after the Day of Advent, and then use the theory here and the technology there to develop new skills. After all, the panel is given by the panel. Although as long as there is a day when the panel is there, it can continue to be used. But if you can't develop new skills, it would definitely be the best. After all, how can you use it with confidence when others give it to you? For people like Ouyang Qianjin, even if her current profession and skills were originally given by the panel, but she would not believe it completely. In her opinion, this thing is just an external object. It's not strange to disappear suddenly at any time. Just like suddenly appearing. Chapter 223 Black coffins all over the ground. Huh? Sitting in the pumpkin carriage, Ouyang Qianjin exhaled a breath of hot air. Although her whole body was covered with blood. Even the gothic skirt that Sebastian carefully prepared for her today became tattered because of the black thorns before. But these things can't make her feel lonely. On the contrary. Now she is happy. Because of the dark sky covering the window. It was pitch black. And there was still light snow in the sky. But what attracted Ouyang Qianjin's attention more was the black coffins all over the ground and the body of Kobayakawa Daisuke. Yes, Kobayakawa Daisuke died. Died under Ouyang Qianjin's life absorption. It has to be said that as long as Ouyang Qianjin seizes the opportunity to lock the line of life absorption on the other party, then as long as he can hold on, the other party will die. But strictly speaking, what can save Ouyang Qianjin this time is the newly acquired skill Dark Wall. After all, the effect of 10 seconds of invincibility is really too great. It can really save lives at critical moments. Moreover, life absorption is to turn the other party's things into your own things. Although he lost a lot of blood, he absorbed a lot of life force from Kobayakawa Daisuke. And most of this life force was the power of the people in the black coffins that Kobayakawa Daisuke sealed in his body. It can be said that Kobayakawa Daisuke was not defeated by Ouyang Qianjin in the end. But he himself greedily sealed so many professionals. TSK. Look at these black coffins. There are at least 100 or 200. I didn't expect that a small Kobayakawa Daisuke could swallow so many professionals. His appetite is really big. Looking at the black coffins on the ground, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but be amazed. Before, Ouyang Qianjin thought that the other party had only swallowed one Kobayakawa Tomoyo. But she didn't expect that there were so many. This is difficult. Without knowing which coffin contained Kobayakawa Tomoyo, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't open the coffins one by one. Right? Even if she wanted to. Now there are not enough manpower. It seems that we can only open it after the gargoyles send some troops. Ouyang Qianjin scratched her head. Although it is a bit troublesome. You know what? It's a little exciting, just like opening a blind box. Afterwards, Ouyang Qianjin used the eye of identification to check the properties of these black coffins. Black coffin, a coffin that seals the existence of higher life forms. It can extract the magic power, mental power, and vitality of life forms from it at any time for use. It may revive them after opening. Hidden message: don't try to open these black coffins. The black coffins you see may not contain people, but may also contain monsters, demons, and other valuable life forms. Is it possible to revive them after opening? TSK. It seems that this is really a blind box. You don't know what is inside. It may be a person. It may be a demon. These are still good. What if it is a demon? Or something like the Abyss Apostle before? If a weak and helpless beautiful girl encounters it, how much energy will it take to kill it? Although it is not certain that Kobayakawa Daisuke and his gang will encounter such a high-quality product. But who can tell clearly about such things? There was the idiot Quan Qingyu staring at him. And there were so many black coffins to deal with. In this case, Ouyang Qianjin was even more afraid to gamble. Moreover, these black coffins are natural fuels from the attributes seen by the eye of identification. Instead of destroying the black coffins directly, it would be best to use them more effectively. But in this way, the matter of killing the Lord of the Eight-Headed Shrine, Kobayakawa Tomoyo, might have to be put on hold. However, after some consideration, Ouyang Qianjin chose to give up. It doesn't matter whether he is unlucky or not. Even if he only opens half of it, he will lose about 100 black coffins, which is obviously not in his interest. After all, compared with the benefits that can be obtained later, Ouyang Qianjin doesn't care about Kobayakawa Tomoyo, who is level 5. Anyway, as long as he controls these black coffins, even if Quan Qingyu comes, it will be useless. Oh! So if Quan Qingyu is included, the loss is 10 levels? Forget it. Isn't it just a level? At most, I can waste some time and go to the beach of Quan Qingyu to kill some level 50 or above to replenish my strength. While thinking this, Ouyang Qianjin converted the corpses thrown by the gargoyles into skeletons. Then, these newly produced skeletons carried the black coffin on their backs and entered the undead space directly. Although this will reduce the combat power by about 200, but it will not cause any impact on Ouyang Qianjin. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the Lord of the Eight-Headed Shrine, the Raven Priestess Kobayakawa Tomoyo, and received the corresponding rewards. And the level was increased by 5 levels. Ding! You have upgraded, and you can summon +1. You have reached level 75, and have a skill choice. Alternative skills: Dark Sword, Skeleton Throne, Ecological Immunity. Note: skill selection will directly affect your final career. Please judge carefully. Hearing the panel voice coming from his head, Ouyang Qianjin was stunned. Can you get rewards by defeating? Oh! There is an unexpected surprise. So now, he has indeed gained control of the black coffin where Kobayakawa Tomoyo is. That means Kobayakawa Tomoyo already belongs to him. So it seems that killing him or not is not important. After all, Kobayakawa Tomoyo is now a vegetable. And this task does not say that you must kill the other party to win. What's more, this is still recognized by the panel. So the rest of the explanation is not necessary. Of course, if possible, Ouyang Qianjin wants to kill the other party directly, because the fact that the other party is still alive is a threat in itself. Only by killing the other party can it be considered safe. But now that the black coffin is unknown, she can only make this ambiguous choice. Forget it. Let's take a look at the skills first. Because of the 5-level reward, Ouyang Qianjin, who is now level 76, happily checked the 3 skill descriptions. After all, she was going to give up this level reward. Unexpectedly, she got it like this. How could she not be happy? In this way, after killing Quan Qingyu, Ouyang Qianjin can jump to level 86. If the opponent also brings a large number of experienced babies above level 50, it is not impossible to reach level 90. In this way, it is not far from the highest level known now. Level 100? Now Ouyang Qianjin has begun to look forward to it. Looking forward to what kind of surprise this panel will give her after level 100. Or, what this world will become. Chapter 224 Skeleton Throne. Dark Sword. Use dark elements to form a dark sword for attack. The sword has high-intensity corrosiveness, and the wound is difficult to heal after being hit. Skeleton Throne. Passive. Every time you sit down, a skeleton chair will be automatically generated, which can give you absolute compulsory control over your summons. Ecological Immunity. Passive. The breath of death wraps the whole body. Immune to toxins, bacteria, radiation and other harmful things. ineffective against non-living creatures. Looking at the introduction of the 3 skills, and her level 76, Ouyang Qianjin fell into deep thought. The 3 skills cannot be said to be bad. It can only be said that each has its own characteristics. Let us not talk about the Dark Sword. It is simply a familiar frequent visitor. But Ouyang Qianjin did not intend to choose this skill. Again, don't expect her to go to the battlefield with a sword and fight to the death with others. That is simply unrealistic. So what Ouyang Qianjin is really entangled with are the following 2 skills that she has never seen. Just by looking at the introduction, you can tell that the Skeleton Throne is a pendant type skill. The good thing about it is that it can absolutely control by force. For example, Ouyang Qianjin was worried about the resurrection issue before. But now if I choose this skill, even if I resurrect Kobayakawa Daisuke, the other party can only obey me absolutely like a skeleton. It saves me a lot of trouble. But it can't be said that there are no disadvantages. After all, my legs are useless. And I can only sit or lie for a long time. And it is impossible for me to stand up. This means that if I click on the Skeleton Throne skill, I may spend most of the day sitting on the throne. Although the skill effect is very strong. The picture of wearing a gothic long skirt and sitting on a skeleton chair is really a bit middle school. The picture is good, but no matter how you think about it, Ouyang Qianjin feels that it is not suitable for her. What's more, if she sits in a wheelchair, how will you deal with it? As for ecological immunity, Ouyang Qianjin has more to think about. To put it simply, this skill is to give yourself a layer of poison immunity buff. Let yourself be safe even if you are exposed to nuclear radiation without clothes. Although the effect looks very powerful, it is indeed powerful. But Ouyang Qianjin thinks more about some other, not so good things. This matter is about the future. After all, in the current situation, Ouyang Qianjin doesn't think she will encounter any dangerous environment. But what about the future? I dare not pat my chest to make such a guarantee in the future. As I know more and more things, I dig deeper and deeper into that world. Especially after thinking of the Abyss Apostle and the bubbles under it. This idea is getting stronger and stronger. Which one to choose? If I miss this opportunity, it may never come back. Tap, tap, tap. Ouyang Qianjin's fingers tapped rhythmically on the low table. It can be said that this skill selection is the most entangled one for her in such a long time. I am now level 76. That means there are still 5 skill choices before the level 100 mark. Although Dark Sword, as a regular visitor, often appears, she cannot guarantee that ecological immunity will do the same. After all, as someone who has been choosing skills, she knows very well that her skills have now shifted from the undead to the dark. If she had chosen the blood skills after becoming the Skeleton Lord at level 50, then perhaps the choices that appear on her panel now may very likely be the blood skills, instead of the skills Dark Sky, Dark Eyes, Dark Wall, Dark Sword. But Ouyang Qianjin did not regret it. After all, these skills worked very well in her hands, and had good compatibility. Instead, it was the blood skills. When Ouyang Qianjin thought of the possibility of biting someone's neck or drinking blood, she couldn't help but tremble all over. She felt physically uncomfortable. Sure enough, I'd better choose the skills that are beneficial to the present. After making a clicking sound that could at least play a whole song, Ouyang Qianjin made a decision. She chose the skill Skeleton Throne. After all, compared to long-term interests, living in the present is the most important. If you can't even survive now, what's the point of talking about later? And there are still 5 chances to choose. If you don't encounter the skill ecological immunity in these 5 chances, you can only wait until level 100 to see the situation. The skill Skeleton Throne has changed due to the influence of the talent erosion. Erosion effect, no matter how serious the opponent's body is, as long as it is your order, it will be executed 100% regardless of obstacles. And just after the erosion was completed, a Skeleton Throne appeared around Ouyang Qianjin's body with a click sound. Bang! A strange sound came, and Ouyang Qianjin looked up. Wow! The top of the throne directly hit the roof of the pumpkin carriage. Although Ouyang Qianjin was sitting or lying in the pumpkin carriage the whole time. But because Sebastian and the other skeletons who took care of her had to go in and out from time to time, Sebastian was built according to the 3-meter living space from the beginning. After all, if it was shorter, the entire interior space would look very depressing. It was very inconvenient for Ouyang Qianjin, who had to live in the car for a long time from time to time. Originally, Ouyang Qianjin thought that the skeleton throne should be the size of a chair. But she didn't expect it to reach the 3-meter roof. It must be said that the throne is worthy of being a throne. Even Ouyang Qianjin doubted whether it would reach a height of 4 meters, 5 meters, or even 10 meters if it was outside. Just when Ouyang Qianjin was thinking this, the height of the skeleton throne began to shrink. And then it was fixed at 2 meters. Hey! Is it still fully automatic? Seeing this, Ouyang Qianjin had an idea. Then the throne moved higher and lower according to her thoughts. Very convenient and considerate. Ouyang Qianjin nodded with satisfaction. But if you want to change the style of the skeleton throne and turn it into a sofa or a recliner, at least the surface doesn't have to be something creepy like skeletons. Right? However, this cannot be done. So Ouyang Qianjin had to give up. The entire throne is just like the literal meaning, all made up of the skeletons of unknown animals. There is also a skull with horns right above the head. It looks like a sheep, but also like a cow. Of course, it could also be a demon. Who can tell? The armrests are made up of small round heads, which fit perfectly in the palm of your hand, as if they were custom made. Ouyang Qianjin has no doubt that if she sits on it for a long time, she can polish these 2 skull armrests until they are patinated. It's very smooth. Chapter 225. Quan Qingyu with the middle-parted hair. Except for being a little ugly, there are no disadvantages. Even the cushion of the throne feels very comfortable when sitting on it. Just like sitting on the soft thigh of a beautiful girl. It is more comfortable than the cushion made of blue wolf skin and sofa sponge that she sat on just now. But when Ouyang Qianjin looked down, she found that the cushion was still a skeleton, without the imagined flesh color. And this throne should also have a pretentious effect after sitting on it. It seems that after Sebastian's injury is healed, he has to ask him to prepare a few sets of clothes that can match this throne for me. Wow! Ouyang Qianjin raised his eyebrows and sighed lightly. This erosion effect made Ouyang Qianjin feel very interesting and not simple. Although it seems that it is just an absolute command with an order attached. It seems to be useless. But after savoring it carefully and picking out the words, Ouyang Qianjin found that things are not simple. No matter how disabled you are, you will ignore the obstacles and execute the order 100%. The most important part of this sentence is the 4 words ignore the obstacles. So Ouyang Qianjin didn't think much about it. She just asked a skeleton outside the car to break the legs of a skeleton next to it. Stand up. Ouyang Qianjin said to the skeleton that had its legs broken and could only crawl on the ground in an imperative tone. As soon as Ouyang Qianjin finished speaking, the skeleton stood up straight as if it had grown legs suddenly. If it was for the fact that its legs were broken and it was shorter than other skeletons, the quick movement of its mouth would have made Ouyang Qianjin mistakenly think that the other party was not injured. Is this the coercive power of the skeleton throne? No. Rather than coercive power, Ouyang Qianjin feels that it is more like a word spirit. It's just that this word spirit only works on one's own summons and has no effect on others. In this case, it seems that resurrecting others is foolproof. Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin looked at the body of Kobayakawa Daisuke lying on the ground. It must be said that this guy's skills are really very useful. The opponent's soul is now in his hands. If he can resurrect the opponent, he will execute his orders 100%. Then he thought of finding a mobile power bank for himself? Ouyang Qianjin will naturally not let go of such a good thing that can't be found even with a lantern. You defeated Kobayakawa Tomoyo, the Lord of the 8-Headed Shrine. Kobayakawa Tomoyo was removed from the Lord rankings. Do you want to occupy all the territories of the 8-Headed Shrine? Yes/no. Looking at the selection window that popped up on the panel, Ouyang Qianjin was in a dilemma again. It stands to reason that plundering the opponent's land through war is a justifiable thing. But the problem is that the location of the Yazu Shrine is in Tottori Prefecture, the country of cherry blossoms. This location has no value for Ouyang Qianjin. After all, it is not a land that emerged from another world. There are no minerals and medicinal herbs on it. And it is not even close to the sea. Just like the previous resort, there is no need to manage it. In comparison, as the Lord of the Whale Sea continent that he reserved, the nearby Kimchi country or Hokkaido in the northeast are more attractive than here. After all, it is a place that can be used as an outlet to the sea, whether it is to the west or the east. Although she had no intention of going out. But it is better to have a passage than not to have one. Just like not having a sword in hand, and having a sword, but not using it are two different things. So, in the end, Ouyang Qianjin gave up the idea of occupying this place. Burden. Disgust. After solving the problem of this land, Ouyang Qianjin turned around to do another important thing. That is, before resurrecting Kobayakawa Daisuke, she felt that she should change her clothes first. In any case, even if she resurrected the other party as her summon, this tattered look is not for people to see, especially after the hiss was pierced and tattered, revealing the snow-white skin inside. It's not that Ouyang Qianjin is not confident about her figure, but she doesn't want to lose her dignity, or the style in front of people. So after Ouyang Qianjin put the skeleton with a broken leg into the undead space, she called another skeleton to change her clothes. The new clothes are naturally gothic, because of the skeleton throne this time. Ouyang Qianjin chose a dark purple shirt with 2 bronze buttons on the cuffs, and a black knee-length pleated skirt with a waist tie, paired with black leggings and black round leather shoes. It looks like a dashing feeling. Originally, Ouyang Qianjin didn't need to wear shoes, but in order to highlight the overall style, shoes are naturally indispensable. Well, I always feel that something is missing. Although this outfit is very good, after looking at herself in the mirror, Ouyang Qianjin always feels that it is still a bit out of place. Where is it? The hat. That's right. It's the hat. After looking left and right, Ouyang Qianjin finally found the place that was out of place. So she found a black leather flat-top wide-brimmed hat and put it on her head. Then she posed in front of the mirror and looked left and right. This outfit, maybe the short wavy light yellow hair will be more suitable. Let Sebastian change it next time. After confirming her current makeup, Ouyang Qianjin nodded reluctantly with satisfaction. After all, she has long straight black hair. But except that the long black hair is a bit inconsistent, everything else is pretty good. And because there is no hairdresser who can extension hair around her, Ouyang Qianjin has no intention of cutting her long hair. If there is a hairdresser, she doesn't mind changing her hairstyle or even hair color when she has nothing to do. Well, I don't seem to have anything like hair dye stored in my hands. Let's see if I can find some magical plants that can dye on the Whale Sea continent. After all, compared to chemical agents, she was more assured by the things prepared by herself as an alchemist. After getting dressed and getting everything ready, Ouyang Qianjin finally had time to focus on the corpses on the ground, especially the corpse of Kobayakawa Daisuke. However, at this moment, an arrogant, confident, and harsh voice came from a distance. Ha! Is this the number 1 on the list? Why does he look so embarrassed? After hearing the voice, Ouyang Qianjin moved his eyes to a group of people. This is a group of guys who definitely did not exist just now, and suddenly appeared with a sound. The leader was a man with a middle-parted hair, wearing suspenders inside, a black and purple robe outside, and holding a long staff. Behind him was a group of men and women wearing various clothes, but all in black and purple. It looked like an army. Chapter 226. A man who knows the times is a hero. As for the number of people, Ouyang Qianjin closed her eyes, and found through the dark pupil that there were about 10,000 people, and each of them was above level 50. And there were even level 60. TSK. What is this for? Are they afraid that they can't level up fast enough, so they directly form a group to deliver food to themselves? In this icy and snowy weather, which delivery platform has such a good service attitude? It's not something worthy of praise to peek at a lady changing clothes. Mr. Quan Qingyu, who is always the second. Ouyang Qianjin squinted and smiled, smiling at the middle-parted hair in front of her head. That's right. The person who came was Quan Qingyu. Although Ouyang Qianjin had never seen this guy, but the standard middle-parted hairstyle that Korean men like, and the sense of déjà vu on his face full of technology made her quickly lock in the identity of the other party as a Korean. After all, just like Westerners can't tell the faces of Orientals, Orientals can't tell the faces of Westerners. But it is still easy for an Oriental to distinguish a Westerner. Now Kobayakawa Daisuke is dead. Kobayakawa Tomoyo's name has also disappeared from the Lord rankings. If Quan Qingyu, who is determined to pick up the bargain, wants to show up, now is the best time. That's really rude. The middle-parted man Quan Qingyu nodded, then bowed slightly as an apology. But he had no intention of avoiding it. In fact, Ouyang Qianjin has already changed her clothes, so it would be unnecessary to avoid it. But the proper etiquette should still be observed. After all, he is a big shot on the rankings, although it is undeniable that he is indeed the second in command for a long time. But this does not prevent him from pretending to be graceful in front of Ouyang Qianjin. The lady. After all, there are so many subordinates behind him. Although he does not have to look at their faces, he still has to maintain elegance. Even if he really wants to kill Ouyang Qianjin, who is changing clothes, he has to endure it. This is probably the so-called idle burden. Although he was just a small thug who stole on the street before. But God has mercy on him. The advent of the Doomsday gave him the best chance to turn things around, making him a person admired by thousands of people in the entire Korean country. Power, money, materials, beauties, everything that he dared not even dream of before has become within his reach. What girl group star? What luxury car and house? What delicious food? As long as he wants. It is just a matter of a word. Even most of the time, he doesn't even need to say anything. Someone will automatically deliver it to his door. During this half year, he enjoyed everything he had never enjoyed before, and also experienced the boring life of the chaebol. So after enjoying it for a while, he focused his energy on upgrading. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not overcome the mountain called Ouyang Qianjin. But now it is different. Under his careful planning, the troops around Ouyang Qianjin have been compressed to the minimum range. All this is thanks to the credit of Kobayakawa Daisuke. Although there are still gargoyles hovering in the sky, causing some trouble to Quan Qingyu. It is only some. Not a big problem. So, are you going to attack me now? Second brother? Ouyang Qianjin had no intention of getting off the car. In fact, she thought there was no need to get off the car at all. Although she didn't know how these guys suddenly appeared. But there was one thing Ouyang Qianjin was sure of. That was that Quan Qingyu was indeed just as she thought, and had been watching the fight between her and Kobayakawa Daisuke all the time. Otherwise, the timing of his appearance would never be so good. So coincidental. How could it be? In fact, it was just to do a test to see if the Lord's mission given by the panel could be completed even without killing anyone. Now it seems that you succeeded. Didn't you? Quan Qingyu smiled and shrugged, and his tone sounded very relaxed and easygoing. But Ouyang Qianjin knew that this was a lie. Although Quan Qingyu smiled with a smile, as he always smiled with squinting eyes, Ouyang Qianjin saw through the other party's fake smile at a glance, talking about some experiment with a double meaning. But the actual situation was not mentioned at all. But it's normal. If it were Ouyang Qianjin herself, she would definitely not tell the other party any useful information. Oh. Is this the Seisai comic hero who ran out of some Sakura comic? He is still thinking about this kind of thing. Don't you think I will believe your nonsense? Ouyang Qianjin's venomous tongue is still there. In her opinion, the other party's words are so fake that even the stray dogs on the roadside would not believe them. But from the faces of those techies behind him, it is not difficult to see that these people have a very fanatical worship of Quan Qingyu. Well, it's nothing to admire the strong. What's more, those guys from the Korean country, after seeing Quan Qingyu, the hope of the whole village, it is natural for them to admire him. As a considerate lady, Ouyang Qianjin naturally understands their feelings. This is what a small country with few people means. Anyone who is a little bit promising can be praised to the sky. But it is not right to say that Ouyang Qianjin has gained nothing. After all, the other party is trying so hard to conceal and cover up. That means there is something that makes him afraid. Or it is simply to cover up that he does not have enough ability and confidence to kill the other party. That's why he has to use Ouyang Qianjin's hand to kill Kobayakawa Daisuke. To put it more simply and directly, the other party is just a coward who wants to take advantage of the chaos. In fact, it's just like before. If the other party is confident, it will not be showing up, but directly launching a shameless sneak attack. Obviously, even in the sneak attack, Quan Qingyu is not sure to keep Ouyang Qianjin. This made Ouyang Qianjin look down on the other party. Although Ouyang Qianjin never looked up to Quan Qingyu, or most of the people on the list. So what are your plans? Ouyang Qianjin asked knowingly. This, Quan Qingyu, who had never thought that Ouyang Qianjin would lie so openly, didn't know how to respond for a moment. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see what he wanted to do. But because of the battle between Ouyang Qianjin and Kobayakawa Daisuke just now, he knew the gap between himself and the other party. So it was difficult to start. So Quan Qingyu wanted to see if there was any gentle way to resolve this fatal crisis. After all, he saw the whole process just now. Ouyang Qianjin completed the task of the 8-head shrine without killing Kobayakawa Tomoyo. Then he should be able to do it here. Originally, he came here to pick up the leaks. But now there is nothing to pick up. So he naturally has to admit his defeat. He who knows the times is a hero. This principle everyone understands. Chapter 227I. Quan Qingyu. Paid in full. To be honest, Quan Qingyu didn't want to come out at all. He even wanted to leave like this. And didn't even want to meet Ouyang Qianjin. In his opinion, the skills of the two brothers and sisters of the Kobayakawa family were weird. But Ouyang Qianjin's skills were even weirder. It was not something that he, a pseudospace ability user, could deal with. But when he wanted to leave, he didn't know why he couldn't use the power of the void to teleport. And he walked out only when his mental power was definitely exhausted. Originally, he wanted to be more arrogant at the beginning, so that he could take the initiative in the negotiation with Ouyang Qianjin. But who knew that this big brother, who had never met him, was even more arrogant and conceited than him. He didn't discuss with him at all, but just asked lightly, what is he going to do? This is not good. If this goes on, he will definitely suffer. And it's a big loss. Obey? Or surrender to Ouyang Qianjin? He naturally thought about this possibility. But it's too cheap. So I definitely can't say that. In fact, I wanted to seize the initiative before because I wanted to save some face in this regard. After all, I am the president of the largest guild in Kimchi country. You can't lose face. Otherwise everyone will come and step on your face. TSK. Originally, I came here to pick up the leak and see if I can kill the Skeleton Lord and Raven Priestess, who are both injured in one fell swoop. In the end, who knew that Kobayakawa Tomoyo never showed up? And it was all Kobayakawa Daisuke who was hanging around. Later, it was nothing that Kobayakawa Daisuke failed in the battle with Ouyang Qianjin. But Ouyang Qianjin was very good at this battle. Apart from losing a set of clothes, he really couldn't think of what the other party had lost. In this situation, he naturally didn't dare to move. It was really a case of losing more than stealing. If he had known this, he should have taken people to other places. As long as he stayed away from Ouyang Qianjin, the number one brother on the list, he firmly believed that he would be able to live a more comfortable life. Yes, now Quan Qingyu no longer had the idea of fighting with Ouyang Qianjin. He just wanted to leave. Leave this place of right and wrong. Sadly, find a place with a weaker regional situation to survive. And continue to be his mountain king with the identity of number 2 brother on the list. Continue to enjoy everything that he had never enjoyed before. No matter what choice he made, he had to be stronger at this time. And take the initiative with his dignity as the president of the first guild of Kimchi country. After making up his mind, Quan Qingyu looked at the smiling Ouyang Qianjin. I'm here to form an alliance with you, Miss Ouyang. Very good. No stuttering. That's it. Keep working hard. Quan Qingyu. I believe you can do it. Quan Qingyu kept encouraging himself in his heart. Form an alliance? Bring more than 10,000 people to form an alliance? If you don't know, you might think you're going to kill me. Seeing Quan Qingyu say such a stupid thing, even though Ouyang Qianjin was used to seeing Zhang Yuan's brainless supporting role, she was still a little uncomfortable. Is this guy's brain okay? He actually said he wanted to form an alliance? This doesn't look right. Does it? Ouyang Qianjin looked at Quan Qingyu, and then looked at the 10,000 people behind him. Then he thought about it for a while. The original purpose of this kind of battle was obviously not to form an alliance with himself. After all, no one can guarantee that in this so-called alliance, the panel will recognize the victory of one party. As he thought before, Quan Qingyu should be planning to pick up the leak after the two tigers fight. But after the battle between himself and Kobayakawa Daisuke, his attitude, or policy, changed. From watching from the side, plus the meaning of the previous sentence. This guy may have realized that he can't beat me. So he chose this kind of compromise disgust? No. It's not even a compromise. At most, it's just a polite remark unique to the powerful to maintain their face. She saw it. This so-called perennial second on the list is the kind of guy who is brave when the wind is favorable and cowardly when the wind is unfavorable. He is crazy when the wind is favorable. He immediately admits his cowardice when the wind is unfavorable. To put it nicely, it's assessing the situation. And to put it bluntly, it's a coward. Since this is the case, it's easy to deal with. Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin's smile became even brighter. Is there anything more fun than bullying the weak? The answer is no. In this case, then happily bully the weak. Quan Qingyu was speechless. He did think so before. But not now. Now he is wholeheartedly and really wants to form an alliance with Ouyang Qianjin. As long as there is no harm. Even if he can't get any benefits. Since you want to form an alliance, shouldn't you show sincerity? Ouyang Qianjin looked at the silent Quan Qingyu with a playful expression. She knew this guy was useless. But useless people also have their own uses. Just like garbage can also be squeezed out of some value. Sincerity. Quan Qingyu was stunned. You know, Ouyang Qianjin is only 18 years old now. Because of long-term hospitalization and medication. She looks younger. Originally, Quan Qingyu thought that she was a little girl. Although she was capable. She had not experienced the beatings of society after all. Just talk and fool around and it will pass. But I didn't expect the other party to ask for benefits. Okay. I didn't expect that a little girl with fair skin and pretty face like you would play this trick. Right. Okay. Isn't it just sincerity? That's easy to say. You just said no earlier. I'm not afraid that you want it. And I'm not even afraid that you ask for too much. I'm just afraid that you don't want it. If that's the case, then you name a price. As an ally, I, Quan Qingyu, will naturally pay the full amount. Quan Qingyu also smiled. In his opinion, the other party's opening means loosening up. Since it is loosening up, the negotiation is officially established. It's just some sincerity. For him, the president of the first guild in Kimchi country, it's not a big deal. Whether it's resources or anything else. As long as Ouyang Qianjin is willing to offer. Even if he doesn't have enough now, he can go to other guilds to transfer. If it doesn't work, just rob. Anyway, the money given to those foreign soldiers in the past was also obtained in this way. And Quan Qingyu thought it was okay. After all, he is the patron saint of Kimchi country. He is protecting Kimchi country. Really? That's really a good ally. Seeing that the other party was so generous. Ouyang Qianjin's eyes lit up. Although the entire Whale Sea New World has basically been confirmed to be his. The things on it, whether it is minerals or creatures, are naturally his. Including those straits that are not covered by land and the seafood in them. But that is his own. And has little to do with Quan Qingyu. So it is natural for Ouyang Qianjin to squeeze benefits from the other party. Chapter 228 This Greedy Woman. After all, it is an alliance. And it was the subordinate Quan Qingyu who proposed the alliance to the superior me. So there must be a price to pay. Otherwise, what is the point of just talking? So, Ouyang Qianjin reported all the things she needed. It included ores, herbs, and materials needed for alchemy, enchantment, etc. This, Quan Qingyu opened his mouth wide. Although he was mentally prepared and knew that the other party would definitely ask for a lot. But he didn't expect that so much would be needed right from the start. The unit of ore is directly calculated according to 10,000 caddies. And herbs are calculated by carload. Even if it is me, I certainly can't take out so much now. It seems that I can only go back to other guilds to equalize it. And then play more dungeons to satisfy Ouyang Qianjin's appetite. Well, this is good. But since it is a negotiation, I must still lower the price, and can't let the other party act recklessly. That's right. After knowing that Ouyang Qianjin had let go, Quan Qingyu no longer had the idea of escaping with his men. Instead, he was thinking about how to use this alliance more effectively, to bring himself greater benefits. Although as a former thief, he did not have the knowledge and strategy in this area. His subordinates did, and there were many of them. And there was another benefit for him to form an alliance with Ouyang Qianjin. That was to use Ouyang Qianjin's identity to suppress some people. Although he was the second on the list, he was also the first in the country of Kimchi. But who could guarantee that there were no bad people in his team? If he signed an alliance with Ouyang Qianjin now, even those with bad intentions would think twice and dare not do anything to him. After all, nowadays, everyone can be said to have a natural skill. Unless there is a priest around you 24 hours a day, you will die after a few cuts. It is no different from the time when you were a Jaliuzi. It is better to be careful in this regard. So, after comprehensive consideration, Quan Qingyu gave it very happily. Under Ouyang Qianjin's gaze, countless black downward spaces opened up around him. Wow! Space skills. It seems to be similar to his own undead space. It seems that he should have hidden in it before. 10,000 people can fit in it. I have to say that this skill is still quite strong. But Ouyang Qianjin felt a sense of disobedience. Why didn't he continue to hide when he had such a skill? It can't be that he really wants to form an alliance, laugh. Although there is a bit of a joke. But after seeing the opponent's skills, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but compare them with his own skills. To be honest, Quan Qingyu's space is much more convenient than his own undead space. His space doesn't need anything. But his own space must have a skeleton to enter. It's a bit inconvenient. Then Ouyang Qianjin saw wooden boxes, or ores falling out of these black spaces. Some unstacked wooden boxes fell down. And from them rolled out alchemical materials, or herbs that Ouyang Qianjin had never seen before. Ouyang Qianjin was delighted to see this. Is this the joy of getting something for free? It's really good. I only have so much on hand now. The rest can only be raised slowly after I go back. There shouldn't be any problem in this regard. Right? After a long while, Quan Qingyu took out all the things and piled them into several small hills. And smiled at Ouyang Qianjin very gentlemanly. Of course. Very good. Ouyang Qianjin did not react to Quan Qingyu's sunny and gentlemanly smile, but just nodded lightly. She didn't care whether Quan Qingyu took out all the things. She didn't care whether it met the standards of the things she just mentioned. These things were almost catching up with the income she got from the Centaur King's city. So Ouyang Qianjin didn't say anything nonsense, and immediately opened the undead space, and asked the Centaur skeleton, who was responsible for transportation, to pull the car out and start loading. Ouyang Qianjin was observing Quan Qingyu's skills, and Quan Qingyu was naturally observing Ouyang Qianjin's skills. Whether it was the previous Eye of Darkness or the dark sky in the sky, the life absorption used on Kobayakawa Daisuke, or the current undead space, they all gave Quan Qingyu a weird feeling. It has been more than half a day since Ouyang Qianjin appeared. The black cloud that can be described as following like a shadow made Quan Qingyu understand that the black cloud in the sky is also a skill of Ouyang Qianjin. But this undead space really scared him, to be honest. The reason why he was scared was not because of the similarity with his own space, but because of the centaur skeletons that existed as baggage soldiers. Before, in order not to alert the enemy, Quan Qingyu had been hiding in his own space and watching the show, and did not dare to use other skills. But now that he was exposed again, he used the Eye of Identification openly. After seeing the attributes of these skeletons, he understood the versatile nature of the necromancer profession. Although he did not take the skeletons themselves seriously, but Ouyang Qianjin's endless strange skills still hit Quan Qingyu deeply. Especially after Kobayakawa Daisuke wrapped Ouyang Qianjin's pumpkin carriage with a black curtain. He did not know what happened inside. But when the black curtain dissipated, Kobayakawa Daisuke died there. Although Ouyang Qianjin's clothes were torn and covered with blood, but he did not suffer any serious and fatal injuries. Or before Kobayakawa died, Ouyang Qianjin, who should have had a bloody battle, had already recovered from the injuries on his body. What a powerful recovery ability is this! Quan Qingyu was confident that he could not do this at all. If she had been covered in blood, she might have died long ago. How could she have waited to the point of outlasting the other party? Horrible woman! By the way, as a token of sincerity for the alliance, I need one more thing. Over there, the skeletons were carrying the small harvest of this time. And here, Ouyang Qianjin was looking at Quan Qingyu with a smile. This greedy woman. Is her appetite insatiable? Is it because of this desire that is stronger than others that she became the first on the double list? Quan Qingyu looked at Ouyang Qianjin with a dark face, who was smiling brightly. He never thought that after paying so much sincerity, the other party actually wanted something. But the situation is stronger than the person. You still have to bow your head when you should. And Quan Qingyu knows this very well. It is, what is it? The voice was a little trembling. It can be seen that Quan Qingyu was a little angry, but he still forced himself to hold it back. But Ouyang Qianjin didn't take it seriously. Nothing. Just the 3 black coffins you just secretly hid as my spoils of war. I think you should return them to me. Right? Chapter 229. What grade? Using the same color scheme as mine? Nothing. Just the 3 black coffins you just secretly hid as my spoils of war. I think you should return them to me. Right? Raising 3 thumbs, Ouyang Qianjin smiled and shook her hands, looking at the delicate jade hands that looked like orchid fingers. Quan Qingyu couldn't help but jump. Just now, he did hide a few black coffins in secret. It's not that he has an occupational disease, but Quan Qingyu plans to take them back for research. See what the black coffins that Kobayakawa Daisuke and Ouyang Qianjin think so highly of are actually used for. Unexpectedly, he was discovered. You know, the magic fluctuation of his skills is very small, even negligible. Otherwise, it would be impossible to hide in this place for so long without being discovered by those eyes in the sky. Unexpectedly, the other party not only discovered it, but also knew exactly how much he had taken. Ah! It's really not so easy to take advantage of the big brother on the list. So, Quan Qingyu reluctantly took out the 3 black coffins from his space. Or else he would be called a thief. When Ouyang Qianjin was fighting with the army of the 8-Head Shrine, she was always watching the surrounding situation to prevent Quan Qingyu from attacking. After all, she was facing people from this country. So it was okay to be careful. Unexpectedly, the other party did take action. But it was not her, but her spoils. Just like that. Stealing other people's things under their noses. I have to say, the thief is really bold. Ha ha ha. Looking at the 3 skeletons who carried the black coffin and disappeared into the space of the dead, Quan Qingyu laughed awkwardly twice. No. But then again, if the first and second place on the list join forces, there is no place in the world that they can't go. Quan Qingyu hurriedly changed the subject after laughing awkwardly. But when he talked about the latter part, the embarrassment became less and less, replaced by a heroic feeling of contempt for all living things in the world. His mood changed so quickly that Ouyang Qianjin was dumbfounded. But as he said, if Ouyang Qianjin, who is the first place on the list, and he, who is the second place on the list, join forces, maybe no one in the world can stop them. But Ouyang Qianjin didn't plan to do that. Only the weak will stick together, and the strong will go alone. Speaking of which, why are you and your men dressed in black and purple? After waiting for his skeleton to quickly bring all the things looted from Quan Qingyu into the undead space, Ouyang Qianjin asked with a smile to Quan Qingyu and others, who were only about 50 meters away from him. Ah! Quan Qingyu was stunned. What's wrong? Why did he suddenly ask such a question again? This has nothing to do with what he just said. At least it is completely different. What's wrong with this woman's brain circuit? Is there any necessary connection between this and our alliance? Quan Qingyu certainly wouldn't answer whatever Ouyang Qianjin asked. After all, he wanted to take the initiative. How can he take back the initiative if he is asked like this? So he used the method of asking questions to pull with Ouyang Qianjin. Yes, and it's very big. Ouyang Qianjin, who didn't know what Quan Qingyu was thinking, raised her eyebrows. The color of the clothes is also related to the alliance negotiations. Now Quan Qingyu was completely confused. What kind of operation is this? I don't understand. But it doesn't matter. What he wants is Ouyang Qianjin to answer him, so that the initiative will slowly come to his hands. It should be said that the people of Kimchi country have never lacked confidence. The only one who can compare with them in confidence is the 3rd brother, who grew up drinking Ganges water. In fact, Ouyang Qianjin doesn't care about these things at all. She only cares about herself. Well, since you said so, in order to make the alliance go smoothly, I naturally can't pretend not to hear it. It was as if the person standing on top was talking to the person below. There was a hint of charity in Quan Qingyu's tone. He was floating. And Ouyang Qianjin frowned. Black and purple are just simulating the starry sky. I personally like black and purple. And I also like the night sky without light pollution. After saying this with a smile, Quan Qingyu looked up and wanted to see the night sky. But at this moment, the sky had long been covered by Ouyang Qianjin's dark sky curtain. So how could you see the stars without light pollution? Quan Qingyu looked at the heavy black clouds and couldn't help but be speechless again. His pretentious behavior just now can be said to be very perfect. If I can see the stars in the sky now, I can also introduce the starry sky, constellations, and so on in detail to the girl group girls behind me, who I have raised hand in hand and keep in touch. But now it seems that this idea has failed. TSK. So that's how it is. Ouyang Qianjin was a little surprised. He was pretending to be cool in front of her. No matter how you think about it, it is unforgivable. So you like black and purple. What a coincidence. I like it too. Ouyang Qianjin was still smiling, but her face was a little dark. However, as a former thief and current upstart, Quan Qingyu did not see this. On the contrary, he was complacent because he and Ouyang Qianjin had a common hobby. Haha. Is that so? That's really a coincidence. Quan Qingyu opened his arms and laughed at the sky. Not to mention, this smile is a bit cool, a bit arrogant, and a bit like Long Outyen. It's just that Ouyang Qianjin doesn't like it. The main reason is that she doesn't like others pretending to be cool in front of her. But the men behind Quan Qingyu are different from Ouyang Qianjin. Everyone looked at Quan Qingyu more fanatically than before. It can only be said that these people are seriously ill. Yeah. That's why I'm curious. Curious? What are you curious about? It's just the color of the clothes. Faced with Ouyang Qianjin's playful smile, Quan Qingyu was a little confused. Yeah. It's just a look. Ouyang Qianjin snapped her fingers. And a skeleton immediately raised her black crowned skull flag and fluttered in the cold wind. Did you see the background color of the flag? Did you see what I'm wearing today? Black and purple. My favorite color. What's your level? Use the same color system as me? Ouyang Qianjin hugged her arms. And the base of the skeleton throne rose, and the top lowered at her instruction. And then rotated a bit, allowing her to sit directly at the window. It also allowed Quan Qingyu and others outside the window to see the full picture of Ouyang Qianjin's outfit today. A purple bronze button shirt, a waisted black skirt and black leggings, a black flat hat on her head, and a pair of black thin strap high heels on her feet. With her long, smooth black hair and her fair yet sickly skin, Miss Ouyang exudes a mysterious and seductive look. Chapter 230 in this case. Let's get ready. That is, no makeup. Otherwise, there would be no need for the heavy makeup of bright red lipstick or smoky makeup that is unique to Gothic style. Even if it is just a little light makeup, it can raise this temptation to a new level. What do you mean by this? Something is wrong. Very wrong. Although it is hard to say what is wrong. Quan Qingyu just feels that what Ouyang Qianjin said just now seems to be meaningful. And the more he listens, the more wrong it tastes. Always feel like I've been fooled? President. The other party doesn't seem to want to form an alliance with us. Just when Quan Qingyu couldn't grasp the point, a tall, curvy, and long-legged beauty behind him took a half step forward and whispered in the other's ear in a capable voice. This long-legged beauty is about 26 or 27 years old, wearing a black and purple tight leather jacket, a tuft of hair covering one eye, and 3 earrings on the left ear. She looks very handsome and fashionable. Even Ouyang Qianjin, who was basically not interested in humans, couldn't help but take a few more glances. Of course, the reason why Ouyang Qianjin took a few more glances was not because of the other person's appearance or figure. It was because of the glass test tubes of various colored potions hanging on the 2 cross belts at the end of the 2-meter-long legs. Level 58. Combat occupation, Rune Warlock. Life occupation, Pharmacist. Don't forget. Although Ouyang Qianjin's dark eyes can't see the other person's name, but the level and occupation can be seen. The moment he became interested in this woman, Ouyang Qianjin opened his dark eyes to check. Unexpectedly, the other party turned out to be a pharmacist with a living profession. This is the first living profession that Ouyang Qianjin has seen in such a long time. Except for himself. And it is the kind of pharmacist who can recharge himself at a critical moment. This has to be said to be good news for Ouyang Qianjin. Although it seems that Ouyang Qianjin's skills are invincible, only the person who uses the skills knows that most of these skills are very risky skills. It can be said that there are only 2 results after using his skills. Win or lose. If you win, you will retreat without any injuries. If you lose, you will ascend to heaven on the spot without a trace of luck. There is no ambiguity with an intermediate value. To put it bluntly, it depends on who has a stronger mental power and who can consume more. It is for this reason that Ouyang Qianjin really needs those professional assistants who can recharge himself. This woman wants it. After taking a look at other people and finding that there are no talents, Ouyang Qianjin looked at the long-legged woman and licked her lips. This is the talent she wanted. What? No plan to form an alliance? John Sungwoo was shocked when he heard the long-legged beauty's words. You know, I paid so much just to form an alliance with Ouyang Qianjin. But the people around me told me that the other party had no intention of forming an alliance. Li Taiying, are you not wrong? John Sungwoo's voice was trembling. What should I do if Li Taiying was right? You know, although Li Taiying is only 28 years old this year, she still looks very young. But before the advent, she was the assistant secretary of the first secretary of the largest chaebol in Kimchi. 1-star group. Although she was just a secretary to a secretary. But everyone knows that this position is a candidate for cadre. When she reaches a certain age and has enough experience, she can start to become the director of the head office of the leading chaebol in Kimchi. This position is held by a woman in kimchi, where male chauvinism prevails. It can be seen how strong her ability is. So John Sungwoo has great trust in Li Taiying. Even if the other party is the type of queen he likes, he can't help but not make a move. It's just to make his guild operate normally. After all, the reason why his guild has come to this point and become the first guild in kimchi is that this woman has made an indelible contribution. Operating a guild and operating an individual are completely different things. Many things in his guild can be said to be handed over to this Li Taiying. No matter how powerful he is as an individual, he is just an individual. Maybe a group of strong people can be gathered around for their use. But that is just an elite team. It is not so easy for a team to become the best in the country. Not only do they need tough measures, but they also need to do logistics, diplomacy, management and other things. For a former gangster, it is simply impossible. It should be right. It is to fight or flee. Please make a decision as soon as possible. President. Li Taiying looked calm and pointed to the sky in a capable tone. Quan Qingyu looked up along Li Taiying's finger and found that the sky was full of black and white eyes he had seen before. Is this preparing to take action? Looking at the eyeballs rolling all over the sky, Quan Qingyu swallowed his saliva and then calculated in his mind. It seems that he took Ouyang Qianjin's action of checking their professions as a signal to take action. President. Fight. There is no other way except to fight. Just when Li Taiying urged, Quan Qingyu said, as if he had made a great determination, there is no way. When he looked up at the sky just now, Quan Chung not only saw those eyeballs, he also saw some things flying around in the white eyeballs. I don't know what it is. After all, it's too far away. But thinking of the corpses that kept falling from the sky before, Quan Qingyu couldn't help but feel a little tired. Flying units? This is definitely the work of flying units. He now has only one idea. That is to get out of here as soon as possible. Not only does Ouyang Qianjin have strange skills, but if there are so many skeletons and flying units under his command, he will have no chance to fight. Don't think that more than 10,000 people are a lot. And they are all above level 50. But if they really face Ouyang Qianjin, the necromancer who can transform skeletons, they will have no way out. President. What plan should we use? After hearing Quan Qingyu say that he wanted to fight, although Li Taiying felt that it was unnecessary, he did not object. After all, there is no other way in this situation except to fight desperately. The problem is what more effective fighting plan to use. In this case, let's do the old trick. Jun Qingyu turned his head slightly and said to Li Taiying, Plan 253? Li Taiying confirmed again. Yes. Jun Qingyu nodded fiercely. In fact, these little actions of theirs naturally did not escape Ouyang Qianjin's dark eyes. And they naturally knew that they could not escape. So after Li Taiying clarified the battle plan, he did not hide it, but took 2 steps back and turned to enter the crowd. Chapter 231 The Undead. The so-called 253 plan. In fact, it is a strategy of capture the leader first designed by Li Taiying based on the skills of John Sungwoo. First, John Sungwoo uses a skill similar to grab. Grab the opponent into his attack range without any preparation. Then, a justice group fight is carried out on the weak opponent. Although the tactical method is simple, the effect is very significant. In the past, they did not have other hidden professions that could threaten John Sungwoo on their way to dominating the entire Korean country. But they all died under this trick in the end. It can be said that it has been tried and tested. After entering the crowd, Li Taiying began to spread the news about the implementation of the 253 plan. These subordinates also began to prepare actively. After all, it was a downward rebellion war launched by the second place on the list against the first place on the list. They were lucky enough to join it, which was a matter of great honor. If they performed well and survived, they might be assigned some important positions. The territory behind them is equivalent to 7 Korean countries. When they occupy it, they will definitely need manpower to manage it. There can't be only one capital, right? They can get a share of the rest of the towns, cities, etc. Even if all the members survive, there are not enough manpower. How can they not be excited? However, Ouyang Qianjin, as the opponent, did not intend to give them this opportunity. Even Quan Qingyu himself was not as active as they thought. Just when everyone was ready and waiting for Quan Qingyu to give orders, countless skeleton soldiers wearing black and purple armor and holding weapons suddenly fell from the sky and attacked them. The gargoyles also took advantage of the chaos to take the enemy personnel to the sky and then airdrop them. Ah! What kind of monster is this? Attack quickly. Don't panic. Don't mess up the formation. It's a gargoyle. A gargoyle made by alchemy. If the appearance of the skeleton only disrupted their rhythm, then the gargoyles that suddenly swooped down from the sky directly broke their defense. After all, it was a battle against the Necromancer, and the sudden appearance of the skeleton soldiers was actually within their expectations. However, this expectation did not include things like gargoyles, the sharp claws, the body harder than concrete, and the ability to fly freely in the air and dodge around. All gave these guys brought by Quan Qingyu a headache. Of course, the most important thing is that the opponent can fly, once caught by the sharp claws and taken to the sky. It doesn't have to be too high. For example, 100 meters. It is enough to kill most of them, except for the knight profession with more defensive skills. How could they not be scared? Especially when they saw the first group of people who were taken to the sky had a free bungee jump and were crushed to pieces beside them. Some people had already begun to collapse. This collapse was not physical, but mental. Sometimes it is so simple to hit the opponent. Just like the army of more than 100,000 people gathered at the Eight-Head Shrine before. When the first person to escape appears, there will be the second and third. Then, like a domino effect, the avalanche will be unstoppable. But this is not a bad thing for some people. For example, Quan Qingyu. Since he decided to fight Ouyang Qianjin, Quan Qingyu never thought of doing it himself. He had only one idea in his mind at that time. That is, to use the lives of these people to buy him time to escape. After all, there are more than 10,000 people. Even if it is more than 10,000 pigs, Ouyang Qianjin will have to kill them for a few minutes. With these few minutes of free time, with his skills, he can completely escape. Although he may not be able to escape from the range covered by the black cloud. But at least there is this opportunity. Right? As long as he can run away, he will immediately return to the headquarters of his guild. And then take a boat or a plane to leave this damn ghost place as soon as possible. The farther away from Ouyang Qianjin, the evil necromancer, the better. So now, he uses the cover of his fleeing subordinates to constantly use small-scale void jumps and shuttles in it. The reason for this is that he knows that the eyes in the sky will not let him go. So he needs to constantly change his position, so that Ouyang Qianjin can't find his position in the first time, so as to escape from here. Li Taeyong, I leave this to you. This sounds like what Zhang Sungwu, who didn't want to escape, would say, but in fact, it was Ouyang Qianjin who said this. After saying this, Ouyang Qianjin chased in the direction where Zhang Sungwu fled. Now Li Taeyong is still Li Taeyong himself. It's just that he was resurrected by Ouyang Qianjin. In fact, at the first moment of the attack just now, Li Taeyong, the woman who was favored by Ouyang Qianjin, became the main target of attack. And after her death, Ouyang Qianjin also resurrected her immediately, with the support of the skeleton throne. Even though she was still a little confused after being resurrected, Li Taeyong could only drag her body with a big hole in her chest and passively and forcibly execute Ouyang Qianjin's orders. After Ouyang Qianjin left, Li Taeyong, the long-legged queen, was stunned for a moment and then reacted. She only remembered that she was dug out of her heart by a gargoyle's hand. Then she died. But after death, she came back to life all of a sudden. It was like an inconspicuous break on the film, which was probably only a second before and after. But her identity changed dramatically. Looking at the panel that she dropped out, Li Taeyong fell into silence. Skills, talents, equipment, and other things were all displayed. All normal. But the original human in the race column became undead, and the skin color became a little blue. The level also changed from the previous level 58 to level 77. And there was also something that did not exist before on the panel affiliation. Skeleton Lord Ouyang Qianjin. Well, in just 1 second, I turned from a human into something that is neither human nor ghost. Even now that my heart has stopped beating, I am still alive and kicking. And I have become someone else as private property. Although this new boss is a beautiful and lovely girl. But such a quick change of identity still makes people feel tired. What? I no longer have a heart. That is fine. Lena, Shi Wei, you lead your people to cooperate with the skeleton soldiers and gargoyles to kill as many people as possible to increase the experience of the young lady. Wandong, Xi Xian, You lead your people to gather all the corpses, and wait for the young lady to come back and revive. After Ouyang Qianjin left in a pumpkin carriage pulled by 2 skeleton horses, Li Taiying figured out her current situation, and began her own operation. After all, there is the mandatory nature of the skeleton throne, and she has to think about it even if she doesn't want to. Chapter 232. It seems to be a new way to play. Taeyong, are we really going to fight? In the short battle just now, more than 10,000 people were killed. About 2,000. Now they are all resurrected by Ouyang Qianjin and become immortals. But everyone was still comrades in the last second. But in the next second, they had to fight because of Ouyang Qianjin's order. This change in identity and action immediately made some people unable to adapt. So one of the people who was named said worriedly, "We all died and then resurrected. Although it was Ouyang Qianjin who killed us. Now the panel acknowledges that our master is also Ouyang Qianjin. We can't resist. Or even the word resistance does not exist. Everyone, think about this matter carefully, and see if you have the emotion of resisting the eldest lady in your mind?" Li Taiying asked. "You said so." "No, not at all. How could this be?" After hearing Li Taiying's question, everyone thought about it, and found that they didn't have any negative emotions towards this woman who killed them and resurrected them. There were only positive emotions such as loyalty, obedience, and even fanaticism. In fact, Li Taiying had tried it just now. Originally, anyone who suddenly changed a boss would have doubts. It was just a matter of thought, and the answer was known in a flash. That's why she spared no effort to persuade these comrades, who hadn't changed their minds yet. Anyway, temporary death is not real death. Miss can revive us, so she can revive them too. If that's the case, why don't you let your former comrades join our army of undeads? We don't have to face the difficulties of life. Miss has an excellent army, and everyone has a bright future. Isn't that good?" Li Taiying spread his hands, and said something very easy. Convert fanaticism. Although this change was very fast. But you have to admit the horror of Ouyang Qianjin's resurrection of the dead and skeleton throne. After being instructed by Li Taiying, the 4 people named immediately turned around to confirm their current situation. Yes. Now they are not even considered human beings. No one else will accept them except Ouyang Qianjin, the master. After all, humans are exclusive. It's not an exaggeration to describe them as a new race now. And they don't have the idea of leaving in their hearts. If that's the case, go and execute the order. Running for your life is very tiring. Those idiots are running so fast. Let them have a good rest first. After being persuaded, Li Taiying clapped his hands and asked everyone to start working. So the 4 people who were named started working with 500 people each. Although it sounds like the chasing team is more tired. But in fact, because of the skeletons and gargoyles, they are much easier than those guys carrying corpses. I don't know why. Although these people killed by the skeletons and gargoyles died tragically, they did not feel any discomfort at all. After all, they were comrades who lived together before. Now seeing their bodies and being responsible for carrying them, no matter who they are, as long as they still have a conscience, they should have some emotional ups and downs. However, they didn't. It can't be said to be indifferent. If you have to say it, it should be calm. On the one hand, they know that they can only live after death. And on the other hand, it is because the emotional ups and downs after becoming undead are not big. Or it can be said that the undead race has a passive talent similar to forced calmness. Although it is not displayed on the panel. The scene of thousands of corpses spread on the ground is still spectacular. But Li Taiying is not in the mood to appreciate it. Because just now, the voice of Ouyang Qianjin came into her mind. To be honest, it feels really bad to suddenly break into her mind and speak her words recklessly. Although it is strange how this is done. But now Li Taiying wants to know more about how to answer the other party. After all, using the brain to communicate is still quite new to her. And even to others. It seems to be a new way of playing. New experience. New feeling. New attempt. Try how to communicate. Taeyong? Taeyong? Can you hear me? Masha Moshi. Ah. You're not answering. So the voice of Ouyang Qianjin in my head has not stopped. Ah. I forgot that this is probably your first time. It's okay. You will be a little confused when you first time. But it doesn't matter. Just answer as if you are thinking about something. It's not a hassle at all. Just think about it as usual. It's very convenient. You'll know after you try it. After calling for a while, Ouyang Qianjin realized that it was the first time for Li Taying to communicate in this way. So she taught the other party how to use this new communication method very kindly. Miss, can you hear me? Li Taying tried to use the method taught by Ouyang Qianjin, thinking a little intermittently. Oh, I can hear it. How about it? It's not difficult to learn. Ouyang Qianjin's voice was full of pride, as if she was happy that she had taught an apprentice. Did you ask someone to collect the bodies properly? Miss, the bodies are being collected, but because of the number of people and the terrain. I knew it. So I contacted you. You have the command of those skeletons and gargoyles now. If it doesn't work, let them execute it. I'm chasing Quan Qingyu, the coward, and I'll hang up first. It was like a phone call. Ouyang Qianjin directly disconnected after she finished speaking. No matter what the situation is like for Li Taying now. What? After hearing what Ouyang Qianjin said, Li Taying showed a surprised expression. It can be said that he and the other party did not know each other at all, and they had not even spoken a normal word. As a result, the other party actually handed over all these troops to him. Is this trust? Or trust? It should be trust in himself. After all, he is now the other party's subject. Li Taying is very sure that his thoughts have not been disturbed. What he wants to do, and what he wants to eat are still the same as before. She even remembers her first love more than 10 years ago clearly. But if he thinks of Ouyang Qianjin's affairs, his thoughts will immediately focus on Ouyang Qianjin. This can be said to be a kind of brainwashing, but it can also be said to be a protective measure taken by Ouyang Qianjin for himself. To put it simply, as long as he is good to Ouyang Qianjin, it will not have any impact on himself. At most, he is loyal to one person. Chapter 233. He fled. She chased. He couldn't fly away even if he had wings. Li Taying thought so. To be honest, in today's world of strong worship, there is nothing shameful about the fact that the person she is loyal to is the #1 brother on the list. On the contrary, she feels very happy because she is following the #1 brother on the list. It's better than Quan Qingyu, the guy who betrayed his subordinates. Right? Well, although it's a bit rude to compare the young lady with that delicate man who has neither thoughts nor abilities. But you can't deny that this is the fact. Thinking like this, Li Taying lowered her head slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Although there is a big hole in her chest now, there is no organ like the heart. But the recognition given by Ouyang Qianjin still makes her feel very warm. Although she is a candidate for cadre in the 1-star group. But that kind of sadness can't be experienced by people who are not in the chauvinistic Korean country. No matter how capable you are, as long as you are a woman, you will be looked down upon. After all, she got in through the assessment, and she has no power or connections. Whether it is colleagues, superiors, or even subordinates, they all respect you on the surface, bowing and saluting. But in private, secretly, I don't know how many times people have said about gender issues. I have heard it myself countless times. So when Miss Ouyang trusted me so much and simply handed over tens of thousands of soldiers who would obey my orders, the loyalty to Miss Ouyang, which had already been strengthened, was suddenly raised to a new level. After that, Li Taying began to recover the corpse. After all, Miss Ouyang Qianjin is so concerned about this matter. I must go all out. On the other side, Ouyang Qianjin, who is chasing Quan Qingyu, also smiled. She is not a fool. Naturally, she will not trust others so easily. However, after having the skeleton thrown, she still trusts these summoned creatures resurrected by herself. She will not ignore them after resurrecting them. So on top of the trust in Li Taying and Li Taying's gratitude to her, she added another layer of filter. With the blessing of the skeleton throne, let the other party feel grateful to him from the bottom of his heart. After all, the things strengthened by skill blessing are naturally not as stable as those generated by one's own heart. Who knows when it may fail? Although this possibility is very small. But it is not absolute. Since it is not absolute, then you should be more cautious. She didn't want to end up being surrounded by the guy she resurrected and then killed. This way of dying was too frustrating. She would rather be defeated and killed after a big battle with a sudden change in the world, which was acceptable. Otherwise, it was totally inconsistent with her character setting. However, because it was the first time she resurrected someone after obtaining resurrection of the dead, and she resurrected thousands of people at once, it can be said that this resurrection was an experimental act for Ouyang Qianjin. But she found that after resurrecting these people, she could actually watch all the things that the people she resurrected had experienced as if she was watching a movie. This is interesting. Although Ouyang Qianjin is not a voyeur, but it is still necessary to investigate the people around him. And Quan Qingyu is so good at escaping. And it is boring to chase him. So he can just use these to kill time. Should I say it or not? Has Quan Qingyu put all his skills on escaping? The horse pulling the cart is a skeleton horse that will not get tired. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a perpetual motion machine. However, after running at full speed, he could only barely catch up with the opponent's rhythm. This surprised Ouyang Qianjin. The figure that dodged left and right looked like a thief who had just stolen something in the vegetable market and turned around and fled through the crowd. It was quite funny, although such a chase was a waste of time. Ouyang Qianjin didn't care. In addition to the movies in the minds of those resurrected people, he could also inspect the environment in this new continent. Not to mention, although there is no such a large sea for her to see, whether it is forests, rivers, or plains, they are all scenery that Ouyang Qianjin likes. Ouyang Qianjin even saw a waterfall during this pursuit. However, because it suddenly appeared here, the upstream flow was cut off. And this waterfall, it seems that it will take time to dig through the upstream, or directly connect to the Moon Lake, where all the water comes from the Julong Snow Mountain. It seems that it would be good to develop a resort or tourist attraction. When I have nothing to do, I can come and enjoy the waterfall. Well, in this case, plant some maple trees on the side, and the red leaves in autumn will match the waterfall better. Hey, Quan Qingyu, how long are you going to run? Sitting in the pumpkin carriage, Ouyang Qianjin said in front of the microphone with a tremor. Although there is a shock absorption system installed by Canon under the carriage, the pumpkin carriage is not as stable as before due to the road conditions. It's just a little less elegant. But when it comes to whether she can upgrade, Ouyang Qianjin can't care so much. And Sebastian is not here. No one will nag about this. In fact, if it weren't for the bad road conditions, although dark eyes can allow Ouyang Qianjin to capture Quan Qingyu's whereabouts at all times, but there are forests, hills, rivers and streams here, so Ouyang Qianjin sometimes has to take a detour. Otherwise, Ouyang Qianjin would have caught up long ago. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, humans have limits. When this guy's mental strength is exhausted, he will naturally catch up. Anyway, Ouyang Qianjin has made up his mind today. Even if he chases him to the ends of the earth, he must kill this guy. For no other reason. It was because this guy's ranking was always behind her, which made her very unhappy. Now let him have a taste of being chased. In a physical sense. In fact, Quan Qingyu now really felt the urgency of being chased. It was different from when he came with more than 10,000 people. Quan Qingyu was as embarrassed as he could be. The black and purple robe that contrasted with Ouyang Qianjin's color was thrown away by him after sweating due to long-term use of skills. Only the defensive lining made of monster skin was left. Quan Qingyu would look up at the sky from time to time. That was Ouyang Qianjin's Eye of Darkness. After running for so long, he finally came to his senses. As long as he did not run out of the range of those black clouds in the sky, he would never be able to escape from Ouyang Qianjin's hands. Chapter 234 I am good at running away. The distance between Quan Qingyu and Ouyang Qianjin is about 1 kilometer now. At this distance, he can't see Ouyang Qianjin, but he can vaguely feel that the other party is chasing him behind him. And he is always there, like a maggot attached to his bones. No matter what skills he uses to escape, he feels itchy and uncomfortable. No, I can't keep running like this. Knowing that if he continues like this, his mental strength will not be able to hold up first. Quan Qingyu decided not to run. He has to fight Ouyang Qianjin to the death. But not here. Quan Qingyu stopped and looked around. He is now in a forest. Unlike the towering trees in the dark forest, the trees here are also thick, but the density is not so high. Occasionally, he can hear the sound of water flowing not far away from the gaps between the trees. So he rushed over without saying a word. The battle is all about the terrain. Fighting in a favorable terrain is definitely much smoother than fighting in a place you are not good at or don't like. When Quan Qingyu quickly rushed out of the woods, he saw a sea of waves. The whole lake is not big. It's about the size of 5 or 6 football fields. But it's enough. This should be enough for me to show my skills. As he said this, Quan Qingyu held the staff in his hand and dived directly into the lake and disappeared. Of course, all this was seen by Ouyang Qianjin. Escape? Cover up? Or do you plan to use this lake as your own position? While ordering the skeleton horse to take a detour to the lake, Ouyang Qianjin thought about Quan Qingyu's intention. She didn't believe that he could escape. After all, no matter how stupid Quan Qingyu was, he should have found that he couldn't escape. Then the only thing left was to fight back. As for whether the other party intended to use the lake water for cover or to use the lake water as an auxiliary, it was not very clear. But it didn't matter. For Ouyang Qianjin, who was particular about efficiency, this was not a big deal. After parking the pumpkin carriage by the lake, Ouyang Qianjin sat in the pumpkin carriage and looked at the lake through the window. This lake was a bit weird, because of the dark sky in the sky. It was pitch black and no light could be seen at all. But the problem was that the surface of the lake was actually sparkling. This had never happened before when Quan Qingyu went down. Obviously. What's going on down there with Quan Qingyu? Is he waiting for me to go down and find him? No. This guy may not be very smart, but he has been the runner-up for a long time. So he should have some fighting talent. Since he's not waiting for me to go down, he's probably stalling for time. The lake water is there to stall for time. Ouyang Qianjin looked at the shimmering lake and muttered to herself. Since the other party is planning to stall for time, it means that this guy is probably preparing a big one. He's planning to give me a surprise. Hee hee. Interesting. Although she didn't know what big move the other party was preparing, Ouyang Qianjin had no reason to just leave it alone. It's even more impossible for her to choose to wait, just because she wanted to see some moves she had never seen before. Although she considers herself a fun-loving person, she is not the kind of person who gives the enemy a chance like Duke Xian of Song. For the efficient Ouyang Qianjin, what she wants to do most now is to kill Quan Qingyu as soon as possible, and then go back to take a good hot bath. You know, in the past half-month, she has not taken a good bath because of rushing on the road and patrolling. She just cleaned herself up with hot water. You know, girls have those days every month. In order not to delay herself during the battle, Ouyang Qianjin dawdled on the road and waited until the work was done before coming. Now to be honest, she even dislikes herself a little. Ouyang Qianjin swore, I will never leave home so far again in the future. Or just make a pumpkin carriage that can enjoy the fun of bathing in the wild. Or, I can also let Sebastian be a logistics car, or something like that. Why didn't I think of it before? It's really a waste of so much offense. As the number one brother on the list, Ouyang Qianjin felt a little embarrassed at this time. Go! Ouyang Qianjin gave the order. A large group of skeleton soldiers suddenly fell from the sky and went straight into the lake. This was the airdrop of Ouyang Qianjin's gargoyle. It had been prepared long before the pursuit. After all, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't chase the other party alone. After entering the water, when Ouyang Qianjin felt that all the skeleton soldiers had sunk to the bottom of the lake, he directly used corpse explosion to collectively detonate them. Boom! Water columns rose from the water one after another. The shimmering waves on the lake's surface also became visibly less. After about half a minute, it basically disappeared. Only one place was still glowing. So Ouyang Qianjin commanded the gargoyles in the sky to dive into the water without hesitation. Attack the place that was still glowing. All disappeared. Only that little bit existed. He is really the most dazzling boy in the dark night. Ouyang Qianjin smiled and shook his head. Then a gargoyle jumped out of the water, and his claws were like a string of gourds. Wearing Quan Qingyu. Yo. Second brother. How come you are so tired after a while? Ouyang Qianjin raised her hand slightly and greeted Quan Qingyu, who was brought to the window by the gargoyle and exhaled more than inhaled. You cheating. Quan Qingyu, who was pierced in the stomach, squeezed out these 3 words from his throat with difficulty. Originally, he was already exhausted when he went into the water before. When he was preparing his killer magic, he was interrupted by the explosion of corpse explosion and directly suffered a backlash. This is the most painful thing for Quan Qingyu. Otherwise, with a short distance void walking skill, he can completely avoid the attacks of these gargoyles. That's why he said that Ouyang Qianjin was cheating. It's because he was casting the forbidden spell. How could you not wait for him to finish casting? This is how it's played in TV series, novels, and comics. No! I have to escape. Now that his mental power is at the bottom, and he is backfired by his own skills, he has no chance of winning at all. I am good at running away. So Quan Qingyu used his best long-distance running again. As the saying goes, If you keep the Green Mountains, you will not worry about the lack of firewood. As long as he is still alive, he will have the opportunity to make a comeback. On the contrary, if he dies here, he will really have nothing. And this evil necromancer will definitely not let go of his body. Either become a skeleton or become a skeleton. Chapter 235. Everyone is doomed to die. But some people need a little help. What? You said resurrection? It's a pity. Quan Qingyu didn't think Ouyang Qianjin would resurrect him. He still had this awareness. Everyone is doomed to die. But he must not be teased by Ouyang Qianjin after death. Moreover, Quan Qingyu didn't want to die. Void projection. Void walk. Do it if you want. When Ouyang Qianjin ridiculed him and revealed his flaws, Quan Qingyu used his skills, directly projected himself on the claws of the gargoyle. At the same time, the real body appeared on the back of the pumpkin carriage, which was the blind spot of Ouyang Qianjin's vision. After a few void walks, he opened up a distance of more than 1,000 meters from the pumpkin carriage where Ouyang Qianjin was. He returned to the forest and survived. Quan Qingyu fell to the ground, leaning against a tree and breathing heavily. Pop! After taking a few breaths, Quan Qingyu took out several medicine bottles from the void. These medicine bottles are spiritual potions, life potions, magic potions, and healing potions. Although they are all intermediate, they can be said to have everything. Jun Qingyu did not hesitate, and pushed the cork with his thumb, and poured the potion in the medicine bottle into his mouth very smoothly, and poured the potion in one of the bottles on the wound. Apply externally and internally. Two-pronged approach. The wound on Quan Qingyu's stomach was visibly healed. But the recovery of the wound does not mean that the blood lost before can be quickly recovered. Even with the help of the potion given by Li Taiying, it is impossible to achieve instant recovery. This kind of thing can only be done by high-level priests. Of course, Ouyang Qianjin's life absorption and vampire blood conversion can also do it. But unfortunately, Quan Qingyu is neither a necromancer nor a vampire. After drinking the potion and healing his wounds, Quan Qingyu stood up and looked at the sky. After finding that there were no eyes observing, he found a way to escape in the opposite direction of Ouyang Qianjin's location. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. It took 10 minutes to escape. Quan Qingyu saw a small mountain depression next to a stream, so he rushed into the depression without saying a word to rest. This place is not bad. Even if Ouyang Qianjin noticed it and opened the dark eye, the sky would not be able to detect him at all. What Quan Qingyu needs now is rest. He needs to quickly recover his mental power and magic power under the effect of the potion. Otherwise, he would not have the mental power and magic power to perform skills even if he wanted to run. I just hope that Ouyang Qianjin will not discover my void projection so quickly, so that I can have more recovery time. After all, although it is safe here, but for Quan Qingyu, who has now become a frightened bird, it is safest to stay away from Ouyang Qianjin, or to leave this far east and go somewhere else. Anyway, he is the second on the list. As long as he is not in the place where Ouyang Qianjin is, he can perform well anywhere. There are capitals or groups vying for him. It is no problem to raise a large army. Thinking of this, Quan Qingyu's chin twitched little by little, and finally fell into a deep sleep after drinking 2 bottles of potion. I don't know how long I slept. Maybe 1 second. Maybe a few hours. Quan Qingyu was awakened by a crisp sound. You're awake. Awoo. When Quan Qingyu opened his eyes, he saw Ouyang Qianjin sitting opposite him and smiling at him. This scared him so much that he screamed like a pig. Am I not in the valley? How did Ouyang Qianjin find him? Turning his head around blankly, Quan Qingyu found that he was indeed in the valley before. It's just that there are more blue flames around. After illuminating the entire valley, he felt like he was somewhere else. At this time, Quan Qingyu knelt on the ground. His arms were clamped by 2 skeletons on the left and right. Was he caught? Feeling his magic power and mental power, he found that they didn't increase much at all. Quan Qingyu thought dejectedly. After all, if there is no growth, it means that he has no chance to escape, and the rest is waiting to die. I don't want to die. When he thought about his own death, Quan Qingyu's tears and snot flowed, and there was no trace of the high spirits when he appeared before and brought thousands of people to trade with Ouyang Qianjin. You know, everyone has to die, but some people need a little help. And you are such a person. Ouyang Qianjin reached out and patted the other party's shoulder with great understanding, and said decisively. Then he asked the skeleton next to him to take action. The necromancer is very different from other professions. Isn't it all about the strength of the troops? If you have to do everything yourself, why do you need to transform skills? And the opponent is a hidden profession of the magic system. To be honest, if it really comes to one-on-one, Ouyang Qianjin can guarantee that she may not be able to beat most people on the list. Life Drain looks very powerful, but that is for warriors, facing a mage like Quan Qingyu, who is also a hidden magician. Ouyang Qianjin cannot guarantee that her mental power will be stronger than others, so she dare not use Life Drain when facing a warrior because of caution. Although it is undeniable that the erosion talent has made her skills stronger, but it has also become her own shackles. Originally, it was a simple skill that could be used on anyone to absorb vitality. Now that the soul is added, Ouyang Qianjin is a little hesitant. This has to be said to restrict Ouyang Qianjin in some ways. Wait! I can give you a lot of things. As long as you don't kill me, I will give you everything in my space. There are still a lot of good things in my territory and the beach. Really? Seeing that Ouyang Qianjin was really going to kill him, Quan Qingyu immediately panicked. It doesn't matter if you don't want the things outside of your body. As long as you are still alive, everything can be discussed. Idiot. If I get caught by you, do you think you can spare me? Ouyang Qianjin rolled her eyes at him, then let the skeleton push her out of the valley and headed for the pumpkin carriage not far away. Of course, Ouyang Qianjin likes to get something for free, but that is limited to the situation where there is no conflict of interest, and she will naturally choose the latter. Just as she said, this territorial dispute was originally provoked by the panel. After the living dead Kobayakawa Tomoyo, who can no longer speak, is excluded, there are only two of them left. If she doesn't act, Quan Qingyu will act. If she fails at that time, given this guy's character of abandoning his men and running away, I am afraid that I will only suffer something more uncomfortable than death. Then there is death. TSK. I feel sick just thinking about it. Ouyang Qianjin came to the pumpkin carriage, and then the voice of the panel prompting her to upgrade came to her mind. Chapter 236 almost reached level 90. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the Lord of Mirror Terrace Beach, the Void Plunderer Quan Qingyu, and receiving the corresponding rewards. And the level is increased by 10 levels. Ding! You have been upgraded. And the number of summons you can use is +1. Ding! You have been upgraded. And the number of summons you can use is +1. Ding! You have been upgraded. Your level has been increased to level 89. And you have obtained 2 skill choices. After Quan Qingyu was killed by the skeleton, Ouyang Qianjin heard the panel prompt sound in her mind. TSK. Almost reached level 90. Ouyang Qianjin showed blatant disgust on her face. Originally, Ouyang Qianjin thought that more than 10,000 people above level 50 could bring her a lot of experience. But now it seems that these people together have only helped her level up by 3 levels. If only she could level up 1 more level, I can reach level 90. It seems that I have to go to Quan Qingyu's territory, Jiangde Beach. It's not for the supplies that Quan Qingyu just clamored for. I just want to see if there are still people who can help me level up. I want to have a good chat with them. After all, the Sakura country in the south was killed by her skeleton army at one time. Now it's the turn of the Kimchi country. People should not be partial to one and treat the other equally. Of course, if you can get some other harvests by the way, that would be the best. After all, you have come a long way. And if you don't bring back some local specialties, the travel expenses will not be enough. Alas, Ouyang Qianjin sighed. Then he started to select the 2 skills of the 10 levels on the panel. First, the skill of level 80, Enhanced Summoning 4. This was undisputed, and Ouyang Qianjin didn't even need to think about it. So she chose this directly. After all, it only appears once every 20 levels. It's a skill that increases her own troops. Ouyang Qianjin would not make a wrong choice even with her eyes closed. After choosing, the number of skeleton soldiers held by Ouyang Qianjin suddenly increased from more than 40,000 to 110,000. Who in the world can compete with it? Isn't the prototype of this sea of skeletons coming out? There are hundreds of thousands of neatly dressed skeleton generals holding swords and guns all over the mountains and plains. Just thinking about it makes people excited. The skill of level 85 is not so easy to choose in comparison. But it's only in comparison. Compared with the previous one, she was entangled. Summon the Nether Dragon Knight. Darkness 1 Ecological Immunity. Summon the Nether Dragon Knight. Summon the Nether Dragon Knight from the underworld to fight for you. The number of summons increases by 1 for each level increase. And the upper limit is 10 people. Darkness Oneness. Merge the body into darkness. As long as darkness exists, the probability of death will be greatly reduced. Ecological Immunity. Passive. The breath of death wraps the whole body. Immune to toxins, germs, radiation and other harmful things. Ineffective against non-living creatures. It must be said that all 3 skills are good. Ecological immunity is needless to say. When choosing last time, Ouyang Qianjin was entangled for a while. And Darkness Oneness is a life-saving move. You must know that with the blessing of Dark Sky Curtain, the range that Ouyang Qianjin can cover has reached a new height with the level. To be honest, unless there is a human-shaped sun that can illuminate the entire Earth in 1 second. Otherwise, it is impossible to threaten Ouyang Qianjin. Even the light of a nuclear bomb cannot. As for summoning the Nether Dragon Knight, this skill is much inferior to the latter two. From level 1 to level 89, Ouyang Qianjin has experienced 2 major choices. One is to choose between skeleton or ghoul when transforming. It can be regarded as a choice between skeleton system and lich system. The other time is to choose between dark system or summoning system after level 50. After all, the skill Hellfire also belongs to the summoning system. There is not much difference between it and the Nether Dragon Knight. In the former, Ouyang Qianjin chose the relatively clean skeleton system because of physical needs. In the latter, because of the combat radius of the skeleton soldiers before level 50. He chose the skill Dark Sky Curtain first. Therefore, in line with the principle of excellence is worse than diversity, Ouyang Qianjin went all the way to the dark system. But even now, seeing that he could get a creature like the Nether Dragon for free, Ouyang Qianjin still felt that it was the right choice to choose the dark system. After all, these skills of the dark system can be said to be a chain of links, like a nesting doll. As long as the dark sky in the sky is still there, then whether it is Dark Eyes Dark Wall or the current Dark Unity, it can play an unimaginable effect. As a veteran, Ouyang Qianjin now wants to try Dark Unity. However, ecological immunity is hard to give up. In addition to the newly appeared territories and the resources on them, the most important thing in this Lord War is the level. Killing 2 people can upgrade to level 15. Isn't this better than getting up early and going to the dungeons every day? Where can you find such a good thing? Others must think so. Right? However, is this really a good thing? Perhaps it is so in the eyes of outsiders. But Ouyang Qianjin, who knows some of the secrets, doesn't think this is a good thing at all. Previous life. That is, in her previous life, when she only lived for a short period of time on the Day of Advent, she had a guess about pulling up the seedlings to help them grow. Now this guess is more confirmed. After all, this method of raising goo directly raises the professional to a level that does not belong to them in a short period of time. Otherwise, even at the speed of Ouyang Qianjin's monster killing, it would take at least 2 or 3 months to reach the current level. Even so, Ouyang Qianjin estimated that he found several good dungeons, enjoyed the experience alone, and wiped them out. But it is obvious that this approach can only appear in the early stage, and it should not be replicated in the later stage. That means she has to bring people into the dungeon to lower her experience. Of course, the most important thing is that she hasn't encountered the dungeon mission she has played for a long time. Besides, with her level close to level 90, if she takes advantage of other people's dungeons, you can imagine how low her experience will be. To put it bluntly, it's not as fast as killing people. That's why Ouyang Qianjin is anxious. Who knows what the world will become after she reaches level 100. But Darkness as one is really good. A disguised immortal skill. It is simply a must-have for home and travel. Me, Ouyang Qianjin. How should I choose? While knocking on the tabletop with one hand, Ouyang Qianjin played with a ball of green light and thought with the other hand. This ball of green light is Quan Qingyu, or the soul of Quan Qingyu. After all, in this world, death is not necessarily the end. Only by extracting the soul can we prevent the resurrection of the dead in the future. After considering for a long time, Ouyang Qianjin finally made her choice. Chapter 237 Eco-Immunity. After considering for a long time, Ouyang Qianjin finally made her choice. Eco-Immunity. This time she really didn't want to miss this skill. After all, it was the second time it appeared, and she couldn't guarantee that there would be a third time. But it hurts. It really hurts. The heartache after giving up the invincible skill Darkness. If she was still sick, then it didn't matter if Ouyang Qianjin made a random choice. Anyway, she didn't have many days to live. But her current illness was actually caused by the loss of her soul. Now her condition has been alleviated, so she still has to make long-term considerations for the future. Forget it. There are still 3 chances in the end. Maybe it will appear next time. Ouyang Qianjin comforted herself while clicking on the skill Eco-Immunity. After all, she clicked on the Darkness. Then the probability of Darkness appearing next time is very high. Although it is undeniable that Ouyang Qianjin had a gambling element, it was the only way under the current circumstances. Ecological Immunity. This skill is a non-staff skill that has no other system. Now that I have it, I can feel at ease. The skill Ecological Immunity has changed due to the influence of the talent Erosion. Erosion effect. Generate a mental barrier outside the body to defend against mental attacks higher than your own. TSK. Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but be amazed when she saw this effect. This is a deadly aura entangled. And a mental barrier. How many layers of skin must be covered on her snow-white skin? However, despite the complaints, Ouyang Qianjin did not show any disdain. What she lacked most now was mental defense. This erosion effect made up for her shortcomings and did not lose herself. After reading the panel report, Ouyang Qianjin let out a long breath. Because Ecological Immunity is a passive skill. So after Ouyang Qianjin's erosion effect came out, she felt a force of death that seemed to be entangled with her. Death breath and mental power are invisible and intangible things. Ouyang Qianjin was also sensitive to death, because she was a necromancer. Raising her hands, Ouyang Qianjin looked around. She found that although she could indeed feel the breath of death, this thing could not be seen, and her skin should still be white. There was no change. That's fine. At least it can't be seen, and people won't be on guard. However, although this has been decided, but there is another thing that Ouyang Qianjin, who likes to think about things, is concerned about. That is about the skill of summoning Hell Dragon Knight. The word Ming in Hell Dragon should correspond to Hell, let alone Hell Dragon. A necromancer of skeleton and darkness, can get such a skill. Then other necromancers may also be able to get such a skill when they reach level 85. Especially the necromancers of summoning will definitely have this skill. I may encounter it at that time, so I must hurry up in this regard. Although I don't have a Hell Dragon. But fortunately, there is a dragon nest on the Snow Mountain. And the Bone Dragon is also a dragon. And now I have learned the ultimate move of resurrection. It is not a bad idea to kill all those dragons and then resurrect them. After all, although the Bone Dragon is immune to magic, its ability to withstand attacks is not good. And my qualified resurrection of the dead can also upgrade the resurrected corpse. Although I don't know what it is specifically. But according to the previous resurrection of Li Taiying and others, the most direct manifestation is to change the race. What kind of scene will those thunder dragons, fire dragons, and frost dragons be if they are changed by themselves? Or what kind of race will they become? This is very interesting to Ouyang Qianjin. After all, the attributes of thunder, fire, and ice originally exist. Just like Li Taiying and other skills still exist after resurrection. What can they become under the blessing of resurrection of the dead, and what new power blessing they can get are very interesting. Go back, and receive the legacy of the 8-headed shrine. Slurp. After absorbing the soul of Quan Qingyu, who was playing with her hand, Ouyang Qianjin ordered the skeleton horse to start, heading towards the direction of the 8-headed shrine. He returned the same way. In fact, it was because of the fear that she could not beat Quan Qingyu that Ouyang Qianjin stayed with him for so long, in order to ensure that she could defeat him in one go. Now that even the soul has been absorbed by Ouyang Qianjin, it is obviously impossible for Quan Qingyu to turn the tables. Ouyang Qianjin did not even leave the corpse in that valley. After all, this is her territory anyway, and leaving the corpse of the insect will only pollute this place. So Quan Qingyu was transformed into a skeleton general by Ouyang Qianjin as he wished. He ran behind the carriage. When Ouyang Qianjin arrived at the place where he had fought before, it was already full of corpses. Mississippi. When they saw Ouyang Qianjin's pumpkin carriage coming, all the undead who had been resurrected by Ouyang Qianjin gathered together, and they consciously formed 4 square formations of 500 people. 10 rows on the left and 100 people in each row. The momentum of welcoming was very useful to Ouyang Qianjin. especially when the pumpkin carriage arrived in front of the square formation. These guys immediately put their hands behind their backs. When Ouyang Qianjin got off the pumpkin carriage and sat in a wheelchair in front of the square formation, these guys immediately bowed and shouted. Although the wheelchair that the young lady is sitting on is still a wheelchair, it has become a skeleton throne in appearance. Or it is surrounded by the skeleton of the skeleton throne, so that the original appearance of the wheel can no longer be seen. It is the kind of throne with rollers installed below. After all, the skill skeleton throne is passive, and it will be automatically triggered as long as Ouyang Qianjin sits down. Miss. Wow. Ouyang Qianjin raised her eyebrows. Then she smiled very reservedly and raised her hand to greet everyone. Very good. Very good. Very energetic. Otherwise, when it comes to things like appearance, the more people there are, the more they can support it. Ouyang Qianjin looked at these undead, who bowed and greeted her with a smile on their faces. It should be said that although the people of this kimchi country say that they hate the Sakura country, but because of some historical colonial reasons, they still use some traditions of the Sakura country until now. For example, the hierarchical relationship between superiors and subordinates. If these 1,000 or 2,000 people were replaced by people from the Great Xia country, they would definitely not be so neat. After all, the people of the Great Xia country, especially the younger generation, don't care about these things at all. They don't even indulge those so-called superiors at all. If you are happy at work, just keep going. But if your superiors are slacking off, and you are disturbed by them, they will take the initiative and fire you. Chapter 238, A Blow to Li Taiying. But it doesn't matter. As a beautiful girl who likes to show off, the eldest lady likes this kind of superior-subordinate relationship very much. She is even considering whether to bring more. There are corpses all over the ground now. And there are also many corpses of samurai, ninjas, and onmyojas from the Sakura country next to them that can be used. Anyway, the level of the undead I resurrected is the same as my own, so there is no need to worry about this problem. Now Kobayakawa Tomoyo of the Eight-Head Shrine and John Sionju of the Kagami Beach have been defeated by me. The entire Jinghai Road has also become my back garden. Such a large territory in the scope of the West Sea Province must require many people to guard. Whether it is mining, agriculture, animal husbandry, or fishery, people are needed. In this case, aren't the undead under my command just right? Although the number of skeletons in my hands has exceeded 100,000 now. But they are used as soldiers for combat. These undead can be used as my subjects. It can also ensure taxation and so on. It seems that there are still many things to deal with. Before, I was just thinking about how to take over this piece of land. Now that I have taken it, the follow-up things must naturally follow up. For example, the taxation I just thought of. Whether to use items instead or find a gold mine or silver mine to mint coins is a problem. There are also a series of things such as building villages and towns, repairing roads, canals, etc. Forget it. Don't think about it too much. Anyway, now I have so many guys who can think. Let them think about it. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste to resurrect them? It was decided that some of the people from Sakura country would be resurrected as well. And as for the tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers, the gap would be filled with the people from Mirror Terrace Beach. Li Taiying. Are those all? After simplifying the complicated things, Ouyang Qianjin looked at the rows of bodies on the ground with terrified faces, and asked at a glance that they were not very peaceful. Yes, miss. There are also some bodies of people from Sakura country over there. Although I don't know if you can use them. We still try to collect some of them. Li Taiying kept bowing and reported the situation here. Before, Ouyang Qianjin only said that they would collect the bodies of the people brought by Quan Qingyu. But in the process of collecting, they found that some people ran far away. And after mixing with the bodies of the people from Sakura country who had fled before, they simply brought back the bodies of those people. After all, this was their first time to do the task assigned by Ouyang Qianjin. I believe that if you exceed the target, you should get some praise. Right? In fact, after completing the corpse transportation work, Li Taiying set people to guard in all directions. On the one hand, it is to prevent the monsters in the local area from attacking. On the other hand, it is to wait for the return of Miss Ouyang. This way, we can line up at the first time to welcome our own young lady and earn some points. After all, putting aside the fact that my life was given by Miss Ouyang, Just being able to work under the leader of the list is already many times better than following Quan Qingyu before. Yeah. Very good. Very good. Qianjin Ouyang smiled and nodded at Li Taiying, seeming to be very satisfied. But the next second, her words made Li Taiying sweat. But next time you have any ideas, remember to tell me first. Qianjin Ouyang saw a rough idea of Li Taiying's ability with just this one look. But the habit of subordinates making decisions on their own should not be encouraged. After all, they are all intelligent creatures, and can use their brains. Using their brains is of course a good thing. And it is also for their own use. So Qianjin Ouyang does not want the other party to like to act first, and then report when doing things. What if they develop a habit? So Qianjin Ouyang, as the boss, still knocked the other party very tactfully. Although it seems very tactful, Li Taiying still felt palpitations and fear after hearing Qianjin Ouyang's words, and seeing the unchanging smile on Qianjin Ouyang's face. It was just like seeing the chairman of the headquarters before the advent of the day. And the pressure was very high. However, as someone who had just become the top brother of Ouyang Qianjin, Li Taiying knew it very well. For the strong, they may not look at a person's ability when hiring people, but they will not like to hire a person who makes his own decisions. This time, it was indeed eager to make contributions that I overstepped my authority. I'm sorry, Mississippi. After thinking it through, Li Taiying, who was already bowing, bent even lower, almost reached the standard of 90 degrees. Snap! Quan Qingyu's skeleton pushed Ouyang Qianjin forward. Then Ouyang Qianjin reached out and pinched Li Taiying's chin and lifted it slightly to look at her. Well, it's enough to know. The brain communication is just a matter of one sentence. Just pay more attention next time. Ouyang Qianjin didn't make things difficult for the other party. What she wanted was to make the other party remember some of the reasons behind this matter. As for the matter itself, for Ouyang Qianjin, who had just made up her mind, it was really not good intentions, but bad consequences. Thank you, Mississippi. Seeing that Ouyang Qianjin didn't mean to blame her, Li Taiying breathed a sigh of relief for no reason. However, when she just breathed a sigh of relief and looked up to see the skeleton wearing a black and purple robe behind Ouyang Qianjin, my heart once again rose to my throat. Just now, because of the bow, the narrow field of vision did not notice the skeleton behind Ouyang Qianjin. Now that Ouyang Qianjin raised her chin, she could see it clearly. Why does this robe look so familiar? Miss, this skeleton. John Sungwoo. How about it? Very interesting. Right? As a fun person, Ouyang Qianjin introduced the skeleton behind her to Li Taiying with a laugh. This time, not only Li Taiying was a little dumbfounded. The people who were closer to Ouyang Qianjin and the others at the front of the square couldn't help but look up. Then they all exclaimed. But this exclamation was very short. Just a moment. And disappeared when Ouyang Qianjin turned her head. And when Ouyang Qianjin turned her head, she found that these people were still bowing as before, staring at the ground. It's just that the degree of this bow was a little lower. Hey! Ouyang Qianjin laughed in her heart. This is the effect she wanted. Although these people will not resist her, the process should still be followed. Of course, the most important thing is that Ouyang Qianjin wants to show them in the most intuitive way that serving a necromancer is like this. Let's go and revive those corpses into companions, and then continue to collect the bodies of the samurai near Yazuzan. Chapter 239, This is a season of harvest. After getting what she wanted, Ouyang Qianjin let the skeleton push her to the corpses. The first people to be resurrected are of course the people from Kimchi country. After all, they were all strong men above level 50 when they were alive. With them around, they will be faster as porters in the future. Although the resurrection skill is just a matter of raising your hand. But there are too many people. Although Ouyang Qianjin can resurrect countless people at a time, these more than 8,000 people lying on the ground in a row will take up a lot of space. So Ouyang Qianjin divided them into 3 batches to resurrect them all. Then, he went to the Sakura countryside. I don't know if it was intentional or accidental. In short, compared with the corpses on the Kimchi countryside, this side seems a bit messy. Li Taiying, let your people give them a popular science about resurrection. And then start to act immediately. After everyone was resurrected, Ouyang Qianjin, who had a legion of about 13,000 undead, said this to Li Taiying, who had been following behind her. After receiving the new task, Li Taiying immediately took action and asked the first batch of resurrected people to start popularizing this matter to the newly resurrected undead. Of course, it was just an arrangement. She herself did not leave Ouyang Qianjin's side. After all, the previous housekeeper skeleton was gone now, and she had to be by the side of the eldest lady. Otherwise, if there was anything, there would be no one to run errands. For Li Taiying, although he only had a slight contact, Ouyang Qianjin's boss aura was very strong. The strength that can catch up with the president of a one-star chaebol. This is not some metaphysics. But the fact that Ouyang Qianjin gently tapped her just now shows that the other party has his own ideas. Such a master is worthy of her following. If it were the previous Quan Qingyu, he would not dare to say a word to her. A person with ambition, but no ideas. He would discuss everything with her. But in the process of discussing, he would become a hands-off boss, and let her make the decision. Some people would be very curious. For workers, this should not be a great thing. Right? Why does Li Taiying look disgusted? In fact, the boss lets you make the decision means you are responsible for this matter. To put it bluntly, if there is a problem, the blame will be directly thrown to you. This kind of thing is common in the workplace. Li Taiying was blamed several times when she was the assistant of the first secretary. So she dislikes this kind of person the most. But when she was in Korea, only John Sungwoo, who was the best in the country, could let her show her abilities. Others, it's hard to describe. And John Sungwoo was just a hands-off boss. But he had the persistence of an amateur in some things, which made him very difficult to deal with. After he messed up, he would act like nothing happened and let her clean up the mess. This is what made Li Taiying angry the most. It was precisely because of this that she accepted her new identity so quickly after her resurrection. By the way, Li Taiying, you should be level 89 now. Right? After everyone got busy, Ouyang Qianjin asked. Yes, Mississippi. Are there any new skill options after the upgrade? 3 new skills appeared. But they are not choices. More like racial skills after becoming undead. Same. Li Taiying checked his panel. After confirming that he had not seen it wrong before, he reported to Ouyang Qianjin. Oh, so that's it. Ouyang Qianjin nodded. It seems that it is the same as his skeleton soldiers, which are the products of the blessing of summoning skills. If so, it means that their skills stop here. There will be no more multiple choice questions. Of course, this so-called stop here refers to the things on the panel. Will Ouyang Qianjin develop new skills soon? Since he can do it, they should be able to do it too. Ouyang Qianjin thinks that because they are undead, they may develop more smoothly than himself. After all, humans have their limits. But now Ouyang Qianjin will definitely not tell these things. First of all, whether it is resurrection or racial change, they are all things that happen today. She needs to observe for a while and confirm the stability before she can make further progress. Secondly, she doesn't have the time to talk about these things now. Didn't you see the Bada Shrine in front of you? And the Jingtai Beach far to the west? This is a season of harvest. She now needs to confirm her spoils. Then I'll leave this to you. After saying that, Ouyang Qianjin urged Quan Qingyu's skeleton to push herself back to the pumpkin cart. Then it drove towards the defense line of the 8-head shrine. After Li Taiying bowed and said yes, she watched Ouyang Qianjin's pumpkin carriage go away. After the pumpkin carriage completely disappeared, she turned her head to look at the undead in the field who had roughly understood what was going on. Now all are there. Li Taiying's loud words made everyone who was whispering and feeling this wonderful resurrection journey look at her. Even those who were far away and couldn't hear it were quiet because of the silence of the people in the distance. Xianju, you take 500 people to guard the surroundings. And the rest of you will be in groups of 2. Take your weapons and start searching for corpses. Okay. Move. Move. Deal with things here before the eldest lady comes back. After saying that, Li Taiying clapped his hands. The people around him immediately took action. After all, there was no loudspeaker in Ouyang Qianjin's hand. Those who could hear it conveyed it to those who didn't hear it, and then started to act separately. Around Bada Mountain, there were corpses everywhere. More than 10,000 people may sound like a lot, but the speed is actually very slow to carry them back after they are spread out. It takes a lot of time to go back and forth. Those who are close are fine, but those who are far away are a bit out of reach. Li Taiying frowned. At this speed, it is not certain that they can be completed before the eldest lady comes back. The eldest lady really knows how to give difficult orders. But this is worth challenging. Li Taiying raised her head and pinched her nose to think about how to deal with it. However, at this moment, she saw the gargoyles and skeletons hovering in the sky. So the eldest lady didn't seem to say that she would take back her temporary command of the gargoyles and skeletons that had helped her carry before. So, Li Taiying learned his lesson this time. After asking Ouyang Qianjin about the question of command and getting a positive answer, he commanded the gargoyles and skeletons to start working. Chapter 240. Sitting on an army of 600,000. The gargoyles naturally searched from the outside to the inside, while the skeletons followed the undead to search from the inside to the outside. The efficiency was immediately improved, and Ouyang Qianjin curled her lips. If she hadn't graduated from a famous university in Kimchi country, she would have a strong learning ability. Not bad. She should have her own console. It's just that she's still a little immature and needs more training. Fortunately, what Ouyang Qianjin lacks the most is the opportunity to train. I believe that it won't be long before administrative matters can be handed over to her. But this is not enough. Ouyang Qianjin feels that she doesn't have enough manpower. The time is the 28th day since the appearance of the Whale Sea continent. It has been about 13 days since Ouyang Qianjin's great power at the Eight-Head Shrine. And Ouyang Qianjin is now at the Mirror Terrace Beach on the territory of Kimchi country to the west of the Whale Sea continent. Ouyang Qianjin is now amazing. The army under her command had a total of 600,000 army. Among them, there were more than 110,000 skeleton generals, nearly 330,000 undead, and more than 160,000 gargoyles. To explain where all these came from, we have to start with Ouyang Qianjin's 10-day trip. After emptying the entire Bata Shrine, Ouyang Qianjin, who had a great harvest, resurrected all the corpses collected by Li Taiying and others. The number of the undead race suddenly increased from tens of thousands to about 120,000. In other words, after the previous war, more than 110,000 people of the 150,000 people gathered by Kobayakawa Daisuke died, and only more than 30,000 survived and escaped. However, who can guarantee whether the more than 30,000 people who escaped were lucky or unlucky in this resurrection situation? After resurrecting these people, Ouyang Qianjin led more than 40,000 skeletons, hundreds of thousands of undead, and tens of thousands of gargoyles and golem puppets to the west. Now the golem puppets are gradually unable to keep up with Ouyang Qianjin's attack strength. Originally, among the alchemy products, golem puppets belonged to the middle-level existence. According to the knowledge received by Ouyang Qianjin, golem puppets are completely used to look at the gate and decoration among the alchemists in the other world. After all, the appearance of the golem puppet is completely molded according to the personal preferences of the alchemist himself. In other words, the golem puppet is a kind of thing that is very in line with the aesthetics of each alchemist. As for combat effectiveness, it is at most convenient. If they really want to fight, those alchemists in the other world will not use this kind of thing at all. If she had not been short of troops and abilities at the beginning, and had those space-occupying ores in her hands, she would not have used these things. When she thought about how these golem puppets that were very much in line with her aesthetics, and could even be used as her honor guard were ruined by her, she felt an indescribable heart attack. But Ouyang Qianjin would not deny that the golem puppets were indeed very convenient to use when she was still very weak. The steel-silver golem puppets that were immune to physical attacks, and the crystal golem puppets that reflected magic attacks. These two golem puppets were really powerful in the early stages. But now, they are a bit difficult to use against a level 51-star demon, let alone the 2-star and 3-star demons in the future, or the giant dragons on the snowy mountains. As for why there are so many gargoyles, it is entirely because there are many ruins of buildings along the way. Gargoyles can be made with stones, steel bars, living sacrifices, and alchemy arrays. So while hurrying on the road, Ouyang Qianjin also made some by the way. Although the attack power of gargoyles is not much better than that of golem puppets. But it is the only flying unit in Ouyang Qianjin's hands now. Even if it is not used to fight monsters, it is a good choice to kill people or use it as a decoration for the castle. Of course, the most important thing is the shocking feeling brought by flying units, such as gargoyles. Hundreds of thousands of gargoyles fly over your head, covering the sky and the sun. Just ask if you are panicking. As for why Ouyang Qianjin's military strength has skyrocketed from hundreds of thousands to 400,000, it is entirely because Ouyang Qianjin has been around the country of Kimchi. Originally, Ouyang Qianjin planned to go directly to Jingtai Beach, but after thinking about it, There is a strait between Sakura Country and Kimchi Country. The emergence of Whale Sea Continent makes it very likely that this strait has become a bay. If possible, Ouyang Qianjin wants to conduct a field investigation to see if a port can be built there. Fortunately, there is a place that looks good here. So after letting Sebastian do it a few times, Ouyang Qianjin led people from this place into the territory of Kimchi Country. Then starting from Fushan City in the lower right corner, followed by Guangyu City in the lower left corner, the capital of Kimchi Country in the upper right corner, and finally going to Jingtai Beach to kill a circle. That's it. The people of Kimchi Country provided Ouyang Qianjin with 70,000 skeleton generals and 110,000 undead. While she was expanding her army, she also gained a lot of good things from the base or guild. Don't say anything cruel or murderous. For Ouyang Qianjin, the living are never as trustworthy as the dead. This is also true for Zhang Yimou and others. It's just that they are slightly more trustworthy than others. As for why they don't use the seaport built by Kimchi Country next door, it's completely out of Ouyang Qianjin's disdain. Whether it's the territory of Kimchi Country or the territory of Sakura Country, there are no minerals and herbs. For Ouyang Qianjin, it's just a place of no value. And these places are originally poor. Before the advent, it was an import-oriented country with few resources. And even food had to be imported. That's why Ouyang Qianjin disliked it so much. Taeyong, since you are a pharmacist, do you have your own pharmaceutical workshop in the beach? If you do, let me know, and I'll have someone pack up all the equipment in the workshop and take it away. For Li Taiying, Ouyang Qianjin not only values her ability, but also her ability to make medicine. For example, at the beginning, Li Taiying successfully attracted Ouyang Qianjin's attention with this profession. So when looting the Mirror Stage Beach, Ouyang Qianjin asked about it. Speaking of which, Li Taiying is really amazing. Or it can be said that the profession of pharmacist is really amazing. Although they are undead, potions have the same effect on them. Especially healing potions. Even an undead like Li Taiying, who has a big hole in his chest, can be as good as new after using healing potions. Chapter 241 Darkness as One. However, if you are missing arms or legs, you can only sew them with thread first, and then use healing medicine to connect them. In this way, the wounds that have been sewed will appear, although even if they are not used, the undead who have been resurrected can survive. But it is still somewhat inconvenient. Not to mention the big items such as hands and feet. Even if there is a hole in the chest, 3 knives and 6 eyes. It is unbearable for girls who love beauty. Don't forget that there are many women among professionals now. There are some, but they are not important things. Miss, don't bother so much. Hearing that his own lady actually thought so much about herself, Li Taiying felt flattered. Forget it. Let's pack it up. It's troublesome to find new ones or make something. As a person who has experienced it, the alchemist Ouyang Qianjin knows how difficult it is to build a workshop. She is definitely unwilling to build a workshop for others from scratch. So Ouyang Qianjin resolutely refused Li Taiying's request. Everything is up to you, Mississippi. Although it was because Ouyang Qianjin was bothered, Li Taiying was grateful to Ouyang Qianjin for taking care of her. Being cared for by the boss. This has never happened before. It can only be said that the subtle influence of the skeleton throne is really powerful. Of course, this is also because Ouyang Qianjin's reaction after seeing some of Li Taiying's experiences in her life. To put it simply, it is a grasp from the god's perspective. If there is a lack of trust, then give trust. If there is a lack of care, then give her care. It seems to be working well now. Admiring the hundreds of thousands of troops at the foot of the mountain charging at the beach, Ouyang Qianjin smiled very proudly. Originally, she was eager to see the skeleton sea. Although the number of skeletons in this army now only accounts for 1/5. But it is enough for Ouyang Qianjin. After all, she is an adult. If she goes to the snow mountain to clear out the giant dragons and the surrounding sub-dragon species later, it will be a bit insufficient. But she is not afraid, because she is now level 89. And she will reach level 90 if she accumulates more. When the 10-point bonus of skeleton transformation comes, her hundreds of thousands of skeletons will become more than 200,000. It should be no problem to use it to clear out the dragons on the snow mountain. You know, there are more than just dragons on the snow mountain of Az. There are also mines. Under the endless snow-capped mountains, there are so many mineral veins that have never been excavated. Ouyang Qianjin dared not imagine it. After speaking to the cannon on the front line, Ouyang Qianjin calmed down. Seabass, who was holding a tea tray beside her, stepped forward in time and handed Ouyang Qianjin a cup of hot tea. Ms. Li Taiying. Please. Thank you. Seabass. After Ouyang Qianjin picked up the teacup, Seabass turned around and handed a cup to Li Taiying. Seabass's injury had healed more than 10 days ago. It was not a big injury. So now he reappeared beside Ouyang Qianjin. Although Seabass didn't say anything about the fact that he was attacked and had a broken leg before. But he still felt bad in his heart. As the housekeeper and bodyguard of the eldest lady, he needed to return to the undead space to recuperate when the eldest lady was confronting the enemy. This is a great shame for him. Even though Ouyang Qianjin didn't say anything, Sebastian still felt guilty. Or self-blame. In fact, Ouyang Qianjin is having a lot of fun now. Although those skeleton generals are powerful. But it is inevitable that they will be blown up. So once a skeleton is missing limbs or something, Ouyang Qianjin will open the undead space in time and send these wounded soldiers back to recuperate. Although she doesn't lack this little bit of manpower. But if she encounters a battle without a physical body in the future, she will have to do this. So instead of doing it later, it is better to get familiar with the process of remotely opening the undead space now. To be honest, Ouyang Qianjin doesn't know how far this remote is. But as long as she can see it, she can open this space. Maybe, should, probably, it can also cooperate with the dark sky curtain in the sky. Right? Ouyang Qianjin is not sure. But it doesn't matter. The important thing is that this mode can greatly reduce the loss of skeleton soldiers. After all, she has encountered the situation where the corpses of insects cannot be transformed before. She didn't want to waste time on unnecessary things. And in her expectation, these skeleton generals would have to wear armor in the future. It's best not to change skeletons if you can. After all, where would you get so much time to change armor on the battlefield? Ding! You've leveled up. And you can use +1 summon creature. You've reached level 90, and get a skill selection. You've reached level 90. And the number of skeleton summon creatures has doubled. Optional skills, Breath of Darkness. Darkness is 1. Summon the Nether Dragon Knight. Note, skill selection will directly affect your final career. Please judge carefully. Just as the army besieged the beach, Ouyang Qianjin and others sat and watched the show. Ouyang Qianjin heard the sound of upgrading in her mind. Wow! Finally upgraded. Hearing the panel prompt sound in her mind, Ouyang Qianjin smiled, opened the panel and took a look. Sure enough, the upper limit of her skeleton summons increased from 110,000 to 220,000. It just so happens that there are many people here, so she can replenish the troops. There is nothing more suitable than this. Then she checked the new skills. Dark Breath, passive. Absorption of Death. Can absorb the surrounding death breath into the body and convert it into the user's mental power. Ouyang Qianjin frowned slightly. Although this new skill looks good, Ouyang Qianjin chose to refuse. After all, the skill Darkness Oneness has been spawned now. You must choose this invincible skill. Otherwise, Ouyang Qianjin will probably regret it to death. Then, Ouyang Qianjin directly clicked Darkness as 1. The skill Darkness as 1 changes due to the influence of the talent Erosion. Erosion effect. When you use this skill, your mental power will be transformed into a soul, and can wander around within the range of the dark sky. TSK. Ouyang Qianjin looked at the erosion effect. You say it's good. A spirit that shouldn't exist has appeared. When facing those professions that can attack the soul, you can only run away. You say it's not good. You can wander around freely. And you can run away even if you can't win. It's quite tangled. Forget it. Putting aside these things that made the previously perfect skills not so perfect. Just say that this skill itself is indeed a rare good skill. But, Ouyang Qianjin still feels a little dissatisfied with the fact that it was upgraded now. Chapter 242 Planning to build a city. To be honest, before, after fighting from Sim Sha Sui to Causeway Bay, and then from Causeway Bay to Baokong Road, so many people did not upgrade, which made Ouyang Qianjin panic a little. I thought it was the same thing as the previous life, that I was stuck at level 19. As a result, it seems that I was worrying too much. Why did you upgrade now? Ouyang Qianjin muttered to herself, feeling a little strange. Although, it seems that a lot of experience is needed to upgrade now. But Ouyang Qianjin has overturned many halls along the way in the Korean country. Killed a lot of people. There is no reason to upgrade now. Well, miss, I think it may be related to the fact that there are too few level 50 professionals. Li Taiying, who was standing aside, said uncertainly. There is such a saying? Ouyang Qianjin was stunned. Ouyang Qianjin once told Li Taiying during this period that you can gain experience by fighting each other at level 50. Now the other party suddenly brought this up, making Ouyang Qianjin a little confused for a moment. Well, in fact, basically all the Kimchi Kingdom's level 50 and above can be shown are here. Li Taiying pouted, and Ouyang Qianjin turned her head to look at the undead and her skeletons all over the mountains. At this moment, she roughly knew what was going on. In order to occupy such a large piece of newly appeared territory, Quan Qingyu sent a lot of people to visit many bases or guilds to recruit people in half a month. In Quan Qingyu's view, as long as he wins this territorial war, he will get a whole piece of territory that is 6 or 7 times larger than the entire Kimchi Kingdom. So he directly divided these territories, the top and second in command of towns, counties and cities. Otherwise, even if he was the second on the list, there wouldn't be so many professionals above level 50 gathered. Li Taiying put his hands in front of him and said very respectfully beside Ouyang Qianjin. Ouyang Qianjin nodded. Not to mention that he is the second for 1,000 years. Even if he didn't have some benefits, no one would follow him. For example, the group of people at the airport base. It was because they could upgrade by following me that they followed me. If Quan Qingyu used the so-called official position to win over the more than 10,000 people above level 50, then it makes sense why these people looked at Quan Qingyu with admiration before. When Ouyang Qianjin first saw the eyes of these people, he thought they were acting like this because they really admired Quan Qingyu. Unexpectedly, this so-called admiration was because they could get the benefits of being a superior. But think about it. This Doomsday has really given many people the opportunity to jump to this level. This is true for the base commander of the airport base, the base commander of the resort base, and people like Quan Qingyu. However, looking back now, Ouyang Qianjin feels that these people's choices are extremely reasonable. After all, they have all been resurrected by Ouyang Qianjin and become undead. Later, I will vigorously develop this Whale Sea continent. At that time, they can really become leaders. They are just the kind of low-level leaders who are selfless and will only obey Ouyang Qianjin's orders. So, now, apart from the people who were taken away by Zhang Sengwu, only this beach exists among all the level 50 people in the country of Kimchi? Yes, miss. And these people are Zhang Sengwu's former subordinates. Li Taiying said. Take the people you persuaded to die on the battlefield, and leave your subordinates in the territory to wait for the new territory to take over. What a cunning guy. Ouyang Qianjin said with a hint of sarcasm. Are there any acquaintances of yours here? Family or something? No. I'm an orphan. And I have everything I have now thanks to Mississippi. When facing Ouyang Qianjin's question, Li Taiying just said indifferently, as if it was not a very important thing. Not even friends? No. Friends will only stab you in the back at the critical moment. Okay. I agree with your idea very much. Although I don't have any friends either. But Ouyang Qianjin still has a deep understanding of being stabbed. It's better to say that I am the same as the other party. And I don't trust anyone at all. If that's the case, then the people here won't be resurrected. Kill them all and turn them into skeletons. Ouyang Qianjin nodded, and then stopped talking about this topic. As for the battle situation, Ouyang Qianjin didn't care about anything. Or it could be said that she didn't need to care at all. In the face of such an absolute number. Unless the opponent has the same out-of-specification existence as herself. But there can't be a Lord-level existence in such a place. Now many people have disappeared from the leaderboard. But many people have also been added. But at least in this area, Ouyang Qianjin did not see the existence of other lords. She is now thinking about the development of Whale Sea. With the death of the 2 lords, even the territory was given to them. Ouyang Qianjin can start thinking and developing in this regard. Although Ouyang Qianjin wants to be a hands-off shopkeeper, but at least as a lord, she has to give a general direction. How to develop Whale Sea specifically. So, on this point, Ouyang Qianjin will discuss with Zhang Motaila and others after returning. Let them, and Li Taiying implement it together. Miss, are you thinking about the Whale Sea continent again? Li Taiying asked with concern. Although Ouyang Qianjin still had a smiling face at this moment, her brows were wrinkled into a river. It can be seen that she is indeed thinking hard about something. And the only thing that can make this young lady still think hard now is the Whale Sea continent. In fact, Ouyang Qianjin and Sebastian, Canon, and Li Taiying, the three most trusted subordinates of Ouyang Qianjin, have discussed this matter countless times in these 10 days. But no effective plan has been put forward. The only thing to be thankful for is manpower. This is a plan explained by Li Taiying. That is to explore all the places that can be covered by the entire dark sky. Among them, the former Lahad King city where Moon Bay was located before needs to be rebuilt. Or a place in the center of the Whale Sea should be selected to build the Dark King city belonging to Ouyang Qianjin. In this way, Ouyang Qianjin's skills can be used to the maximum extent. Regarding this point, Ouyang Qianjin immediately nodded and agreed to this matter. Although building a city sounds very strenuous, but with skeletons that can sleep, eat and drink without rest, and so many undead, it is really not a big deal. Chapter 243: The Idea of the Canal. After all, everyone has skills, and their bodies have been strengthened by skills. Of course, the royal city was not built in one day. First build a castle or palace for Ouyang Qianjin to live in, and then consider other things. Again, the same thing. Skeletons and undead are not people. Not people. Yes, but now I am considering other things. Please explain it clearly. Mississippi. Faced with Li Taiying's question, Ouyang Qianjin did not speak. She slowly stretched out her hand, and a snowflake fell into her palm, and then slowly melted. Ahem. After a slight cough, Ouyang Qianjin swallowed her saliva and handed her palm to Li Taiying. And Li Taiying bent down slightly and looked at the small handful of water drops in Ouyang Qianjin's pale palm. It's already early August if we calculate the time normally. This abnormal snow has been falling since the beginning of winter last year. What do you think will happen if this abnormal weather suddenly changes? The earth returns to spring, or even turns into another abnormal weather like now, and the snow melts completely? Ouyang Qianjin retracted her hand. While talking, Sebastian beside her took out a hot towel to wipe Ouyang Qianjin's hands. Abnormal weather, snow, melting. These three words made Li Taiying think of many bad things. Hearing this, her eyelids twitched. Although the northern part of the Whale Sea continent is higher than the beach of the Black Cat Paradise, it is only a few meters. If the snow melts into a flood, it will be like that. And I can't guarantee that the whole north is like this. You know, the Black Cat Paradise is right at the estuary where several rivers converge, and the terrain is much lower than the north. Once this happens, the Whale Sea may face a catastrophe. So I plan to build an artificial river first. Ouyang Qianjin thought about the artificial river in her mind. Miss, in this case, we have to survey the entire Whale Sea continent first. Fortunately, there are talents in this area among the undead. Please leave this matter to me. Li Taiying bowed to Ouyang Qianjin, looking very focused and serious. You come? Yes. Please leave it to me and my undead to complete this task. Do you have a plan? Ouyang Qianjin turned his head and looked at Li Taiying with a raised eyebrow. Although skeletons can work without sleep and are excellent laborers, they only have combat skills. Compared to skeletons that focus on combat skills, undead have all kinds of strange skills. Whether it is digging or blasting, they are much more efficient than skeletons. It has been more than half a year now, and there are only a few months left before the 1-year period of the Advent. If it happens to be a 1-year rotation, then there is not much time left for us to dig. Therefore, it is more reasonable to use more efficient undead. Li Taiying kept bowing and expressed his thoughts. Efficiency. Ouyang Qianjin couldn't stand hearing these two words. After all, as an excellent game player, what she cares about most is efficiency. So Ouyang Qianjin nodded and agreed with Li Taiying's statement. Now Ouyang Qianjin has 3 major arms: a skeleton, a gargoyle, and an undead. The skeleton is responsible for Ouyang Qianjin's safety and combat matters, and the gargoyle is responsible for the air. As for the undead, to be honest, the current situation is very embarrassing. Although the proportion of undead in Ouyang Qianjin's army is very high, the number is large, accounting for as much as half. And there is no limit on the number. As long as there are corpses, Ouyang Qianjin can continue to create them. But the undead are not really immortal. Or if there is no resurrection of Ouyang Qianjin, they will still be killed. Only Ouyang Qianjin's resurrection can revive them again and again. Just like zombies. Even if others have resurrection, they can't do this. However, if you really want to talk about it, in terms of combat, the eldest lady has skeletons, golem puppets, and gargoyles that can fly in the sky, although they can also fight. But to be honest, Ouyang Qianjin could abandon them at any time. They were not afraid of death. After all, they were already dead. They were afraid of something else. That was being abandoned by Ouyang Qianjin. As undead, the more they were resurrected by Ouyang Qianjin, the stronger this feeling became. It was like a child who didn't want to leave his mother. So as latecomers, they still hoped to help Ouyang Qianjin share the burden. So, after getting Ouyang Qianjin's nod, Li Taiying took out a notebook and a pen from his arms and began to record. Otherwise, she was a secretary of a large company before. This action highlights a professional. But it can also be seen that Li Taiying cares about and works hard in this regard. After all, this is a natural disaster. Skills look very fantasy and cool, but they are completely vulnerable in the face of natural disasters. Maybe someone can reach this level in the future, but that is definitely a minority among the minority. For example, only the eldest lady of my family can reach it. As for others, don't even think about it. If you want to dig an artificial river, I hope it is a canal. After Li Taiying was ready, Ouyang Qianjin slowly spoke and expressed some of her ideas about territory construction. It would be best to build a canal from the Black Cat Paradise outlet to the Southwest Strait, running through the entire north and south. The middle of the canal can directly connect to the newly built city in the middle, which is convenient for travel, and also convenient for all kinds of merchants to travel from north to south. After all, it is to develop. After experiencing the initial chaos, this half year, which is about to be a year, the various forces have gradually stabilized and entered the development period. This is the most suitable time for business. And Ouyang Qianjin has so many territorial resources. If she doesn't make a fortune, she will be sorry for herself. Hint, you have occupied an area. Do you want to include it in your territory? Yes/no. Just as Ouyang Qianjin finished talking about his idea, the panel sound rang in his mind. Ouyang Qianjin called up the panel without thinking and clicked no. Whether to occupy or not is actually not a big problem for Ouyang Qianjin, as long as she wants. Even if there is no such thing as a panel, she can send troops to directly occupy the entire Kimchi Kingdom. So this is not the point. The point is whether this place has value for Ouyang Qianjin. Chapter 244 Beer and Fried Chicken. Miss, the battle seems to have ended on the battlefield below. Just as Ouyang Qianjin waved his hand in the air, Seabass stepped forward and reported. Li Taiying, have someone collect the bodies. Yes. Cannon, have the skeletons collect supplies. Yes. Mississippi. After the battle, Ouyang Qianjin responded quickly. Li Taiying and Cannon, who received the order, also quickly began to execute. There was no gap in the middle, and the connection was perfect even after a big battle. This is the benefit of the sleepless army. No matter what you do, Ouyang Qianjin does not need to consider fatigue. It doesn't matter if you pull the intensity to the maximum. Before, Quan Qingyu wanted to use the supplies hidden here to buy his own life. But he didn't know that after he escaped, his confidant Li Taiying was resurrected by Ouyang Qianjin and instantly became his confidant. So it is very convenient to find supplies. Under Li Taiying's instructions, Cannon quickly found the hiding place of the supplies and started loading the truck with the skeletons. Li Taiying and his team were still doing their old job, searching for corpses and carrying corpses. However, they had become very familiar with this kind of thing after more than 10 days. The two gangs only took half a day to complete everything. After all, the number of people was there, and practice made perfect, so that Ouyang Qianjin didn't have to face these corpses even when eating dinner. Jingtai Beach, the territory of Quan Qingyu, the Eternal Second. According to Li Taiying's previous narration, after Quan Qingyu occupied the beach, in order to compete for territory and expand his influence, he absorbed and forcibly moved many people from the surrounding areas here. The total number of people reached a terrifying 520,000. Although Quan Qingyu drew a small number of level 50 to enrich his simple army, but compared with hundreds of thousands of people, at least in terms of quantity, it can be ignored. So this time, Ouyang Qianjin harvested more than 500,000 undead, which made her army soar to 900,000. This was done before she had dinner. In her words, she didn't want to have dinner with corpses. Now her undead army has reached 900,000. Although the number is large, it is still too few for the manpower required by Ouyang Qianjin. But she has already made up her mind about this matter. Few people? Although there are few people in this world, There is no shortage of corpses. She has made up her mind. After returning, she will take people to see City and J City. Finding supplies is one aspect. On the other hand, it is to resurrect those who died more than half a year ago. Although most of these people may be killed immediately on the day of the Advent. And they are not even professionals. But as undead, they can get 3 skills for free. Based on these 3 skills, they will be able to work hard in the future. Fortunately, it has been snowing heavily during this period, and the low temperature is suitable for the preservation of corpses. You should know that there are nearly 3 million people in the entire C City, and nearly 9 million people in J City. Although a lot of people may have been destroyed because of those monsters. If you go to pick up the leech yourself, you can pick up millions. Right? It is perfect for enriching the entire Whale Sea continent. If it doesn't work, she can go to other cities around. In short, just find a way to fill up her Whale Sea continent. Well, speaking of which, Whale Sea continent, it's a bit unpleasant to call it Whale Sea continent. Do you want to think of another name? What do you think? Sebastian? Ouyang Qianjin tilted her head and looked at Sebastian, who was squatting in front of the small stove and preparing dinner for herself. Anyway, this is the eldest lady's territory. The eldest lady can call it whatever she wants. After all, it is the eldest lady's territory. Sebastian said the important thing twice. Hearing this, Ouyang Qianjin nodded repeatedly. It must be said that Sebastian's flattery was done without any trace, which made Ouyang Qianjin feel refreshed. Speaking of which, this is your hometown, right? Don't you have any nostalgia? Ouyang Qianjin, who was in a good mood, said jokingly, although this place is my hometown 300 years ago, I have no nostalgia for it. If I have to say, the mountains and rivers are still the same as before, which makes me want to go out for a walk. Sebastian did not look back, still squatting on the ground to deal with the contents of the small pot on the small stove. Then why don't you take a vacation sometime in the future, so that you can have time to go and see it? Ouyang Qianjin smiled at Sebastian's words. Scenery is so beautiful no matter when you look at it. Just like she could only look at the branches and sky outside the window a few years ago. Although she is tired of it, it does not mean that the scenery outside the window is not beautiful. In fact, Ouyang Qianjin still misses the scenery at that time. After all, there are blue sky and white clouds, and the sound of horns from vehicles below. And now there are dark clouds all over my head. And I can't remember how long it has been since I last basked in the sun. Miss, you are joking. For the housekeeper, it is not necessary. We only need to serve our master well, which is our greatest pleasure. As Sebastian said this, he threw the prepared chicken nuggets, ribs, potato chips, and several vegetables into the small pot in an orderly manner. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound in the small pot, and bursts of fried food aroma. It smells so good. I'm hungry. Sebastian, are the fried skewers not ready yet? Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help twisting like a maggot on her skeleton throne after smelling this aroma. It looks as cute as it can be. I'll be there soon. Sebastian's movements were also very fast. Those vegetables that couldn't withstand frying were quickly taken out of the pot, leaving only the meat still rolling in the oil pan. As for why Ouyang Qianjin has chicken nuggets here, don't ask. Just ask the meat of the chicken-like monsters encountered on the road. As expected, the pickles are right. Fried chicken nuggets and beer are the best match on snowy days. After eating a few skewers of fried skewers, Ouyang Qianjin, who was sitting on the snow covered with yoga mats and blue wolf skins, gulped down 2 gulps of her own black cat beer. And here, while Ouyang Qianjin was eating fried skewers and drinking beer, the undead were also rushing to make tonight's food. Although the undead have changed their race, they can still do what humans should do. For example, eating, sleeping, and so on. At most, they are stronger than ordinary people in endurance and mental strength. So now this group of people also ate dinner. After dinner, the place to sleep is naturally still those houses on the beach and the iron house that looks like a temporary construction. Chapter 245. The Whale Sea continent is renamed Whale State. It's great. This is the life we should have. Just let the subordinates do the fighting and killing. At this moment, Ouyang Qianjin is lying in a snow-white porcelain bathtub, enjoying a hot bath. This is Quan Qingyu's private villa, but now it has been occupied by Ouyang Qianjin. The undead outside still live in their original place. The extra 200,000 guys can just squeeze together. It's just a matter of one night anyway. Of course, this is not a long-term solution. After all, from now on to return to Black Cat Paradise, with Ouyang Qianjin's personality, it will take at least another 10 days. She knows this very well. After all, when she came here, she went from north to south, then from south to west, and then from west to north when she goes back. Different routes require different inspections. What's more, Li Taiying also asked people to survey Whale State. The Whale State mentioned by Ouyang Qianjin refers to the Whale Sea continent, which is a name given by Ouyang Qianjin for her own convenience. Just as Sebastian said, this is now his territory, and he can call it whatever he wants. In this case, it is very important to choose a name that is appropriate and easy to remember. Taeyong, tomorrow let your men take 500,000 undead to the southwest port selected before. The port does not need to be built yet, and the canal will be dug upwards. Ouyang Qianjin was taking a bath. And beside her, besides the skeleton who was massaging her, was Li Taiying, who stood with his hands behind his back. As the first secretary under Ouyang Qianjin, she was always with Ouyang Qianjin. This was not Ouyang Qianjin's request. It was Li Taiying's request. Originally, Ouyang Qianjin thought it was unnecessary. After all, she was used to being alone. But Li Taiying convinced her. According to Li Taiying, Ouyang Qianjin is a girl. Even if Sebastian is a skeleton, he is a man after all. Sometimes it is always inconvenient. And as Ouyang Qianjin needs to manage more and more things in the future, she also needs someone familiar with the business to communicate and cooperate with multiple parties. So Ouyang Qianjin reluctantly agreed to Li Taiying's request. Although in her heart, Li Taiying is more suitable to be released to do a good job. But work is work. It's the same everywhere. Anyway, there are a lot of things to deal with around me now. Use it first. And it's the same to release it later. And after Li Taiying got Ouyang Qianjin's recognition, why did he clench his fists and sit yes many times in private? It can be seen how excited he is. In fact, what manpower and communication are just Li Taiying's nonsense. In the feelings of Li Taiying and other undead, the closer they are to Ouyang Qianjin, the stronger the feeling will be. There is a sense of peace of mind of returning to the arms of their mother and being buried in peace. This is probably the difference between the living and the dead. And even Ouyang Qianjin, the caster, doesn't know this. It can be said to be a little sequelae brought about by resurrection of the dead. Let Ouyang Qianjin directly have hundreds of thousands of children. If Ouyang Qianjin knew, I believe it would trigger a series of medical miracles. Right? For example, being so angry that you jump up and down. But miss, the location of the capital has not been chosen yet. Will there be a conflict? Although Li Taiying understood what Ouyang Qianjin meant. But this is completely contrary to the previous policy of selecting a site first and then digging a canal. It can even be said that some of the things that Miss had considered before need to be redone. It's okay to be a little troublesome. But you can't let Miss rack your brain again and again. You know, brain cells are something that will be lost if they die. As for the smooth hair on Miss's head, Li Taiying doesn't want it to be less and less. No, it's not too late to choose the Dark King City around the canal after the canal is built. After all, we don't have much time left. Ouyang Qianjin has repeatedly considered the matter of building the canal first, and then choosing a site to build the King's City. In the end, it was found that there was actually no big difference whether it was selected first and then dug, or first dug and then selected, as long as the middle section of the canal passes through the central part of Jingzhou. A suitable site for the King's City can always be found, even if it is not next to the canal. It is not a big deal if it is far away. At most, it is just a matter of building an extra dock and road. Anyway, build it towards the central part of Jingzhou first. You can always find a suitable place along the way. Yes, Mississippi. After listening to Miss Ouyang's decision, Li Taiying did not refute it. Turned around and retreated. For her, she only needs to make reference opinions. Since Miss has decided, the rest is to execute it. It's no big deal. After Li Taiying left, Miss Ouyang closed her eyes, leaned back in the bathtub, and enjoyed the comfort of the hot water wrapping her whole body. After these 20 days, Ouyang Qianjin can finally relax. She was taking a bath while a skeleton gave her a massage, which was very comfortable. Originally, when she left the Yado Shrine, she wanted to rest for a night and soak in the hot springs there. But because the black mud still existed at that time, she finally chose to give up. Here we have to talk about these black months. After killing Kobayakawa Daisuke and snatching the living dead Kobayakawa Tomoyo, the area covered by these black months was slowly decreasing. But the speed of this decrease is much slower than the expansion. Sure enough, it is more cost-effective to take care of the skin and take a bath in a hot spring. But there is no hot spring in Jingzhou, a continent that was directly smashed out by people. Unless you are willing to dig down and dig all the way to the bottom of the sea. It makes Ouyang Qianjin feel helpless. Or, wait until you have time and your hands are free to try. Ouyang Qianjin thinks this possibility is not impossible. It's nothing more than digging through the earth. Anyway, the undead and skeletons under her command are quite suitable for this kind of work. Of course, there is also the method of directly transporting hot spring water from hot springs. But in the end, Ouyang Qianjin still chose her old method. Burning stones and adding water is about equal to hot springs. This time, Ouyang Qianjin gained a lot from this wandering. The material she obtained from the eight-head shrine and the beach that she had never seen before gave Ouyang Qianjin a new understanding of her alchemy. Although all the knowledge is in her mind, it does not mean that she needs to stick to the rules. It's just like the periodic table in chemistry. Knowing is one thing, but what interesting things can be combined from these things is another. This is the difference between knowledge and application. And the previous experiment on skills also made Ouyang Qianjin want to start with the alchemy of the other world. Add your own understanding and make new toys. Chapter 246 Two Vampires. Under the dark sky, a long line of people was moving. Each of these people had shackles on their hands and feet. They were barefoot, moving their feet with difficulty, walking on the snowy road. This was a group of prisoners. There were men and women, young and old. They were ragged, pale and thin, with dull eyes, and looked extremely numb. And from time to time, there would be a few knights holding long spears and full armor riding unicorns to patrol around them. Go faster. The knights who disliked the prisoners walking too slowly would occasionally whip them and give them a few times, and then walk away with a big laugh. This style can be said to be as arrogant as it can be. And these prisoners just endured it silently. Plop. A prisoner fell heavily to the ground after shaking twice. The rest of the prisoners just stepped over his body and continued to move forward, without affecting the speed of the team at all. After seeing the body, the patrolling knights simply pulled the rope and dismounted, dragged the body aside, and wasted no time. The whole process was extremely calm for both the other prisoners and the knights. After all, this kind of sight and hearing was already commonplace for them. Another dead one? Yes. Two men in tuxedos and bright red scarves around their necks stood on the balcony of a building, holding red wine glasses and looking at the team in the distance below. They were far away from the prisoners' team, but with the naked eye, they could clearly see what was happening in the ant-like team in the distance. Humans are really fragile. One of them sighed. The other laughed after hearing this. Haha. We know the fragility of humans, so we choose not to be human. When saying this, it can be clearly seen that both of them have a fawn on each side of their mouths. Just like vampires. That's right. We have to thank the Doomsday for giving us strange skills. No. We have to thank Her Royal Highness the Princess. Yes. Yes. Everything is thanks to Her Royal Highness the Princess. The two smiled at each other. Then they clinked their glasses and raised their heads to drink. Who knew that when they turned the glasses upside down, the wine in the glasses did not flow? Oh! This wine is a bit solidified. Who told you it's so cold? As he said this, one of them reached out and held the other's glass. In just 1 or 2 seconds, the wine in the glass began to boil, and a stream of red blood and bloody smell emerged. It smelled extremely pungent. However, the two of them slightly closed their eyes and looked extremely happy. Your blood sacrifice is still useful. Stop joking. My blood sacrifice only does this kind of thing. As if being ridiculed, this person slightly narrowed his eyes, and a flash of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Compared with others, his skill is really insignificant. It is precisely because of this that he is often ridiculed in this way. Although he is used to it now, it does not mean that he has a good temper. Speaking of which, the Lord War is over now. Right? It should be considered. The two drank while swiping their own panels. The 3 words vampire were written on the panel race. TSK TSK. The first place is still that Ouyang Qianjin. But the territory has changed from that black cat paradise to some kind of whale state. This woman is too powerful. The two looked at the panel and walked back to the room behind them where they lit the stove. They also participated in this territory war as a hegemon. But because they were not among the original 12 lords, they did not get the recognition of the panel. Be their queen. Vampire Princess Tepesh still participated and sneak attacked another Lord Troll armed Glashov. It was also because of this battle that they first understood what it meant to fight with the lords. You have to know that at that time, there were as many as 6,000 blood clans, like them, who had their own blood sacrifice ability under their queen. As a result, they ambushed on the road that Glashov had to pass through, used sneak attacks, and killed more than 2,000 blood clans and about 100,000 vampire clans before they killed the opponent and the opponent's barbarian army. So they knew very well how difficult it was for one lord to kill two lords. Apart from other things, the loss of manpower alone would be huge. However, what they didn't know was that Ouyang Qianjin won very easily this time. Her army even increased instead of decreasing. And there were many more. Not only her. The levels of the lords who stayed after this chaos have been greatly improved. But they are still a little worse than Ouyang Qianjin. Yes. You only need to look at the levels before and after the game to know how many lords each lord killed in this battle. For example, Ouyang Qianjin in the east and Adams in North America killed two lords by themselves. Both of them got the reward of level 15. And Ninatai killed one and only got level 5. His queen also leveled up by 5 because of killing one. But the most interesting one is probably Dorothy in the Ghost Department. According to their respective countries and divisions, two lords also disappeared where she was. Scarlet Earl and Dawn Hunter. Judging from the fact that the opponent's level did not increase, the Earl and the Hunter probably fought after they met, and then died together. Although Dorothy herself did not upgrade, she can also be said to have won by doing nothing. After all, in the Battle Royale mode, 2 of the 3 lords died. So according to the mechanism mentioned on the panel, the territory of that place naturally belonged to Dorothy. It's really lucky. It's so easy to get a piece of territory. The guy who just mocked people said this with a mocking face. After all, they died more than 2,000 vampires and still couldn't get the territory. But someone actually won by doing nothing. This is ironic. I just don't know who is being ironic. Speaking of territory, the Mediterranean territory is still occupied by that woman who likes to hide in a grave and let her summoned beasts fight. How abominable. Speaking of this, the mocking-faced vampire who had already entered the house and sat on the sofa slammed the table in front of him fiercely with a ferocious face. The mocked vampire on the opposite side shrugged his shoulders, then sat on the sofa opposite him, crossed his legs, and elegantly shook the wine glass in his hand. Elegant. Man, you should stay elegant now. If you are like this, and the queen knows what the consequences will be, I think you should be very clear. The mocking face suddenly sobered up after being mocked by the object of his ridicule. Then he quickly adjusted his tuxedo. Chapter 247 The Situation in the West. After tidying up his clothes, the mocking face finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just kidding. If the somewhat neurotic queen knew about this, he would not be the station master of this outpost. It is possible that he would be reduced from a viscount to a blood slave. This is not a joke. Many people have been dealt with in this way before. There are many reasons, but the most common one is that they are not elegant enough, or they are not well dressed. To put it bluntly, it is a bit obsessive-compulsive. But although the territory belongs to her, at least thanks to her killing so many vampires, we can become viscounts. Right? The mocked man still maintained his elegance. It's just that he may have used a little more force when shaking, and the wine in the wine glass almost spilled out. This also shows that this guy is actually pretending to be elegant, or he is not used to elegance yet. After all, he was just an ordinary person before. If it's just shaking the wine glass, anyone can do such a simple thing. But if you want to achieve the kind of elegance that their queen expects, it is far from enough. Clothing, movements, tone, words. This series requires meticulous elegance. It is called mind control. Moreover, he and the man opposite him have only become vampires in the past 3 months. There are too many things to learn. If it weren't for the previous territorial war, many high-level vampires died. They would not have been able to get this title and become the head of an outpost. Okay, Viscount Pal, don't let any more people die. You know, they're our food. I see. Thank you for your reminder, Viscount Adrian. The mocking face known as Viscount Pal maintained an elegant posture at this moment. But his flushed face and protruding veins on his forehead proved that his mood at the moment did not seem to be very elegant. After all, being reminded by the guy he often mocked was another form of mockery? But no matter how angry he was, he could only bow his head and thank him at this time. After all, his ugly appearance had been seen by the other party. If the other party went out and said something, this matter would soon reach the ears of the queen. Why not try to kill the other party? Anyway, he was higher in level than the other party, and the other party was also above level 50. So killing him would still give him experience. But neither Pal nor Adrian would do such a thing. Even if they both disliked each other, they would not do it. After all, the queen personally issued an order prohibiting infighting within the Blood clan, especially when there was a Scarlet Earl before. After all, they all belonged to the vampire lineage. Both the Scarlet Count and the vampire queen chose blood skills. In fact, at the beginning, I heard from the big guys in the Blood clan that the queen initially regarded the Scarlet Count as the biggest imaginary enemy. After all, Ouyang Qianjin, the Necromancer, is far away in the Far East, which is too far away from the lords in the West. However, now that the Scarlet Count has disappeared, this imaginary enemy has shifted from the Scarlet Count to the High Priest of the Underworld. Ding. Shashasha. Just when the two fell into silence, something like a phonograph placed on the table not far from them automatically turned on, and after making a crisp sound, it began to write. After hearing the sound, the two vampires stood up in unison and quickly came to the phonograph. The speed of their actions was astonishing. Unlike playing vinyl records on a regular phonograph, there was a piece of white paper on this phonograph. The pointer was moving back and forth on the white paper and writing something. After the writing was finished, Pal couldn't wait to tear the white paper off. Then the two of them gathered together to look at the text on it. It was basically written that they should find people with suitable skills among the blood slaves to become vampires. Queen, this is going to be a big move. After reading it, Adrian couldn't help but sigh. Now there are more than 300,000 vampire families in their queen's camp. But there are only a few thousand vampires with a real high-end combat power and the queen's first embrace. This will definitely be a shortcoming in future battles. After all, what they will face next is to compete for territory with High Priest of the Underworld, 90i, the guy who plays the summoning grave. To be honest, if possible, the two who had participated in the battle against Ninatai didn't want to fight the guy again. After all, you didn't even see him. Just thinking about those house-sized centipedes, scarabs, scorpions, three-headed dogs, etc. made me feel overwhelmed. The key point is that in addition to these, there are actually dog-headed mummies that can't be killed no matter how hard you fight. That battle was not so much a battle as a hasty escape after an ambitious attack. The quantity is not equal. The quality is not equal. It's just bullying. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. It seems that I have to improve the living environment of those blood slaves first. Otherwise, how can I find colleagues if they die? And in another place, just as the two vampires were looking for their colleagues, there was also a group of people walking under the dark sky. But these people were not the same as the group above. They were holding various weapons and wearing various armors or leather armors. Their faces and skin were slightly blue, and they did not look like the skin color that humans should have. They were undead. They were dead people who were resurrected after death. And in the middle of this group of people, there was a pumpkin car that looked like a fairy tale. Ouyang Qianjin sat in the car and looked at the report of the gains from this operation. This was sorted out by Cannon and Li Taiying, and they sorted it out while loading the car. It was the night when Ouyang Qianjin took a bath. The next day, they set off in the direction of Black Cat Paradise. But on the way, Li Taiying assigned a lot of people to survey the surrounding area. After all, there are still many magical beasts and monsters in Whale State, and it is definitely impossible to have one or two people in a group. So basically, those who were sent out for surveying were in groups of 100 people. The order these guys received was that when they encountered danger, they would fight if they could, and at least drag the bodies back if they couldn't. In this way, even if they died, Ouyang Qianjin could revive them. After all, if the bodies were left in the wild and eaten by wild beasts, even Ouyang Qianjin would not be able to revive them. This involves an undisplayed rule of the resurrection technique. That is, the degree of damage to the body cannot exceed 30%. Once it exceeds, Ouyang Qianjin can only transform the body into a skeleton. Chapter 248. My beautiful mood was severely damaged. But this is a theoretical thing. For Ouyang Qianjin, this kind of thing can be fixed with a bug. For example, after becoming an undead, even if you are not into a skeleton, she can put you into the undead space for repair. Although I don't know how long it will take. But it is indeed something that can be done. However, this kind of thing is still somewhat troublesome. So when they were about to set off, Ouyang Qianjin used her mind to group send a sentence. You don't want to be turned into skeletons after death. These undead people were so moved when they heard this sentence. The eldest lady cares about us. The eldest lady has us in her heart. So a group of guys set off with high morale. However, even if a lot of surveying personnel were sent out, Ouyang Qianjin's team going home did not see many fewer people. After all, for a population of hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands of people are really not many. Or it is not many from a visual perspective. Originally, as undead beings, as summoned creatures of Ouyang Qianjin, they could be put into the space. But Ouyang Qianjin did not do so. After putting all the skeleton soldiers into the space, they walked on the road in a swagger. There was no other meaning. Tansuin just wanted to show off. Now she was thinking about how to make the most of these people. After all, there were so many people. At that time, they would definitely be dispersed throughout the Whale State. However, what she cared about was not the development of these people, but how to use them correctly to her own pretentious behavior. Elegant, refined, and elegant, integrated into their daily dress. First of all, it must be the uniformity of clothing, not the style, but the color. After all, with so many people and so many professions, it is impossible to unify the style, unless you use a cloak. But Ouyang Qianjin doesn't like that kind of thing. So after thinking about it, she feels that the purple color worn by the 10,000 people that Quan Qingyu brought to the 8-head shrine is very suitable for Ouyang Qianjin's appetite. If you print your own black crown skull logo on the equipment, let them stand in a square formation, and change into a unified standard weapon, I guess the scenery should be very good. The second is the issue of pomp. So many people, the front row holding a flag with their own logo. It would be even more majestic. Although Ouyang Qianjin doesn't think other people can share her joy. But if you treat it as a figurine and appreciate it slowly, it's still very good. And when Ouyang Qianjin thought that she could get Quan Qingyu's 8-ear for free, she clapped her hands happily. Just like eating honey. The smile is so sweet. Learn from others. Ahaha, Sebastian. The food seized this time should be enough for us to last until the next harvest. Right? Although the manpower has increased, it also means that the food consumed has increased, with hundreds of thousands of people added at once. Ouyang Qianjin has to think about this issue. Sure enough, it is more cost-effective to turn them into skeletons directly. Ouyang Qianjin thought so. But in fact, it can't be done. It's still the same problem. Intelligence. Although there are people like Sebastian and Cannon. But in a huge group of skeletons, this ratio is almost zero. The undead allow each individual to think about the problem. For example, the guys underly tying. One is now leading a team to dig a canal in the southwest port, and the other is leading a team to go out for surveying. The remaining two are middle-level managers in the team, managing hundreds of thousands of undead. After all, it is such a large population migration. It won't work if there is no one to manage it. Even with the constraints of Ouyang Qianjin, some problems will inevitably occur. Of course, there is also the most important point. That is, although the undead are also considered as Ouyang Qianjin's summons like skeletons, they do not have some restrictions of skeletons. For example, the activity radius. Although Ouyang Qianjin now has dark sky curtain, the skeletons can't go out in essence. Before, Ouyang Qianjin used Zhang Mo and other people in Black Cat Town to do things. But after all, they are human beings, and there are many constraints in doing things. But now it's not necessary. Just let these undead do it. Because of the large number of people, the things they can do are much bigger than before. The scope of business can also be expanded a lot. This is good news for the development of the territory. It's probably enough. But it may not be distributed in full every day like before. We have to tighten our belts and endure for a while. It will take about a month for the potatoes to be harvested. As a butler, Sebastian is familiar with the assets in Ouyang Qianjin's hands. 1 month. Ouyang Qianjin pouted, folded her arms, and swayed her body slightly. According to what Sebastian said, if he ate all the food he had now, He wouldn't be able to last for even a month. It seems that he needs to return to Black Cat Paradise as soon as possible. And then develop Whale State. Ouyang Qianjin thought so. After all, there is such a large plain outside the ruins of King Lahad's city. It would be a pity if it is not used. But there is still a canal to be dug. If we separate the manpower now, it will be even less. But if we go to City C to find corpses or something, we don't have so much food to support more manpower. Sure enough, we can only let the skeletons take over and cultivate the fertile land first. However, more than 200,000 skeletons, who can work without sleep, will surely be able to cultivate a lot of land soon. So Ouyang Qianjin quickened his pace. After all, if you want to let more than 200,000 skeletons go to farm, you need to prepare. Apart from other things, it takes time to make the farm tools needed for farming. It doesn't take long to make it with Cannon and his production speed. The key is still the material problem. Now Ouyang Qianjin has basically used up all the ore. If he wants to make hundreds of thousands of farm tools, he can only go to the street to find scrap vehicles. Although Ouyang Qianjin did get a lot of cars parked there when cleaning the parking lot. But that amount is not enough. In the end, he still had to go to the towns around Black Cat Town and trouble those base leaders. 3 days. Originally, it took Ouyang Qianjin only 3 days to rush back to Black Cat Paradise after a dozen days of slow walking. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is eager to go home. However, when Ouyang Qianjin's large group arrived at Black Cat Paradise, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. Now Black Cat Paradise can no longer be called a paradise. The destroyed roller coaster and the collapsed Ferris wheel. The most important thing is that even his own blue castle has become a ruin. You know, there is an alchemy workshop that Ouyang Qianjin worked hard to build using a lot of materials. My beautiful mood has suffered a severe blow. Chapter 249, The Destroyed Paradise. At this moment, Ouyang Qianjin had a drooping face. She couldn't even keep the smile on her face. It can be seen how much psychological trauma the destruction of Black Cat Paradise caused to Ouyang Qianjin. You have to know that for Black Cat Paradise, which was the permanent residence designated by Ouyang Qianjin, she spared no effort in construction. The smelting area built by Cannon, the magic technology laboratory built by Tail, the alchemy workshop built by himself, and the defense system built by Sebastian. There is also the magic engine that has just been developed and put into operation not long ago. These things are the top priority for Ouyang Qianjin. Compared with these, entertainment facilities and castles are just secondary gifts. Of course. In addition, there is the issue of romance that Ouyang Qianjin and Tail have discussed. Until now, apart from Ouyang Qianjin, the guy who provided ideas, only Tail, who has been promoting this matter, knows about that romance. So after seeing the current situation of Black Cat Paradise, Ouyang Qianjin showed such a breakdown. Taeyong, take your people to search, and find all the bodies, and put them on the Black Cat Avenue over there. Yes, Mississippi. Cannon, Taeyong and the others have just arrived and can't tell the way. You go and lead Taeyong. And by the way, count the damage in the park and assess whether it is possible to rebuild it. Comply with your wishes. As someone who has been with Ouyang Qianjin for so long, Cannon naturally knows that this time, the miss is really angry. So there was no more joking, and he immediately led people to follow up. Ouyang Qianjin had a cold face. After calming down, she immediately started to investigate the Black Cat Paradise. She needed someone to explain to her what happened to the Black Cat Paradise after she left. Corpses are the best subjects for the Necromancer. Hundreds of thousands of undead were scattered, and many corpses were found soon. And when Ouyang Qianjin was pushed to the Black Cat Avenue by the skeleton she summoned, dozens of corpses were already placed there. There were not many people in the Black Cat Paradise. It shouldn't take much time to search for all the people. And what really takes time is the cleaning of the ruins. After all, there are so many large entertainment facilities. Looking at these broken facilities, Ouyang Qianjin wanted to cry, but had no tears. She spent so much resources and time to maintain these things. But they were destroyed by someone after she had played a few times. Very good. Don't let me know who you are. I will make you live a life worse than death. After thinking about this, Ouyang Qianjin, who had a cold face, smiled again. But unlike a smile, this smile has a bit of coldness in it. Pushed by the skeleton, Ouyang Qianjin checked the corpses lying on the ground with a smile that said keep away from strangers. Finally, her wheelchair stopped in front of a corpse. This corpse had one hand and one foot broken. Most of its stomach was blown away by some unknown attack. But fortunately, the overall size did not exceed 30%. For Ouyang Qianjin, it was still hopeful. Resurrection of the dead. Without saying a word, Ouyang Qianjin immediately resurrected the corpse. Then he sat in a wheelchair, bent down, and looked at the other person, slowly opening eyes. Yo! Good morning. Zhang Yuan. Woo! That's right. This corpse is Zhang Yuan. When he was resurrected by Ouyang Qianjin, Zhang Yuan saw Ouyang Qianjin's delicate face as soon as he opened his eyes. Although it is undeniable that Ouyang Qianjin's face is beautiful, but being so close, even if it is beautiful, it is inevitable to be scared. Especially this face is his boss. Then no matter how beautiful it is, it will be scared. And it's not Zhang Yuan's fault. It's just that Ouyang Qianjin's way of greeting is slightly special. Alas, Zhang Yuan, who had just woken up, naturally still had the memory of being killed. But Ouyang Qianjin's appearance was too scary. After being startled, he quickly wanted to sit up. But because his arm disappeared, he lost his balance and rolled half a circle on the ground, and came into close contact with a corpse next to him. It was not until this time that Zhang Yuan finally came to his senses. Ah! Miss! What are you doing? Zhang Yuan turned his head around blankly, and found that except for himself sitting on the snow, there were corpses on both sides and his boss behind him. In other places, people with slightly blue skin were walking everywhere. It seems that my skin has turned blue too. At this time, Zhang Yuan realized that his skin was the same as those people with complete equipment. Afterwards, Ouyang Qianjin told Zhang Yuan about the undead. Dazed, Zhang Yuan also accepted this reality, including his own broken hands and feet. Here, drink this, pour this on the wound, and your body will be restored in a while. As for your hands and feet, you will probably have to wait until Uncle Tail's body is found before you can repair them. After handing the potion made by Li Taying to Zhang Yuan, Ouyang Qianjin made a harmless joke. In fact, whether it is using Tail's mechanical arm, or finding someone else's arm to sew, there are not too many ways to regenerate broken limbs for Ouyang Qianjin. A necromancer. Even her life profession alchemist has methods. For example, stitched monsters, androids, evil monks, or chimeras. There are many ways to make Zhang Yuan. Of course, if Zhang Yuan is lucky enough to find his own broken limbs, he can sew them up and use them. This really depends on his luck. Whether Li Taying and others can find them. I have really become an undead. Zhang Yuan drank the potion handed by Ouyang Qianjin while looking at his panel. After seeing his own race become undead, he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. It's a good thing to die and live again. It's just that he is no longer a human being. After all, he survived and saved his life. So there is nothing to complain about. By the way, Miss, Uncle Tail should not be dead. While watching his belly begin to grow meat, Zhang Yuan said a very explosive news. Wow! Not dead? This is interesting news. Ouyang Qianjin's eyebrows jumped. You know, the entire Black Cat paradise was destroyed like this. But they had to take the captives away. And it was Tail, an uncle who is now indispensable to Black Cat paradise, and even Ouyang Qianjin. That's a bit interesting. Tell me what happened after I left. Why Black Cat paradise has become like this now. Chapter 250 Poaching. Cannon. Go to the garden maze to see if the magic engine is still there. After Ouyang Qianjin finished speaking to Zhang Yuan, she gave Cannon an order. After all, being able to take Tail away means that the other party knows about the magic engine. It doesn't matter whether the other party knew it before invading Black Cat paradise, or someone betrayed him afterwards. What matters is that Ouyang Qianjin knows what the other party wants. Then Zhang Yuan recounted to Ouyang Qianjin what happened after Ouyang Qianjin left. It turned out that on the 5th day after he left, suspicious people appeared outside Black Cat paradise. At that time, Zhang Mo, who was the mayor, led the team to investigate. Then no valuable information was found. After remembering that Ouyang Qianjin had said when he left that they should stay within the scope of Black Cat paradise and not go out casually, Zhang Mo never went out again. Anyway, there is food, drink and fun in the theme building of the park. It was only a month, and it passed quickly. As a result, they really did what Ouyang Qianjin said. The party was held once a day. There was no rest. After eating and drinking, They went to play on the entertainment facilities, or fell asleep, although it looked very comfortable. In fact, everyone was suffering. The kind of suffering that had nowhere to vent. After all, everyone was struggling for a living before. Although they didn't have to do these things when they came to Black Cat Paradise later. They lived a very fulfilling life because they had to work. As a result, when Ouyang Qianjin left, their range of activities was limited to the small Black Cat Paradise. I didn't even have the chance to go to the fields to farm. I almost got sick from holding it in. Fortunately, this state only lasted for more than 10 days. It was around the time when Ouyang Qianjin and the eight-headed shrine were fighting. A fierce battle broke out in Black Cat Paradise. The enemy came in the middle of the night. However, because Black Cat Paradise has a magic generator, it has always been brightly lit. So when they got close to Black Cat Paradise, they were immediately discovered, although they didn't know who the enemy who came to besiege Black Cat Paradise was. But the people who were already holding it and didn't care so much. They rushed up and started a fight with the other party. Good guy. This fight was terrible. They didn't even know that they were such warlike people. They didn't show any mercy when fighting with the other party. I think they wanted to find a place to vent after holding it in for a long time. But because of the number of people, they couldn't hold it for long. After all, the other party came from all directions. According to Zhang Yuan, there were at least tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people. In contrast, there were only about 1,000 people in Black Cat Paradise. It didn't take long for the outer battle line to hold out. At this time, Tyla asked all the people who were still alive to re-enter the interior of Black Cat Paradise and open the barrier. This barrier was not something high-end or mysterious. On the contrary, it was very technological. Once the barrier was opened, driving into the main building of Black Cat Paradise would attract lightning attacks from the magic prism. This was done by Ouyang Qianjin, Tai Lu, 2 of his men, and Cannon. To put it bluntly, Ouyang Qianjin took the inspiration of a weapon in a game he had played before and combined magic, skills, and other factors to complete the defense tower. Although there was no formal experiment after completion. But during the development, Ouyang Qianjin saw the power of this thing. In fact, this defense tower is indeed very powerful. Even more powerful than Ouyang Qianjin imagined. After all, even immortals who cultivate immortality cannot escape the baptism of thunder tribulation. These guys who are only about level 40 or 50 have no power to resist the lightning of the magic prism. As soon as they came up, they swept a large area. And it was the kind that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The enemy army was stunned and stopped directly. However, it is unknown what these people think, or whether their superiors are using terror to rule. Soon after this group of people were stunned, they rushed into the interior of Black Cat Paradise at all costs. Using the number of people, they broke through the barrier defense circle during the attack of the magic prism and attacked the nearest magic prism. From the moment the first magic prism fell, the destruction of Black Cat Paradise became a doomed fact. After all, the difference in numbers is there. But even so, the defensive attack of the magic prism still took away tens of thousands of people. After the magic prism defense array failed, Tail led everyone to retreat to the alchemy workshop built by Ouyang Qianjin in the castle. Yes, Tail was the only one who could enter except Ouyang Qianjin, or the only one who opened the permission after Ouyang Qianjin left. This was the decision made by Ouyang Qianjin after learning about the other party's life experience. The two established a trusting relationship on the day when the magic engine was successfully developed and powered on. It was Tail who found Ouyang Qianjin. Then Tail took out a photo. It showed the younger Tail, Ouyang Qianjin's parents, and Ouyang Qianjin as a child. The background of the photo was the Black Cat Avenue, which was still under construction. Ouyang Qianjin tried hard to recall, and finally remembered that there seemed to be such a person in her memory. Brother Tail, my daughter is also looking forward to the completion of the Black Cat Paradise. When you bring my daughter here, you must be a good guide. Haha. Of course. If you hadn't taken me in, I, a lonely person, wouldn't know where to go. This was the scene in Ouyang Qianjin's memory when her father Ouyang Ming laughed and patted Tail on the shoulder to make fun of him. Now thinking back, my father's smile was the same most of the time. There was no change. Only when he was chatting with Tail. He seemed very relaxed and casual. And the old man in front of her, who was weathered and had a pair of calloused and wounded hands because of repairing machinery, was still young at that time. If his father can trust someone, Then, there must be no problem with him. So Tail had the authority that others did not have. He could open the workshop at a critical moment and let people in for refuge. It was precisely because of this authority that the remaining people in the final battle were able to survive in his alchemy workshop. But this time did not last long. After all, the castle was not a warehouse, and Ouyang Qianjin did not store too much food in it. At first, the invaders did not have a good way to break into the castle. After all, there was a magic generator, and the workshop's own human circulation system. When one person came in, the workshop had more power. So the other party used the most primitive and most effective method to poach people. Chapter 251. Go back to my hometown. What? Poaching? Hearing this, Ouyang Qianjin's eyes widened. It seemed that she had heard something incredible. This operation really shocked Ouyang Qianjin for a whole year. But don't say it. Don't say it. If they really poach people like this, then the workshop I built would really have no way to deal with them. Why didn't I think of this when I built the workshop? No. Or I was too arrogant. I never thought that someone would be willing to pay such a painful price to deal with me. Although the castle can indeed be poached because of the workshop's defensive blind spot, the automatic defense system established by the outer Sebastian is enough for these guys to drink a pot. Ouyang Qianjin was also convinced of this from Zhang Yuan's words. After all, they stayed in the castle for more than 10 days before the castle was breached. That proves that many people must have died outside. In fact, the corpses dragged out by the undead with Li Taiying have exceeded 10,000. This is still inside the Black Cat Paradise. How many people were killed by the magic prism outside has not been counted yet. Now the only thing left is Tail. Ouyang Qianjin does not believe in humans, but believes in Tail. This is not something that can be decided by a photo or the trust of her father. It was decided by Ouyang Qianjin after more than a month of long-term observation. After all, if I want to leave here, I need a person of weight to take charge of the overall situation. Besides, the magic generator was developed by Tail. With him, as long as the magic generator is not damaged, it can continuously provide magic for his alchemy workshop to keep it running normally. Miss, the magic generator is gone. And all the equipment. Cannon's voice sounded in Ouyang Qianjin's mind. Ouyang Qianjin's mind suddenly became clear. It seems that the Black Cat Paradise is brightly lit all day, attracting a group of moths. It's true. That's great. As long as Uncle Tail is still there, we can make as many magic generators as we want. I was just worried about having no excuse to ask someone for food. And now someone is rushing to give me a pillow. I didn't expect there would be such a good thing. But even if it wasn't for food, Ouyang Qianjin would make these guys pay the price. After all, I just went out. And when I turned around, my old nest was overturned. Then wouldn't it be meaningless for me to fight desperately outside? After all, there are only 3 lords in this area of Jingzhou. And now, the hometowns of the 3 lords have been overturned. Although 2 of them were raised by myself. It has to be said that this is also a plan in the dark. In a sense, this is also a kind of mutual loss in another sense. It's just that what made Ouyang Qianjin angry was not the fact that the old nest was destroyed. It was not the fact that she was defeated for the first time since her rebirth. The reason for her defeat this time was the very simple fact of lack of troops. Angry. As a necromancer, I was defeated because of insufficient troops. Admittedly, Ouyang Qianjin herself was not in Black Cat Paradise at that time. But this is not an excuse for Ouyang Qianjin to shirk responsibility. After all, the fact that the old nest was exposed was an insult to her. In addition, the food and supplies in the warehouse, as well as your alchemy materials, are all gone. Cannon added critical damage. I know. You'll know after you see it. Ouyang Qianjin replied unhappily. After all, the warehouse ruins were there. And you could tell at a glance. The magic generators were all dismantled. So how could the rest of the things be good? In fact, the moment she knew that the magic generators and equipment were dismantled, Ouyang Qianjin knew that she was being taken advantage of again. And it was the kind of thing that was taking away the firewood from under the cauldron and exposing the old bottom. You rely on the number of people. Right. Ouyang Qianjin gritted her teeth and said, since you want to play it this way, then I can only play it that way. Although I don't know who the enemy is specifically, and where he is now. But these are not important. Ouyang Qianjin has already thought about it in her mind. The canal needs to be dug. And now all the hundreds of thousands of undead in her hands will go to dig the canal. And she will go alone to find the murderer who invaded her paradise. Isn't it just because there are more people? Her own 200,000 skeletons will go directly to fight. And she can also revive the undead to fight for her on the way. Fighting to support fighting. The Necromancer is the best at it. Miss, the farmland outside the city was not damaged. And we also captured a few guys guarding the farmland. I think the other party saw that the crops were about to mature, so they didn't destroy them. Wang Defa. There are still guys guarding the farmland? Have these people been so bold? After exposing their own black cat paradise and killing their own people, they dared to send people to guard their own crops. This is too much of a disregard for me. Isn't it? After hearing the news from Sebastian, who went to check the fields outside the city, Ouyang Qianjin felt unreal at the moment. Who has such a big guts to do such a thing? Or, is he just brainless? Interrogate him clearly. I want to know which idiot ruined my beautiful mood. Nothing else was said. Now Ouyang Qianjin is more and more interested in the guy who invaded her paradise. This kind of person either has a careful plan or is really stupid. Ouyang Qianjin can't make any comments on this yet. But this doesn't stop her from thinking about how to deal with the other party. Very soon, just when hundreds of thousands of undead had cleared the interior of Black Cat Paradise, and the search range was spreading to the outside, news came from Sebastian. Miss, I checked it out. These people are all from the base in J City. J City base? Yes. The same base? No. They are from different bases in J City. I see. I know. Just kill the people and bring the bodies back. After listening to Sebastian's answer, Ouyang Qianjin realized that this was probably another trap set by Ouyang Wanzhong and Ouyang Wanzhu. Of course, it is not ruled out that other people may be tempted by money. After all, magic generators are of great value in today's world. Magic, new energy, new application. This also represents the establishment and maintenance of a new order. No matter who gets it, it will become an opportunity for their own power to grow and develop. Although other people may make similar things in other places. But it is undeniable that with the current level of chaos, with the support of magic generators, it is definitely the best starting point to become a hegemon. This is the most real thought of the ambitious and speculators now. For them, for their own ambitions, it doesn't matter how many people die. Well, it seems that I am too low-key. Chapter 252 still not high-profile enough. Well, it seems that I am too low-key. Ouyang Qianjin scratched his head in some embarrassment. At this time, a normal person would definitely think that it was because of his high profile that attracted these people to kill and snatch the magic generator. But in Ouyang Qianjin's opinion, he was too low-key. If he was more high profile, the guys around him would know that he was not easy to mess with. That way, he would not attract people's attention. In the final analysis, he was too young and underestimated the wild dogs around him with drooling mouths. Well, I am too proud. I need to reflect on myself, cough cough cough. Sitting in a wheelchair, Ouyang Qianjin seemed to be reflecting on his past. He smiled and raised his hands and stretched. But because he inhaled too much cold air at once when stretching, he coughed violently again. Under the command of Ouyang Qianjin, the skeleton behind took out medicine and thermos cups from the cloth bag behind the wheelchair. After taking the medicine and drinking some warm water, Ouyang Qianjin finally calmed down with heavy breathing. In fact, since Ouyang Qianjin obtained the skill life absorption and used it, the physical problems in this regard have been reduced a lot. Knowing that she had been inflated because she had always occupied the position of the top brother on the list, Ouyang Qianjin seriously reflected on her behavior. High profile and inflated are two different things. So now Ouyang Qianjin only thinks about high profile things. Taeyong, I'll leave the things here to you. After collecting the corpses, start digging the canal. As for the location of the excavation, let's start from the estuary. The specific direction is up to you. Cannon, come back to the catwalk. After making up her mind, Ouyang Qianjin sent a message to Li Taiying, who was searching, and asked Cannon to come back. By the way, she also resurrected more than 10,000 people on the catwalk. Zhang Yuan, you go and explain the matter of the undead to these people. I still have things to do. Alas. Seeing Ouyang Qianjin's impetuous look, Zhang Yuan was a little confused. Where are you going? Miss? Where else can I go? Of course. I'm going back to my hometown for a walk. Ouyang Qianjin rolled her eyes at the other party, and then commanded the skeleton to push herself onto the pumpkin cart next to her. And Zhang Yuan was confused. watching the pumpkin cart go away. And by the way, watching the corpses around him like zombies, one by one, twisting on the ground or crawling up from the ground. Although there were torches lit by the undead around, which made the Black Cat Paradise, which was supposed to be dark, bright. But perhaps it was precisely because of this that Zhang Yuan felt even more horrified. Even though he himself had become an undead now, he was an undead with one hand and one leg missing. On the other side, Ouyang Qianjin's pumpkin carriage was lightly equipped. In addition to the two skeleton horses pulling the carriage, there were only Sebastian and Cannon on the pumpkin carriage. Then he came out of the catwalk. When he reached the defense range of the magic prism, Ouyang Qianjin saw a lot of charred corpses. This seen all over the mountains and plains. Ouyang Qianjin felt that there were at least tens of thousands of them at a glance. Zhang Yuan said that these people came from all directions when they attacked. There are tens of thousands of them on this side, which means there are at least tens of thousands of them in other places. If they are added together, the number of people who died in the first defense circle alone must have reached more than 100,000. This is definitely a bloody thing. It is indeed not something that a professional base can do. After all, even the largest base in City C now has only that many people. No base can withstand such a battle with 100,000 deaths at one time. When passing through the farmland, Ouyang Qianjin resurrected the guys that Sebastian had caught. Only then did she realize that these farmland thieves were not just a few people as she imagined. There were hundreds of them. These people were scattered around. Sebastian killed some, captured a few, and the rest ran away. Sebastian did not chase them, but accepted Ouyang Qianjin's order and began to interrogate them on the spot. Although it is inevitable that there will be more small wounds on their bodies that should not belong to them, but at least the bodies are intact. So after Ouyang Qianjin was resurrected, she asked Sebastian to ask the previous questions again just in case. It turned out that these guys had kept a trick up their sleeve. They were indeed from J City. They were indeed sent from different bases in J City. But there were also people from C City in this operation. It is better to say that this operation itself was a joint operation between the people from the C City base and the J City base after consultation. And the target of the operation, as Ouyang Qianjin guessed, was the magic generator. It turned out that on the first night of the power supply, the news that Ouyang Qianjin had electricity was reported back to City C by the investigators, who had been squatting outside. When the base chief of City C heard that Black Cat Paradise actually had electricity, and all the entertainment facilities could be turned on, not to mention the bright lights, and a night parade was held as if before the day of Advent, how much electricity would it take to drive it? No. It should be said that it would be a wasteful behavior to do such a thing. No. We can't let Ouyang Qianjin, a woman, waste this new energy in a place like an amusement park. They are the ones who should be able to use this energy more effectively. With this idea, some base chiefs in City C who were spying on Ouyang Qianjin's new energy united. But because of the previous experience of the resort, they found the base chief of City J. Although this would divide some of their interests, there was nothing they could do about it. After all, Ouyang Qianjin's strength was there, and the resort base that was broken into by her, the Necromancer, was really to the point where there was no ghost at all. It was scary to think about it. Therefore, the people from the J City base should at least overwhelm Ouyang Qianjin in terms of the number of troops. According to the previous analysis of Ouyang Qianjin's troops, the opponent has no more than tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers. If they only need to be 10 times more than the enemy, there will always be a way. And the Necromancer is special. If possible, they don't mind letting the people from J City be a stepping stone for them. The base leaders in J City were also very excited after hearing about the new energy. However, they didn't believe the people from C City all at once. After sending people to investigate and getting accurate information, the two groups hit it off. The base leaders and organization bosses of 18 bases in C City and J City decided to participate in this action. It was like the posture of 18 princes fighting against Dong. Chapter 253 Resurrection of Shui Manchi. However, everyone knows that food and grass must be prepared before troops move. It is not an easy task to mobilize an army that is large enough to shock Ouyang Qianjin, the top brother on the list. In the end, everyone simply agreed on a time, and each of them brought people from their own bases and gathered in a small manner outside the Black Cat Paradise in the form of a small force. Then they launched an attack on the Black Cat Paradise. But what surprised them was that they found that Ouyang Qianjin was not there after the attack. Or in other words, after fighting for so long, Ouyang Qianjin did not show up. Even the skeleton she always brought with her did not show up. So some people boldly speculated that Ouyang Qianjin might not be in the Black Cat Paradise. Whether she went out to do business or for some other reason. As long as Ouyang Qianjin was not there, it meant that they could really get a big leak this time. In this way, the meaning of fighting desperately changed. Although some people did not want to do this. But there were professionals who could manipulate thoughts in the coalition army, so that even if these people were unwilling to die, they would eventually become willing. In this case, there should be no need for you to stay here. Right? After all, it won't do you any good to do so. Ouyang Qianjin was puzzled. The other party was determined to rob her. The top brother on the list. There was no need to leave any handles or clues. After all, they didn't know that she could resurrect. As long as these people were not guarding in the field, it would take her a long time to find the other party's location. During this period, they might be able to make something, or even directly copy her magic prism for defense, which would catch her off guard. I can't figure it out. I really can't figure out what these guys' brain circuits are like. Miss, it's like this. Although there are many base commanders who plan to do this, the food here is too tempting for me and some small bases or organizations where they are. And considering your absence, those base commanders and bosses think it's just a matter of a month. It's okay to leave after the harvest. A field guard, who was resurrected by Ouyang Qianjin, said so. Okay. I'm not afraid of godlike opponents. But I'm afraid of teammates like pigs. At this moment, Ouyang Qianjin fully understood the meaning of this sentence. For this little sesame, someone actually threw away the watermelon. This is something Ouyang Qianjin didn't expect. But fortunately, I don't have such a pig teammate. After all, I don't even have such a thing as teammates. So there is no question of being implicated. Forget it. Let's go to City C first. Those guys have caused me such serious psychological trauma this time. I have to say hello first. If these culprits hadn't come to spy on him with evil intentions, the matter of Black Cat Paradise wouldn't have been exposed. Ouyang Qianjin thought so. That's why he didn't bring many people with him. With light equipment, the two fiery red skeleton horses ran fast. After eating a meal on the way, he arrived at the only base he had entered since the day of his advent. Xuemanzia's airport base. However, the current airport base is not much better than his own Black Cat Paradise. The ruins, corpses and oxidized black blood are everywhere. I don't know how long he's been dead. Fortunately, it's snowing heavily now, so there's no rotting and stinking. So it's easier for Ouyang Qianjin to start. He released all his skeleton generals from the undead space, and then began to clean up the bodies in the base under the leadership of Cannon. It's not very fast for 200,000 skeletons to clean up such a large airport. After Ouyang Qianjin had dinner and took a nap, Cannon sent a message that the bodies were finally cleaned up. After Ouyang Qianjin got up, she looked at the neatly arranged bodies on the wide airport runway outside. And even the pumpkin carriage didn't get off. He raised his hand and resurrected these bodies. Huh? This is... As the corpses revived one by one, the originally quiet airport runway began to become noisy. My hand. I'm dead. Aren't I? Both my legs are broken. But strangely I can't feel any pain. Why is my skin turning blue? No. Everyone. Look at the panel. My race has become undead. What the hell? How could this happen? Huh? Miss Ouyang. Just when everyone was resurrected and at a loss, someone found the pumpkin carriage behind them. Then, they saw Miss Ouyang sitting on the pumpkin carriage and smiling at them. After all, she was the guy who had set up a stall outside the airport base. She can be said to be the big celebrity of the airport base. Even some people who joined the base later have heard of Miss Ouyang. It can be said that she is at the level of I am not in the world. But the legend of me is always circulating in the world. Especially after Ouyang Qianjin wiped out the entire resort base in one fell swoop. Those guys who escaped from the base exaggerated and described Ouyang Qianjin as a soul hall elder who would eat children. He would laugh strangely all day long. Miss Ouyang. You are? No. I am. After being resurrected and hearing the words of the people around him, Xuemanzi looked at his panel, then stood up and dragged his mutilated body with a missing hand and shoulder to the pumpkin carriage. Maybe he felt that it was a bit rude to meet Ouyang Qianjin in his current state. So when he passed by, he took a cloak from the person next to him and put it on his shoulders. Hello, Miss Ouyang. After arriving in front of the pumpkin carriage, Shui Manqi looked up at Ouyang Qianjin sitting on the skeleton chair on the pumpkin carriage. Before, I didn't think Ouyang Qianjin was so noble. But now with this skeleton chair, why do I feel that Ouyang Qianjin is very noble and mysterious? This makes Shui Manqi feel incredible. Hello, Captain Shui. What happened to your base? Ouyang Qianjin turned around and asked Shui Manqi with a smile while leaning on the window. Shui Manqi saw that as Ouyang Qianjin turned around, the skeleton chair under her turned with her, without affecting Ouyang Qianjin's activities at all. It was strange. Miss Ouyang, you can appear here now. I believe you should know what happened better than me. Shui Manqi smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then he explained the situation here to Ouyang Qianjin. It turned out that someone found him about 25 days ago and said that they wanted to attack Ouyang Qianjin's Black Cat Paradise. After all, it was a magic generator, and there must be many people who wanted it. Chapter 254 Revenge. Must take revenge. To be honest, when he first heard about this kind of thing, he was indeed tempted. But in the end, he refused. After all, if he wanted it, with Ouyang Qianjin's business personality, he could definitely exchange it with something. Even if the magic generator itself could not be bought, it should be no problem to buy electricity. After all, he was someone who had fought with Ouyang Qianjin. He knew very well the weirdness and cruelty of Ouyang Qianjin's skills. What would happen if he offended the other party? People who play tactics have dirty hearts. If Ouyang Qianjin died, it would be fine. If she didn't die, everyone who participated would suffer. He didn't want the base he built and was slowly moving towards prosperity to be destroyed because of this incident. Then the base was attacked that night. Because it was late at night. Everyone was asleep. And only the patrol was still there. As a result, the sudden attack prevented most people from waking up from their dreams. Only a small number of people reacted and fought back in the first time. Shui Manqi was one of them. However, when he rushed out with his weapon to fight back, he found that there were people everywhere. There were people holding torches in the distance. How could a base with tens of thousands of people like him deserve such entertainment from the other party? Finally, among the attackers, he saw the guy who came to join him today. No wonder so many people are dressed casually. Listening to Shui Manqi's words, Ouyang Qianjin finally understood why so many corpses were dressed so thinly. Most of the feelings are destroyed when they are sleeping. It's really pitiful. Ouyang Qianjin smacked her lips. These guys are really unlucky. The guys who invaded her paradise can be regarded as an outpost before attacking her paradise. Miss Ouyang, I want to ask about this undead. Looking at Ouyang Qianjin, who looked at him with pity, Shui Manqi asked carefully. Ouyang Qianjin is a necromancer. He and others have become undead now. If he says that he has nothing to do with the other party, he doesn't believe it. Oh, I resurrected you. No need to thank you. Ouyang Qianjin's plain words made Shui Manqi dumbfounded. Resurrection? What the hell is going on? Has Ouyang Qianjin's level reached this level? At this time, Shui Manqi carefully looked at the ranking list on the panel. Good boy. Has he been dead for several years? Ouyang Qianjin's level has soared to level 90. Isn't this only 10 levels away from the current level 100? How did he do that? Oh, no. How come his level has also become level 90? But the problem is that his skills are still the same as when he died. Miss, this, blah blah. Knowing the other party's doubts, Ouyang Qianjin blah blah briefly explained the other party's current situation and the situation of his resurrection skills to Shui Manqi. In other words, we are now like the skeletons you summoned. And have become your summons? You? This word is used very cleverly. After all, they are no longer considered human beings. They are Ouyang Qianjin's summons. Or it is not an exaggeration to say that they are properties. As the former base commander, he still has some emotional intelligence. What's more, Ouyang Qianjin just said that as summons. They can't resist Ouyang Qianjin. He tried it. It's true. Even if he tried hard to think about this matter, he found it impossible. That's right. It's not a question of whether it can be done or not. It's that he can't even have such an idea at all. Is it terrible? It must be terrible. But the problem is that Shui Manqi doesn't even have this terrible idea now. There is only obedience. Yes, So you don't have to worry about death in the future at least. As long as the body is not damaged by more than 30%. This lady can bring you back to life again. After saying this, Ouyang Qianjin smiled. And her smile was very sweet. Xuemanqi is now completely silent. Although he has experienced death. To be honest, he found that death is just like that after the real experience. He passed away as soon as he closed his eyes. But he came back to life after death. Still with his memories, intelligence, and skills before death. This made Xuemanqi feel a very strange feeling. I can't say what it is, but I just feel it is very strange. It is an innovative experience. Thank you, Mississippi. At this time, Xuemanqi's address changed again. From you to Miss like Sebastian. After all, if it weren't for the other party, he and others would have died. How can I still breathe alive like now? What is more, I have become someone else's property now. So what is wrong with using a respectful title? It's not shameful. Then what do you think now? Miss, don't you want revenge? Kill your people. Ouyang Qianjin's voice was slightly tempting. Or it could be called the whisper of the devil. And Xuemanqi was silent after hearing it. Revenge? This must be revenged. It would be fine if I died. But now that I am alive, I naturally have to settle accounts with those guys. After all the hard work I have put in since the day of my advent is now ruined. Revenge. Must take revenge. Damn it! Miss, what do you say? When it comes to revenge, Xuemanqi's face showed a cruel expression. Then of course I will go to your arms and shoulders first. Are you going to fight with others in this state? Or do you plan to let your people fight with others in this state? Ouyang Qianjin rolled his eyes. Wasn't this man a tyrant before? Why has he become stupid now? It seems that when it comes to one's own life, people will become impulsive and brainless. That's true. He touched his broken arm and looked at his subordinates, who had the same experience as him. Take these potions and ask the brothers, who are missing arms and legs, to find their hands and feet. Sew them up with thread. And then take these potions. Those with intact limbs can also use them. Blue potion is for internal use. And red potion is for external use. Listening to Ouyang Qianjin's words, Xuemanqi saw something like a black hole appear beside him. Then, one by one, centaurs pulled carts out of the black hole. Of course, he knew all about these. Undead space. A very convenient skill. So he bypassed the centaurs in front of him and came to the back of the car to check the contents. It was full of glass bottles filled with potions. However, these glass bottles were of different specifications and sizes. It seemed like they were temporarily found to hold things. Chapter 255. Isn't that the dead Xuemanqi? Hey, come and move some things. As the former base commander, Xuemanqi's execution ability is still very good. In addition, he had worked with Ouyang Qianjin before, so he knew exactly how to do these things. After hearing Xuemanqi's call, the undeads in the airport base behind him gathered together. They took the potions off the car one by one. After that, Xuemanqi talked to them about the undead while talking about the potions. So the guys with missing arms and legs rushed to the pile of parts. Why does this leg look so much like Yifan's? The tattoo on this arm is by Hua. While looking for their own parts, these guys didn't forget to analyze whose parts they had. Don't mention it. There was no negative emotion like frustration at all. And they even laughed happily. Just like a child playing with toys. Resurrection from the dead? Undead? These things were not what they considered. Although they are no longer human. Their boss is now Ouyang Qianjin. As for other things, why bother? Anyway, they are still alive. Even broken hands and feet. The missing flesh and blood can be slowly restored. And there is no change as before. And there is no fear of death. Compared with the previous trembling to do everything. Now you can let go of your hands and feet. As long as the body loss does not exceed 30%. So, it took another day. And most people found their hands and feet. The next day, Ouyang Qianjin took them to the first revenge target. As for those guys who couldn't find their hands and feet, they could only stay at the airport base for the time being, waiting for Ouyang Qianjin to take revenge on those guys who overturned her paradise. And then pick them up after she was satisfied. Or if they are brave, they can try to walk to the Black Cat Paradise by themselves. There are also many undead there. After they get there, they can just finally tying directly. Ha ha ha. Miss, you are joking. Hearing what Ouyang Qianjin said, the undead who stayed laughed and said that they were willing to stay and wait. After all, resurrection is resurrection. If you die on the way to the Black Cat Paradise, it is impossible for the body to maintain more than 30% of the degree. Forget about resurrection in this way. Instead of this, it is better to stay in the airport base honestly. Anyway, Ouyang Qianjin also left some food and the like. There are also 2 brothers left to take care of. What is there to be dissatisfied about? And here, after collecting hundreds of thousands of skeletons, Ouyang Qianjin took tens of thousands of undead and left the airport base to the first revenge location. It actually didn't take that long. We set out in the morning, and the wetland park base was built in the afternoon. Undead people don't know how to be tired, and they run really fast with the revenge buff on them. They almost caught up with Ouyang Qianjin's skeleton horse. You know, Ouyang Qianjin's skeleton horse has fire attributes. Although it has fire attributes, it has a speed bonus when it is reflected in the skeleton horse's skills. It can be seen how persistent these people are in revenge. You are the only one who can sneak attack. Right. You're attacking me while I'm sleeping. Right. I'll kill you. These guys didn't even need Ouyang Qianjin's order. After arriving at the wetland park, they used their skills to climb over the wall and started to do whatever they wanted. These guys now rely on their undead attributes and don't dodge when they fight with the people in the wetland park. They just exchanged injuries for injuries and stun the people in the wetland park. Who are you? I've never seen a skin color before. Are you a monster? It's a monster. A willful monster. Undead. The professionals in the wetland park regarded the undead under Ouyang Qianjin as monsters. But it's not surprising. People who have never been undead can only see simple information such as race and how to become an undead after seeing the undead. Even if they use the Eye of Identification. Deputy Base Commander. A large number of humanoid monsters are attacking our base. After the battle started near the city wall, someone immediately came to report to the Deputy Base Commander of the wetland park. At this moment, the Deputy Base Commander was imagining the future use of the magic generator. Whether it is used for energy or other places in the future, he will definitely get a share of it. After all, he is the Deputy Base Commander of the top 3 in C City, and has more than 100,000 people. After this new energy order dominated by magic is established, he can also become a big boss above 10,000 people. It is not impossible to even be the lord of a city. That is the real superior man. The absolute power holder. A real man is born between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and live under others for a long time? After all, he had participated in the battle against Black Cat Paradise and knew how powerful the magic generator was. Now the base commander was watching the follow-up of this matter in J City. As the deputy base commander, he felt the pleasure of being in power at this time. There is still a big difference between being under one person and being the one. Originally, he was happily drinking tea today, and was going to go to the base to see if he could meet any good stuff. As a result, before he finished drinking the tea, his confidant broke in. He also brought a very explosive news. Humanoid monster? Where did this come from? You know, the monsters near the wetland park were all cleared by their team. As long as they don't go too deep into the outside of the city, there will be basically no danger. However, a group of humanoid monsters suddenly came today, which is indeed a bit strange. Of course, he would not doubt his confidant. After all, if you go out and see whether this kind of thing is true or false, you will know. So when his confidant came to report the news, he immediately stood up, tidied his armor, and rushed out with his confidant. However, when the deputy base commander just walked out of his office and came to the corridor outside, he saw humanoid monsters that had already attacked the base in the distance. The skin of these humanoid monsters was slightly blue, and they were no different from humans. Even the weapons in their hands, the armor or leather armor on their bodies were the same. It only took a few minutes for the enemy to break in. When did the defense of his base become so weak? The deputy base commander was a little puzzled. But, wait! Isn't the guy wearing armor and riding a skeleton horse the dead Shuemanchi? The deputy base commander opened his mouth slightly, widened his eyes, and looked at Shuemanchi, who was riding a horse and jumping up and down in his base with an incredible look. Wherever he walked, there would be 1 or 2 bodies cut in half on the ground. Chapter 256. Welcome Miss Ouyang to our base. Isn't he dead? You know, Shuemanchi died in their siege, and he died with half of his shoulder cut off. Although there were many people at the time, it was a coincidence that he was at the scene and was eating a one-line melon. And now Xuemanqi is not only alive, but even his shoulders and arms are still there. So it is natural to be surprised when seeing Xuemanqi like this. Base Commander? Are you talking about the Xuemanqi at the airport base? Hearing the exclamation of their own base commander, the confidant was also a little surprised. The airport base was flooded by them more than half a month ago, and the people inside were also wiped out. How come the other side's base commander is here now? Is this reasonable? The confidant's little head naturally couldn't figure it out. But it doesn't matter. Why think so much at this time? Just do it. Base Commander. Hurry up. The brothers need you to take charge of the situation. Ah. Yes. I'll be right there. After being woken up by the confidant's loud shout, the deputy base commander also looked like he had just woken up from a dream. In any case, now is not the question of why the other side is here, but to stabilize these green monsters who came out of nowhere. So the deputy base commander hurriedly took his weapon and prepared to go down to take charge of the situation. But at this time, he saw a very strange thing. Pumpkin carriage. And it's a pink pumpkin carriage that is very girly. Wait. I seem to remember someone said before that Ouyang Qianjin of Black Cat Paradise came here in a pumpkin carriage. Damn it. When the deputy base commander thought of Ouyang Qianjin, the top brother on the list, he jumped up in fear. Could it be? No. It must be. It must be Ouyang Qianjin. These monsters must be the work of that evil necromancer. No. These people can't stop Ouyang Qianjin, the killer. I have to run. Run quickly. Yes. The first thing that the deputy base commander thought of after reasonably reasoning that the opponent was Ouyang Qianjin was not to fight, but to run away. You are kidding. It's only been a short time since the incident at the resort base. The skin and flesh of the eight-fingered base commander are still hanging on the old locust tree at the door. Forgot. So the deputy base commander turned around and returned to his office under the stunned gaze of his confidant. He picked up the gold he saved and started to run away. Yes. In the absence of coins as currency, gold is still a hard currency. Or it is treated as a hard currency. After all, bartering is too embarrassing for these upper-class people. And they were talking about big business. You can't always drive hundreds of trucks around. The consumption on the road will be amazing. So basically, gold is used as a payment chip by default. I don't know about other places, but at least in my small piece of land in northeast China, this is the default rule. But how could he run away? Even if he wanted to run, Ouyang Qianjin, who came for revenge this time, would not let him run away. Not only him, but everyone in the base should forget about it. When the deputy base commander was still fighting hard, he came to an inconspicuous dog hole after many twists and turns. This is the escape route he left for himself. After all, it is possible that the deputy base commander will be killed by the base commander at any time. As a result, when this powerful person crawled out like a wild dog, he saw skeletons wearing armor and holding sharp weapons with blue flames in their eyes. I am afraid that there is no place to escape. Sure enough, I knew that it was Ouyang Qianjin who came. At this moment, the deputy base commander collapsed. Skeletons. It is not an exaggeration to say that Ouyang Qianjin is a specialty. Since the skeletons are here, it means that the person sitting in the pumpkin carriage that I just saw must be Ouyang Qianjin. Asshole. Who said that Ouyang Qianjin only has tens of thousands of skeletons? Looking at the 3 layers of 3 layers here, I am afraid that the entire base is surrounded. Hey, you are the boss of this base? Come with me. The eldest lady wants to see you. Just when the deputy base commander was confused, a skeleton dressed like a nouveau riche walked up to him and hooked his finger at him as if in a mocking manner. Can I not go? The deputy base commander looked at Cannon innocently. What do you think? I think it shouldn't be possible. The very self-conscious deputy base commander stood up, drooped his shoulders, and followed Cannon with his small box of gold in his arms. Resist? Don't make a fuss. Is this a matter of whether to resist or not? Even if he resisted, it would be impossible to break out of the encirclement of so many skeletons. It's better to be obedient and know the situation. At least this way he can suffer less. The deputy base commander accepted his fate. Run away? With the box? Are you planning for the rest of your life? Ouyang Qianjin sat in the pumpkin carriage and looked at the man standing outside, saying calmly, How is it possible? I heard that Miss Ouyang visited our base, so I brought you some small gifts. A man of insight is a hero. The deputy base commander immediately knelt down when facing Ouyang Qianjin sitting on the skeleton throne. He raised the small box in his hand above his head as if offering a treasure. Oh! So self-conscious? Ouyang Qianjin reached out and took the box handed over by Canon and opened it. I thought it was something good. Gold, although beautiful, is not very useful to Ouyang Qianjin. It's just a precious metal. For Ouyang Qianjin, who owns an entire territory. She really doesn't like it. After all, she really has a mine at home. And there is more than one. For her, gold is nothing more than a material needed in alchemy. And it's not that important. If you dig in your own mines, you can always find some of these things. Are you the base commander of this base? No. 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 You misunderstood. Mississippi. The deputy base commander waved his hands quickly. In order to keep himself alive, he called Ouyang Qianjin a more intimate name, trying to get closer to her. Oh! Not the base commander? The base commander is in J City now. Are the base commanders of other bases here too? All are. All are. They are all here. The deputy base commander naturally knew why Ouyang Qianjin came here. So no matter what Ouyang Qianjin wanted to know, he would tell her everything. He even told her things that Ouyang Qianjin didn't ask, like pouring beans. For example, because of fear of Ouyang Qianjin's power. Except for the airport base that had contact with Ouyang Qianjin. The rest of the bases in City C have united. It is precisely because of this that they will take turns to send personnel to see every move of Black Cat Paradise. Chapter 257. Your legs are shaking. Is it because of the cold weather or because of fear? After all, no one wants to be targeted by a willful and capable young lady for no reason one day, and finally wiped out. Hearing this, the Ouyang family wanted to curse. So they regarded themselves as the external imaginary enemy that they could unite with? However, they complained in their hearts. But Ouyang Qianjin could understand their thinking. It's just that she understood. But Ouyang Qianjin didn't intend to let them go. Your legs are shaking. Is it because of the cold weather or because of the fear in your heart? Ouyang Qianjin looked at the deputy base commander whose feet were still shaking even though he was kneeling on the ground, and made a small joke. No. It's because the full majesty of the young lady makes me an ordinary person, a little overwhelmed. The deputy base commander kneeling on the ground was made fun of by Ouyang Qianjin's joke. And now his whole body is shaking. Good guy. This flattery is so smooth. Without any trace. We need talents like you in Black Cat Paradise. Ouyang Qianjin was very happy to be flattered. For such talents, who are not industrial, Ouyang Qianjin also needs them. After all, having such people around will make you happier. Puff. Seeing Ouyang Qianjin smile because of his flattery just now, and saying that he was needed, the deputy base commander suddenly became happy. Okay. No need to die. And he can also join Black Cat Paradise. There is no better result than this. After all, the current Black Cat Paradise can be said to be in ruins. After all, he was a deputy base commander. After going to Black Cat Paradise, under the strong thigh of Ouyang Qianjin, he must have more opportunities to stand out. Isn't this better than following the previous base commander? Besides, the magic generator was originally developed by Black Cat Paradise, although the developer has been invited to J City. But he believes that Ouyang Qianjin will definitely find a way to rescue it. Just kidding. Who is the author of these skeleton soldiers and the resurrected undead inside? However, the result is exactly as he imagined. It's just that the process was not guessed. Suddenly, a long knife pierced his heart, and his relieved smile froze. This, after spitting out 2 words with difficulty. The deputy base commander fell in front of the pumpkin carriage. Then he opened his eyes and climbed up. Ah, this undead, turning his head. In a second, he turned from a human to an undead. Well, undead is not undead. At least he is not dead. The result was still very good. However, the atmosphere of being a superior person a few minutes ago suddenly became one of the common people. And this gap made him feel a little uncomfortable. Okay. Stop being an eyesore. Go and carry out the bodies of the people in your base. Isn't it good for everyone to be happy and not be human? As for what the undead are, you can ask Shuemanzi. Ouyang Qianjin waved her hand. There are more important things to do now. And there is no time to waste on this person. Yes. The eldest lady is right. Although I don't know what the undead are specifically, it is true that they can bring the dead back to life. Just as Ouyang Qianjin said, it is a good thing for everyone to be undead happily. So the deputy base commander rolled and crawled out of the encirclement of the skeletons and entered from the main gate where the undead had broken through. I don't know if this is a typical example of joining if you can't win. The battle didn't last long. It seems that the number of tens of thousands of undead fighting against hundreds of thousands of professionals is not good. But don't forget that there are a group of high-level talents in the airport base who were personally led by Ouyang Qianjin. And to be honest, the difference between the number of undead in the airport base and the professionals in the wetland park is only 30,000 to 40,000. At least it didn't reach the level of multiples. In addition to Xuemanqi's desperate fighting style, the professionals in the wetland park couldn't resist at all. The battle lasted only about an hour. Except for a few people who wanted to escape and died under the skeletonist's knife. The rest of them died inside the base. After the battle, of course, it was the usual search phase, whether it was corpses or supplies. After losing so much, it was natural that other bases would also have to pay the price. If she didn't recover some blood, she, Ouyang Qianjin, would be sorry for herself. It was just a few 100,000 more people, and the supplies found in the wetland park were enough to feed these people. In this battle, Ouyang Qianjin did not use her own skeleton soldiers and the gargoyles in the sky. She just wanted to see how much combat power the undead could burst out when they were outnumbered. After all, they had been using the majority to bully the minority before. But the experimental results were not bad. For the undead, death is death. And the worst that can happen is that they will be resurrected later. It is nothing more than paying attention to their bodies when they are defeated so that they will not be beaten into pieces. And Ouyang Qianjin did not say much. After the search was completed, they were allowed to do what they should do. As an old acquaintance in the past, Xuemanqi naturally became the leader of these undead. How to arrange these undead and what to eat at night do not need Ouyang Qianjin to consider at all. And Ouyang Qianjin only needs to consider the question of what to eat tonight. Miss, are we going to stay here for one night before setting off to the next base? Or are we going tonight? After eating the delicious dinner made by Sebastian, Ouyang Qianjin sat in the dark and tasted tea elegantly. It was at this time that Xuemanqi found her. Traveling overnight? Looking at Xuemanqi, Ouyang Qianjin was a little surprised. But then she thought about it and nodded in agreement. So Xuemanqi began to prepare for the departure. Ouyang Qianjin waved her hand and moved the tea-drinking place from under the night sky to her pumpkin carriage. The reason why she agreed to Xuemanqi's proposal was that she felt it was unnecessary to waste time in such a place. The second reason was that she found it interesting. This was a night battle. Although because of the dark sky curtain, Ouyang Qianjin's battles had always been carried out at night. But there had never been an example like today where she immediately went into the second battle after one battle. Although this was not a big problem for Ouyang Qianjin and her skeletons and undead. But to be honest, for Ouyang Qianjin, who was a fun person, she really wanted to try it after Xuemanqi's proposal. After all, she certainly wanted to try such a fun thing. Anyway, it was all done by her subordinates. And she just took a nap when she couldn't hold on any longer. I believe they should be able to give me a surprise when they wake up. Chapter 258. The January deadline has come. And the global upgrade from the panel. Xuemanqi led his men away. The 200,000 strong army lined up in a long queue, carrying torches, and went to the next base. For them and Ouyang Qianjin. Except for the airport base that was raised. The rest of the bases in City C were within their attack range. Although the undead from the wetland park accounted for more than half of the 200,000 people, they were as confused as other undead after being resurrected by Ouyang Qianjin. But fortunately, Ouyang Qianjin had tens of thousands of undead under his command to explain to them this time. There was no need to trouble Ouyang Qianjin himself. What's more, there was a deputy base commander who was knocking on the side. And this group of people accepted it very quickly. It's better to say that in this world, nothing is strange. It's just that they have come back from the dead and become intelligent zombies. There's no need to make a fuss. And this side, after they set off, Ouyang Qianjin's pumpkin carriage also slowly moved forward behind them. Not long after 3 hours of walking, the undead led by Xuemanqi arrived at the next base. The time was after 10 o'clock in the evening. It was still the same fighting method as before. However, the increase in the number of undead this time, made the normal battle look smoother. And Ouyang Qianjin, who was hanging behind, yawned. For this young lady, who didn't have the habit of staying up late, it was almost time to go to bed after 10 o'clock. Anyway, someone had to do the work. She only needed to wait until she woke up to revive the corpses of this base, and then let the skeletons take the material sorted out by this base into the undead space. Well, this way, we can save one meal, and tens of thousands of people's food and drink supplies. Isn't it wonderful? Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin ignored the battle on the front line, took a hot bath elegantly, and fell asleep. However, things did not go as she wished. When the clock pointer hanging in the pumpkin carriage pointed to 12 o'clock, the voice of the panel came to her mind. The 1-month deadline has expired, and the settlement will start now. The settlement is completed. Congratulations to Skeleton Lord Ouyang Qianjin for successfully killing the Lord Void Plunderer John Sungwu, Raven Priestess Kobayakawa Tomoyo, and obtaining the ownership of the new world of Whale Sea Whale State. Congratulations to Ghoul Leader Adams Lincoln for successfully killing Hell Summoner Shabrin, and obtaining the ownership of the new world of Alaska Bay Santa Cruz. Congratulations to Princess Mononoke Dorothy Bordeaux for obtaining the ownership of the new world of Biscay Bay Bicester. Congratulations to the High Priest of the Underworld Ninatai for successfully killing the Star of New Origin and defending against the invasion of other lords, and obtaining ownership of the new Mediterranean continent Nubub. Oh my! Is this an admission of Kobayakawa Tomoyo's death? Ouyang Qianjin, who was awakened, was sealed in the warm quilt and thought, before, I always defeated Kobayakawa Tomoyo, but now it has become the same as Quan Qingyu's killing. This can only be displayed on the settlement screen. Although Ouyang Qianjin did not think that Kobayakawa Tomoyo was dead. However, when I saw the back, I realized that it was only me who killed 2 lords to obtain the territory. As for others, some killed 1, and some did not kill any. Some even need to not only kill, but also keep away from other lords' prying eyes to obtain the territory. Ouyang Qianjin, who found it very interesting, pulled the cashmere quilt covering her body and opened her panel to check. Only then did she realize that the original 12 lords were still 12. Among them, Adams, Dorothy, Nini Tai and Ing Weiyang existed before. The remaining 7 were all unknown before. I think these 7 should have been upgraded later. However, it is reasonable that each person should kill 2 to obtain the territory. But some killed 1, and some even obtained the territory without killing anyone. This made Ouyang Qianjin very concerned. Or in fact, other newly promoted lords can actually participate in this killing game even if they are not nominated by the previous 12 people? This is a reasonable speculation made by Ouyang Qianjin based on the information that Nini Tai finally defended the invasion of other lords and obtained the territory. After all, the familiar people on the panel are basically there, except for the Scarlet Earl, Troll Arm and Dawn Hunter. How did these 3 die? Who killed them? Although I don't know if it's right or wrong. This is not what Ouyang Qianjin should care about. Good guy. 12 lords nominated it, but they just carried it out honestly. Others can get the territory without lying down? Isn't this bullying the honest people? Ouyang Qianjin was indignant and couldn't sleep. Angry. Can't sleep. In fact, it's not just Ouyang Qianjin who can't sleep. This voice is not only conveyed to Ouyang Qianjin, but also to professionals around the world. Some were woken up in their sleep, like Ouyang Qianjin. Others heard it during the night battle. And some were so scared that they almost died on the spot. Originally, this task was assigned to Lord-level professionals. Others had never heard of this matter. They only knew that several levels on the level rankings had made rapid progress, leaving others behind by several streets. They also noticed that some celebrities disappeared from the level rankings. Hey, is this the reason for the characters to disappear? I never thought there was such a task behind this. I thought it was just a simple matter that Quan Qingyu, who was ranked 2nd on the level list, and Brad, who was ranked 2nd on the Lord list, disappeared from the list. I thought it was just that simple that they were killed. I didn't expect that they were killed because of the task of fighting for territory. So I did feel a strong tremor a month ago. I thought it was just an earthquake. Who said it wasn't? According to the panel, a continent appeared in the Mediterranean. How big is it? It was actually occupied by the female pharaoh. Why do I keep seeing those annoying bats flying around recently? It turns out that they are fighting for territory. After hearing the news, People in the Mediterranean couldn't help but discuss the fact that vampires flew around from time to time during this period. At first, everyone thought it was a monster that migrated from somewhere. But later they found out that it was just a professional vampire. So people didn't take it seriously anymore. As a result, the panel suddenly told them that they were fighting for a new continent. It was shocking that the lords suddenly killed each other. I didn't expect that it would involve the ownership of the New World, although I have never seen what the New World looks like. But thinking about the vast Mediterranean, it can't be too bad, right? Thinking of this, people can't help but envy these four lords. Chapter 259, Disharmony. I won't talk about one of them. Ouyang Qianjin. This is a superstar that no one can catch up with. Now she has even broken the level belt directly, and is 20 levels higher than the second place Ninatai. Although the other three did not show their talents on the level list before, and even after they were listed on the Lord ranking list, they were not as dazzling as the first few. As a result, those guys who seem to be stars are gone. It makes people feel disappointed that they bet on the wrong treasure. But if you have to say it, many people really envy Dorothy, the Ghost Princess. After all, anyone with a little bit of brains can see that this guy didn't kill anyone, just picked up the leak. The key is that she is still a lord. And now she has obtained a new continent that no one has ever seen as her territory. How can this not make people envious? Speaking of what the new continent looks like, some people who don't know the reason are more concerned about the new continent now. You ask me, who should I ask? I know this. When I saw the vampire before, I thought it was a rare monster. But when I went to the Mediterranean, I found that there was not much sea water in it. It was all land. I guess that must be the New World. A guy who thought it was a rare monster when he first saw the vampire under Tsepesh trying to attack Ninatai said this. Brother, what does it look like? Tell me, what does it look like? It's just land, mountains, trees and so on. It shouldn't be. It can't be from the bottom of the sea. Right? Some people don't believe what this brother said. It's funny. How can there be trees coming out of the sea? They must have been soaked and rotten long ago. Do you think it could be the underwater city of Atlantis? Hee hee. How big can a city be? It's terrible to be uneducated. Legend has it that the entire Atlantis covers an area of 400,000 square kilometers. How big do you think it is? People were discussing issues about these new continents. And at this time, the voice of the panel came again. Monsters will not appear in the new continent. The Lord owns all resources on the territory of the new continent, including but not limited to minerals, herbs, rare animals, etc. The Lord can enact laws, build cities, and restore order in his territory. All professionals can choose to go to the Lord they like, become the Lord's subjects, and receive the Lord's protection. You can also choose to ignore it and live freely as you please. When everyone heard this, they were stunned. Good guy. Is this a transition from survival mode to farming mode? Go! Or not? This is a question. Once you go there, you must accept everything stipulated by the Lord of the territory. The advantage is that you can get the Lord's protection, just like before the Advent. And you don't have to live as hard as before. The disadvantage is naturally the loss of freedom. And you can't do what you want. For those who struggled in the little year after the Advent, losing freedom is absolutely unacceptable. These news made some people extremely entangled. After all, in this little year, various bases or survivor camps have gradually restored order, and each has established a relatively complete system based on its actual situation. So even if they don't go to those new continents, they can barely survive. But some people don't think so. After all, even in bases with many professionals, there will be advents from time to time, which makes people unable to sleep. But the new continent is different. There is no such thing as advent there. Although you will be restricted when you go there, you will only be restricted by the Lord. To put it more bluntly, it depends on the Lord's preferences. It is said that people will settle down after a long period of chaos. In fact, after struggling for almost a year, some people are very eager to have a stable living environment. So, after receiving the news, some people are packing up their belongings and preparing to go to the nearby Lord. And some people are keeping their troops in place. Of course, this is all the business of the people below. If you want to say who is the most panicked person who receives these news, it must be the base chief or boss of each base. After all, if the people below are unstable, it will be uncomfortable for them to sit in their positions. But the problem is that everyone has become accustomed to a free lifestyle in this year. Even if you want to interfere, there is no reason. What? Are they going to round up all the people and not let them go out? That's impossible. If they really do that, they might be the first to be killed. So they can only watch those who have packed their luggage and leave in groups of 3 or 5. Forget it. It's raining and the mother is getting married. They can't stop this kind of thing. But fortunately, only a few of them left, which made them feel a lot more relieved. No matter what others think after hearing this. At least now Ouyang Qianjin is very troubled. The trouble is not about the territory. After all, as the person involved, no one knows what the Whale State New World of the Whale Sea is better than her. After all, even the name Whale State was a name she decided on a whim not long ago. I believe that those names like Asgard, Bister and Nubu should also be given by the local lords. I just don't know if they are the same as me, who decided on a whim. Hee hee. Ouyang Qianjin grinned and smiled bitterly. She is very distressed now. I can't sleep. I can't sleep at all. Since I was woken up, I can't sleep no matter what. You have to know that I am a tender 18 years old. Although I can't fall asleep as soon as I fall asleep, my sleep quality is good. This kind of thing has never happened before, especially in the past year. Because of the life absorption, the soul has stabilized, and there has been no pain due to the tearing of the soul. This is strange. Is it because there is something I haven't figured out in my mind? Ouyang Qianjin thought so. Now, this is probably the only thing that can keep me awake. After all, Scorpio women don't tolerate any sand in their eyes. What exactly is it? Ouyang Qianjin frowned and fell into deep thought while looking at the words on the panel. The base outside was still cleaning up the ruins. Although it was not noisy, it was still a bit harsh in the dark night that should have been very quiet. In the pumpkin car, Ouyang Qianjin remained quiet, and even Sebastian, who was ready to serve Ouyang Qianjin at any time, did not move. It's very strange. There is a sense of disobedience. Ouyang Qianjin, who was looking at the panel, suddenly looked up at the ceiling of the pumpkin car. Eyeballs were rolling around. The brain was thinking rapidly. What exactly was that sense of disobedience? Finally, she grasped the problem. Chapter 260, Collecting Scrap. I decided on the name of Jingzhou on a whim. Although I don't know whether the names of other new continents were decided on a whim by the local lords. There is no doubt that the panel should not know about this. Or in other words, when I used Black Cat Paradise as my territory before, it was all input, and it was finally displayed on the panel and the rankings. But now it is announced so directly, and it is announced in the minds of all professionals? This inevitably makes Ouyang Qianjin feel confused. This is where the sense of disobedience lies. It feels like I am being monitored. Wait! Monitoring? Could it be? Ouyang Qianjin sat up suddenly and looked at her panel. Manzi, did you hear the prompt sound of the panel just now? Prompt sound? No. Did the young lady hear something? Nothing. You continue. When Manzi asked himself back, Ouyang Qianjin frowned even more tightly. What's going on? Originally, Ouyang Qianjin thought that the panel was monitoring her and others, so her random continent name was recorded. But now Manzi and the others didn't hear it. No! It's natural that Manzi and the others didn't hear it. After all, they are no longer professionals. Not even human beings. Could it have anything to do with these? Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but think of something that also made her feel a little confused. That is language. As a beautiful girl who didn't even graduate from elementary school, Ouyang Qianjin was confident that she didn't have much knowledge. So I have never learned either Sakura or Kimchi. At most, I remember the pronunciation and characters when watching cartoons and playing games. I can never communicate fluently. But in the communication with Kobayakawa Daisuke and Quan Qingyu, there is no barrier between them. Although I don't know when this situation occurred. But there is no doubt that this world has been changed. Since the advent of the world, this world has been slowly changing. And it can even be said to be forcibly distorted. Magic, skills, professions, magic, etc. Things that did not exist in this world were forcibly distorted to become established. Ah! So annoying. Manzi, let your men do the things here. Take 200,000 people to the next base. The young lady who couldn't sleep and couldn't figure it out was angry. Anyway, she couldn't sleep either. And the undead didn't need the protection of the dark sky. So Ouyang Qianjin simply vented this anger on those who destroyed her paradise. All night. For a whole night. Ouyang Qianjin attacked everywhere. Directly conquered 3 bases in City C. The number of undead in hand also increased again and again. But Ouyang Qianjin, who had just finished an all-nighter, was now in an excited state. In addition, she was originally a magic profession. So it didn't matter whether she slept or not. She casually continued to conquer the remaining 2 bases in City C. On the way, Ouyang Qianjin encountered many monster races and monster tribes. For example, lizardmen, pig-headed men, dog-headed men, lion groups, elephant groups, etc. But because the number of undead she led was too large, these tribes basically fled at the first sign of trouble. It did not cause any trouble or obstacles to Ouyang Qianjin at all. By the next morning, including the initial base, the 8 bases in City C had caused the number of undead in her hands to surge to more than 800,000. Close to 900,000. This was the result of her resurrection of each base one by one. Of course, it was not that she could take all of her subordinates away at once, nor that they could act together. So Ouyang Qianjin simply put all 800,000 people into the undead space. This was not only convenient, but also very food-saving. Whether it was a barrel, a box or something else, as long as it was a container that could be used to hold things, she would let these undead take it. In this way, the supplies could also be brought into the space together. It was simply too convenient. However, in order to further understand her skills, after putting everyone into the space, Ouyang Qianjin summoned Shuemonqi again. How does it feel inside? In the past, because of the skeleton, Ouyang Qianjin did not pay attention to this aspect. Now that so many undead were suddenly put into the space, Ouyang Qianjin felt it necessary to see what her space looked like. Not very good. Just the difference between entering and exiting. No discomfort at all. Very well connected. In other words, you can't feel anything in it? That's right. Just like when you were resurrected. There was no memory in between. In fact, I asked Sebastian who had entered the space before. But now it seems that no matter what enters the space of the dead, the answer seems to be the same. Ouyang Qianjin shook her head, opened the undead with some disappointment, and put Shuemonqi into the space. Then Ouyang Qianjin looked up and found that she was in the opposite side of C City. If you want to go to J City from here, the fastest way is to cross the entire C City. Just right. Anyway, I plan to collect some scrap metal in C City, and collect more corpses by the way. Now it's just right to do it together. So, the undead and skeletons who were put into the space not long ago were released again after Ouyang Qianjin entered C City and began to collect what Ouyang Qianjin needed. A block was quickly cleared out with more than 1 million people. From abandoned cars to pots and pans. Like locusts. As long as it was metal and easy to obtain. Ouyang Qianjin did not let it go. While his men were collecting, Ouyang Qianjin was resurrecting. Ouyang Qianjin did not indulge these resurrected people. Let them take the collected metal, and then receive it in the undead space. As for explaining the undead, I'll leave it for later when I have some free time. In fact, the corpses Ouyang Qianjin got this time were not as many as she imagined. After all, most of the monsters and beasts in the city are omnivorous. All that can be left are bones. But even so, after crossing C City, Ouyang Qianjin still got more than 300,000 undead, although many of them were missing limbs, and most of them had no skills. In other words, they were the unlucky ones, who were killed within 3 days after the advent, and had not had time to change their jobs, and could not figure out the situation. But Ouyang Qianjin did not dislike them. Not at all. Although these people had no skills. But as a labor force, they were qualified. As long as Uncle Tail was found, and the missing parts were installed for them, there would be no problem. Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin once again went into battle lightly and ran towards J City. Chapter 261. It's bright. It's cold. J City. This is a much larger city than C City. As an important industrial city, it has a lot of machinery and equipment and a large population. Perhaps it is for this reason that on the day of the Advent, the monsters that descended here were much higher in quantity and quality than those in C City. So from the first day, this place has become a purgatory. No matter how scarce the resources are, the people who escaped from the city dare not approach this place again. They can only build bases in towns and villages that are a little further away and upgrade them. They have basically been like this for the past year. It's just that some time ago, everyone in any base received a call-up order from their base commander. And in the subsequent expedition, they arrived at Black Cat Paradise. As long as they are professionals, they know what Black Cat Paradise is. Although everyone was nervous. But after arriving at Black Cat Paradise and seeing the scene of singing and dancing there, everyone felt unbalanced. It's fine that you, Ouyang Qianjin, are the first. But you are living so well? It is undeniable that people with strength live well in this world. But this is electricity and farmland. Even the roller coaster and Ferris wheel inside use electricity. I am not afraid of my brother's suffering. But I am afraid that my brothers drive Land Rover. After seeing all this, the original reluctant mentality of the crowd also changed. Although there were many casualties on the way, the mentality of the crowd became more and more intense. Especially after entering the Black Cat Park. Whether it was the Ferris wheel, the carousel, or the singing children's car that children sit on, they dismantled everything they saw. When everything was settled, they finally came to their senses and remembered the things they were afraid of. However, since the matter was settled, they still got the magic generator and the people who developed it. Those who survived had nothing to complain about. After all, they would be the beneficiaries in the future. As for those who died, they died. Anyway, it wasn't them who died. Is it connected? I heard it will take a while. Wait a little longer. We have been waiting for so many days. A group of people gathered at the entrance of the village, looking up at a magic light bulb that was pulled back from the Black Cat Paradise and hung on the old crooked tree. There was a wire connected to the light bulb. Obviously, everyone was waiting for the light bulb to light up. It had been a week since they came back from the Black Cat Paradise. The research that needed to be done was done. And in fact, there was already a finished product. So there was nothing to research. In fact, the time spent on making a small magic battery similar to a power bank was much longer than the time spent on any research. After all, everyone wanted to use it first. Moreover, because of the attack on Black Cat Paradise, many people died, and the heads of each base also hoped to come up with something that was not too difficult to do, so that the people in the base could see the significance of this attack. After all, there were more than 20 bases in J City, and except for the 3 bases of the Ouyang family, the rest participated in this operation. Because there were many bases, it took a long time. Even so, it was because there were more wires and light bulbs that could carry magic power pulled back from Black Cat Paradise. Otherwise, they would not have been able to wire all the bases so quickly. Now, basically, everyone in all the bases in J City except the Ouyang family is looking at the light, waiting for the power to come on. After all, they are people who have lived in the electrical society. No one would not want to have electricity. You know, the meaning of electricity in modern civilization is really too great. After being used to the days of electricity, it is still a little strange to suddenly have no electricity. Even in the past year, they are still the same. If there is electricity, doesn't it mean that other electrical products can be launched as soon as possible? Mobile phones, computers, and other communication tools are needless to say. The most important thing is to be able to get the electric stove that everyone needs now. You know, the snow in the sky has never stopped. Even in some places, the first thing people have to do after getting up in the morning is to shovel the snow at the door and on the road or clear the snow on the roof. Otherwise, let alone going out, even the house may be crushed. In fact, Ouyang Qianjin's dark sky really carries too much. The snow outside is much heavier than the snow inside. It's just that Ouyang Qianjin doesn't have this sense of reality. Look! It's on! It's really on! Great! That's great! Ha ha! This is how people should live. Ha ha! Miss Ouyang has done a lot of good things. We should thank her. Forget it. Let's not talk about that evil necromancer at this time. Yes. 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 Let's talk about something happy and have fun. I really hope that other magic appliances can be developed sooner. Every time I go out, I spend most of my time just looking for something to make a fire. To be honest, I really envy those crazy people in Black Cat Paradise. They can even ride roller coasters. Hey, don't mention it. You don't know that the last time I was monitoring Black Cat Paradise from outside, I actually saw them having a party. You said that? When I was the first one to rush in, I saw beer and barbecue on their table. TSK. These guys are so damn cool. They deserve to die. When talking about what they saw in Black Cat Paradise, these guys couldn't help but complain. After complaining, they cursed. After all, in their opinion, the people in Black Cat Paradise are really too cool. But now that Ouyang Qianjin has become the lord of some whale state, we will be fine if we kill Black Cat Paradise? What can happen? Who knows, it was us. That's right. For the people in the big base, they have done a good job of cleaning up. So there is nothing to be afraid of. But the people in the small base with only 10,000 or 20,000 people are not so calm. After all, they sent people to guard for that little food. I originally thought that Ouyang Qianjin had gone somewhere else. I thought that it would only take a month or so to stay in the field. And even if Ouyang Qianjin wanted to come back, it would not be so soon. That's why I sent someone to guard it. I didn't expect that the other party was actually doing such a big thing. So on the night when I heard the panel prompt sound, I sent someone out to call back the guards. It's just that because of the distance, they haven't come back yet. How could they know that these people who were sent out would never come back in the future? Hey! Look! What's the situation in the sky over there? Just when the people in a small base looked up at the lit magic light bulb, someone found that there seemed to be something in the distant sky. After being called like this, everyone around looked in the direction he pointed. Chapter 262 Run. Although it is night now, the surroundings are already dark without light pollution. But the sky is much darker than the normal night sky. Even the black cloud is still moving slowly. It will soon reach their heads. The black cloud is pressing down on the city. The base on the far right of J City is the first to be covered by Ouyang Qianjin's black cloud. When the black cloud that looks like ominous covers the sky above the entire base, everyone in the base begins to panic. During the previous joint operations, they also learned from the people in the C City base that Ouyang Qianjin's appearance is often accompanied by black clouds. Although they don't know the reason, some people speculate that it may be related to some large-scale skills. So when they saw the black cloud, everyone couldn't help shaking their legs. The joy brought by the lighting of the magic light bulb just now disappeared. Do you think it's Ouyang Qianjin? You know, Ouyang Qianjin's level is far ahead now. Coupled with the almost demonic description of Ouyang Qianjin by the people in City C, everyone had the idea that Ouyang Qianjin was invincible. How about we go high first? The foresight, or the timid, made their own decisions at this moment. What electricity? What supplies? Life is important. If Ouyang Qianjin comes, they will die. If not, just go out and relax. Come back after the storm is over. Anyway, such small bases are very short of manpower. If it doesn't work, we can go to other small bases. It's not a big deal. Smart people know how to make choices. They didn't call others, but quietly took their own team or 3 or 5 friends to run as far as they could. It's better to die than to die. There must be someone to block the knife for them. Huh? Didn't they say that Ouyang Qianjin's army is all skeletons? Aren't these Ouyang Qianjin's people? When the deputy base commander of the base, who was on high alert, saw the army under the black cloud, he couldn't help but ask in confusion. After all, Ouyang Qianjin is the skeleton lord, and his subordinates are all skeletons. But these guys holding torches, wearing armor, and with slightly blue skin are obviously not skeletons. So in terms of judgment, the deputy base commander of the base first sorted out the correct answer. Not Ouyang Qianjin. I'm fine again. At this moment, everyone, including the deputy base commander, had this idea. After all, the 4 words Ouyang Qianjin alone gave them tremendous mental pressure. After seeing that the people coming were not Ouyang Qianjin's skeleton army, those who did not run away breathed a sigh of relief. Since it was not Ouyang Qianjin's army, it must be humanoid monsters. This is a good opportunity to gain experience. You know, after a long period of repeated verification, humanoid monsters had the highest experience value. So one by one, they came out of their previous decadence and frustration and became energetic, gripping their weapons tightly, staring at the humanoid monsters in the distance, ready to fight. And those smart people who were originally planning to slip away also stopped at this moment. Are you kidding? Humanoid monsters. This is not so easy to encounter. Although the number of people is a bit large judging by the torches. It doesn't matter. They have fought many tough battles in the past year. What's more, what they need to fight now is this kind of stupid battle of defending the city. As long as they defend the city wall and prevent them from coming up, they will gain experience continuously. So these smart people didn't leave. Even the valuables that had been packed were temporarily put down. And they picked up their weapons and ran to the city wall to prepare for a big fight. However, when these troops approached, they were surprised to find that there were quite a few acquaintances in this team. Of course, this acquaintance was not very familiar. It seemed that they had met a few times. Hey! Isn't that someone from XX base in C City? And that woman! I remember which base's logistics captain she was. And I went up to chat with her at that time. When they saw someone they knew in a humanoid monster team, everyone was stunned. You know, although everyone has not met much. And they are not even acquaintances. But these people were guys who had just met more than a week ago. But now these guys have all turned into greenskin monsters. Undead? Undead? Wait! Ouyang Qianjin is a necromancer. Are these undead all created by Ouyang Qianjin? The necromancer? Doesn't that mean these undead are all Ouyang Qianjin's people? No! Don't speculate. Baby. I'm scared. Some people have speculated what these humanoid monsters are. But some people will not admit it even if the truth and facts are in front of them. Because such people only believe what they believe. When these undead stood at the foot of the city and formed a square formation, the deputy base commander woke up from his surprise. What are you still standing there for? Attack! Attack! At this time, there was no need to consider whether these people were Ouyang Qianjin soldiers. What was needed now was to attack. To kill all these humanoid monsters. Otherwise, they would be the ones to die. After the deputy base commander yelled, everyone seemed to have just woken up from a dream and raised their bows and arrows or magic wands, and prepared to attack in a panic. However, because of the previous days, the undead under the city had already prepared the first wave of attacks. The mages raised their own magic wands or magic tools, and the attack magic such as fireballs and lightning rushed towards the city wall. Boom! Boom! The earthen wall of the base did not last long under the attack of magic and fell down. Those guys on the wall, who originally planned to defend, were also frightened by the density of firepower of this wave of attacks. Especially after seeing the people on that section of the wall being blown away by magic. This sense of fear became even greater. How many people must have cast spells together to create this power? Look at that section of the city wall. Although it was a clay wall, after a wave of attacks, not only did the wall collapse, but people also flew away. There was even a small mushroom cloud? Damn it! This vengeance is probably a bit big. Oh! The vengeance for destroying the Black Cat Paradise is indeed a bit big. That's fine. No way. Run! The professionals in J City don't even have the professional ethics of the professionals in the C City base. Under the first wave of attacks, they felt that they could not win and immediately turned around to escape from the rest of the base. As a result, there were undeads everywhere, tightly surrounding this small base with only more than 20,000 people. This made them feel deeply powerless. Wait to die. There is no other way. Woo woo woo, I don't want to die yet. Please spare me. Please. Ah. After the city wall collapsed, the undead outside swarmed in and began to ruthlessly suppress the people in this base. Chapter 263, The Ruined J City. Even those guys who begged for mercy were not spared. After all, Ouyang Qianjin wanted dead people, and only dead people could gain her trust. So no matter what these people were like, or what they were going to do to them, they had to die first. He fell in a pool of blood, looking at the magic light bulb swaying slightly in the cold wind. Someone who was just thinking about the magic light bulb was cold when he died. Sometimes war is so simple. Under the absolute suppression of numbers, a base of 20,000 people did not last long before it was completely broken. This is also the key reason why Ouyang Qianjin likes her profession very much. After all, you only need to use your brain for anything, and your subordinates can execute it. It's so convenient. The base of 20,000 people is as small as it can be compared to the previous destroyed bases. Even because Ouyang Qianjin had too many people under his command, it didn't take much time to search for corpses and supplies. This time, Ouyang Qianjin came out with the idea of revenge. By the way, try to collect as many available materials and manpower as possible. She now has more than 200,000 skeletons and nearly 100,000 gargoyles. But these are her combatants. If you want to develop the Whale State territory, you still have to rely on the undead in the end. In terms of an area close to a province. Even if Ouyang Qianjin has 10 million or even 50 million undead under his command, it can be put away. Not to mention that it is necessary to develop mines and other places. So manpower is the most important. Although the prompt sound on the panel also said that anyone willing to come to the territory can become a citizen of the territory. But to be honest, Ouyang Qianjin still hopes to have more undead under her command than to let others come. As I said before, she trusts the dead more than humans. Of course, trade is still necessary. That's why Ouyang Qianjin needs the existence of the port. It seems that she has to take Hokkaido after returning. In this way, she will have both the eastern and western outlets and her own territory. What happened next was basically the same as in Sea City. As the bases were destroyed by Ouyang Qianjin one by one, the undead under her own command were also growing like a snowball. Originally, when Ouyang Qianjin arrived at the first base, the black cloud above her head had already covered the entire J City. So under the surveillance of Eye of Darkness, she can be said to know the current situation of J City and its surroundings better than the people in J City. Of course, if there is any difference from the time in Sea City, it is that Ouyang Qianjin not only collected supplies and corpses, but also stripped the wires. After all, these magic wires are all hers. The other party took it without asking, so she naturally had the right to reclaim the wires. Oh! I saw the house in my hometown. TSK. It's occupied by werewolves now. This uncle is really a waste. He can't keep it after he took it away. When Eye of Darkness saw her hometown in J City, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help shaking her head and ridiculing her uncle Ouyang Xiu. Although the family property was hers, it was because she didn't keep it well, and it was taken away by someone. So Ouyang Qianjin didn't resent these. But after it was taken away, she couldn't keep it, which made Ouyang Qianjin a little speechless about Ouyang Xiu. Although he is her uncle. Or it is precisely because he is her uncle that she despises him even more. After a year of monster ravage and desolation, J City now looks dilapidated. Even several landmark buildings have collapsed at this time, and the surrounding area has also suffered extensive damage. Ouyang Qianjin felt very strange. Although a year is not long or short, it is impossible to think of any other reason for the collapse of such a solid and creative landmark building except being attacked. Weathering is even more impossible. But from the mouths of the undead in the J City base, Ouyang Qianjin learned that they basically arrived at these bases one after another within a month. In other words, at least they do not have the ability to destroy such a huge building. Could it be caused by the fight between the monsters inside? Ouyang Qianjin frowned slightly. This possibility is not impossible. But if this is the case, then there must be some great terror in J City. And there are at least two. Or more than two. After all, only a fight between monsters of this energy can cause that kind of damage. Miss, the bodies in this base have been sorted out. Just as Ouyang Qianjin used the dark eye to check the situation in J City, Shui Machi's voice came into her mind. Where are the supplies? They have also been sorted out. Got it. I'll be there right away. After admiring the dilapidated scenery of J City for a while, Ouyang Qianjin headed towards the direction of the hoarded bodies. Resurrecting the dead is not a problem for Ouyang Qianjin. Now she wants to see what happened in J City. What kind of horror is there? After destroying more than a dozen bases, Ouyang Qianjin barely upgraded by 2 levels, reaching level 92. It seems very fast. In fact, it is very fast. After all, it only took 3 or 4 days. However, this speed is based on the fact that Ouyang Qianjin destroyed more than a dozen bases and nearly 300,000 people above level 50. As for those below level 50, it is really... Ouyang Qianjin is even too lazy to count. I only know that Shui Manchi took people to Yang base, cleaned it up, and finally resurrected himself. It's like a resurrection machine without emotions. But Ouyang Qianjin doesn't hate this kind of thing. On the contrary, every time she sees that the number of people she can trust increases, she will be very happy. After all, their power of life and death is in her hands, and no one will betray her. It's just that the high-intensity work for several consecutive days still makes her feel a little tired. Miss, the Langtu village base is now deserted. Judging from the situation at the base, the evacuation was very calm, without any chaos. On the 5th day, news came from Cannon, who left with the skeleton army. Different from Shui Manchi, Cannon was mainly responsible for finding trouble with the Ouyang family. The Langtu village base is one of the 3 bases of Ouyang Qianjin. Is it true? After hearing Cannon's report, Ouyang Qianjin understood. The 3 bases of Ouyang Qianjin are now deserted. And they all packed up everything and left calmly. From this point of view alone, it will take at least several days. If the preparation time is included, it will take at least 10 days, or even a month. In other words, the migration was prepared before I came to J City. Chapter 264. Just don't mess with Ouyang Qianjin. But Ouyang Qianjin couldn't figure it out. She didn't think that Ouyang Xiao, Ouyang Wanzhong and Ouyang Wanzhu made this decision because they were worried that she would come to make trouble. After all, based on her understanding of these 3 fathers and sons, they would even hope that she would come to make trouble. Then what was the reason for them to leave? Or is there something that would make Ouyang Wanzhong and Ouyang Wanzhu, 2 hidden professions, worried? At this time, Ouyang Qianjin thought of the collapsed landmark buildings in J City. The more Ouyang Qianjin thought about it, the more she felt that this was possible. Otherwise, it couldn't explain the fact that Ouyang Xiao and his 3 sons took people to migrate. According to the scale of the 3 bases, there must be more than 200,000 or 300,000 people. This decision requires a lot of determination to make. After all, she also walked back and forth with hundreds of thousands or millions of people. This experience is still there, so it is very clear. So she gave up on going to J City? But Ouyang Qianjin really wanted the mechanical equipment in J City. If she had these equipment, she could take them back and let Cannon and Tail modify them, and they would become new magic equipment. But now it seems that Ouyang Qianjin thinks it is better not to go to J City. After all, they are the ones that can make Ouyang Xiao and his 3 sons escape. If she goes there, she will probably just be a delivery. There are risks, but there are also benefits. For example, the level. Now if Ouyang Qianjin wants to upgrade, she can only rely on this kind of boss-level monster. Or it is a copy above level 90. But she had never encountered a dungeon since she came out of the Dark Forest. Then she developed various things to enrich the Black Cat Paradise. When she came to her senses, the Lord's Quest appeared again. After running around for a month, she encountered the unfortunate thing of having her nest destroyed. Too busy at all. Hurry up and eliminate the remaining few. Since she had decided not to enter J City, the sooner the better. Shweb Manzi, have you found Uncle Tail? No, he doesn't seem to be in this base. Then go to the next one. Look for one by one. You will always find it. For Ouyang Qianjin, she was not worried about not finding Tail. After all, the professionals in J City only came back a week ago. At that time, the 3 bases of the Ouyang family had been emptied. And even if Ouyang Xiao wanted to get Tail, he didn't have the time. What's more, Ouyang Qianjin didn't think that these greedy hyenas would tell Ouyang Xiao about Tail. After all, they were not even allowed to participate in the battle. No matter how you look at it, they are afraid of the Ouyang family. They are worried that the Ouyang family will rise again because of this incident. However, isn't it up to Ouyang Qianjin, the legitimate heir, to decide whether the Ouyang family will rise? In the following day, not only Xuemanji, but even Cannon brought the skeleton to join the cleanup work. These days, Ouyang Qianjin's actions naturally attracted the attention of some people. After all, the dark sky is right above, and from time to time, the dark pupils sway in the sky, which looks very scary. But no one escaped. Or no one could escape under the surveillance of Eye of Darkness. It was to prevent someone from sending Tail away that Ouyang Qianjin resorted to this desperate measure. After all, she didn't know which base Tail was in. Even the people in the base didn't know. She only knew that the base chiefs of each base were gathered together. To be honest, Ouyang Qianjin was not afraid that Tail would be killed. She was just afraid that Tail was not there. But from the fact that the magic light bulb was only lit when she came, Ouyang Qianjin could conclude that Tail must still be in a base in J City. In fact, it was true. Just like now, after Tail connected the magic power to the power equipment, he was placed under house arrest by these base chiefs in the basement. Or it was an underground garage. This garage was very large. The magic generator and related equipment were installed here. Of course, it was not just the magic generator, but also used as a temporary headquarters. Whether it was C City or J City, the base chiefs were gathered here now. Everyone's face was gloomy. Some even had no trace of blood on them. They sat in front of the oval conference table without saying a word. Some were secretly sad. Some bowed their heads and kept silent. Some smoked cigarettes without saying a word. And some drank silently. Some leaned on the back of the chair and stared at the garage ceiling with lifeless eyes. Some people rested their elbows on the table with their hands crossed against their foreheads. But no matter what state everyone was in, they all remained silent without exception. I told you not to mess with Miss Ouyang. Now more than a dozen bases in J City have been destroyed, and the people inside are probably in danger. After an unknown amount of time, someone finally spoke up. The person who spoke up was Base Captain Ian, who had met Mayor Zhang Mo before. But he started complaining, and the area of casualties was very large. As soon as he said this, all the 30 base captains stared at him with sharp eyes. Ha! You just remembered to say this now. Then you shouldn't have participated before. I don't know who was like a dog a month ago, and ran faster than anyone else after hearing about this. You are a wise man after the event. Right? People are here. What nonsense are you talking about? If you don't think of a solution, what are you doing here? This is what is meant by aggression. When Base Captain Ian said this, the silent crowd immediately turned their spearheads to him. It's not that they really want to decide who is better, or fight to the death. They just want to find an outlet. This is not much different from Base Captain Ian. After all, he really went to the Black Cat Paradise and saw the skeletons farming at no cost. Think of a way. What way? In a few days, more than a dozen bases, and millions of people have failed to stop this woman. Do you have a way to stop her? The slightly fat base commander was mocked by the crowd and retorted unwillingly. Are you going to continue to lick your life? Or are you going to kneel down and beg for mercy? After this, everyone fell silent again. That's right. Now Ouyang Qianjin is really unstoppable. No matter who comes, it's useless. Even the opponent has upgraded in the past few days. Killing people to upgrade? This sounds very evil. It's worthy of being an evil necromancer. How about running away? A female base commander, who looks to be in her 40s, and well-maintained, said tremblingly. Run? Humph! Why do you think we are sitting in the garage now? Isn't it because of those weird white eyes that appeared in the sky these days? Believe it or not, once Ouyang Qianjin finds out that we are running away, she will definitely come to this base as soon as possible. Chapter 265. Why do such a stupid thing? The slightly fat man curled his lips in disdain, almost twisting his mouth to show his contempt. You? The despised woman stood up and stared at Base Captain Ian. The crow's feet at the corners of her eyes were stretched to become somewhat flat, which showed that she was very angry now. Okay. Stop arguing. At this time, the slightly fat base captain, who was sitting at the top of the base, slapped the table hard. The whole noisy scene was suppressed. Base Captain Ian is right. The reason why Miss Ouyang is like a headless fly and attacks one base after another is because she has not yet grasped the exact location of where we are. The slightly fat man crossed his fingers and put them on the table very naturally and looked around at everyone. But once she knows where we are, she will definitely rush over and tear us to pieces. Although I feel sorry for the people in the other bases, we can only let them buy us some time now. As long as there is this time difference. Don't we have something we can do? Once we can make that thing, everything will be fine. After all, isn't it the number of people that Ouyang Qianjin relies on? The slightly fat man smiled, looking confident of victory. And the slightly fat man's smile seemed to have some magic power. And everyone felt relieved after seeing it. That thing? Why didn't I think of it? Indeed, with that thing, what is there to worry about? Yes, yes, yes. As long as we have that thing, we don't have to be afraid of Miss Ouyang. After a sigh of relief, everyone immediately thought of what that thing in the slightly fat man's mouth was. It doesn't matter if you don't think about it. But once you think about it, you suddenly feel that there is nothing to be afraid of Miss Ouyang. Just kidding. Isn't it just the difference between more people and fewer people? Even if you have more people, we have a trump card. We can't let you, a member of the Ouyang family, scare all of us. Right? So, the atmosphere at the meeting became relaxed. The guy who was smoking just now crossed his legs. And the guy who was drinking just now hummed a little song. The man who was holding his forehead with his hands and bowing his head without saying anything just now is now chatting with the guy who was looking at the ceiling with his eyes blankly just now, but now has a smile on his face. It's as comfortable as it can be. Just a few short sentences turn the dull atmosphere into a pleasant one. It has to be said that this slightly fat man is more or less capable. But I have a question in my mind. I wonder if the base commanders can share their knowledge with me. After the atmosphere gradually became pleasant, The slightly fat man looked around at everyone with a smile. Base Commander Wu. If you have anything to ask, we will definitely not hide what we know. The atmosphere has reached this point. So naturally everyone will not turn their faces away or anything. And this Base Commander Wu Jimin is quite nice. After all, many of the 30 or so base commanders now don't even have their bases. You can say they are commanders without troops. But even so, this Base Commander Wu Jimin still treats them the same way. What treatment they received before is still the same now. And it has not been reduced at all. Therefore, the base leaders were convinced by Wu Jimin. Now that they were relaxed, they naturally had to give face to Wu Jimin's questions. Anyway, it was just a matter of talking. And everyone had nothing to lose. Why did Ouyang Qianjin come to J City so quickly? As if she knew that the Black Cat Paradise was done by us. The slightly fat man Wu Jimin narrowed his eyes, and looked around at everyone with a smile. Unlike before, Wu Jimin's smile was murderous now. It was obvious that he was angry. The base leaders who heard Wu Jimin's words were also stunned. Then they thought about it, and it was really haha. Judging from Ouyang Qianjin's actions, the other party came straight over like this. As if he knew that the Black Cat Paradise was done by them. Base leader Wu. Do you mean there is a traitor among us? This is the situation that is said by Yidianzi. After all, they are all base leaders. No matter how small. People who can pull out a team are not stupid. Who? Who is it? The hot-tempered man slammed the table and stood up. Just kidding. His base was exposed. If there is a traitor, he will have to kill the traitor to vent his anger. At this time, some of the base leaders were panicked. After all, given the current situation, if he said this, he would definitely not end up well. So the base leaders of several small bases exchanged glances with each other. But they still couldn't speak in the end. But there are many smart people here. He saw the problem immediately. So the hot-tempered old man took 2 steps at a time, stretched out his hand and grabbed one of them, and lifted him up. Hey! Old man, you should know something. And you, and you. While lifting the base commander, he also pointed at the few people who exchanged glances just now. Such an obvious exchange. You don't think everyone is stupid, do you? Although the grumpy old man has a bad temper, he is also a guy who smells roses at heart. He did this on the one hand to vent his anger. On the other hand, it is also to make a pledge of allegiance to Base Commander Wu. After all, his own base is gone. And now he is busy looking for a new home. A year has passed, and those who can be stable have settled down. Even if he is more capable now, if he wants to pull up a base, he needs people. So after thinking about it, he finally thinks it's better to be here. After all, Base Commander Wu is a good person. There should be no problem under him. We, have sent people to guard the farmland outside the Black Cat Paradise. The old man who was lifted up by the grumpy old man struggled and coughed, and said what he and others did intermittently. After all, a mage was approached by a warrior, and wanted to attack, but it was not appropriate to do so here. So he could only kick his legs and worry. But his words really shattered the thinking ability of everyone present. Alas! Farmland? Outside the Black Cat Paradise, seems to be a potato field. The base leaders present were embarrassed to say that they had been to the Black Cat Paradise if they didn't grab a sunstone. So they were very familiar with the farmland and medicinal fields outside the park. But they never thought that someone would take the huge risk of exposing themselves to Ouyang Qianjin for that little food to do such a thing. Why do such a stupid thing? Even the always smiling and blessed Wu base leader couldn't hold back when they did such a thing. After all, he never thought that such a fool actually existed. Chapter 266 Leisurely Tylo. And these people are all base chiefs of J City. This somewhat embarrassed him, as the leader of J City. It's because there is still a month for the potatoes to mature. Because we don't want to waste them. So, alpaca. The old man was thrown out by the furious and irritable brother before he finished speaking. He also wanted to take action. But the current situation does not allow him to take action. After all, Base Chief Wu is still watching. If he takes action without receiving orders, will he be regarded as a troublemaker by the other party? But, there is still a month for them to mature? Listen, is this what people say? You know, it took them more than half a month to attack Black Cat Paradise with so many people. If we have to say that we are lucky, the only thing we can say is that Ouyang Qianjin was not in Black Cat Paradise at that time. without the assistance of the skeleton soldiers and Ouyang Qianjin. Their attack was relieved a lot of pressure. It is precisely because of this that they know that no matter what Ouyang Qianjin does, she will definitely come back. Although they don't know how long it will take. As long as she comes back and sees the current situation of Black Cat Paradise, she will definitely investigate to the end. So they hope to make the things as soon as possible. This will not only protect themselves, but also be used as a threat, a bargaining chip, and obtain the qualification to negotiate with Ouyang Qianjin. Although it is not certain yet, it is still necessary to take a gamble in life sometimes. But now this idea has basically failed, because there is not much time left for them. Wu Jimin sighed. Then he slowly leaned back on the chair, tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and pinched his nose with his hands. Obviously, he was tired. Encountering such a pig-like teammate, destroy it. These base commanders are not stupid. It can only be said that they are really greedy and blinded by lard. Not only watermelons, but also sesame seeds. Base commander, just now I heard that the Xiangqing mountain base was destroyed by a group of skeletons. Just as everyone was silently looking at Wu Jimin, waiting for the next instruction, a liaison officer of the base rushed in and shouted in panic. What? So fast? Everyone was shocked. You know, Xiangqing Mountain Base is the last base in the Science and Technology Park where they are. That is to say, the next base to be attacked is their base. In other words, there is no time. What they need most now is time. So everyone is very surprised. Don't panic, there is still time. Just when everyone was panicking, Wu Jimin patted the table twice and said, Ms. Ouyang must have divided her troops, so she was able to break through the Orange Mountain base so quickly. But the others might still be attacking, or haven't been attacked yet. Wu Jimin tapped the table with his fingers, trying to analyze Ms. Ouyang's actions. But this division of troops means that Ms. Ouyang seems to have lost her patience. But this is a good thing for us. Speed up the production of that thing, and bring someone else to distract Ms. Ouyang. Just the four of you should handle this matter. You should understand the principle of expiating your sins with merits. On the one hand, Wu Jimin was worried about not having time. And on the other hand, he pointed at the four stupid teammates and said, Base Captain Wu, it's obvious that this kind of mission is a one-way mission. But who made them make a mistake? What's more, even if they don't want to, the other base captains present will definitely help them to agree. So without any struggle, the four people accepted the mission dejectedly. What else can they do if they don't accept it? They can be killed by them now. Don't expect these people to have any kindness. After all, to put it bluntly, the bond between them is interest. Now that the four base captains have destroyed everyone's interests, they will naturally be punished. While the four base captains took the people they brought with them out of the Science and Technology Park base and planned to attract the attention of Ouyang Qianjin. Tail was living an unusually comfortable life. Although they were under house arrest, they had a lot of food and drink, and the bedding and other things they needed were also carefully prepared. Except for the feeling of being exploited by the capitalists, they did not suffer any grievances. After all, he is now the director of the Magic Modernization Transformation Department of this base. Although he is not willing to wear this title, but after being hunted by someone in the form of headhunting, he can only let it go. Anyway, he believes that Ouyang Qianjin will definitely come. In this case, there is no need to be hard on yourself and play mental internal consumption. Enjoy what you should enjoy. Work when you should work. It is also a good choice to make some obstacles at work. Unfortunately, this is a science and technology park. There is nothing else. But there are many scientific and technological personnel. Technicians, engineers, etc. It can even be said that most of the professionals who survived in the science park base are of this type. So even if that thing is developed by oneself. But if you want to play tricks in front of these people, you have to be careful not to let them notice. Minister Tail. Is it okay to install it like this? Minister Tail's equipment parts are replaced with this one. And the output is indeed much higher. Minister. The magic conversion furnace is ready. Tail is now in a transparent room surrounded by glass. To put it bluntly, no matter what he does inside, people outside can see it clearly. He can communicate with people outside through the holes in the glass. Similarly, people outside can also communicate with him through the holes. It is better to say that these holes are specially prepared for Tail. After all, you can't expect a captured person to really go to the production site to direct production. Even if the other party is willing, you are still worried. Now Tail is sitting on a chair, with one hand on the back of the chair and the other on the table, holding a small wine glass in his hand, looking very leisurely. Outside the glass are the technicians who are busy assembling something. These guys are all skilled, and they can quickly master the topics given by themselves. This makes Tail, a mechanic, feel envious of geniuses. But secretly, he is also secretly happy. After all, no matter how talented he is, he didn't notice his secret manipulation. Although it is not a serious matter, it also makes Tail secretly happy. It must be said that a person who was originally very serious has been infected with a little joy that only fun people can understand after following Ouyang Qianjin. A fun person. After answering the questions of these technicians one by one, Tail raised his hand and drank the white wine in the wine glass. After putting the snacks prepared by the base into his mouth, he poured himself another glass. Chapter 267. Something very familiar. It is said that the older the wine, the better it tastes. Even if Tail tasted these wines, he could tell that they were bulk wines from a year ago. But even so, in this world where even food is scarce, they are still rare. Giving these precious snacks and wines to Tail, it is enough to show how much base director Wu values Tail. After all, it is a profession that even so many technicians and engineers in the Science and Technology Park have not been able to create. As long as you master Tail, master his technology, and use it correctly, in Wu Jimin's view, you have mastered the future. Why are there suddenly several teams over there? Just after the 4 base directors in the Science and Technology Park led their teams out of the base, Ouyang Qianjin discovered something unusual. This abnormality is not just in this base. Even many teams appeared in the few remaining bases at the same time. In addition to equipment and weapons, everyone is carrying a big bag, as if they are preparing to run away. Ouyang Qianjin closed her eyes, frowned, and looked at everything happening under the dark sky through the eye of darkness. In her eyes, this sudden action must have some meaning behind it. And these teams are not heading in one direction, but are scattered and heading in different directions. This action is like running around like a headless fly. Looking at the actions of these teams, Ouyang Qianjin was a little puzzled. They did seem to be running away, but the running was a little unprofessional. They spent half a day bypassing the dangerous group of monsters, and then very casually found a place to rest on the spot. Just like having a picnic. After eating something, they continued to set off and continued to run in different directions. Apart from this, there was no other movement. It was as if they were really running away. Are they really going to run away? But there is no reason. Ouyang Qianjin is confident in her eye of darkness. Similarly, she also knows that the other party must have seen her release of the eye of darkness. But even so, they can still do such a thing. That can only be some kind of disruption work that she doesn't know about. Are they going to use this method to buy time? Or is it some kind of disruption work? But what can they do to buy time? I can't figure it out. For Ouyang Qianjin, she has no idea why the other party did this. After all, she is a person standing on a high position. This is not arrogance, but mainly because of her strength. Judging others by oneself is the mentality of Ouyang Qianjin. After all, in her opinion, no matter how the other party struggles, it is useless. But since Tail is in the hands of the other party, that means they really want to use Tail's technology to do something. Since that's the case, then I naturally can't give the other party a break. Of course, it's good to put some pressure on them. For example, ignore these teams and attack the base instead. After all, this is exciting. Of course, the most important thing is that Ouyang Qianjin feels that the other party's actions at this time are too deliberate. It's like trying to seduce her to take care of these teams. Make yourself exhausted? Go. 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 Hurry up. As if she had found some fun toys. Ouyang Qianjin waved her hand. Dealt with the things here. Put some of the undead and the supplies into the undead space, and went to the next location. Just as Wu Jimin analyzed, Ouyang Qianjin was indeed fighting in a divided force, and she had indeed lost her patience. But now Wu Jimin's handling directly recharged Ouyang Qianjin's patience. Let her directly divide the existing manpower into several teams. Each team has more than 100,000 people, and these teams have only one goal. That is to go to all the remaining bases and surround them. Then wait for Ouyang Qianjin's order to act at the same time. Waiting can sometimes turn into fear, but I'm afraid there is a saying of freshness. If people keep waiting, this kind of terror will only fade slowly. So what Ouyang Qianjin needs now is time. In this regard, it is exactly the same as the other party. In the next 2 days, Ouyang Qianjin was deploying troops and arranging troops. Meanwhile, the Science Park base was working overtime to make what they called a thing during these 2 days. The most idle people during these 2 days were Tai Lu and Ouyang Qianjin. That's right. Although everyone seemed very busy. But in fact, Tai Lu, who was under house arrest, and Ouyang Qianjin, who could give orders just by sitting in the pumpkin carriage, were very relaxed. The ones who suffered were the guys working overtime, and the undead at the Science Park base. It's just that the undead, due to their racial characteristics, were more patient than humans. As for the skeletons, they don't need to be counted at all. After all, you can't expect something that doesn't have the concept of tiredness to suddenly feel tired. 2 days later. Now, at the ruins of the Orange Mountain base, sitting in her pumpkin car, Ouyang Qianjin issued an attack order to all the squad leaders of the action. After all, she didn't know where these guys from J City hid Tai Lu. But it doesn't matter. Just need to alert the snakes and throw stones to ask for directions. Just see where the defense is the best. And that's where Tai Lu is hiding. After all, the previous bases were all deputy base commanders. And the base commanders were all gathered together. These guys who have tasted the taste of being superior to others value their lives very much. Ouyang Qianjin drank tea and appreciated the information from Eye of Darkness. She wanted to see where these guys were hiding. The result? Puff. Puff. Ouyang Qianjin, who was drinking tea, suddenly spit out the tea in her mouth, as if she was frightened by something. Miss, seeing Ouyang Qianjin spit out tea, Sebastian nervously took out a towel and handed it to her, and wanted to ask what happened to Ouyang Qianjin. As a result, Ouyang Qianjin just reached out to take the towel handed over by the other party and wiped her mouth. Then waved at Sebastian. No, cough cough, nothing, huh? Just now, she saw an incredible thing through Eye of Darkness. There is also a base far away from the Orange Mountain base where she is. If nothing unexpected happens, that base should be her next target of attack. That base is a new technology park on the edge of J City. However, now that park has erected several magic prisms that Ouyang Qianjin is very familiar with. Chapter 268 Champagne at Halftime. Ouyang Qianjin never thought that the other party had spent so much time to make this thing. You know, these magic prisms had not been erected before. Today, they suddenly appeared, and a large area was swept away. This really scared Ouyang Qianjin. He even sprayed out the tea in his mouth. Good guy. I didn't expect that they were going to play like this. I don't know if this is the other party's trump card. If it is true, it will be too fun. Ouyang Qianjin raised the corner of his mouth. In her opinion, if the other party really wants to use this thing as his trump card, then Tail must have played an interesting role in the middle. So, what she really cares about is what kind of surprise Tail will bring to her. As for the rest of the people, they are just materials for resurrecting into undead. Not worth paying attention to. But it is undeniable that the appearance of the magic prism did cause some trouble for his troops in the attack. Just some. After all the undead attacked this base. If it was the skeletons, there might not be much damage. After all, the role of the lightning team skeletons is very limited. However, although the first wave of attacks caused heavy losses to Ouyang Qianjin's men, it was not a serious injury to Ouyang Qianjin. It is better to say that it is a drop in the bucket for Ouyang Qianjin, who has a huge number of troops. So she had no intention of letting the people and skeletons who attacked the other bases come back. So Ouyang Qianjin rushed to the Science Park base. Then he waved his hand. 500,000 undead were summoned from the undead space immediately. After all, he still had quite a few undead under his command, all of whom were staying in the undead space. She would not be soft-hearted when competing in military strength. A large group of people came out, each holding a weapon. And then, under the command of Ouyang Qianjin, they headed towards the Science Park. Through the Eye of Darkness, there were 10 magic prisms in the entire Science Park base. It was just that the shape was completely different from the one used in his own Black Cat Paradise. Not only was it smaller in size, but it was also crudely made, with obvious signs of rushing. So Ouyang Qianjin was not panicked at all. It was just an undead. It was just swept by lightning. It was just scorched. It was not a big problem. After resurrection, it can be quickly restored with Li Taiying's potion. This is the difference in use between the undead and the skeleton. Ha! Undead? I thought Miss Ouyang had some powerful characters under her. But it turns out that she is just this powerful. To put it bluntly, the Necromancer just relies on the number of people. Heh! This Miss Ouyang is nothing special. If I had so many subordinates who killed monsters and took the experience for myself, I could also be the number one on the list. Speaking of which, they both have the surname Ouyang. Could this Miss Ouyang have any connection with the Ouyang family? Haha. What are you thinking? One is from City C, and the other is from City J. They are totally unrelated. No. 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 I heard from people in City C that Miss Ouyang is from the Ouyang family, and is the legitimate heir of the Ouyang family. Ha! So what? She still can't hide her evil nature. After the first wave of attacks by the undead suffered heavy damage from the magic prism, the people in the Science Park base finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the past 2 days, they have mobilized to make these magic prisms. On the first day, some people were even sent to sneak into J City, risking their lives to drag out a lot of scrapped cars and some equipment. But on the second day, when the undead surrounded the base and they couldn't get out, they put all their efforts into production. So when the trump card they made with great difficulty played out the power that even exceeded their imagination, everyone was relieved and began to ridicule Ouyang Qianjin, who brought them fear. From level to ranking, from appearance to family background. This is a kind of venting behavior made in relaxation after extreme tension. Although Ouyang Qianjin has a large number of undead and surrounded the base, but under the effect of the magic prism, the undead not only failed to successfully attack the base, but also had difficulty moving forward. I feel relieved now, seeing that the magic prism was working. Wu Jimin, the base commander, was relieved like everyone else. In his opinion, with the demonstration of the magic prism, Ouyang Qianjin would not act rashly. After all, this time, about 1/10 of the troops were eliminated. This should be a very painful thing for Ouyang Qianjin. Again, the same words. As long as the magic prism is done well, everything will be fine. It seems to be true. Wait! What is that? People? No. Undead. How many people are there? Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to open champagne at halftime, a group of people came running in the distance. There were a lot of people. They were everywhere. They made their nerves, which had just relaxed, tense up again. After hearing the commotion, Wu Jimin picked up his telescope and looked into the distance. What he saw were undead people holding torches, and with slightly blue skin. All the undead people smiled, as if the tens of thousands of people who died just now had nothing to do with them. You know, there will be casualties in the battle. How could these people still laugh? Base Captain Wu was puzzled. Are they not afraid of death? And the woman Ouyang Qianjin was the same. She didn't even have the slightest intention of negotiating with him. In his calculations, these magic prisms that were rushed out only needed to be displayed a little. After seeing that the attack of his men was not very effective, Ouyang Qianjin would naturally come to negotiate with him. Unexpectedly, the other side actually sent heavy troops again. And this time, there were so many. As the first person to try the magic prism, he knew very well that Ouyang Qianjin must know the shortcomings of the magic prism. But as Wu Jimin, who had been blocked by the magic prism before, he was also very clear about this defect. So this time he asked his engineers to slightly repair the magic prism. Ouyang Qianjin, you must not know about this. So let's see who can laugh last. Looking at the undead, who rushed to his base one after another, Wu Jimin, a slightly fat man, gritted his teeth and said, until now, Ouyang Qianjin has not shown up. In short, he has been hiding behind and watching the show. This state makes Wu Jimin feel very uncomfortable. She is like an audience watching a show in the audience. And she is a clown on the stage. She is performing hard for the other party. Chapter 269 The Impact of Hundreds of Thousands of People. When Wu Jimin thought that he had become a clown watching the show in the eyes of others, he was a little furious. Before the advent, although Wu Jimin was not a big shot, he was well known in Jay's city at night, as he owned several night snack cities. He was considered a big boss with a small amount of assets. After the advent, although he did not kill the monster in the first time and get the job transfer bead, but in the next 2 days, seeing that others could kill monsters and change jobs, he also risked his life to kill a monster and successfully change jobs. After all, he was a person who could stand firm in Jay's city at night. And he was still ruthless. and not only ruthless, but also vision and means. Although the advent of the monster this time brought a lot of trouble, Wu Jimin was still keenly aware that this was a period of becoming bigger and stronger, creating glory again. So he used all his means to pull a group of people to escape from J City, came to the Science and Technology Park in the suburbs of J City, and settled down. Eventually became the base director of this Science and Technology Park. With this status, how could he allow others to look down on him? Even if that person is Ouyang Qianjin, who ranks first on both lists. Although he was the one who provoked the other party, Wu Jimin did not think he did anything wrong. After all, in this world, everyone lives for themselves. If he could get the technology that can use magic power, he would definitely be invincible in the next few decades of his life. At this time, he would be willing to gamble his life. That's why he proposed to install the magic generators and equipment moved from Black Cat Town in his base. Although everyone was not very willing to Wu Jimin's proposal at the beginning. After all, everyone is paid so much, and everyone wants to move the original magic generator and all the equipment to their own base. In this way, they can also have a greater voice in future development. At this time, Wu Jimin's means were revealed. He presented facts and reasoned. First, these are things that were snatched from the Black Cat Paradise. If Ouyang Qianjin pursues it in the future, the base with the original will definitely suffer. Second, there are many scientific and technological talents and researchers in their base, and even engineers with strong hands-on ability, who have the conditions for research and development. With these people, this newly discovered energy can be developed and utilized as quickly as possible. In order to increase his persuasiveness, Wu Jimin even asked everyone to come to his Science and Technology Park to see the development of magic with their own eyes. Use Ouyang Qianjin to threaten, and then use the development of new energy to lure. Finally, everyone was even asked to participate in monitoring. It must be said that Wu Jimin played a good trick, and both reasons were extremely legitimate and irrefutable. After careful consideration, everyone nodded in agreement. After all, Ouyang Qianjin is really powerful. The scene of the resort's destruction still floats in the minds of the base leaders in City C. And because of being demonized and Ouyang Qianjin's actions during this period, the people in City J also have a psychological shadow on Ouyang Qianjin. However, now, they suddenly feel that the psychological shadow in their heart seems too shallow. This was especially true after seeing the undead rushing up from outside one after another, and then being swept down by the magic prism. Aren't these people afraid of death? A base commander, who was standing on the city wall with Wu Jimin, said with a trembling voice. After all, the impact of this scene was too strong. Is it okay to continue like this? A base commander standing on the city wall asked unconfidently, as he looked at the lightning that the magic prism kept firing. It should be okay, right? Another said in the same unconfident tone. These magic prisms have been firing lightning lasers non-stop since the undead first started attacking. You know, before in Black Cat Paradise, the magic prism needed a short recharge before it could be fired again. So this high-intensity output shocked them, and they couldn't help but worry. The main reason was that there were too many undead. If this continued, sooner or later, Ouyang Qianjin would break through the defense network they relied on. Don't worry. After the technical personnel of our Science and Technology Park base modified the design drawings, the current magic prism no longer has this shortcoming. Wu Jimin announced to everyone very proudly. There was light in his eyes, which was the light of lightning reflected by the magic prism of the first line of defense outside. It was a little blue and looked a little breathtaking. But in the eyes of everyone at the moment, Wu Jimin was the light, the sun in everyone's heart. The feeling of the haze in the heart being dispelled by the sun was really wonderful. With the words of Wu Jimin, the head of the base, everyone held their heads high, imitated Wu Jimin's wise look, and admired the scene outside that looked like a big cleaning with a relaxed look. They were no longer panicking, and the atmosphere became lively. But they didn't enjoy the scene for long. About half an hour later, all the 600,000 undead fell under the magic prism with black bodies. The air was filled with the aroma of barbecue. It was very strong and fragrant, but it was disgusting. At least the people in the Science Park base vomited a lot. Even the base leaders, who had regained their confidence, couldn't hold back their faces. After all, so many people fell in front of the first line of defense of the base, almost covering the area of about 200 meters outside the defense line. This Ouyang Qianjin simply doesn't take human lives seriously. Some people found it difficult to speak, and some people were full of emotion. They had also heard about the combat methods of the Necromancer, and those who had played games had experienced this method in the game. But when these methods were moved to reality, they still felt uncomfortable. After all, everyone is human, and Ouyang Qianjin seemed to have evolved into a devil without emotions. Hundreds of thousands of lives were at stake without hesitation. Just thinking about it makes me shudder. This naturally includes Wu Jimin. But he is the head of the base, and the backbone of everyone now. Wu Jimin did not show this on his face. Instead, after waiting quietly for a few minutes, he calmed down his nervous mood, took out a loudspeaker, and started shouting to the sky. Ms. Ouyang, you are here. You have no chips in your hand now. Why don't we have a good talk? I have a lot of technicians. As long as we join forces, we will definitely become the overlord of one side, and even lead the explosion of magic technology for the entire human race. Engrave your name in history, and become a famous person in history. Chapter 270 Threat. Yes. As a late-night snack boss, Wu Jimin also has his own ideals and pursuits. Becoming a famous celebrity in history is the most ideal that this slightly fat man can think of. Although he didn't know whether Ouyang Qianjin could hear it, Wu Jimin decided to continue to raise the bet and take a gamble. However, within a few minutes after the sound was made, Ouyang Qianjin did not respond. This is not that Ouyang Qianjin wanted to rob the other party. In fact, Ouyang Qianjin heard it. After all, the pumpkin carriage is not far from the base wall. The reason why there was no answer was that Ouyang Qianjin was a little confused by the other party's lofty ideal. After all, no matter how human history will develop in the future, but no matter what, Ouyang Qianjin is also the first on the double list. And he is also the Lord of Jingzhou. To put it bluntly, what Wu Jimin wants, such as dominant hegemon and historical inscription, she already has them. There is no need to join forces with anyone. In other words, the other party wants to get something for nothing. Okay. You, a slightly fat bald middle-aged man, are actually playing tricks on me. If I hadn't been quick-witted, I would have been fooled by you. Ouyang Qianjin seemed to have misunderstood something and gritted her teeth. Then picked up the microphone on the table. Bargain? Since you think my bargaining chips are gone, let me show you what the bargaining chips of the Necromancer are. After saying that, Ouyang Qianjin snapped her fingers. Wu Jimin was originally happy when he heard Ouyang Qianjin's voice and thought that the other party agreed to his conditions. But this tone and language, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't sound like they want to talk to him. Then Wu Jimin was shocked to find that the undead, who had fallen in the magic prism defense net, slowly climbed up from the ground one by one like zombies, and picked up their weapons again to attack the magic prism. What is this? Undead? Is this what immortality means? No wonder Ouyang Qianjin doesn't care about casualties at all. It seems that others can really resurrect people. Looking at the undead, who were roasted black and slow, but still holding weapons to attack them, these professionals standing on the city wall preparing for defense were dumbfounded. The dead, or the people who had been burned by lightning, could actually stand up again and pick up weapons to attack? This scene is no longer shocking. It's completely terrifying. Although I have seen a lot of big and small things in this year, I have also encountered a lot of outrageous, bizarre things that can break people's common sense. But this was the first time they had experienced such a scene. And the first time they had experienced it was extremely terrifying. It directly challenged their nerves. Wow. Some people who had been holding back could no longer hold on, and vomited along with the others before them. Baldy, this is the bargaining chip and trump card of our necromancers. You should learn it well. Oh, forgot that you are not a necromancer. I guess you can't learn it even if you want to. He didn't care what outsiders thought. The angry Ouyang Qianjin threw the microphone in her hand on the table after making a few sarcastic remarks. Then, he took the sweet potato dried on the stove that Seabass handed over and took a big bite. It was like venting his anger. And suddenly, Wu Jizhong, who was called Bald, didn't even have the strength to get angry at this moment. His whole body felt like it was drained by something. And even standing was a bit difficult. This was shock, surprise, but also a representation of being at a loss. Indeed, the magic prism no longer needs to be fired one by one after the transformation of the technicians in the Science and Technology Park. But if it is used for a long time at such high saturation, even if the magic circulation cooling is used, it will be damaged. After all, Ouyang Qianjin can be resurrected once. Maybe twice. In this case again and again. No matter what equipment can't hold up. It will explode sooner or later. The chips and trump cards of the Necromancer? It's really a terrifying profession. Wu Jimin now has an indescribable sense of frustration in his heart. I can say that I have planned everything. But I didn't expect to be defeated by the opponent's strong brick flying. A violent and simple method. As expected. With more people, you can do whatever you want. There is no other way. Bring it up. Bring tail up quickly. Knowing that if this continues, the base will be destroyed and people will die. Wu Jimin simply made the most stupid threat. When tail was brought up with his hands, feet and mouth tied and handcuffs that could seal his skills, Wu Jimin put a knife against tail and shouted at Bai Yin in the air. Ms. Ouyang, if you don't want this guy to die, then leave my base immediately. Kill him. Kill him. Anyway, I can revive him. You can kill him however you want. Ouyang Qianjin didn't take this threat seriously at all. She said light-hearted words, not caring about Tail's life or death at all. After all, she can revive people. Even if Tail is killed, he can be resurrected as long as the body is well preserved. Really? Even if resurrection is limited or something. Can you still revive me if I beat him into a pulp? I really want to try it. Although he chose the stupidest means of threat. But it must be said that Wu Jimin, this guy, at least did not lose his mind. He saw it. Outside the first defense circle of the magic prism, there are many corpses that could not be resurrected just now. And these corpses are all damaged without exception. In other words, Ouyang Qianjin's resurrection skill must have some limitations. Otherwise, this skill would really be against the sky. Well, I was caught in a sore spot. After Wu Jimin said his guess, Ouyang Qianjin tilted his head and thought about it. Then pouted and said, how about it? Do you feel like talking now? No, not at all. Ouyang Qianjin still didn't care. I said, if you think your speculation is right, just kill him. I won't lose anything. Anyway, there are still many subordinates in my base who participated in the development of the magic generator. And it is not impossible to kill your subordinates who participated in the development and then revive them. This, Wu Jimin was blocked by Ouyang Qianjin with one sentence. Indeed, according to Ouyang Qianjin, Tail is indeed a dispensable existence. Although whether it is technology, ideas, or skills, professions are rare. But at least in the matter of magic engines, he is not irreplaceable. In fact, many professionals in the science and technology park can do a lot of things for Tail. Chapter 271 The Gargoyle That Fell from the Sky. The reason why Wu Jimin worshipped Tai Lo was because his profession was indeed too rare. Considering the future, it would be best to make friends with him. But now it seems that this is not necessary in the future. After all, he has to survive the invasion of Ouyang Qianjin's army this time. Should I kill him or not? Just when Wu Jimin was struggling, Ouyang Qianjin's annoying voice came again from a distance. It was still a vague voice that could not be located, but it was obvious that he was impatient. TSK, Wu Jimin was secretly shocked. This is a bit difficult to deal with. It's simply a state of being unable to get off the tiger. Kill him. He only has this chip in his hand that Ouyang Qianjin can barely care about. Don't kill him. People have said so much. And people around are watching. If he doesn't do it, it's not just a matter of losing face. Not to mention the loss of prestige. I'm afraid no one will follow me anymore. It's not easy for him to raise a team. It's a bit heartbreaking to lose so many people like this. The main thing is that Wu Jimin can't let go of the kingdom he has built. To be honest, in this situation, no matter who it is, it may be very difficult to make a choice. Right? Why not surrender? So as not to waste everyone's time. Having not received a reply from Wu Jimin, Ouyang Qianjin once again dropped a heavy bomb on the calm lake. Surrender? This is really an unimaginable path. Before, everyone was thinking about how to defend against Ouyang Qianjin's attack, or being killed by Ouyang Qianjin's army. They had never considered surrendering. After all, they were the ones who had destroyed Ouyang Qianjin's base. It was no exaggeration to describe them as mortal enemies and enemies. But after Ouyang Qianjin proposed the word surrender, everyone was thinking about it seriously. In fact, it was better to say that everyone was looking at Base Chief Wu seriously. After all, whether to surrender or not required the other party to give a word. Of course, The reason why they were serious was because everyone wanted to survive. If the other party was unwilling to surrender, they would definitely have to do something to win a way out for themselves. In fact, Ouyang Qianjin didn't think much about surrendering. It was nothing more than trying to save some time. After all, after about an hour, it was only a matter of time before other bases fell. But the Science Park base where she was in charge had not yet been attacked. Although she was not in a hurry, she was somewhat embarrassed. After all, although the eldest lady was an evil necromancer, she was also a person who wanted to save face. You are unwilling to kill Tai Lu, and you are unwilling to surrender, which makes it difficult for me to do it. Ouyang Qianjin scratched her head, looking embarrassed. However, Wu Jimin was in no mood to care about Ouyang Qianjin's face. He himself was in a difficult situation now, especially after seeing the unspeakable eyes of some base leaders around him, and some subordinates in the distant bases. This feeling of being in danger was even worse. This is not okay. If it goes on like this, Ouyang Qianjin doesn't even need to do anything. His subordinates might overthrow him. Panic. But not completely. Although the magic prism is Wu Jimin's trump card, it is not all of his trump cards. Since you said so, Miss Ouyang, there is nothing we can do. Wu Jimin took a long breath, relaxed himself, and then said it easily, without any room for negotiation. He raised his hand and slapped Tai Lu. Then he kicked Tai Lu off the city wall. Bang! Tai Lu didn't even hum. And he exploded directly? Exploded on the spot. Ha! Miss Ouyang, I wonder if you can still be resurrected in this situation. After Tai Li's chest exploded and fell heavily under the city wall, Wu Jimin shouted to the outside of the city a little wildly. He looked like two different people. Now the magic prism defense circle outside the city is still attacking the undead. The same light shone on Wu Jimin's face, which looked much more ferocious. Oh! Well, this will work. Don't worry. Ouyang Qianjin said slowly after checking it with Eye of Darkness. Wu Jimin's ferocious smile froze. He used 100% of his power to hit that palm. And you told me it works? And you want me to be assured? I am assured? I don't care. The damage to the corpse is about 40%. And the limbs are intact. I think it should be compared with the damage of the corpses outside that have not been resurrected by me. That's not okay. It's too easy to trust people. It's very imprudent. Have you ever thought that those corpses that have not been resurrected by me were left behind by me on purpose? Ouyang Qianjin's tone was full of ridicule and contempt. This tone was the most unbearable tone for Wu Jimin. And he felt like he was being looked down upon. But what he hated more was deception. And Ouyang Qianjin was such a person. He was deceived. He was deceived by Ouyang Qianjin. Seeing those corpses that had not been resurrected before suddenly crawling up, Wu Jimin was sure that he was deceived. A very successful tactical deception. But it was precisely because it was too successful that Wu Jimin became even more angry. Really? Then destroy some more. The angry Wu Jimin broke the jar and threw it down with a weapon on the wall. After throwing it, he picked up another one and prepared to throw it down. For nothing else. Just to destroy more of Tai Li's corpse under the city. TSK. I should have chosen some long-range attack skills earlier. Why build the wall so high? It's hard to hit it. Come on. Blow up the corpse below for me. While throwing weapons, Wu Jimin complained in his heart and asked people to attack Tai Li's corpse below. It was like venting. The kind of venting that was out of his mind. After all, he was the one who had the city wall built more than 10 meters high. So, the magic professions with long-range attack capabilities among the surrounding base leaders took action. A city wall of more than 10 meters is nothing to these magic professions. The skill was almost reached in the blink of an eye. However, just when the skill was about to hit Tail's body, a strong wind suddenly hit. Then all the skills hit something. Wu Jimin saw what the thing was with the light of the skill. It had wings and a hideous face. Although the muscles looked well developed, there was no muscle texture. Instead, it was more like cement in a clean room. Very rough. Gargoyle. Ouyang Qianjin. After using the eye of identification to identify the monster below, he found that this thing was an alchemical product. Chapter 272. You need a stomach to hold things. Now he knows only Ouyang Qianjin, the alchemist. He also knows from the guy in City C that Ouyang Qianjin has a gargoyle. But he has never seen one. So he thought it was fake. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be real. Puff. Ah. Defense? Defense? What the hell? Are you kidding me? A flying monster? It's Ouyang Qianjin's alchemical product. Just when Wu Jimin was stunned, gargoyles kept falling from the sky, carrying out airborne operations on the entire base. To be honest, if Ouyang Qianjin wanted to achieve results, she could have used gargoyles at first. After all, no one would have thought of this fighting method from the sky. Now the flying combat unit represents a dimensionality reduction attack. At the first moment, the defense network of the Science and Technology Park base, which was originally on high alert, was instantly torn to pieces by the gargoyles. It is better to say that in the eyes of Ouyang Qianjin, other defenses are nothing except the fire defense network of the magic prism. If she did not want to trick Tai Lu, she would have done so when she saw the magic prism. Ouyang Qianjin, seeing his base being ravaged by the gargoyles, Wu Jimin gritted his teeth and squeezed out Ouyang Qianjin's name from his throat. His eyes were full of bloodshot, and it was obvious that he was really angry. Kill! Attack with all your strength. With Wu Jimin's order, all the subordinates, who originally looked at Wu Jimin with a strange look in their eyes, joined the battle against the gargoyles at once. It looked as if what happened just now had not happened. How strange. Looking at the images sent back by Eye of Darkness, Ouyang Qianjin was a little curious about why those people suddenly started to fight desperately. But this curiosity did not last long. After the gargoyle brought back Tail's body, she turned her attention to this side. Uncle Tail, you are awake. When the gargoyle placed Tail's body in front of the pumpkin car window, Ouyang Qianjin resurrected him immediately. To be honest, Ouyang Qianjin had spent a lot of effort to play this play before. After all, it takes very high precision to carefully select the bodies with a damage rate of about 50% from so many bodies. Fortunately, Ouyang Qianjin had the assistance of Eye of Darkness. Although it was a little difficult, she managed to do it. As for why it was 50%, it was because Ouyang Qianjin was worried that Wu Jimin, the bald man, would play a big trick on her. In fact, the other party did so. But in the face of uncertainty and anger, the other party still retained the size of Tail's limbs. And these parts were enough to support Ouyang Qianjin's resurrection. But even so, Ouyang Qianjin was still very nervous. Resurrected? And still an undead? I'm lucky. Facing Ouyang Qianjin's greeting, Uncle Tail sat up after being stunned for a while, looking at his panel, and smiling at Ouyang Qianjin. I didn't expect that the eldest lady would not only upgrade when she went out, but also make such a big fuss. Hee. Luck. Pure luck. When facing this friend of her father, Ouyang Qianjin smiled very rarely and embarrassedly. Uncle Tail, are you planning to watch how they died here? Or go to my undead space to recuperate? Let's take a look. Anyway, they are not dead, so there is no rush to recuperate. Besides, I have prepared a big gift for the young lady. Tail looked down at the half of his body that was no longer there and shrugged. It feels strange to have no stomach and chest. But Tail didn't take it seriously. After all, the people are alive, and it's useless to care about other things. And from the tone of Ouyang Qianjin, these things should be recoverable. If that's the case, it's better to wait here and watch the show. Oh, gift? Since it's prepared by Uncle Tail, it's really worth looking forward to. Ouyang Qianjin raised her eyebrows when she heard that Tail prepared a gift for herself. You know, Uncle Tail is very stable. Since the other party said it was a gift, it must be something that Ouyang Qianjin didn't expect. After all, this is the surprise attribute of the gift. So Ouyang Qianjin asked the gargoyle waiting outside to reach out and give a few potions to Tail to drink. Given Tail's current injuries, the healing effect of a few potions is very slow. After all, a lot of things are missing and need to be slowly repaired. Then look forward to it. I can guarantee that it will definitely make the young lady happy when she sees it. After drinking the potion, Tail sat quietly beside the pumpkin carriage and watched the battle in the base in the distance. To be honest, even though he is now an undead, he is still dragging such a serious injury. But he is still somewhat surprised that those undead can get up again and again. I just sighed that this undead was amazing. Now that I am an undead, does that mean I can do more experiments that were dangerous and not done before? Don't be funny too early. The undead are no longer human from the moment they die. Although they have a panel, they can no longer be upgraded. That means they can no longer acquire new skills. Ouyang Qianjin poured a bucket of cold water on Tai Lu at an inappropriate time, trying to calm him down. This shouldn't be a big deal. Miss, have you forgotten the thing you discussed with me before? Now that you can't upgrade, you can try it. Tai Lu is very steady. He is very open about the fact that he can't upgrade and can't acquire skills. And there is that thing. So skills are not a big deal for him at all. Just take this opportunity to study it carefully. Maybe it can help Ouyang Qianjin. Then I'll leave that matter to Uncle Tai Lu. When mentioning that thing, Ouyang Qianjin was also rare and serious. But only for a moment. Then she handed Uncle Tail some melon seeds, peanuts, beer, and dried sweet potatoes. Just like watching a show. Hey, miss, if you give me these things now, I have to have a stomach to hold them. As if joking, Tail pointed to her chest and stomach, which were quite explosive. Ouyang Qianjin was already used to such bloody scenes. So she just smiled and shrugged. And then, as if on purpose, she picked up a glass of wine on the table and drank it all in front of Tail. This move was somewhat excessive. But Tail just smiled. In fact, Ba had done something similar before. As the daughter of a similarly fun person, Tail was not angry, but felt it was natural. Boom. Boom. While the two were watching the show, there were new changes in the science and technology part base. The magic prisms used to deal with Ouyang Qianjin's undead exploded one after another. Chapter 273 Naughty. Boom. Boom. The huge explosion of the magic prism scared Ouyang Qianjin, who was watching the show. Wow! Uncle Tail. Is this the surprise you said you would give me? Looking at the explosion of the magic prisms, Ouyang Qianjin was shocked at first, and then turned her head to ask Tail under the car window. After all, she didn't believe that these things didn't involve Tail. And since Tail was involved, it means that the other party must have done something in it. So there is this question. No. Although I did do something. These magic prisms should have reached the limit of use and exploded by themselves. Tail shook his head. Although he did do something. But in front of those technical personnel, he could only talk and let them see no trace of his tricks. After all, he has been working continuously for such a long time. If it doesn't explode, it will be a shame for Tail to say the design of the limiter the wrong way. Really? Ouyang Qianjin pouted, holding a hand warmer in both hands and looking at the scenery outside the window. Now that the magic prism exploded, the battle on the battlefield was already determined. Ouyang Qianjin didn't have much to worry about. But the battles of the other professional players aroused her interest. The way these people fight seems to be very problematic. Ouyang Qianjin sighed with her eyes closed. Miss, did you notice it too? Tail turned and looked at Ouyang Qianjin in front of the window. Also? Where did you get this word? When they attacked Black Cat Paradise before, I found that their fighting style was a bit strange. But I couldn't tell exactly where it was strange. The same thing happened when attacking Black Cat Paradise? Hearing this, Ouyang Qianjin frowned and found that things were not simple. You know, when attacking Black Cat Paradise, it was a coalition force composed of people drawn from many bases. And now it is the Science Park base alone. At most, there are some followers from other bases. It is a very strange thing that they can reach such a strange way of fighting under such different circumstances. If there is really something that can do this. Ouyang Qianjin, the Necromancer, has an uncertain answer. Well, it's probably the state? State? Yes. It's like there is some buff on the body. That's right. Buff. Ouyang Qianjin now has two buff skills. One is the weak curse of debuff, and the other is the violent curse of combat buff. Although it is rarely used now, because of the sufficient manpower. But the state is still clear in her mind. After seeing the blind but not too desperate fighting style of these guys, she always felt a little familiar. How should I put it? Ouyang Qianjin scratched his head. It's like someone used the brainwashing skill to debuff them. But because the skill level is not high enough, it can't make them charge blindly without caring about their lives. Ouyang Qianjin nodded. I was quite satisfied with my explanation just now. After all, my subordinates are all skeletons and undead with full loyalty. They will do whatever it takes to get them to do it. But it is obvious that these people are really using a desperate fighting style. But they are a little timid at the critical moment. This is different from his own skeletons and undead. I see. So these people were so desperate when they rushed into the magic prism of Black Cat Paradise. Now think about it. The reason why those people are willing to rush into the attack range of the magic prism and gain a short attack time is that someone has given them a buff. Ouyang Qianjin's explanation gave Tail a good direction to think. He felt strange at the beginning. Logically speaking, people who can survive from the day of Advent to the present are not said to have a great enlightenment about life. But at least they are people who cherish their lives. This kind of desperate charge is completely unimaginable. It's not a skeleton that can't think or an undead who can be resurrected repeatedly. Now with Ouyang Qianjin's explanation, everything makes sense. Although I don't know what the specific skills the other party is about to use are. But it's not important anymore. Because of the explosion of the magic prism, this base no longer has the ability to stop 600,000 undead. Just wait. When everyone is dead, you can find out after the eldest lady is resurrected. Although the Science Park base is much larger than other bases, and there are many more professionals in it, but the troops released by Ouyang Qianjin here are much more than other bases. So when the battles in other bases are coming to an end, the battles in the Science Park have come to an end. After all, there are 600,000 undead alone. Not to mention the gargoyles that serve as assistants. It is true that the number of gargoyles is not that large compared to the undead. But the combat capability of this flying unit cannot be underestimated. As for the ball base commander, sorry, not familiar. Ouyang Qianjin didn't even know the other party's name. And she was not interested in knowing it. Even if she thought that the person who was buffed was the other party. She was not very interested. What she was interested in was, Uncle Tail, where is your gift? The battle was over. But the surprise that Ouyang Qianjin expected did not appear. This made Ouyang Qianjin a little puzzled. Haha. Don't be impatient. Miss, don't you still need to search for supplies? You will know when it's over. Searching for supplies. This was Ouyang Qianjin's routine action after the battle. And Tail naturally knew it. And Ouyang Qianjin's eyes lit up when he heard about searching for supplies. You should know that this base is very different from other bases. That is the magic prism. To put it bluntly, the base that can produce magic prisms, although it is just a temporary rush, is special to Ouyang Qianjin. So after hearing about the search for supplies, she has begun to imagine what good things can be found in this base. Could it be that the gift that Uncle Tail mentioned is among these supplies? That's it. It must be so. This uncle is really something. At such an old age, he still plays such mysterious little surprises. Naughty! Although she hasn't received the gift yet, Ouyang Qianjin is now full of expectations. She really wants to know what gift Uncle Tail has prepared for her during the days she was captured. So she increased her efforts, waved her hand, and another 200,000 undead were thrown into the search for supplies. However, as time went on, after the supplies in the base were loaded one by one, Ouyang Qianjin, who had already eaten her second meal outside the Science and Technology Park base, lost her patience. Chapter 274 Surprise. Uncle Tail, can you tell me what the gift is now? After throwing away the chicken leg bone in her hand, Ouyang Qianjin put on a scary look of choosing someone to eat towards the leisurely Tail. Here. Aren't they all there? After taking a sip of the cigarette she got from Ouyang Qianjin, Tail pouted at the open space outside the base. Ouyang Qianjin turned her head to look. At this moment, the open space that was originally barren due to the magic prism was now full of corpses. Huh? Corpses? Yes, corpses. Are you sure you are not kidding me? No matter who I'm kidding, I can't kid you. The young lady. Tell me in detail. Knowing that Tail is not the kind of person who likes to joke. Ouyang Qianjin, who was originally aggressive, calmed down. She picked up the cola chicken wings on the ceramic plate on the exquisite table that Sebastian had carefully arranged for her, and took a big bite. Miss, what do you think is the most important thing in this world? Looking at Ouyang Qianjin, who was spinning chicken wings like she was venting her anger, Tyla asked seriously. Me? Everything is important to me. And nothing can be unimportant. The willful young lady said something very willful. Well, okay. I won't beat around the bush. These corpses, or these people, are my gifts to you this time. Or your biggest gain this time. Yeah. Go on. Ouyang Qianjin, who was chewing chicken wings, wanted to see what Tyla was up to. Talents. These people are all technical talents and engineers in the science park. Those magic prisms are what they copied after modifying the drawings I provided. They are absolutely trustworthy in terms of ability. If the young lady wanted to attack this base before, I might have stopped her. After all, there are indeed many scientific research talents here. But now that the young lady has the resurrection technique, There are no such considerations. It would even be the right choice to turn them all into undead for your own use. With the addition of these people, I believe that the young lady's plan can be greatly reduced. Even the destroyed Black Cat Paradise can be rebuilt. No, not only rebuilding, but even adding a lot of new ideas to it. Maybe making more interesting things. Talent. What Ouyang Qianjin lacks most now is talent. As early as the beginning of arriving at the Black Cat Paradise, Ouyang Qianjin had asked Zhang Mo to recruit talents from the bases around City C. But unfortunately, she didn't recruit anything useful, or the talents she wanted. Unexpectedly, she met such high-quality talents here. According to Uncle Tail, these people only got the blueprints and made 10 magic prisms in about 10 days. Although the manufacturing process was a bit rough, and they all exploded in the end. But it must be said, we need these talents now in Jingzhou. After saying that, Ouyang Qianjin grinned at the corpses. Now it has been about 10 hours since the breakthrough of the Science Park base. Under the search of the huge army of undead, the entire Science Park was basically emptied. This included the magic generator and its supporting equipment that these guys had robbed from the Black Cat Paradise. Of course, this group of undeads in the search were not the ones that were attacked by the magic prism. After all, they were all in his hands. No matter how cruel Ouyang Qianjin was, he was not so cruel as to use these people to search. After all, because of their injuries, their movements were very slow like zombies. It would be inefficient to use them to search or move things. As an excellent game player, how could he do such an inefficient thing? The rest of the bases in J City were also emptied in the past 10 hours. They were just waiting for Ouyang Qianjin to revive and load the materials into the undead space. There were even a few small undeads in the nearby bases who were on their way back to join Ouyang Qianjin. Revive. Revive all these people and try to find all the scraps that can be found. After all, they are technical talents. Ouyang Qianjin's old treasure. After all, with their presence, her will state can develop better. But then again, the gift that Tail gave her this time was really a surprise. She originally thought that Tail would use these days of lurking in the other party's core area to give her a big job and use the other party's resources to make something. Unexpectedly, the gift from the other party was not a thing, but talent. With these talents, plus the combination of magic and technology, the development of will state may be on the fast track. Sleeping in the pumpkin carriage, Ouyang Qianjin, with two pale little hands grasping the edge of the quilt, thought about this and closed her eyes and slowly fell asleep. After all, it will take some time for the troops from other bases to come back. Just after dinner, after resurrecting those people in the Science and Technology Park base, she had nothing to do. In this case, she might as well go to bed early. Wait until the next day when Ouyang Qianjin was woken up and got up to take a look. Wow! The entire Science and Technology Park base was crowded. There were undead, skeletons, corpses, and vehicles loaded with supplies. The corpses were naturally moved from other bases. After all, there were not many people in these small bases that were close. So Ouyang Qianjin simply asked them to carry them back directly. This way, she could visit fewer bases and reduce Ouyang Qianjin's time waste. Now that she has manpower, technicians, and supplies, Ouyang Qianjin can't wait to go back to build the fertile land of Jingzhou. Hey! Isn't this the bald guy? After waking up, Ouyang Qianjin washed up and sat by the window of the pumpkin carriage, watching the bald guy running around outside to help. I remembered he is the base commander of this base. As if he felt someone was staring at him. Wu Jimin turned his head and found that Ouyang Qianjin was staring at him with a cup of something that should be dairy products in the pumpkin carriage. Swish! The sliding wheel came so smoothly. Wu Jimin rushed to the front of the pumpkin carriage in 2 steps and slid to his knees, shocking Ouyang Qianjin so much that she couldn't speak. Good guy. You are Canon's twin brother. Even the scene and way of the first meeting are so similar. Good morning, miss. May I ask if there is anything I can help you with? Old Wu. Wu Jimin looked up at Ouyang Qianjin in front of the pumpkin carriage window with a flattering smile. Wu Jimin, who has now become an undead, will not cause any harm to Ouyang Qianjin. So Ouyang Qianjin was also very relieved that the other party was so close to her. Chapter 275, I can finally relax. Although I feel relieved, Ouyang Qianjin really dislikes this bald guy. After all, he plays the role of the leader among the base leaders of the Black Cat Paradise that has overturned him. And he has also brought such heavy casualties to himself. Although the undead can be resurrected. But in this battle, more than 100 people's injuries exceeded the critical line of 30%. They all died after being hit by the magic prism. It can be said that this is the biggest loss since Ouyang Qianjin's debut. So it is natural to dislike him. Although this loss is nothing compared to what he has gained. Ouyang Qianjin still feels disgusted. Old Wu. Alas. What is the skill you used before? The one that adds buff. Ouyang Qianjin asked the question she wanted to know. Although this is not a big problem. Seeing that the other party is so professional in sliding and kneeling. Ouyang Qianjin still reluctantly asked. After all, buff is just like that. It is basically impossible to make any breakthrough without the blessing of talent. Just like me. Miss. This is my incitement talent. Simply put, it is to use my words to incite other people's emotions. After years of incitement, I can eventually achieve the goal of changing the other person's mind. Wu Jimin said her skills hesitantly. Wow. Language. Concept system. It looks very strong. But it is not very strong in fact. Ouyang Qianjin touched her chin and thought for a while. But she didn't expect it to be a talent skill. Which surprised Ouyang Qianjin. But it was only a surprise. Before the window paper was pierced, everything would be covered with a mysterious veil. But after the window paper was pierced, it seemed not very interesting. No wonder some people were able to rush up to execute Wu Jimin's orders without hesitation, while others failed to rush without hesitation at the critical moment. It turned out that it was determined by the length of time spent with the other party. With this prerequisite, this skill seems a bit useless. However, it is undeniable that if this skill is assisted by time, it can really accomplish a lot of great things. Ouyang Qianjin looked at the flattering bald head of Wu Jimin under the window with disdain. Compared with it, the bald head of the skeleton looks cuter. So Ouyang Qianjin snapped his fingers. Wu Jimin, who was still flattering, fell to the ground with a plop, and then turned into a skeleton burning with blue flames and climbed up. Kill the undead. Transform the skeleton. Burn the bones with phosphorus fire. The whole set of small combos was very smooth. Although Ouyang Qianjin had absolute confidence and control. But if the opponent was the kind of ambitious guy who was unwilling to be dominated by himself and might have the ability to get rid of his control, then Ouyang Qianjin would not be soft. Kill first as a respect. In order to avoid any mistakes in the future due to the resistance that such people might bring. It would not be wonderful. Of course, Ouyang Qianjin did not let go of the base leaders of other bases. After having people identify them one by one, they were all pulled out. In front of everyone. He was killed as he was told. It was also a way of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Although some people begged for mercy, there was no change on Ouyang Qianjin's face sitting on the throne of bones. It was as if their begging for mercy was worthless in Ouyang Qianjin's eyes. In fact, it was true. After all, these people were guys who had bad intentions towards her. And they were also guys with ambitions. Even if they were resurrected, it would only make them happy for a while. And then, they would fall into the evil taste of death. For these people, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't keep them for the new year. You know, she didn't even revive high-level elite monsters like Kobayakawa Daisuke and Quan Qingyu. Not to mention these guys. Pack up and go home. This was after killing those base leaders. After Ouyang Qianjin put the undead, skeletons and all supplies and equipment into the space. He still went to the other bases that had not moved. There were still many things waiting for Ouyang Qianjin to pack up. To be honest, Ouyang Qianjin really likes this feeling of being lightly equipped. It's like a one-person army. If there is another blind robber who robs her, and then she summons the army to surround and slap him in the face, it will be even more refreshing. However, this kind of thing is basically impossible to happen. After all, whether it is a normal mind or a mental disorder, those who have survived until now after the Advent know that the guy who dares to walk alone in the wild so swaggeringly is not a good person. It is better to provoke a group of monsters than to provoke such people. At least when facing monsters, there is still the power to fight back. But if you meet such a person, you may not even have the strength to fight back. Of course, given the current living conditions in the wild, no one would want to be such a robber. 3 days. After wandering around Jay's city for 3 days, Ouyang Qianjin finally arrived at the damaged Black Cat Paradise on the 3rd night. Although so many days have passed, but the current situation of Black Cat Paradise is still very bleak. In addition to the tidy ruins, There are the remains of buildings, and the remains of entertainment facilities. Finally I'm home and can relax. But then again, this place is really miserable. After returning to Black Cat Paradise, Ouyang Qianjin stretched and looked at the miserable state of Black Cat Paradise, and couldn't help sighing. After all, this place was built with money from his family. Now it's like this. Ouyang Qianjin has a kind of melancholy of the family business is difficult to protect. But when he thought of the large territory behind Black Cat Paradise, Ouyang Qianjin felt that he was okay again. Taeyong, how is the canal excavation going? Although it was only about a week ago, Ouyang Qianjin was still very clear about the skills of the professionals. It is not a problem to use it to dig a canal. Miss, the canal excavation went smoothly, and there were not many technical difficulties. Li Taiying was like a little secretary. After Ouyang Qianjin came back, she came to her with her documents. This made Tail and Xue Manqi stunned. After all, they had never met Li Taiying. But it didn't matter, because Li Taiying had never thought about getting to know them. In her opinion, as long as she could stay with Ouyang Qianjin, it would be fine. After all, staying with Ouyang Qianjin would give her a constant and comfortable feeling. This made Li Taiying unable to stop. As for how others were doing, she really didn't care at all. In addition, this is the map of Jingzhou produced by the surveying team after surveying. As he said, Li Taiying handed Ouyang Qianjin a map. Chapter 276. This territory is really messy. Ouyang Qianjin tore it open and found that it was indeed a map of Jingzhou. The entire Jingzhou is just like the name of Jinghai. Like a whale, with a head and a tail. At the head of Jingzhou, that is, the west, there are mostly mountains with dense vegetation. According to the ruler, there is a big difference between the heights, and there are river valleys. The middle part is a plain area, which is also the location of the ruins of King Lahad. At the tail are rolling mountains, among which there is a snow-capped mountain where the Dragon Cave is located that Ouyang Qianjin has seen. However, there are some places on this map without maps, instead of annotations. What dragons, demons, eagles, etc. made Ouyang Qianjin's head hurt. His own territory is really messy. Originally, I thought that having dragons in my territory was enough. Unexpectedly, in addition to giant dragons, there are other high-level monsters. Dragon, demon, harpy, an elemental, a demon, and a monster. 3 terrains, 3 monsters. And the distribution is so even. A total of 381 people from the surveying team died. They are now parked in the cemetery behind the park. When the young lady is free, I need to trouble the young lady to revive them, because the level of the monsters in some places is too high. The surveying team did not go deep, but only marked the monsters or monsters in them. While Ouyang Qianjin was looking at the map, Li Taiying continued to report. The cemetery behind the mountain. This word made Xue Manqi's eyes jump. But thinking about the fact that Ouyang Qianjin is a necromancer, and he is already an undead, he felt relieved. However, Xue Manqi, who died before the panel came up with this big thing, had no idea what Jingzhou was. But it seemed to be an important place. Otherwise, the eldest lady would not have sent people to survey it. So he stood aside and listened quietly. Well, resurrect. I'll go later. Now is a time when we are short of manpower, and there is no time for them to sleep forever. Ouyang Qianjin nodded, and then asked curiously, by the way, where are the brothers Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan? Why didn't I see them? Although Ouyang Qianjin chatted with him for a while after resurrecting Zhang Yuan, she left Black Cat Paradise to take revenge after the Mayor Zhang Yimou was resurrected. So they didn't meet at all. Result: Mayor Zhang Yimou is now selecting the construction site of the royal city and the excavation of the middle section of the canal in the Central Plains. Zhang Yuan is now taking a few people who know about mining and guards to excavate and count the mineral veins in the territory. Li Taiying reported. Wow! I didn't expect Zhang Yuan to do the real work without orders. Ouyang Qianjin underestimated Zhang Yuan. But it must be said that Cannon had discovered several mineral veins before, and they really needed to be marked and developed. Although the canal issue is the most urgent now. But there is no shortage of hundreds of thousands of people. So Ouyang Qianjin did not continue to ask. After all, they are all working and not lazy. That's enough. I see. What do you plan to do about the canal? Ouyang Qianjin asked the question that she was most concerned about. After all, it's not long before a year. Although it is not certain whether it is what Ouyang Qianjin predicted. It is better to do such things than not to do them well. It is one thing to be prepared for the worst. The canal was originally prepared to connect the north and the south to facilitate travel in the future. So whether the snow melts or not, the canal must be built. Otherwise, except for the central plains where goods can be transported, it is difficult for the convoy to pass through other places in his territory. It is said that if you want to be rich, you must build roads first. Ouyang Qianjin is very clear about this. According to the observations of the past few days, in order not to waste the land resources in the plains, the canal is now mainly along the middle of the central plains and the eastern mountainous areas, starting from the original estuary of this river, passing through here, then connecting to the Ivory Lake, and then extending from the river downstream of the Ivory Lake to here, and then digging a canal to the southwest port. Li Taiying drew a line on the map while reporting to Ouyang Qianjin. Although the central plain area is very large, it is about half of the entire Whale State. But if you want to become a grain-producing area, you naturally cannot waste every piece of land. In addition to the irrigation canals, Li Taiying discussed with several knowledgeable professionals and came up with this plan. Don't say it. Even an outsider like Ouyang Qianjin could understand the feasibility of it. So Ouyang Qianjin didn't object. In her opinion, it's fine as long as it's fixed. As for other things, isn't it better to leave it to professionals than to give blind orders by yourself? I'm not a micro-manipulation master like Machine Gun Move Right 30 meters. I can't do the kind of thing where an outsider guides an insider. In this case, wouldn't it be necessary to widen the river downstream of the Ivory Lake? But the question should still be asked. Just treat it as a problem of being a superior. Yes, Miss. Zhang Yimou is mainly doing this now. Well, not bad. It feels quite reasonable. Let's leave it to professionals to do this. Is there any problem with supplies? No problem. There are still some extra now. But because the undead are now scattered into 3, it will be a bit difficult to transport. When Ouyang Qianjin left, she left almost all the supplies on hand. But because part of the manpower is in the central plains and part is in the southwest port, there are some troubles in transportation. Well, so, put the things on hand aside for a while and make some potions. I still have 600,000 undead who need potions to restore their bodies. I will let Sebastian bring the herbs for making potions to you later. After listening to the report, Ouyang Qianjin immediately gave Li Taiying a new task. After all, there are 600,000 people. We can't just let them lie in space like this. Although the undead space can slowly repair their injured bodies because of their erosion talent. But after all, the speed is too slow. It would be best to have potions to assist. Recover quickly, go back to work quickly, and increase efficiency. This is what Ouyang Qianjin wants. Otherwise, there is no point for her to go to City C and City J to revive so many undead. Now Ouyang Qianjin has about 2 million undead in her hands. Only by spreading them all can they be used to the maximum extent. Okay, Mississippi. Although the castle has not been repaired, a few rooms have been cleared for Mississippi. If Miss doesn't mind, she can rest there temporarily and wait for the temporary palace on Zhang Mo's side to be built. After receiving the order, Li Taiying immediately accepted the order. By the way, he explained the room that was cleaned up for Ouyang Qianjin in the past few days. But when Ouyang Qianjin heard the latter, she didn't understand. Chapter 277 Dark Night Demon. A resting place is not a big deal. It would be best if someone prepared it for you in advance. But what is that temporary palace? How come I don't know about it? Temporary palace? Yes. It is a small villa with a nice view built on the mountain. It overlooks the entire central plain. And there is a canal port at the foot of the mountain. Wow! A mountain villa that overlooks the entire plain. And there is a canal port at the foot of the mountain. It sounds like this location is not bad. That's good. I'll leave the potion to you. Yes, Miss. After saying that, Li Taiying turned around and went to the half-collapsed canoe restaurant. It is now the temporary command center of Black Cat Paradise. And Ouyang Qianjin herself let Sebastian push her to the cemetery in the back mountain to revive those corpses. By the way, she also revived the guys buried here before. Although they were buried as skeletons before. But now she needs manpower. And she doesn't need to increase her skeletons now. So Ouyang Qianjin simply took a break. It would be better to revive all these guys and then go to work. However, she forgot. After seeing these guys crawling out, the smile on Ouyang Qianjin's face froze. She forgot what was buried underneath. Little devils. The kind of 1-star, 2-star little devils with flames on their tails. These little devils were killed when cleaning up the Black Cat Paradise. It was Sebastian who led the team to clean up. From the parking lot to the Mockingbird Hotel. From the catwalk to the subway station. I heard that there were more than 100,000 of them. During those days, Ouyang Qianjin was either staying in the tower or sleeping. So she completely forgot about this matter. She only remembered that something was buried in the exploration area in the back mountain. But now the flames on the tails of these little demons have changed from orange to dark blue. The originally dark red skin has also turned dark green. The body seems to have grown a circle or two. And the muscles seem to have increased a lot. Even the glowing triangles on the body that represent strength have disappeared. It looks like an undead Dark Knight demon, the evolution of the little demon. Not only has powerful magic and magic attacks, but also has amazing jumping ability. Hidden information. The dark creature resurrected by the Necromancer has a very strong survivability compared to the weak little demon, Ouyang Qianjin, who hadn't used the Eye of Identification for a long time. Almost jumped up when he saw the information on the panel. Hey. Tui. Nima. Evolved? Ouyang Qianjin was extremely disgusted with these Dark Knight demons. Although it is undeniable that these guys seem to have strong fighting capabilities. But there is a very important link in the middle that Ouyang Qianjin did not miss. That is food. You know, these guys are meat eaters. With so many resurrected at once, Ouyang Qianjin has no meat to provide them. Collect them. Collect them all in the undead space. When you clean up the precious beasts entrenched in your territory later, take them out and fight to the death. This can also reduce some food consumption. Yeah, it's a perfect plan. Without thinking, Ouyang Qianjin collected these guys into the undead space. While collecting, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but think. Since her resurrection can change the race of the resurrected guys. If she resurrects other creatures, even intelligent races, can she get different dark races? At this moment, Ouyang Qianjin felt a sense of excitement in playing a card collection game. After all, although she has resurrected millions of creatures so far, but most of them are humans. Or the little demons, who were just resurrected by chance. The rest of the races were not touched at all. If there are more dark races under her command, wouldn't she become the actual Dark Queen? Isn't it exciting to think about it? Not to mention anything else. There are dragons, harpy and demons in her territory. Does that mean that there are other alien races in the territories of other lords? If that's the case, then I have to go around and collect more alien races. But if it really reaches this point, it seems that the territory of this whale state seems a bit small. After all, more races mean more places for them to live. As a queen, it is natural to consider the living conditions of her people. Although for Ouyang Qianjin, it doesn't make any difference whether she is a queen or not. But collecting cards is like this. I don't know when it started, and I can't stop it once I start. Or, just occupy the Sakura country and Kimchi country below, as well as the far eastern part of the nearby Rakshasa country. Anyway, the land is vast and sparsely populated. It would be a waste if there were no people living here. Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin's expression became much softer when she looked at these Dark Knight demons. After all, thanks to them, Ouyang Qianjin was able to know this thing that she had not noticed before. So it seems that you, Sebastian, reported this matter at that time. Right? Ouyang Qianjin looked at the resurrected little demons. Oh, the Dark Knight demons. And said innocently. The report she mentioned was of course about the little demons being buried here. Yes, Mississippi. Good job. Go back first. And send the herbs to Taeyong later. We can't let the 600,000 undead just sit there unused. Okay. With that, Sebastian pushed Ouyang Qianjin back. The undead, who were resurrected in the cemetery, followed behind cautiously. When they arrived at the Sapphire Castle, they left to find their own teams. And the first thing Ouyang Qianjin did after returning to the dilapidated castle was to check the situation of the bathroom on the first floor of the castle. Fortunately, although the castle's towers, warehouses, alchemy workshops and other places were destroyed, the bathroom, where there were no valuables, was not damaged. It was nothing more than burning a few fire stones and purification stones. Really, these poor guys. After reinstalling the fire stones and purification stones, Ouyang Qianjin, who was lying in the bathtub, complained helplessly. Originally, she wanted to sit in the bath, But because of the skeleton throne, she felt a sense of seriousness that even sitting in the bathtub is like a meeting. Finally, after draining most of the water, she lay in the bathtub. You know what? This new way of bathing gave her an unprecedented sense of relaxation, especially when her back touched the warm tiles of the bathtub. And there is another benefit of lying like this. That is, the skeletons can give her a full body massage or something. Very convenient. Cannon, take the skeleton generals to smelt those abandoned vehicles. Uncle Taylor, I'm afraid you will have to work hard to repair these parts for the undead with broken hands and feet during this period. No problem. Mississippi. I'm an undead now. What's so hard about it? I can go without rest for 10 days. After arranging things, Ouyang Qianjin closed her eyes, opened her hands and paddled in the water, happy like a child. Chapter 278. I don't know whether I should say it or not. In the next few days, everyone was working, and Ouyang Qianjin was enjoying her rare leisure day. After all, running around during this period made her feel that she had used up all the exercise she had done in the past 10 years. Although she sat in the pumpkin carriage most of the time, but she was still doing things. If she didn't take a good rest, how could she be worthy of so many subordinates she had found? Sunshine, lounge chairs, juice, sunglasses, parasols and hotcakes just baked. This is the current living situation of Ouyang Qianjin. Sunshine? The sunshine comes from the sunstone, of course. It is like a capitalist hung on the street lamp by Ouyang Qianjin to act as the sun, even if there are some green-skinned undead and skeletons around. What she wants is an atmosphere. Life. Vacation. The sense of ritual is very important, even if this will slightly destroy the current atmosphere of Black Cat Paradise. Ouyang Qianjin doesn't care at all. After all, she has said that in her own territory, everything is based on her own happiness. Do whatever you want. He looked like a tyrant. Miss, the analysis of those black coffins has been completed. Just as Ouyang Qianjin picked up a small cake and opened her cherry mouth to take a bite, Tail came over with a folder. All finished? Can it be put into use immediately? After Ouyang Qianjin put down the cake and closed her mouth, she spoke again. Elegance must always be maintained, especially in front of subordinates. This is a burden for the superior, and also a burden of happiness. In the past few days, Tail used the scrapped cars as materials, and took the technicians to make the models of the parts needed by those missing limbs. Then, under the instruction of Ouyang Qianjin, he began to analyze the black coffin. After all, the black mud was produced or expanded by the black coffin, and it can be clearly seen that these black coffins have the breath of wonder. As a necromancer, Ouyang Qianjin will naturally not let go of such good materials. Now there is finally a result. It must be said that with the blessing of talents, many things are so fast. So Ouyang Qianjin immediately took the folder handed over by Tail, and then pretended to read it, even if she knew nothing about these things, and was not even interested. In her own words, she only looked at the results. Although it is a mysterious magic, as long as you understand the principle, it can be regarded as a method to understand 100 methods. As for putting it into use, it may take some time. About half a month. Tyler reported truthfully. Half a month. After listening to the report, Ouyang Qianjin closed his eyes. In half a month, it will be about a year since the advent. And for Ouyang Qianjin, her intuition tells her that something big will happen at this time. Although the tasks were issued according to the level before. But it is hard to say what will happen next. What Ouyang Qianjin is particularly concerned about is the 100th level prompt on the panel that only hidden professions know. It is as if it is telling all the hidden professions that something big will happen when they reach level 100. But Ouyang Qianjin thinks this is only a matter of level 100. It seems impossible to reach level 100 in 1 year. But with the help of the panel, this has become possible. Looking at her level 94, Ouyang Qianjin felt that she might need to stabilize. Wait until the 1 year period before reaching level 100. Or rush to level 100 quickly and stagger the time. In short, you can't let your upgrade collide with the 1 year period. Otherwise Ouyang Qianjin can't imagine what kind of disaster will happen. Although Ouyang Qianjin doesn't mind this happening, it's better to say that there are many things that happened at the end of the year. And this one thing is not bad at all. But anyway, she just finished her work. She really wants to have a good rest. Relax and then take care of those things. Of course, it would be best if nothing happened. It's also good for everyone to live their own lives. But from what Ouyang Qianjin knows, this is basically impossible. It's a delusion. A beautiful delusion. Don't think that Ouyang Qianjin's life seems to be very comfortable. In fact, it is indeed very comfortable. But that is only the current situation of a small number of people. Most professionals are still hovering on the line of life and death of being well fed and clothed. They rely on hunting monsters or going to dungeons to earn income and exchange food with their base to support themselves. This behavior will undoubtedly increase their mortality rate. But there is no other way to survive. I've gone too far. Let's talk about Tails' side. When Ouyang Qianjin and Haney first met, she saw the extraordinariness of this thing. However, it is not the black mud itself that is extraordinary. It is the things behind the black mud. Although Ouyang Qianjin did not know what it was at the time, she later learned from the battle with Kobayakawa Daisuke that the black mud was Kobayakawa Daisuke's skill. And it was this black coffin that amplified this skill. In a way, this black coffin is like an amplifier that will amplify a certain skill. According to the warriors of the Sakura country resurrected by Ouyang Qianjin, the black mud represents territory. Or in other words, the red-clothed people who were transformed by Kobayakawa Daisuke can only move within the range of the black mud. This also applies to Kobayakawa Daisuke himself. The restrictions are great, but the skills are also powerful. To be honest, Ouyang Qianjin felt that if she did not have the completely unequal skill of life absorption, she might have been tricked by Kobayakawa Daisuke. Now that I think about it, when I was stabbed by the black thorn in the black coffin, my life energy was also lost. At that time, because of the battle. And it was very little. Plus, I was also absorbing the opponent's life energy and soul. This came and went so that Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but notice it. That is to say, the creatures in the black coffin exist as the core drive of this amplifier. TSK. This Kobayakawa Daisuke is really cruel. He actually let his sister act as this kind of biological drive. It must be said that there is still some science fiction in the magic, which makes Ouyang Qianjin feel a little funny. Also, Miss, that, I have an unwelcome request here. But I don't know if I should say it. Seeing Ouyang Qianjin close his eyes to think, Tai Lu said slowly and a little embarrassedly, Uncle Tai Lu, we are friends. Just tell me if you have any needs. Looking at you. You don't look at someone. Come on. Tell me more. Ouyang Qianjin opened her eyes and smiled at Tai Lu, who was a little embarrassed. Chapter 279 Resurrection of Kobayakawa Daisuke. This uncle is actually shy sometimes. So he sat up quickly, looked at Tail with a very gossipy look and said jokingly, Hey, miss, you are joking. If it is such a thing, I don't need to come to you. Mississippi. Uncle Tail laughed out loud after being teased. Uncle Tail is completely immune to such little jokes made by little girls. What is that? Qianjin Ouyang looked at the other party strangely. Miss, you haven't dealt with the body of Kobayakawa Daisuke. Right? I wonder if you can revive Kobayakawa Daisuke. Resurrect Kobayakawa Daisuke? What's the reason? Qianjin Ouyang was stunned by Tail's words. To be honest, Qianjin Ouyang was also very entangled about how to deal with Kobayakawa Daisuke's body before. On the one hand, the other party's skills are weird. And on the other hand, it is because the other party's skills are weird. This is the profoundness of language. Worried that the other party's weird skills would pose a threat to him. But he also wanted to obtain the other party's skills. It can be said that it is quite contradictory. That's why he has not dealt with the body of Kobayakawa Daisuke. After all, it's a pity that a person with such skills will become a skeleton. So when Tail said that he would revive Kobayakawa Daisuke, Ouyang Qianjin was a little shaken. But she needed enough reasons to convince herself to revive this bomb. After all, weird skills plus ambition. Kobayakawa Daisuke is enough for Ouyang Qianjin to kill the other party. Let him make more black coffins. Okay. No problem. As long as there is enough profit. Capitalists can sell the rope to hang themselves. Ouyang Qianjin is a typical example. After hearing Tail's reason, Ouyang Qianjin agreed without thinking. After all, this is where she is struggling. Although there are more than 200 black coffins in hand now, it is far from enough for Ouyang Qianjin's next layout. If Kobayakawa Daisuke can continue to make them, it will definitely be the best. So Ouyang Qianjin opened the undead space. And a skeleton appeared in front of her dragging a cart with corpses. The cart not only carried Kobayakawa Daisuke's corpse, but also several other people's corpses who in Ouyang Qianjin's opinion, had unique abilities, and might be useful in the future. After dragging down Kobayakawa Daisuke's corpse wearing equipment, and the skeleton pulling the cart back into the undead space, Ouyang Qianjin resurrected Kobayakawa Daisuke. Here, Ouyang Qianjin. Daisuke Kobayakawa looked a little confused when he just woke up. But he jumped up immediately after seeing Ouyang Qianjin sitting on the recliner. Ouyang Qianjin rolled her eyes, and gestured to tail. Tyler then told Daisuke Kobayakawa about the current situation. So I'm resurrected? It's really ridiculous. I was resurrected by my own enemy. It's really ugly. After figuring out his situation, Daisuke Kobayakawa laughed at himself. Then he took out the short knife hanging on his waist, and pretended to perform a samurai belly breaking for Ouyang Qianjin. You can't die from this. This small knife is not enough to kill the undead. Ouyang Qianjin was not interested in acting with the other party. After rolling his eyes, he lay back on the recliner. Your ambition should be to revive the glory of your Kobayakawa family. And you even sacrificed your sister for this. Ouyang Qianjin, who was lying on the recliner, put on sunglasses on her face, looking confident and unconcerned. The highlight was a casual statement. But it was just such a casual statement that made Kobayakawa Daisuke, who was about to stab a knife into his stomach, shudder. Your previous black coffins are all over the Future Science and Technology Museum. If you can find out who Kobayakawa Tomoyo is, I think I should be able to revive. If I can kill you once, I can kill you twice. Follow me. And then, I can give your Kobayakawa family a great fortune. Seeing that Kobayakawa Daisuke's hand stopped, Ouyang Qianjin still said the words of stick and carrot casually. Resurrect Tomoyo? Kobayakawa Daisuke was stunned. Huh? Shouldn't the attention be on the Kobayakawa family? Ouyang Qianjin said strangely. After all, in her opinion, this guy was able to make his sister into a black coffin before. So he must be a ruthless guy who would do anything to revive the family. After dying once, I found that it doesn't matter anymore. The strong man Kobayakawa Daisuke shook his head with a wry smile after looking at the puzzled Ouyang Qianjin. Then knelt on the ground with a look of enlightenment, and with light in his eyes, looking at Ouyang Qianjin with hope. Please, if you can revive Chio like you resurrected me, I will have no regrets. After saying that, Kobayakawa Daisuke knocked his head to the ground. Then he kept saying please and kept kowtowing, begging Ouyang Qianjin. This tone sounds a bit wrong. It's not like the big and strong Daisuke Kobayakawa that Ouyang Qianjin knew in her mind. Could it be that he really had a great enlightenment? Looking at Daisuke Kobayakawa kneeling on the ground, Ouyang Qianjin understood. Some people are like this. They have a great enlightenment after death. Especially for those who believe in religion. You look like this. I feel that there is something strange about Tomoyo Kobayakawa. Ouyang Qianjin always feels a sense of disharmony about Daisuke Kobayakawa's current appearance. This sense of disharmony comes from her arbitrary definition of the relationship between the two siblings of the Kobayakawa family. Now it seems that what she thought at the beginning is not true. She wants to satisfy her curiosity, and want to know the truth. Tomoyo volunteered to become a black coffin. As he said this, Daisuke Kobayakawa fell into bitter memories. Daisuke Kobayakawa and Tomoyo Kobayakawa are twins, born in a family of swordsmanship. I heard that his ancestors were also well-known local minor daimyo. But later on, the family fell into decline, and opened a kendo hall to support the family. Kobayakawa Daisuke was born strong, while Kobayakawa Tomoyo was weak and sickly. It is said that Kobayakawa Daisuke took away Kobayakawa Tomoyo's vitality, and caused the current result. Although it is a very superstitious saying. But because of this, Kobayakawa Daisuke has loved his sister very much since he was a child. He gave in to her in everything. At the beginning of the Advent Day, they relied on the swordsmanship learned in the family dojo to become the first batch of professionals. But many high-level monsters descended on the Yatsuzan where they were. So in order to make it advantageous for themselves, while working hard to reach level 30, Kobayakawa Daisuke activated the moment of the devil and created black mud. And the weak and sick Kobayakawa Tomoyo used her sacrifice skill to expand the range of this black mud. Chapter 280 So strong. Sister control is so strong. It's just that this skill, which is almost like sacrifice, consumes the vitality of the caster. As time goes by, the range of black mud becomes larger and larger, and Kobayakawa Tomoyo gradually cannot maintain the spread of black mud. The holy body becomes worse and worse. Even at that time, Kobayakawa Daisuke already had the skill of Black Coffin to provide extra vitality to Black Mud to relieve Kobayakawa Tomoyo's pressure. But it still doesn't help. So before Kobayakawa Tomoyo died, he asked Kobayakawa Daisuke to seal himself in the Black Coffin. After all, as long as he didn't die officially, his skills would continue to work. And as long as it is still working, Kobayakawa Daisuke can continuously replenish vitality through the skill Black Coffin, thereby preserving the expansion attribute of Black Mud. Hearing this, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but whistle. Don't say it. Although it's very roundabout, it's really feasible. After all, I've also played the Black Coffin Day Tour and naturally know the characteristics of the Black Coffin. But I didn't expect that Tomoyo Kobayakawa would be so decisive. Although I don't know what will happen to the person in the Black Coffin in the end. But I have to say that if the panel has not yet determined death, it at least means that the other party is still alive. Or locked in the Black Coffin. If it were Ouyang Qianjin, she might not be able to stay there for a day and would get sick. It's scary to think about it. Wait! In other words, this ability to expand the range is actually Tomoyo Kobayakawa's? Ouyang Qianjin came to her senses. Yes, it's Tomoyo's. If I had known this, I would not have let Tomoyo use this skill no matter how difficult it was. As he was talking, Daisuke Kobayakawa actually started to cry. It really sounded like he was so sad that anyone who saw him would cry. It was obvious that he really loved his sister. Yeah, I understand. It's sister control. That's not right. How did Kobayakawa Tomoyo level up? You know, Kobayakawa Tomoyo reached level 50 and became a lord. Ouyang Qianjin didn't understand. This is our innate skill, called Twin 1. As long as one of us kills monsters and levels up, the other can share the experience gained by the other. Although it's not equal, the ratio is about 30 to 70. That's why, as long as I level up, Tomoyo also levels up in the Black Coffin. Even because she is in the Black Coffin, in a half-dead state, she can level up without doing tasks. I think it may be because of this that Tomoyo is able to level up. In fact, since the initial job change, Tomoyo's physical condition has improved. After all, professionals have a small increase in physical fitness. If Tomoyo didn't use that skill, woo-woo-woo. As he said this, Kobayakawa Daisuke changed his style and started crying again. Please! You are a big and strong man. Can you please not do this? Ouyang Qianjin complained in her heart. But then again, if those ambitious people knew that they could become lords in this way, I wonder if they would be so angry. It has to be said that there are all kinds of things in the world. Ouyang Qianjin has gotten used to it. Okay. Don't cry. It's just resurrecting a person. As long as you can find the Black Coffin of Kobayakawa Tomoyo. Even if you are not dead, I can kill you first and then resurrect you. If you become an immortal, you won't be sickly. After all, an immortal can't get sick. Although the story sounds interesting. But Ouyang Qianjin has no interest in a grown man crying. So he waved his hand impatiently and let Kobayakawa Daisuke deal with it himself. After hearing this, Kobayakawa Daisuke dragged tail to find Kobayakawa Tomoyo's Black Coffin. You can see that he was really anxious. Sister control is really incomprehensible. Looking at Kobayakawa Daisuke's embarrassed look, Ouyang Qianjin thought of her little cousin. As a person with a younger sister, she really couldn't understand the other person's feelings. But it was only a second. After thinking of Ouyang Wanju's face, she immediately shook her head and forgot about the other person, thinking that she was just wasting her life. It was not worth it. After that, Ouyang Qianjin continued to lie on the recliner, with her head resting on her hands and sunbathing. However, this state did not last long, and Kobayakawa Daisuke and Tail came back. At this time, Kobayakawa Daisuke was carrying a black coffin on his shoulder. Good guy. You can even tell that the black coffin is your sister's? Ouyang Qianjin was very satisfied with Kobayakawa Daisuke's efficiency. But she was also a little surprised. After all, she is my sister. I take it out every day to look at it. And I have already memorized the pattern. It's not a photo. But you can take it out every day to commemorate it? I can only say that you are so strong. Sister control is so strong. Ouyang Qianjin sighed again. Remove the black coffin. I will revive it. Ouyang Qianjin has not tried this kind of thing yet. So she is a little eager to try. Although a smile shouldn't appear in such a serious moment. But Ouyang Qianjin still went her own way. Okay. Pa! After Kobayakawa Daisuke finished speaking, The whole black coffin suddenly burst like a soap bubble. The black mud that made up the black coffin also fell to the ground after the explosion, and then slowly dissipated. Kobayakawa Daisuke gently put Kobayakawa Tomoyo on his shoulders on the ground. His movements were so careful, and there was a sense of elegance of fragile items being handled with care. Ouyang Qianjin nodded repeatedly. It's not that she was trained by a family with a rich background. Although she doesn't look good, she can still be elegant when she needs to be elegant. Not bad. Professional training. At this time, Ouyang Qianjin was no longer worried about whether the other party would have any ambitions or whether he would threaten her. After all, people with weaknesses, or people who were resurrected by her, can be controlled as she wants. For as sister control, the weakness is naturally her sister. Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin turned her head and looked at Kobayakawa Tomoyo, who was about 24 or 25 years old and lying flat on the ground. This was a sickly beauty whose skin was whiter than hers, and even without a trace of blood. She had long black hair, combed into a princess hairstyle that reached her eyebrows. Her eyes were narrow, and her features were delicate. She wore light makeup, and her lips were painted with cherry-colored lipstick. This makeup should have been done before she was sealed. She was wearing the red and white shrine maiden costume unique to the shrine maidens of the Sakura country. She even had a layer of white gauze on her head. It looked like she knew she was about to die, so she dressed up specially. Although I don't know if it's right. At least Ouyang Qianjin, the beautiful girl, thinks so. After all, beautiful girls can still understand the feelings of beautiful women. Compared with the big and strong Kobayakawa Daisuke, this Kobayakawa Tomoyo is just like a doll. And people are full of goodwill at first sight.